Shen Ning unexpectedly found herself transported to the 1980s, becoming the stepmother of 3 stepsons. The good news: the man had just passed away, sparing her the discomfort of sharing a bed with a stranger. The bad news: the household was utterly impoverished, lacking even the most basic necessities. To her astonishment, she discovered that gaining the affection of others could be exchanged for rewards. Shen Ning's eyes sparkled with determination. Affection, after all, was something she could cultivate. Shan, having survived a harrowing experience, had suffered a head injury that resulted in a loss of memory during a certain period. It wasn't until his marriage application was approved that he realized he might have tied the knot. When he saw the name Shen Ning, a faint recollection flickered in his mind. A chubby little girl with a runny nose. His teammates, curious about the celestial being who had captivated their stoic captain, eagerly urged him to show them a photograph. He merely replied nonchalantly, "I don't have a photo." His teammates exchanged glances, wondering if he was being coerced, urging him to blink if he needed help. Whispers circulated within the team that Captain Lee had married a fierce woman, a coarse individual weighing 280 pounds, and they all felt a deep sense of pity for him. That was until they encountered a woman clad in a cheongsam, her graceful figure glowing as she smiled and announced she was there to find Li Shan. The collective sentiment was clear: Li Shan was indeed a brave man. Chapter 1. Transformed into a young widow. Shen Ning awoke amidst a cacophony of voices, her gaze falling upon several heads surrounding her. Startled, she bolted upright, her mind momentarily blank as she took in her surroundings. From Sam's family, try to be more accepting. The dead cannot return to life. Indeed, life must go on. You are still young, there is much life ahead of you. Don't despair. Amidst the chatter of a crowd of uncles, aunts, and elderly women, Shen Ning gradually pieced together her situation, merging it with the memories of the original owner of this body. She had traversed time and space, landing in the early 1980s, inhabiting the life of a girl who shared her name. However, this girl had quite the fierce temperament. The man from her memories stood tall and handsome, unmatched in appearance across the 10 miles and 8 villages. Enchanted by his visage, many overlooked the fact that he had left behind 3 burdens, and she had rashly decided to marry him. In a fit of despair, the original owner fainted, leading to her current circumstances. As her mind raced, vivid images flashed before her eyes. There were scenes of her scolding the 3 children, alternating between striking and berating them. Then came the moment when she conspired to sell the 3 children. In another instant, she was nestled with a strange man, who wore a wicked smile, counting money while handing over the bound her to an elderly gentleman. The final image was of her lying on a straw mattress, blood staining the ground beneath her, her once vibrant face now pallid and devoid of life. Instinctively, she clutched her chest, her heart pounding beneath the fabric, bringing her a semblance of reassurance. Was that the fate that awaited her? The onlookers, noting her pallor, exchanged glances filled with sympathy. After all, she was merely a young girl, and even if she had her flaws, her tragic fate invoked pity. Becoming a widow at such a tender age, with 3 children to care for, was a burden few could bear. From Sam's family, given the circumstances, you must learn to accept it, the elder spoke. Shen Ning raised her sleeve to wipe the cold sweat from her brow, gazing at the speaker, the village chief, Zhao Fuchuan. By lineage, she owed him respect. Differing from the original owner's character, she donned a mask of resilience, forcing a smile while burying her pain within. With that, she turned briskly and made her way toward the house from her memories. Behind her, the crowd sighed heavily, foreseeing the hardships that lay ahead for her family. For Shen Ning, this was not an entirely unacceptable fate. Had she been forced to share a bed with a stranger upon her arrival, that would have been truly unbearable. Being a widow was one thing, having children was another. After all, they would not starve hopefully. Yet, how could this household be so dilapidated? The poverty was palpable. The rice bin held only a few grains, the basket was empty, and the cupboard was bare. Had they not eaten before? Regarding subsequent matters, she would address them later. It seemed she had arrived just in time to witness the aftermath of reckless consumption. Shen Ning now harbored serious doubts that the original owner had fainted due to starvation, considering there was no food stored, and they could very well face hunger. With a loud bang, the rickety kitchen door swung open. Shen Ning turned, anxious that it might collapse, potentially crushing the 3 little ones at the threshold. Ah, these must be the 3 children left by Li Shan. Meeting their gazes, her brow furrowed. What was that look? The original owner had left her 3 live grenades. Attempting to suggest they should eat first, She caught herself just in time. With a nearly empty rice bin, she had no idea what they would have for dinner tonight. In the next moment, the eldest child charged at her like a firecracker, colliding with her and nearly sending her sprawling. Thankfully, she steadied herself against the stove. "What are you doing?" "What do you mean? Don't touch us. We have no food. You spent all the money, and now we have nothing to eat. Dad is dead. Get out of our house." The 6 or 7-year-old boy, though thin, was surprisingly strong, pushing and pulling her, determined to force her out. Shen Ning, feeling vexed, squatted down and tightly embraced him, immobilizing him. Yet, she underestimated the resilience of children. Unable to escape her grip, he used his weight to shove her back, causing both of them to tumble to the ground, rolling about. This infuriated her with a swift motion. She flipped over and pinned the boy beneath her, asserting her dominance with her considerable weight. "Can we not speak civilly?" The boy beneath her protested. "I won't accept this. I won't accept this." Wah! His cries set off the other 2 children, who joined in wailing, creating a cacophony that threatened to pierce her eardrums. "Stop crying!" With a thunderous shout, Shen Ning successfully silenced the trio, but the little boy beneath her still sobbed, tears streaming down his cheeks. The sound of his quiet, suppressed sobs evoked even more pity than their earlier cries had. Rising, she helped him to his feet, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, internally sighing. The original owner had certainly left her with a colossal mess to deal with, enjoying herself and departing with little regard for the chaos left behind. Surveying the 3 children who regarded her with hostility and the drafty, run-down home, she sighed again. Surely, no living person could be this unfortunate. Your father has passed, but you still have me. As long as you stay with me, you shall not starve. Ding! Affection level 1, points mall unlocked. Chapter 2, points mall unlocked. What was that sound? It was electric, devoid of emotion, reminiscent of an AI. Wait! Shen Ning's eyes widened in realization. She knew it. As a member of the time-traveling cohort, how could she lack a golden finger? Internally, she screamed, "System, system, system." Indeed, the next moment, a translucent panel materialized before her, emblazoned with the words "Affection Points Mall." Below it were her details. Username, Shen Ning, affection level, 1, exchangeable points, 1 affection source, Li Xiaohua 1. In that instant, the well-read Shen Ning comprehended the implications. Her aim was to win the favor of these little ones, transforming their goodwill into points that could be exchanged for items in this so-called points marketplace. Indeed, she was remarkably astute. However, to err on the side of caution, she refrained from opening the points marketplace in front of the children, fearing that something akin to special effects might occur, or, worse, that a living person might vanish into thin air, which would surely terrify the children. She decided to study it in secret when no one was around. Standing before her, Li Jiangguo was momentarily taken aback. Was this wicked stepmother truly foolish? Her actions suddenly froze. A silly grin plastered on her face, giving the impression that she harbored ill intentions. Could this malicious stepmother be plotting something sinister? As her second aunt had said, stepmothers were never to be trusted. They would never regard the previous children as human beings. Now that their father had passed, who knew how they might be tormented? Most concerning was Li Xiaohua, who had always disliked her. There was a possibility that she might be sold off as a child bride. Who could predict the actions of this malevolent woman? As an elder brother, he had to protect his younger siblings, vowing not to let this woman succeed in her schemes. Facing the hostility in Zhang Wo's eyes, Shen Ning remained unfazed. After all, such sentiments could not be altered overnight. She smiled gently, adopting the most harmless demeanor, and earnestly explained, "In the past, I acted foolishly while your father was here to support us. However, now that he is gone, I will take the responsibility of this household and care for all of you." Clearly, Li Jiangguo was unconvinced. Li Jianjun also harbored doubts. Li Xiaohua blinked her big, tear-brightened eyes, which sparkled like 2 obsidian gems. She gazed at Shen Ning with a mixture of innocence and joy, the only kind, tender gaze among them. "Auntie is so gentle today, she didn't scold us." Suddenly, a mechanical prompt echoed in Shen Ning's mind. Ding! Li Xiaohua's favorability 1. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze towards the petite Li Xiaohua, her heart warming instantly. The little girl was delightful, so kind and adorable. She smiled tenderly in response. Ding! Li Xiaohua's favorability 1. Ding! Li Xiaohua's favorability 1. In that fleeting moment, Xiaohua had boosted her favorability by 3 points, melting her heart. Oh, How could this world exist without charming little girls? Perhaps sensing where her gaze lingered, Li Jianjun instinctively shielded his sister behind him, while Li Jianguo stepped forward to stand guard before his younger siblings. This wicked woman was eyeing them again, clearly up to no good. Shen Ning pouted, her eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. This bothersome boy. Not only did he refuse to grant her favorability, but he also prevented her from even looking at his sister. How exasperating. Their family's water supply was running low. According to her memories, the original owner had neglected household affairs, forcing the 3 children to shoulder the responsibilities. They were still so young, which was rather harsh. The eldest and the second, with their slender arms and legs, struggled to lift a bucket of water, often stumbling along the way. It was fortunate she could shamelessly take advantage of their efforts. When the 3 children heard her mention fetching water, their eyes widened in disbelief. Everyone knew she was notoriously lazy since marrying their father. They had never seen her lift a finger, not even to right a toppled soy sauce bottle. Had the sun risen in the west today? As they contemplated this, Shen Ning had already retrieved a dusty yoke from behind the door and was heading out with 2 wooden buckets. Oh, by the way, she turned to them, sweep the yard. A pile of leaves had inexplicably accumulated in the yard, and with last night's rain, the ground had become quite slippery. Having said that, she disregarded their astonished expressions and exited. The 2 brothers exchanged glances. The eldest remained silent. The younger one, Li Jianjun, swallowed hard, his curiosity getting the better of him as he asked, "Brother, do you think what she said is true?" Li Jianguo snorted dismissively. "Who knows? Just like what Dog Dan's mother says, we have no idea what she's up to. You must never trust this woman, understand?" The younger brother, who had always obeyed his elder brother, nodded vigorously. "Yes, brother, we will listen to you." As for Xiaohua, they conveniently overlooked her thoughts, focusing solely on their warnings. "Little sister, remember, don't get too close to that woman. Don't believe what she says, or she might lead you to the big bad wolf and devour you." As soon as the mention of the big bad wolf was made, the little girl was immediately frightened, tears welling in her eyes. She nodded quickly. "Xiaohua doesn't want to be eaten." Seeing their objective achieved, the 2 boys breathed a sigh of relief, offering their sister a few more words of comfort. Meanwhile, Shen Ning was completely unaware that in the instant she turned to leave, she had been labeled the big bad wolf. In the village, there were 2 wells, both somewhat distant, but a small stream nearby was frequented by many for water. However, the stream flowed through several fields, and she dared not use it. Who could tell if the E. coli levels were acceptable? On her way to the nearest well, she paused behind a row of bamboo, calling upon the system once more. She opened the translucent panel, filled with excitement as she entered the Points Marketplace. It was not the magical experience she had envisioned. The Points Marketplace, once opened, resembled a food delivery app. The categories were displayed along the right side, while various products were shown on the left. There were all sorts of essentials from rice and oil to soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. Unfortunately, she only had 4 points. Oh, she had a mountain of delicacies before her, but alas, she could only look and not feast. What could she exchange for 4 points? As this thought crossed her mind, the marketplace automatically presented its offerings. It was indeed user-friendly. Among the myriad of products, she cautiously exchanged her 4 points for 4 eggs, at 1 point each. There was no other option. Filling her stomach was the priority. "Wife of Sanhua, what are you doing here?" A sudden voice from behind startled Shen Ning, causing her to nearly drop the eggs she was holding. Chapter 3. Raise Affection, Young Maiden. As the thought crossed her mind, the egg in her hand vanished, and the shopping cart on the panel suddenly contained 4 eggs. Remarkable. This marketplace is indeed user-friendly. Are you preparing to fetch water, Sanhua? Turning around, she spotted the newcomer, a woman with a head of black hair neatly tied back. Her gaunt cheeks sunken and cheekbones pronounced, the skin darkened from years of labor. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes bestowed an aged appearance beyond her actual years. Yet the glimmer in her eyes and the scrutinizing gaze she cast made one feel quite uneasy. "Aunt Lu, I am indeed going to fetch water." For someone with such an intimidating demeanor, her principle was to keep her distance and show respect. She hoisted 2 empty buckets and prepared to leave. "Aunt Lu, I shall take my leave. The children are waiting for me at home." Aunt Lu squinted her eyes and waved her hand, urging her to hurry along. In contrast to Shen Ning's quick departure down the road, Aunt Lu's footsteps veered towards the nearest courtyard. "Aunt, busy with sorting beans, I see." Upon seeing the old woman approach, the woman sitting in the courtyard recognized the malicious smile on her weathered face, indicating that she was up to no good. Lu Jia, come in and have a seat quickly, she said, rising to fetch a long bench. Where did this come from? I just checked on the corn seedlings. They are growing quite well. The woman continued her task of sorting beans, remarking, That's good. Your land is fertile. And this year's corn harvest will surely be abundant. After exchanging pleasantries, they finally delved into the main topic. Aunt Lu leaned in closer, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Guess whom I just saw on the road? Who? The lazy woman from the Li family's third household. She whispered, her voice low, yet her hands excitedly slapping her thigh. That sloth actually went to fetch water. It's as if the sun rose from the west. Huh? Really? She smacked her lips, feigning sympathy, yet her eyes sparkled with intrigue. No wonder she has become more industrious. With the money tree gone, life will surely be difficult for her, especially with 3 children to care for. Indeed, the woman nodded vigorously. 3 children are no easy task. Aunt Lu scoffed. As the old saying goes, enjoying life while young is not a blessing. While the villagers awaited Shen Ning's misfortune with bated breath, she had just arrived at the well. There was no avoiding it. Gossip had always been a universal human pastime, especially in these times when entertainment was scarce. Even the most trivial matters were scrutinized and discussed. Shen Ning had long been mentally prepared for the peculiar looks of others. She was not the original owner of this identity. She possessed a thick skin and knew that their stares would not cost her a thing. Having filled 1 bucket with water, she was about to fill the second when a young girl with a student's haircut approached, peering into her bucket. Oh, Sandy May, are you only fetching such a small amount of water? Her mocking gaze swept over Shen Ning's waist, legs, and arms, shaking her head in disappointment. What a waste of such a fine physique. Indeed, the original owner, was quite robust compared to the others in the vicinity. Ultimately, the envy stemmed from poverty. Shen Ning understood, but did not condone her behavior. Regardless of whether or not she had earned that physique, it was none of anyone else's business. Wei Shufan, perhaps you should eat less radish. The mocker was momentarily taken aback by the sudden shift in topic. Her mind struggled to catch up, and before she could think, her mouth blurted out, why? As Shen Ning filled the second wooden bucket with water and tied the rope, she leisurely assessed her. Because you worry too much over trivial matters. You. Realizing the implications, Wei Shufan was incensed, her face reddening with rage as she pointed at Shen Ning. What are you so pleased about? Everyone knows your husband has died. Your good days are over. Let us see how long you can keep up this facade. She was eager to witness Shen Ning's eventual tears. With a dispassionate glance, Shen Ning replied, "ISNT you're doing? What does that have to do with me? Don't slander me. Indeed, what does it have to do with you?" As she hoisted the yoke onto her shoulder, the weight bore down heavily. Yet she could not falter. She could not allow the incessant chattering of that woman behind her to belittle her. Gritting her teeth, she persevered on her way home. Clearly, it's you. You are the one who brings misfortune, leading to Shan Gu's demise. You married him for less than half a year, and you've already caused his death. You are a disaster. Ignoring Shen Ning's silence amidst the accusations, Wei Shufan continued to bark. The unattainable will always stir unrest. This was all the rotten fortune left by Li Shan. Wei Shufan was the younger sister of his second wife's family. She was of an age that could be considered mature. Ever since she laid eyes on the handsome Li Shan, her youthful heart was captured, yearning to marry him. Unfortunately, her affection was unrequited, and despite the Wei family's decent standing, they persistently opposed her desire for marriage. She looked down on others, and as time dragged on, she found herself no closer to her goal. Who would have guessed that the original owner would unexpectedly step in and marry Li Shan instead? Thus a grudge was formed. With a long sigh, Shen Ning lamented the burden she had inherited. After finally managing to transport the water into the courtyard, her shoulders could bear the weight no longer. With a bend of her knees, she placed the bucket down heavily, grimacing as she rubbed her sore shoulder. It was confirmed. She was not cut out for agricultural labor. Raising her gaze, she spotted the 3 little ones busily at work in the courtyard, quickly gathering fallen leaves into 2 piles. "Ah, you all are quite swift. The place looks spotless. Well done." Her light praise was genuine, akin to complimenting adorable children encountered on the road. After saying so, she carried the bucket into the kitchen. Little Hua, being the youngest, smiled brightly at the praise. The 2 boys, however, felt their ears flush with embarrassment, clearly uncomfortable with the attention. "Come inside quickly. I have something wonderful to show you." Inside, Shen Ning called out and retrieved the eggs from the Points Redemption shop, placing them on the table. Upon entering, the three children's eyes were immediately drawn to the eggs on the stove, their gaze transfixed, and they swallowed repeatedly. Jiangua, boil some water. We're having boiled eggs. Ding! Li Xiaohua's affection increased by 1. Chapter 4. Prepare for a culinary delight. Li Jiangua thought this wicked woman was merely jesting. After all, eggs are precious. How could she possibly spare them for the likes of them? Not even a shell would she grant them. It wasn't until the water began to bubble vigorously that the 4 eggs started to roll and tumble in the boiling liquid. The high temperature caused fine cracks to form on the eggshells. Shen Ning spread out the fallen leaves in the yard to dry. Knowing they could be used for kindling later or for compost, every resource was necessary in these impoverished times. Upon entering the kitchen, she spotted 2 little ones. One still too short to reach the stove, their eyes glued to the pot of eggs, as if they might tumble in at any moment. The moment they heard footsteps at the door, the 2 instinctively retreated, with the older brother immediately shielding his sister behind him, casting a wary glance in her direction as if she were about to devour them. Reflecting on the original owner-esque character, she did recall that she had quite a sharp tongue. She often berated the children with harsh words, likening them to starving ghosts or dogs fighting for scraps. With an internal sigh, she couldn't fathom why the original owner had to complicate matters for her. She was hardly human. It was simply inhumane. Without uttering a word, she maintained a neutral expression, her gaze sweeping past them to the pot of eggs. Casting a glance at Li Jiangguo, who was equally filled with animosity towards her, she remarked, "Douse the fire. The eggs are cooked. Let us not waste firewood." With that, she scooped a ladle of clear water and gently placed the eggs inside to cool. "Eldest brother, come here." Li Jiangguo, perplexed by her intentions, surmised that it would likely not bode well for him. She was probably looking to vent her frustrations on him. Nevertheless, if she was to punish him, it would spare his younger siblings from a wrath. Gritting his teeth, he rose and made his way towards Shen Ning, pausing to gently usher his younger siblings back. He exchanged a knowing glance with the second brother, silently urging him to run quickly later. Observing his brother's resolute demeanor, Shen Ning found it oddly amusing despite the situation's gravity. Stopping just 2 paces in front of her, he awaited his fate. Ultimately, her slightly pale hand opened to reveal a plump egg nestled within. Li Jiangguo was astonished. "For us?" Shen Ning sighed in resignation, lightly affirming, "Did I not say I would prepare boiled eggs for you? Here you go, second brother." As Li Jianjun observed his elder brother's tentative approach, noticing no punishment was forthcoming, he instinctively swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the egg reaching out towards him. His mouth watered incessantly. Once the warm egg was firmly in his grasp, he first glanced at his brother, still unable to believe that this woman would actually share eggs with them. Hesitant to take action, Li Jiangguo, however, had made up his mind. Whether real or feigned, he would fill his belly first, for surely it would be impossible to regurgitate later. He picked up the egg and began to peel it. Seeing this, Li Jianjun followed suit, starting to peel his own. Shen Ning also took an egg, tapping it before commencing to peel. With both brothers engaged, only Xiaohua remained empty-handed, her large eyes shifting rapidly from joy to sorrow, tears welling up in an instant. The 2 brothers noticed her plight and, upon peeling their eggs, decided to split one in half to offer her. "You all enjoy your eggs. There is no need to share with Xiaohua." A single tear fell from Xiaohua's eye. Was she truly deemed worthless, just as the ants had said? Did the adults prefer boys over girls? Li Jiangguo was the first to retort, "I can't finish mine. Give some to our sister." Li Jianjun swallowed again, hastening to agree, "I can't finish mine either." Shen Ning watched their eager expressions and smiled. 1 egg was insufficient. Even 10 could easily be consumed. "If you cannot finish one, shall I give you half next time?" The 2 children were about to nod in agreement when they saw Shen Ning extending the peeled egg toward Xiaohua. "Why are you crying? I told you I would prepare boiled eggs, and everyone gets one. She is just a little girl. The egg is still hot. So, it is only natural for me to peel it for her." With a gentle smile spreading across her features, Shen Ning's warmth enveloped the little girl, coaxing a smile from her as well. "Thank you, Auntie." The adorable child was simply too endearing. Shen Ning was not attempting to curry favor, unlike those 2 rascals, who received eggs but did not contribute to her sentiment. The girl was delightful, her demeanor so obedient as she enjoyed her egg. Suddenly, a chill coursed through Li Jiangguo. and he looked up to see Shen Ning peeling the last egg at the stove. Li Jianjun followed suit, though his previous wariness had diminished, replaced by a flicker of hope. The old adage held true: where there is nourishment, there is care. He noticed his brother's dazed expression and shot him a warning glare, urging him to eat quickly. This was both a prompt and a caution. They ought not lower their guard against this wicked woman due to a momentary act of kindness. After all, she had received ample allowances from their father. As Shen Ning registered the system notification, her eyes widened slightly as she glanced at the second brother, who was eagerly devouring his egg. A plan began to form in her mind. Do you enjoy eating? A foodie, perhaps? How delightful! Oblivious to the culinary onslaught that awaited them, the three siblings finished their eggs swiftly. Shen Ning strode towards her room with purpose. Though the house was dilapidated, it was the former residence of the Li family, comprising several rooms. The largest room on the far left was undoubtedly occupied by the original owner, while the central common room and the slightly smaller room connected to the kitchen served as the abode for the three siblings. The original owner was not a nurturing figure, yet she had unwittingly spared Shen Ning some trouble. Having lived alone for so long, she had never shared a space with young children. As for the matter of separate sleeping arrangements for the older children, that could be addressed later. For now, her priority was to access the marketplace and indulge in some shopping. Though she possessed only 8 points, any amount was better than none. User: Shen Ning, redeemable points, 8. Displaying the available items for purchase, she was determined to make the most of her shopping experience. The shopping page revealed a myriad of items, yet practicality was paramount. Filling their stomachs took precedence. Among the food options, the most conspicuous was the delicious and inexpensive instant noodles. Let others criticize instant noodles as junk food unfit for children. In their current state, they were far superior to anything else. Friendly reminder: the products offered in the points mall pose no harm to the human body. A disclaimer had been issued, yet this was rather reassuring, alleviating many concerns. Thus, she felt free to shop without hesitation. Old hen soup noodles, 2 points per pack. I shall purchase 3 packs. With 2 points remaining, she would buy a bag of dried noodles, expending all her points. Excellent. At least their meals were secured for the next 2 to 3 days. Upon receiving the items, she noticed that both the instant noodles and dried noodles were packaged in a manner befitting the era, with plain paper wrappers devoid of any patterns. This system marketplace was truly remarkable. With food settled, the next order of business was firewood. While boiling the eggs, she had observed that they were merely small twigs and branches, not a single sturdy log in sight. It was evident that the children had gathered this firewood themselves. Such flimsy kindling would not suffice. Jiang Wo, come here. Li Jiangguo and his siblings were standing beneath the eaves, murmuring to one another while occasionally peering into the house. They were caught off guard by her sudden call. Stunned for a moment, he noted that she did not refer to him with derogatory terms, but simply as Jiang Wo. It felt like a bomb had dropped into the water, sending shivers through him. It was all quite strange. He could not shake the feeling that she was up to no good, yet he complied and entered the kitchen. What could it be? Shen Ning, noticing his tone, glanced up at him before returning to her task. Did you eat firecrackers? Her voice was gentle, devoid of any hint of reproach, as if merely inquiring. This caused Li Jiangwo's sun-kissed face to flush slightly. He averted his gaze, his ears warming, feeling somewhat abashed, reminiscent of a weaned child throwing a tantrum on the floor. However, her gaze soon fell upon the carefully arranged, which contained a bundle of fine hemp rope and an axe. Are you going to chop wood? This revelation was quite a shock to the boy, as the lazy woman had not only fetched water today, but also cooked eggs for them. Now she was off to gather firewood? Had she been possessed by a spirit? With his mouth slightly agape and blinking several times in curiosity, he asked, Did my father send you a dream? Surely, it must have been a dream from her father, who had sternly chastised her in it. Otherwise, how could this woman possibly engage in such activities? It had to be true. What nonsense are you spouting? The child imagination was indeed quite abundant. Besides, even if it were a dream, it could not have been directed at her. After all, she was not the original owner. I told you before, your father is gone, and now I must support this family. Come on, let us go chop wood together. Though she possessed the original owner's memories, her knowledge of this village was rather limited. She feared that entering the woods might lead to an inability to return. It was better to bring the boy along. Li Jiangguo said little, merely nodding in agreement. But what thoughts lingered in his mind remained unknown. As Shen Ning hoisted the onto her back, she noticed two small figures peering from the kitchen doorway, their eyes wide open, resembling two curious kittens. They were rather endearing. With a smile, she walked over and affectionately patted Xiao Hua's small head. Unfortunately, the child appeared to be poorly nourished, with sparse and slightly yellow hair, a clear sign of malnutrition. She felt a profound sense of responsibility. Not only must she ensure her own well-being, but she also needed to provide better sustenance for the children. Her burden was indeed daunting. Although she was uncertain about the presence of potential human traffickers in the village, she felt compelled to give the children a few more warnings. As they were still quite young, Li Jianjun quietly glanced at his elder brother and softly suggested, "I'll go with Xiao Hua. We can gather sticks." Xiao Hua immediately chimed in, "I want to go too. I want to go." She was fearful of being left behind by her brother. Shen Ning contemplated the situation. With their home being so impoverished, even a mouse would leave something behind. There was nothing of value to protect. "All right then, let us go." The three children led the way, with Shen Ning following closely behind. They typically gathered firewood not far from their home, in a familiar area by a row of trees on the land allocated to the Li family. This thought stirred some anger within Shen Ning, for their family possessed no land at all. Because Li Shan's household registration was tied to the army, they were not listed in Shaohe village. As his children, the three little ones also shared his registration. As for the original owner's registration, although it had not yet been transferred since she married Li Shan, he was the head of the household. She was simply waiting for approval to move alongside him. After all, in this era, who wouldn't want their household registration to benefit from state support? The original owner certainly thought the same. Thus, when Li family separated from their ancestral home, they never considered distributing the land that rightfully belonged to Li Shan. Who could have foreseen such an unforeseen event, with Li Shan suddenly passing away, leaving them awkwardly positioned in the village? Farmers relied on land for sustenance. Without land, they were deprived of their livelihood. Consequently, many villagers were keenly observing how a widow and her children would manage. As the children crouched down to search for fallen twigs and leaves, a sharp female voice echoed from a distance, approaching them with hostility. "You little wretches, stealing from your aunt's house. You shameless creatures, coming here daily. It seems someone is encouraging you. Have you gone mad? Why doesn't heaven strike down these heartless scoundrels?" The insults grew increasingly harsh, the piercing voice carrying throughout the village. As she continued to yell, she swiftly approached them. Shen Ning recognized the intruder as Lu Yunjin, the wife of Li Bai, the eldest of the Li family. She was gaunt, clad in faded blue work clothes, with black trousers and a pair of worn black cloth shoes. Most villagers dressed similarly, and Shen Ning was no exception. A long braid hung in front of her, but Lu Yunjin's appearance was somewhat lacking. Her single eyelids and thick lips, typically indicative of a simple and honest demeanor, were marred by a scornful expression that made her seem intimidating. "Oh, I thought who it was. It's our village's newly added widow." Chapter 6. The fight. Lu Yunjin's opening words were laced with animosity. Her intentions were clearly hostile. Shen Ning was not one to back down. Such individuals prey on the weak. The more you show vulnerability, the more they will take advantage of you. If you dare to retaliate, even if you cannot defeat them, they will think twice before provoking you again. Did you eat something foul for lunch? Your breath could make anyone vomit. Surprised by Shen Ning's audacity, Lu Yunjin's anger surged as she placed her hands on her hips in defiance. "Bah, you little wretch, you're a disaster. You've cursed your husband to death, and your hands are not clean either. Who allowed you to touch my trees? You are shameless." With that, she snapped a long branch from a nearby tree, raising it threateningly towards the three children. "You little bastards, born of a mother who bore you but did not raise you. You've caused your parents' deaths, and now you dare to touch my belongings? No one taught you any manners. I'll teach you a lesson today." Xiao Hua was startled by Lu Yunjin's sudden aggression, her large eyes wide with fear, and her small legs were no match for the imposing figure of her aunt. The sound of the stick striking flesh resonated sharply. Shen Ning winced in pain. Lu Yunjin's strength was formidable. It was frightening to imagine what would happen if she hit Xiao Hua's small frame with such force. There would surely be a severe bruise. This realization ignited her anger. The original owner had been well-fed and cared for, her body robust, while the frail Lu Yunjin, despite her agricultural labor, could not match Shen Ning's strength. Immediately, she seized the stick and yanked it towards herself. Lu Yunjin had not anticipated that Shen Ning would rush forward to shield the children. She had intended to vent her frustrations on them. Momentarily taken aback, she found herself pulled forward, her long braid caught in Shen Ning's grasp. The tug on her scalp was painful, causing her to grimace. "Shen Ning, let go of me. Let go." With a swift motion, Shen Ning struck her face with a resounding slap. Then, without hesitation, she followed up with another. "You foul-mouthed woman. Not only do you have a stench like you've eaten dung, but you dare to strike my child? I want to let you off lightly." Lu Yunjin was no pushover. She quickly retaliated. Though her head was being held back, her hands were free to twist and strike at Shen Ning's body, causing her to wince in pain. But Shen Ning was equally determined, retaliating with slaps and punches, targeting any area that hurt, all while maintaining her grip on Lu Yunjin's braid. Lu Yunjin felt as if her hair was being torn out, her scalp screaming in protest. A powerful punch landed squarely on Shen Ning's waist, causing her to gasp. "Don't hit me, Ani." Xiao Hua understood that her Ani was protecting her, otherwise, that stick would have struck her. Although frightened by the fierce altercation between the two adults, tears streamed down her face, yet she bravely attempted to defend her auntie. "You can't hit her. You are the bad person." The small fist struck Lu Yunjin's leg. Although the force was minimal, the thin fabric of summer attire allowed even the tiniest ant to inflict annoyance. With a swift kick, she sent the little girl tumbling into the field. "Xiao Hua, sister." Shen Ning, her eyes already reddened with rage, witnessed Xiao Hua being kicked into the dirt. In that instant, an overwhelming surge of strength erupted within her. Grabbing the girl's hair, she leaped into the soil, causing anyone standing atop the embankment to lose their balance and tumble down. Shen Ning mounted the person and began to strike. "You insolent wretch! Dare to harm my child? I shall make you pay dearly, you wicked woman, bullying us orphans. I will end you." The blows rained down like a fish on a chopping board, defenseless and at the mercy of its captor. However, the commotion soon caught the attention of onlookers. A few individuals rushed over to pull Shen Ning away from her fervent assault and quickly helped the dirt-streaked woman to her feet. Lu Yunjin truly looked wretched. Her hair was disheveled and caked with mud, her clothes wrinkled and soiled. But the most tragic sight was her face, already unattractive, now swollen and bruised beyond recognition. "I will kill this little wretch." Once pulled upright, Lu Yunjin seemed to regain some confidence and attempted to struggle, exuding an aura that suggested, had they not restrained her, she would have surely avenged herself today. Shen Ning spat vehemently. "Come on then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Who fears you? Enough, enough. Let's all calm down a bit. What is the point of this ruckus?" A few more individuals approached, with the foremost being Li Bai, the eldest of the Li family. Upon seeing his wife's disheveled state, his anger surged. He intended to rush over, but was restrained by two villagers nearby who were merely spectators. With one less person holding Shen Ning back, she seized a chopping knife from her basket, her reckless demeanor causing those nearby to instinctively step back. "You shamelessly family. My husband has just died, and you come to bully us orphans. Your wife strikes, and now you want to join her? Very well. Come and see if my knife is quick enough." Upon seeing the blade in her hand, Li Bai hesitated. "Wife of the third son, do not act impulsively. Put down the knife. Please." "I will not." Shen Ning's eyes gleamed with ferocity as she glared at the couple. "Should I put it down so they can kill me? Huh. I have nothing left to lose. I will take at least one of you with me." The onlookers were momentarily stunned by her reckless bravado. Suddenly, Xiao Hua burst into tears, calling out, "Aunt, don't die. Aunt, I don't want you to die." Her cries, mingled with tears that left muddy streaks down her cheeks, were heart-wrenching. Li Jianjun, too, was moved to tears by his sister's lament, perhaps also frightened by Shen Ning's actions. Puffing out his chest, he stepped forward, pointing at Lu Yunjin and shouting, "She is the bad person. She hit my sister first. She also struck Aunt. You are all bad people. Bad people." He picked up a clod of dirt and hurled in her direction. "You little beast. You bastard raised without a mother. Throw another, and I will end you." Lu Yunjin attempted to charge forward, but was immediately deterred by Shen Ning, brandishing the chopping knife. Though her demeanor still radiated that of a shrew, her voice trembled with uncertainty. "W, what do you want? Do you think you can kill me?" Her hands trembled uncontrollably. "You dare? What do I have to fear?" Shen Ning's defiance mirrored that of a desperate wolf, prepared to fight tooth and nail. "You think you can bully us orphans and force us to our end? Try it. I will take at least one of you down with me." Xiao Hua sobbed even harder, I don't want Aunt to die. I don't want Aunt to die. Li Jianjun also began to cry, his eyes red, struggling to hold back tears, but the effort only intensified his sorrow. Fiercely, like a small wolf, he glared at Li Bai and Lu Yunjin. You are all bad people. Bad people. The mediators, seeing the plight of the orphans, felt a pang of sympathy and began to plead. Come out, we are all family. What is the point of this conflict? If everyone takes a step back, it can all be resolved. Indeed, the third son has just died. We should not further distress those left behind. Mentioning the recently departed brother caused the couple to soften slightly. Stop trying to intimidate me. This is our land. You have no right to it. You little ones keep coming to take our firewood, and I have tolerated it, but you dare to be shameless? I spit on you. This matter is far from over. Lu Yunjin's words made the situation clear, and the tide began to shift. People began to empathize, imagining how they would feel if someone invaded their woods to gather firewood. Poverty was rampant, and even a single weed on the embankment was considered private property, not to be taken away. Who says we are stealing? We are here to buy. Shen Ning, filled with anger, picked up the fallen basket and quickly retrieved a bag of noodles from the exchange market. She moved slowly past each person, ensuring they all had a clear view. I intended to use these noodles to buy firewood, yet some people have chosen to hurl insults instead. With a scoff, she raised her head proudly, looking down on the couple, clearly seeing the glint of greed in their eyes. Scanning the crowd, she addressed the others. If you two do not wish to partake in this transaction, I wonder if anyone else has firewood to sell? I will trade this bag of noodles for a bundle. I have some. My family has just the right amount. A young man stepped forward, eyeing the noodles with keen interest. I have some too. They are well-dried and burn nicely. Shen Ning hesitated. With two families willing to trade, her single bag of noodles seemed insufficient. The two exchanged glances and quickly reached a decision. How about we each contribute a bundle of firewood, splitting the noodles in half? The noodles were quite substantial. If only one bundle was exchanged, they would surely face ridicule. However, sharing the burden made it different. I will join. Wait, Shen Ning called out to the two, extending her hand with the noodles. Let us split them in front of everyone, to avoid any misunderstandings later on. As she spoke, her gaze deliberately swept over the disgruntled couple. They immediately took the noodles, dividing them into two equal portions, each receiving a generous handful, enough to make 3 bowls. The others who missed out on this deal felt a pang of regret, wishing they had seized the opportunity first. Sister of the third son, if you need anything in the future, we will be more than willing to assist. This came from a greedy uncle. Very well, your words suffice, and I will not take advantage of anyone. The group shared a light-hearted moment. Yet, in the next instant, Lu Yunjin sprang forth, blocking the path of the departing duo. Her gaze fixated intently on the strands of dried noodles in their hands. These noodles were compensation from her, Shen Ning, and she demanded their return. Young Tianwu, taken aback, exclaimed, How shameless can you be? Why don't you just ascend to the heavens? He pointed out that Shen Ning had purchased firewood from him, urging her to have some dignity. Nearby, an elder also wore a grim expression, questioning whether she intended to steal. Li Bai, sensing the escalating tension, quickly interjected, pulling Lu Yunjin aside. No, uncle, that is not what she meant. The man known as Uncle huffed in response, advising Li Bai to properly manage his wife. Li Bai nodded earnestly, promising to have a good talk with her. Watching the couple hastily depart, Lu Yunjin seethed, gritting her teeth. Li Bai, what are you doing? In the next moment, Li Bai yanked her arm, his patience wearing thin. Have you had your fill of this commotion? Lu Yunjin, incredulous, felt tears welling up, each droplet cascading down her cheeks, casting a venomous glance in Shen Ning's direction. Li Bai, I can't endure this life any longer. After her outburst, she covered her face and fled. Li Bai, taken aback by her fiery temperament, huffed toward Shen Ning and hurried after her. Shen Ning was left bewildered, pondering why the couple was venting their frustrations upon her. Kneeling down, she gently wiped the tears from the small girl's face, cradling her in her arms while softly patting her back. All right, Xiaohua, don't cry. It's all fine now. Xiaohua gradually ceased her sobbing, feeling a bit shy as she met Shen Ning's tender gaze. Thank you for protecting me, Xiaohua. She then affectionately ruffled the hair of Li Jianjun beside her. With a gentle smile, she added, and thank you, Jianjun, for protecting me too. However, next time, it's crucial for you all to prioritize your safety in such situations. Understood? Chapter 8. No one can refuse instant noodles. Shen Ning reached out and lifted Xiaohua in her arms, surprised by how petite she was, as if her entire being weighed less than 2 taels. As the old saying goes, she had no flesh to spare. Xiaohua was startled by the sudden embrace. Instinctively wrapping her arms around Shen Ning's neck, her eyes wide in astonishment, unable to believe that her elder would hold her. The 2 boys behind them were equally taken aback. As they made their way home, the younger boy, unable to contain his impatience, blurted out, "Why did you give him the noodles?" Li Jianguo, still small in stature, was visibly upset, harboring a hint of resentment. Shen Ning could easily guess the underlying thoughts in his mind. Given their already dire circumstances, with scarcely any food available, she had willingly relinquished the noodles. Such generosity, purchased with their father's money, felt like a betrayal to him, intensifying his resentment. "Do you wish for others to label the 3 of you as thieves or pickpockets?" She calmly remarked, her indifferent gaze sweeping over him. "Your father is a hero. Do you wish to tarnish his reputation? For a 6 or 7-year-old. Such words carried significant weight. "No, I'm not," protested Li Jianguo, baffled by the accusation, having merely picked up a twig from the ground. "But what will we do if you give all the food away?" It turned out they were still hungry. Xiaohua cautiously glanced at Shen Ning, timidly asking, "Auntie, is there really something delicious?" Shen Ning finally revealed a faint smile, tinged with affection, appreciating the current dynamic with Xiaohua. Just as the 4 of them reached the front door, they spotted the 2 individuals from earlier, now standing at her doorstep with bundles of firewood. "Sister-in-law, we've brought the firewood for you. Look, it's all dry," one of them declared, while the other added, "So has mine, sister-in-law. Take a look." Shen Ning smiled, noting how neatly the firewood was cut and tightly bundled. Her noodles were indeed worth it. "Thank you, uncle. Thank you, brother. There's no need to show me. I trust you." Her words uplifted their spirits. "Who says the 3rd sister-in-law is hard to please? She speaks quite well." Tianwu chuckled, scratching his head, his voice gruff yet friendly. "If you have anything else you wish to trade, feel free to come to us." They found this trade quite favorable, as everyone had firewood, and the noodles seemed like a steal. Shen Ning, still contemplating how to earn more points for additional purchases, maintained a pleasant smile. "Absolutely, I will." Once they had brought the firewood inside, they took their leave. As dusk settled, it was time for dinner. The children had only consumed an egg that day, and their hunger had grown evident. "Jiangwo, start the fire. Jianjun, entertain Xiaohua for a bit while I prepare something delicious for you." She made a quick round in the inner room, discreetly retrieving the 3 packages of instant noodles she had purchased earlier. The children watched in curiosity as she held the 3 packages wrapped in paper. With robust firewood burning steadily, the water in the pot quickly reached a boil. Watching her tear open the packages and extract 3 large yellow cakes, which she promptly dropped into the pot, the children wondered whether this could truly be delicious, even better than the pristine white noodles. As the cakes boiled, she opened the seasoning packets, pouring them into the pot. However, she was judicious, adding only 2 packets to avoid overpowering flavors, as she preferred her instant noodles on the milder side. Yet, when the seasoning was introduced to the broth, an irresistible aroma enveloped the air, captivating everyone's senses. The children's eyes widened in astonishment, inhaling the fragrant air in delight. "What is this? How can it smell so wonderful?" Once the noodles were softened, she declared, "Jiangwo, take them to wash their hands. It's almost time to eat." Each child received a couple of scoops of noodles and broth, resulting in steaming bowls of instant noodles. The 3 children, freshly washed, eagerly sat at the table, gazing longingly in her direction. "Be careful, it's hot. Eat slowly." After serving the remaining broth and quickly rinsing the pot, she filled it again with water, allowing the fire to simmer gently before joining them for dinner. The 3 children were utterly captivated by the bowls before them, each consumed with focus. They had never tasted such delicious and magical noodles before. The noodles were soft and bouncy, distinctly different from coarse grains, and the broth was exceptionally flavorful, imbued with a hint of chicken. By the end, not only did they finish their own bowls of broth, but they also polished off the remaining broth with zeal. A mechanical chime in her mind suddenly caught Shen Ning's attention, and she instinctively turned to Xiaohua, who coincidentally met her gaze. Ding! Li Xiaohua's affection level increased by 5. A shy smile graced Xiaohua's face. Anti-kiss. In a swift motion, she eagerly picked up chopsticks and placed a portion of noodles into Shen Ning's bowl. Xiaohua, filled with delight, exclaimed, "Eat, auntie." Despite her own hunger, she graciously offered the noodles to Shen Ning. It is highly likely that fear is a primal response. My dear original self, how much mischief you have caused. Our little who is so well-behaved. She must eat more. After saying this, I could not help but gently rub her small head, promising to prepare many delicious meals for her in the future. All right? With just a few kind words from Shen Ning, she was instantly filled with joy, nodding enthusiastically. Thank you, Auntie. Suddenly, I felt an overwhelming urge to embrace the little girl and shower her with affection. How could she be so adorable? Auntie, today's noodles are so delicious. I love them. Thank you, Auntie. LG New Jersey, and quickly expressed his feelings as well, sitting up straight with anticipation in his eyes as he gazed at Shen Ning. It was as if he was awaiting something special. Fortunately, Shen Ning did not disappoint him, smiling back and assuring him, I will prepare more delicious food for you tomorrow. Chapter 9. Life is hard. Ning sighs. Shen Ning boiled a large pot of hot water, managing to fill 2 buckets with warm water, exhausting the last of the household supply. Tears silently streamed down her cheeks as she reminisced about the convenience of running water and natural gas. But enough of that. First, I must wash the 3 dirty little children. Gu, Jn, come here. You two are first. Gu's eyes revealed a hint of shyness, and thankfully, the night had darkened and the dim light of the kerosene lamp concealed much of his embarrassment. Jn, being a year younger, responded with an O and walked over to the large basin placed under the eaves, stripping off his clothes as he walked. The layers of dust clung to his skin, and upon shedding his short sleeves, a frail little body was revealed, with bones visible through his thin frame. These children have endured much hardship. Gu, what are you waiting for? You both need to get in. The water will cool down soon. At that moment, Shen Ning could not afford to consider the fragile self-esteem and awkward emotions of the children. The water was truly limited, and if it cooled, it would create further complications. In this era of scarcity, with inadequate medical facilities, even a slight cold could prove fatal. I can wash myself, Gu murmured, almost as if the words were forced from between his teeth. He stripped off his clothes and squatted at the other end of the tub, pouring water over himself. Shen Ning, considering he was older and capable of taking care of himself, left him be and rolled up her sleeves to lather soap for Ljn. This soap had cost 3 points, but it was quite substantial, larger than her palm, and indeed a great value. Ljn's eyes almost bulged with excitement. Wow, it's soap. He turned to his brother and exclaimed, Brother, it smells so good. Shen Ning cut the soap in half and handed 1 piece to Gu. Vaish your set of sururi. Make sure to cover all areas, then rinse off. Gu took the half piece of soap, trembling with disbelief, his eyes filled with both astonishment and skepticism. Could this woman truly be generous enough to let them use such a large piece of soap? Soap of this size sells for 2 yuan in the supply and marketing cooperative, and it is neither this large nor fragrant. Clearly, this is quite expensive. Could it be that she has encountered a ghost? Or perhaps their father visited her at night? Quickly wash up. We still need to bathe little who later. After finishing with the 3 children, Shen Ning also took a moment to wash herself, while the outside world was filled with the sounds of summer insects and frogs. The large room was cloaked in darkness, the kerosene lamp barely illuminating the space. It felt as though a great beast could emerge from the shadows at any moment, its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. Just then, the door creaked open, startling the 3 children lying on the bed. They watched as a woman entered, holding a kerosene lamp. Little who, come here. From tonight onward, you will sleep with me. In front of the 2 little boys, she feigned calmness as she continued. You 2 are growing up now. It's not appropriate for your sister to sleep with you. As she approached, reaching out for little who, the child instinctively extended her hand, drawn to the warmth of her embrace. You 2 should go to bed early. I will prepare a delicious breakfast for you in the morning. With a little one nestled in the large bed, Shen Ning felt a sense of safety wash over her. Closing her eyes, she browsed through the points marketplace in her mind. Purchasing 2 bundles of noodles would cost 4 points, for eggs would also cost 4 points, and 4 points for a portion of pork. That left her with only 3 points remaining. Sighing, Shen Ning lamented the hardships of life. What should she purchase with the last 3 points? Points deplete quickly. yet they are earned slowly. She needed to think long-term, relying solely on affection points for sustenance would surely lead to starvation. It was crucial to find ways to earn more money, but the question of how to do so caused her considerable distress. Unconsciously scrolling through the screen, her gaze fell upon the previously purchased items. So, how had she not thought of this? In the current recovery phase of national production, everyday chemical products like soap are in high demand and command a higher price. The large bar of soap in the marketplace would surely sell better than ordinary soap. I will purchase it first and see if I can sell it in town tomorrow. After clicking buy, her last 3 points were entirely spent, leaving her once again a pauper. Time to sleep. When morning comes, everything will be possible. A dreamless night passed until the crowing of roosters heralded the dawn, rousing Shen Ning from her slumber. The sky was still a deep blue, and the air carried the dew of the previous night. As she stirred, Little Hu seemed to sense something and opened her drowsy eyes. Little Hu, sweetie, go back to sleep. I will make breakfast first. Upon hearing her words, the little girl nestled back into her dreams. Shen Ning cautiously opened the front door and stepped outside toward the kitchen, trying not to disturb the sleeping children. Fortunately, the outside world was much brighter now, the sky painted in shades of blue, with enough light to see the path beneath her feet. Occasionally, she spotted groups of people walking together. From the original owner's memories, today was market day, and most of those carrying baskets were heading to town to trade goods. In the past, trading was prohibited, and people had formed a habit of sneaking out early. Though she was particularly skilled at starting a fire, the original owner had some knowledge, and with her memories, she could manage to get the stove lit. In the morning, each of them would have a bowl of noodles. With no oil in the house, the eggs would simply be boiled. Although the small vegetable garden offered little, there were still some green onions to chop and sprinkle atop the noodles, adding a delightful aroma. Just as the noodles were nearly ready, Shen Ning planned to wake the children when she noticed the door to the kitchen swing open, revealing 2 little heads peeking out. Oh, you two are awake. You saved me from calling you. Quickly wash your hands and faces. Breakfast is ready. I will go wake Little Hu. With a wall between them, they could hear any commotion quite clearly. The delicious taste of last night's instant noodles seems to linger on my palate as I gaze at the steaming bowls, causing my saliva to flow uncontrollably. Chapter 10. Selling Soap. 4 simple bowls of noodles, enhanced by eggs and the seasoning packets from last night's meal, create an exquisite flavor that is simply delightful. It is so delectable that it is hard to resist, especially when the 3 children discovered their bowls contained a single egg each. A sense of disbelief washed over them. They had eggs yesterday, and there were still eggs this morning. Could it be true that she is genuinely committed to caring for the 3 siblings? Are the noodles tasty? Shen Ning inquired, casting a gentle glance towards Xiaohua, her voice soothingly coaxing. Look, we still have more noodles, so don't worry. You will always have enough to eat. The noodles are delicious. Ding! Li Xiaohua's affection level increased by 3. I cannot help but marvel at how thoughtful Xiaohua is. A deeper smile graced my face. If it's delicious, then eat more. Shen Ning added another helping of noodles for the little one. Li Jianjun immediately lifted his head from the bowl, his mouth still adorned with thick broth, and grinned widely. Annie's noodles are truly delicious. Shen Ning could easily discern the boy's intentions. He was vying for affection. Seeing her share noodles with his sister prompted him to join in. What could he possibly be anxious about? Was he afraid of not tasting such delicious noodles again? Afraid of her anger and a potential scolding? Or perhaps he feared her tenderness was merely fleeting. What if she became upset, and this blissful time vanished? In an instant, Li Jianjun's eyes turned red, as if a lump had lodged in his throat. He wanted to speak, but struggled to articulate his thoughts. His state of distress made the other 2 children uneasy. Shen Ning could not contain her laughter. Haha, I'm not teasing you anymore. There are still noodles in the pot. I've saved some for you, so make sure to eat your fill. The 2 children were so astonished that they immediately stood up, gazing up at the pot. Indeed, there was still a generous amount of noodle soup. Are you going to the market? Li Jianguo furrowed his brows in contemplation. Of course. I must devise ways to support our family. After finishing their bowls, the children drank the last of the broth, feeling their stomachs warm with the comforting soup, a light sheen of sweat forming on their foreheads. Placing the bowls and chopsticks in a basin, she turned to the 2 boys. I made breakfast, so you 2 will wash the dishes. Take your time eating. Ignoring their thoughts, the woman focused on her business. left them with a carefree silhouette as she picked up the empty basket from under the eaves and stepped outside. The sky had brightened considerably. She needed to hurry, or it would soon become hot when the sun emerged. The 3 children remaining in the kitchen, specifically the 2 brothers, exchanged glances. Brother, is she going to the market to buy food? Li Jiangguo took a bite of his egg, savoring the soft yolk that melted in his mouth. The egg is so fragrant. That must be the case. Li Jianju nodded, slurping a mouthful of noodles. Noodles made from white flour are truly delicious. He affirmed, yes. After all, isn't all the money in our father's hands? But hasn't it already been spent? With a mouthful of noodles, Jianjun looked up, confusion clouding his eyes. Brother, what did you just say? Seeing his younger brother's bewildered expression, Li Jiangguo shook his head in exasperation. Never mind, just eat your noodles. Xiaohua lifted her little face and giggled. Noodles, delicious. Meanwhile, Shen Ning hurriedly made her way towards the town, recalling the images in her mind. After a brisk walk of over half an hour, she finally glimpsed a bustling corner of the town. She felt fortunate that their village was relatively close to the town. Unlike some families who lived in distant areas, needing to walk 2 or 3 hours to reach the market. It was a small blessing amidst the challenges of life. The sky was bright, and the golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the earth as rising heat enveloped everything. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. The market was quite crowded today. It was a large gathering, especially now that people could freely buy and sell. The common folk, having been cooped up, were eager to venture out. However, everyone was impoverished, and the items available for trade were primarily those grown or raised at home. Shen Ning felt as though there were more sellers than buyers. Those who arrived early had already secured the best spots, and since she was selling soap, her location on this street was less than ideal. After a brief survey, she decided to head towards the supply and marketing cooperative, situated at a crossroads in the town center, a prime location bustling with foot traffic. This street had recently opened several self-operated shops, mostly selling food. But business was just average, as many locals were reluctant to spend money dining out. Yet, several alleyways nearby were well suited for commerce. Selecting a relatively busy alley, she used the burlap covering in her basket as a shield and retrieved the pre-purchased soap from within the market, holding it in her hands. In an instant, it attracted quite a few curious glances. The sizable bar of soap was indeed more than twice the size of her hand. Before she could even call out, someone approached. Sister, how much for this soap? Shen Ning shook her head and, with a smile amidst their confusion, replied, This is not just soap. It's scented soap. As she unwrapped the transparent plastic, a delightful floral fragrance wafted through the air. How fragrant! Exclaimed a nearby vendor selling eggs, her eyes lighting up in surprise. Indeed, my scented soap not only cleans thoroughly, producing abundant lather and rinsing easily with less water, but it also leaves a lingering fragrance afterward. It's a quality product. With each statement, the surrounding onlookers' eyes sparkled with interest. Soap is inherently a good product, and this one with added fragrance seemed even more appealing. However, despite recognizing its quality, no one dared to inquire about the price, likely fearing it would be too costly. Shen Ning maintained a calm demeanor, outwardly smiling while inwardly feeling a rising tide of panic. Surely, I haven't come all this way for nothing today? Sister, how much do you sell this scented soap for? Chapter 11. Business orders arrive. A woman in her 40s approached, carrying a basket, dressed in a simple dark blue work uniform and black cloth shoes. Though her attire was ordinary, it was notably cleaner and neater than others, without any patches. Her gaze fell upon the soap in Shen Ning's hands. May I touch it? Of course. Feel free to take a look. Shen Ning confidently handed over the soap. You can gauge its weight. This single bar of my scented soap is equivalent to 2 bars of the soap sold at the cooperative, and mine has a lovely fragrance. Once you try it, you'll understand its quality. The woman accepted the soap, noting its substantial weight and delightful scent. Shen Ning could see the surprise and admiration in her eyes. She was interested. This soap from the cooperative sells for 2 yuan 50 cents a bar. And you need a ticket. If you're genuinely interested, I can offer you this bar for just 4 yuan, no ticket required. The 4 yuan price made the woman hesitate. Sister, this scented soap is truly a quality product, and you can feel its weight. I'm selling it at a bargain. You can check in the city, and those scented soaps are not only smaller than mine, but also quite pricey. Leaning in closer, she whispered, This soap comes from a special source, crafted with care, durable and fragrant. It makes an impressive gift. The woman pondered for a moment. her hands weighing the bar of soap back and forth, as if attempting to discern the essence of a blooming flower. Shen Ning refrained from urging her, allowing her the space to contemplate. Can it be cut? The woman's inquiry startled her momentarily, but she quickly grasped the implication. Was she concerned that the soap might contain something dubious or perhaps the result of some unscrupulous craftsmanship? Certainly, if you wish, I can slice it open for you immediately. Rest assured, it is entirely soap. Should there be even a hint of something amiss, you need not purchase it. But are you certain you want this? As she broached this topic, the woman's expression remained fraught with doubt. Shen Ning's heart sank. It seemed this business deal was destined to fall through. Norus, take your time to consider. With a smile still gracing her face, Shen Ning took the soap from the woman's hand and placed it into a plastic bag. With so many people around, what if someone snatched the soap away? Where would she go to retrieve it? Yet, the woman did not leave. Her furrowed brow fixed upon the soap, indicating her lingering indecision. Shen Ning felt increasingly certain that her efforts might be in vain. Miss, are you selling soap? A woman from the crowd peeked through, her eyes alight with surprise. Fear not. There are inquiries. This soap is delightful. You may take a look. One piece of my soap is worth 2, and I have 4 pieces that do not require tickets, all of excellent quality. Upon hearing the price of 4 yuan, the woman furrowed her brow in response. Shen Ning's heart sank. Surely, she could not allow her to sell at a loss. It would be better to keep it for herself. May I take a look at it? Of course, feel free to examine it. My goods can withstand scrutiny. The woman took the soap into her hands, inspecting it thoroughly, even weighing it occasionally. It is indeed quite heavy. Her expression remained unchanged as she looked at Shen Ning. Can we cut it open to see the inside? Absolutely. If you wish, I can cut it for you right now. If it is different inside and out, I will not charge you. With the same assurance, Shen Ning maintained her composure, exuding confidence akin to gold that withstands the test of fire. Where is the knife? Or you may tell me where to cut. Perfect. I have just sharpened my knife. The blade is quite sharp. The woman eagerly retrieved a darkened kitchen knife from her basket, its freshly sharpened edge gleaming with a sharp light. Shen Ning raised an eyebrow. Are you certain you want to proceed? If so, you may cut it. Of course, why would I not? The woman declared, taking the soap from Shen Ning and decisively slicing it in half with a single stroke. The sharp knife proved its worth, cleaving the soap effortlessly. Shen Ning's heart sank at that moment. However, the soap did not disappoint. It was entirely solid, free from any adulteration. This soap is honest. The woman beamed, immediately producing a crumpled wad of cash from her pocket. 1 cent, 2 cents, 5 cents, 1 dime, 2 dimes, and 50 cents. That's the largest bill. She counted out 4 yuan and handed it to Shen Ning. Miss, please check. Shen Ning accepted the stack of bills with a polite smile. No need to worry. You counted it correctly, I observed. Oh, you should count it just to be sure. We must settle the transaction properly. Before Shen Ning could respond, the woman who had been fixated on the soap grasped the other woman's wrist. Miss, you surely need both pieces. Sell me one. As I was just contemplating buying. You're quite amusing, standing there for so long without buying, and now I have purchased it. Yet you complain. If it can't be sold, I am merely helping out. The woman hurriedly tucked the soap into her bosom and scurried away. Shen Ning, having successfully completed the sale, felt a surge of joy as she clutched the crumpled bills and prepared to leave. Hey, wait for me. An elderly woman approached, affectionately linking her arm with Shen Ning's. Do you have more of that soap? Of course, I have plenty in the points market. Moreover, she had just received 3 points from Xiao Hua that morning. However, she was not inclined to exchange them now. A hint of hesitation crossed her face as she replied, At the moment, I only brought 1. Upon hearing this, the woman realized that Shen Ning still had some in stock, or at least knew where to procure more. She immediately became exceedingly enthusiastic. To be honest, I genuinely want to buy some. My son is looking for a bride, and expenses are mounting. We must consider everything. Alas, every family has its struggles. Shen Ning seemed touched by the woman's sincerity. Indeed, life is not easy. If you're truly interested, let's meet here at the same time tomorrow. With a verbal agreement reached, both parties were quite satisfied. They engaged in pleasant conversation, yet in a fleeting moment, an observant onlooker caught a clear glimpse of them. Shu Fun, hurry up. The good stuff will be snatched away. Wei Shulan tugged at her sister, but instead, they found themselves drawn closer, curious to follow her gaze. What is up? Did you see something? Wei Shufan pointed to the alley across the way. Sister, look, isn't that Shen Ning? Upon closer inspection, indeed, that is San Di Mei. The woman beside her looks familiar. A light bulb went off in her mind. Ah, I remember now. She seems to be the well-known matchmaker from the street corner. Chapter 12. Selling Xiaohua? Did you three siblings not accompany your mother to the market? Li Jiangua asked as he strolled with his younger siblings past the large banyan tree, where several village women were seated. They could not resist teasing the trio. Before they could respond, the women continued. Where is your mother? Did she go to the town without you? A mocking voice chimed in. It was Lu Pezi, the village gossip. What mother? With a stepmother comes a stepfather. With a father gone, what mother remains? Though her words were harsh, they rang true. Her slightly wrinkled eyelids concealed much of her gaze, which was filled with malicious intrigue. I heard that your stepmother went to town today to seek a matchmaker. She may soon find a new husband. When Lu Chanhua's remark broke the air, the surrounding women gasped in shock. Are you serious? The third brother's wife is really planning to remarry? How come I didn't hear any rumors? Yet it made sense. She was still quite young, and the three children were not her own. The words were somewhat restrained, but according to their logic. Who among the village's young women would willingly take on the burden of three children? Especially not a lazy woman like Shen Ning, with a house full of leaks. Without a man to support her, she was bound to starve. Upon hearing this news, Li Jiangua felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, suddenly understanding everything. A wave of indignation surged within him. So that's why this woman has been so kind to us lately, cooking us eggs and noodles, only to abandon us for remarriage. However, he thought those three children were old enough to help with chores around the house. Lu Chanhua's gaze fell upon the youngest, Xiaohua, assessing her thoughtfully. A mischievous smile crept upon her lips, revealing a hint of adult malice. Xiaohua, although you are a girl, with those big eyes and petite features, you will surely grow into a beauty. The conversation took a sudden turn as someone half-jokingly remarked that sending someone off to another family early on would not only relieve a burden, but also yield a handsome betrothal gift. It seemed that the wife of the third son might have such intentions. Though the children were still young, they could comprehend the implications of such words. In an instant, the expressions of the children shifted. Xiaohua's face displayed terror, her large eyes brimming with tears, and her small hands clutched tightly at the hem of Lao Er's garment. Witnessing the fear in the children, someone attempted to diffuse the tension, suggesting they refrain from making such comments that frightened the little ones. However, upon hearing the rebuttal, Lu Chanhua became indignant, her voice rising in pitch. What nonsense are you speaking? I distinctly saw the wife of the third son heading to the west side of the village that day. Zhou Kezi himself mentioned it. His family has prepared 20 yuan for their son's betrothal. 20 yuan was indeed a considerable sum. Yet, it was not easily obtained, as Zhou Kezi's son was rather simple-minded, still wetting his pants at 12 years old. Who would want to marry into such a family, destined to a lifetime of servitude? Thus, the 20 yuan had been saved up by Zhou Kezi for quite some time. Suitable candidates for marriage were scarce, compelling them to seek out younger girls. The younger the better for their aims. Although child brides were officially forbidden, the practice of exchanging children for marriage and raising young brides remained prevalent in rural areas. For the orphan Li Xiaohua, her greatest value lay in being exchanged for a betrothal gift. Absolutely not. I will never allow my sister to be exchanged to the Zhou family. Li Jiangguo roared like a small beast ignited with rage, baring his sharp teeth, ready to pounce and tear a piece from these meddlesome women. Indeed, no one shall sell my sister. Li Jianjun firmly shielded his sister behind him, resembling a hen protecting her chicks. Jianjun Xiaohua, let's go. Before departing, he shot a fierce glare at Lu Chanhua, infuriating her further. Hey, you little brat. Glare at me again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. You ungrateful wretch, raised without a father or mother. Little Zhang Wo tightly covered Xiaohua's ears. Yet, the piercing insults from those around them seemed to penetrate everywhere, leaving them nowhere to hide. Meanwhile, Shen Ning, after selling a large chunk of soap, clutched her freshly earned 4 yuan, finally able to contribute something to her impoverished household. She purchased 10 jin of old rice for 1 yuan 50, spent 2 yuan 20 on 3 jin of oil, leaving her with 30 cents. Tears welled up. Money had never felt so precious. She bought 30 cents worth of fruit candy, which turned out to be 6 pieces. Soon, she envisioned herself indulging in a shopping spree at the market, acquiring treasures to sell on the street, a venture with no risk, only profit. The July sun was relentless, and within an hour, it had already become quite fierce. The heat reddened her cheeks, and beads of sweat dripped from her forehead. She quickened her pace, hoping to reach home before the sun reached its zenith to avoid heat stroke. Fortunately, her load was not too heavy, and upon arriving at Xiao village, it was still before mealtime, with farmers toiling in the fields. Shen Ning approached and knocked on the door, her hand already reaching into her pocket for the candies. "Open the door and see what wonderful things I brought you." With a creak, the door swung open, but instead of greeted by youthful faces, she was met with a long wooden stick. Leading the charge was Li Jianguo, his eyes ablaze with fury, followed closely by Li Jianjun, also wielding a stick. The children, who had been momentarily swayed by the promise of treats, now stood armored and defiant, regarding her as if she were a bitter enemy. Even Xiao Hua wore a fearful expression. Shen Ning's heart sank. She had merely gone to the town. What on earth had transpired? "What are you doing?" Li Jianguo huffed heavily. "This has nothing to do with you. You are not allowed to enter our home." Chapter 13. Direct Confrontation. Shen Ning was utterly bewildered. What were these three little ones up to? What had she done to deserve this? Something was amiss, very amiss. "I just went to town to buy a few items. What is going on with you?" Her thoughts paused as a realization struck her, her expression growing solemn. "Did someone come by? Has someone been spreading lies? Don't pretend to be innocent. I will not allow you to sell Xiaohua." Sell Xiaohua? That seems to have been the original owner's intention, only to have failed, which eventually led to all the tragic events. But she had never harbored such thoughts. "Who told you that? What did I ever want to sell Xiaohua? Who has been gossiping in front of you?" Perhaps her demeanor was too serious and fierce. It was not the first time anger had flared over such matters, but it was the first time it had occurred due to this. The three little ones instinctively sensed something was off. Lai Jianjun weakly spoke up. "Aunt Lu said so. She claimed you wanted to sell Xiaohua to Zhou Kezi to be a wife for his fool of a son." "Aunt Lu?" Shen Ning momentarily struggled to place the name. Li Jianguo furrowed his brows, saying, "That S. Lu Chunhua." She saw it with her own eyes. "Do you think you could deceive us?" Damn Lu Chunhua, spreading rumors before the children. How infuriating. Enraged, she dropped her basket and snatched the stick from Li Jianguo's hand, rushing toward Lu Chunhua's home. Following her memory, she hastened her steps. She would not be silent. All the way, she raised her voice, determined to make this a grand affair. "Lu Chunhua, come out, you shameless wretch. Is it your pleasure to bully an orphan mother and child? Everyone come see. Lu Chunhua is an old hag without shame. Today, I shall tear your mouth apart." The commotion inevitably attracted the attention of the neighbors, who emerged to witness the spectacle. With a resounding bang, she pounded on the door with great force. The wooden door, seeming barely able to withstand her assault, swaying precariously. "Who is it? What do you want?" came Lu Chunhua's voice from within, and just as she unlatched the door, it was kicked open. "Oh no!" A startled cry escaped as the person inside stumbled and fell. Before they could react, Shen Ning had already mounted them, delivering slaps to their face. "Today, I will tear your mouth apart. Always spouting nonsense, daring to threaten my child. I will beat you to death, you vile wretch." Shen Ning was genuinely furious, just when she had managed to be somewhat kind to the children, changing their perception of her in the process. This meddlesome woman ruined everything. Oh! Lu Chunhua was caught completely off guard by this sudden attack, unable to fight back, merely defending herself while wailing in distress. "This is what you get for spreading lies. I will tear you apart." Fists and slaps rained down upon her, the assault relentless, resembling a one-sided slaughter. Stop! The villagers watching, fearing the situation would escalate into something more serious, rushed in to intervene. "Third sister-in-law, please stop. There is no need for violence." "Yes, what is there to discuss? Please get up." Shen Ning, possessing considerable strength, was only pulled off after 3 or 4 women intervened. Li Jianguo, feeling uneasy, had brought his siblings along, only to witness the pandemonium unfolding at Lu Chunhua's home. The sounds of pleading, cursing, and attempts to mediate filled the air. The small group of children edged closer, discovering that indeed, the woman had pinned Lu Chunhua to the ground and was striking her. Lu Chunhua's hair was disheveled, her face swollen and red, covered in dirt, a pitiful sight. "Shen Ning, you wretched person, how dare you strike me? I shall retaliate." Lu Chunhua, having been helped up, felt invigorated and was ready to seek vengeance. Shen Ning was undeterred. Although several individuals attempted to mediate, her hands were incapacitated, yet her legs remained functional. With a swift kick, she struck Lu Chunhua in the abdomen, causing her to stagger back several steps. Come on, today I shall tear your mouth apart. You prattle on incessantly, as if you've swallowed filth. And if you don't gossip about others, you feel as though you might perish. Why don't you speak of your man who spends his days in the widow's bed? If you cannot control your own man, don't take your frustrations out on me. Let me tell you, that will not do. Several onlookers struggled to suppress their amusement. In truth, this incident was not particularly surprising in the village. After all, where there are widows, there are disputes. Lu Chunhua's husband had been seen with widow Luo on multiple occasions. However, no one dared to speak of it so openly as Shen Ning did. At this moment, Lu Chunhua felt her dignity slip away. You insolent little wretch, what nonsense are you spewing? Shen Ning laughed derisively, as if to say, do you think no one knows your sordid affairs? Just yesterday, I saw you and Feng Laolu sneaking into the cornfield. What was it? Was it more comfortable there? As if a switch had been flipped, the crowd erupted into laughter, unable to contain themselves. Lu Chunhua's face flushed an angry red, her eyes bulging like a bull's, her fury palpable. I shall tear you apart. How dare you speak such lies? Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Today, if I do not knock out your teeth, I shall not bear the surname Shan. The two women were like firecrackers, igniting at the slightest provocation, and bystanders had to intervene to prevent an all-out brawl. Enough, enough. We are all from the same village. Let's keep our voices down. It's all a misunderstanding. Let us calm down. No fighting, no fighting. Many people intervened, preventing them from physically clashing, but verbal assaults continued. Lu Chunhua exclaimed, what cornfield? You're talking nonsense. Shen Ning retorted, unable to manage your own man's affairs. You've taken to meddling in others' business. You seem to revel in it. I want to kill her. I want to kill that wretched woman. Isn't it just about who can shout louder and spout more nonsense? Shen Ning felt no pressure. She had seen enough dramas and videos to understand how to handle such situations. Just then, a voice cried from the entrance, don't fight. Uncle Fuqian has arrived. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to see the village head, Zhao Fuqian, who had rushed in from the fields, still clutching a hoe. Clearly having just received news of the commotion. What's going on here? All of you stop. This is unacceptable. Zhao Fuqian's gaze swept over the crowd, exuding the unique authority of a village leader. We don't know. They were already fighting when we got here, someone explained, though the details were vague. I know that my husband has passed, leaving us orphans and widows. With no support from either family, we can be bullied by anyone. Let me tell you, Shen Ning, am not a pushover. As she spoke, her eyes glared fiercely at Lu Chunhua, as if she wished to devour her. Lu Chunhua, I warn you, if you speak ill in front of my children again, I will strike you every time I hear it. I have nothing left to lose but my life. And if I must die, I will take several with me. In the heat of the argument, she displayed a fearless determination, which was quite intimidating. When did I say anything about you? Why are you here causing a scene? Come on, I am not afraid of you. Lu Chunhua defiantly raised her chin, but her eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. You dare act boldly while hiding? Today I will end you. Enough, enough. Everyone, cease your actions. The village head's furious roar temporarily quelled the discord. Shen Ning pointed at Lu Chunhua, accusing her of saying she would sell her daughter, Xiaohua, to the family of Zhou Keizi. Uncle, what does she mean by that? Isn't it clear she cannot bear to see us happy? I'm not speaking nonsense. Who doesn't he know you wish to rid yourself of these three burdens? What are you pretending to be here? Enough. Zhao Fuqian glared at Lu Chunhua, well aware of her notorious reputation for spreading gossip. She had caused considerable trouble in the village with her loose tongue. This time, she had truly gone too far, especially given that the woman had just lost her husband. Speaking such words was akin to stabbing her in the heart. How can you act this way? You are supposed to be an elder. Can't you see how much you are hurting others? You dare to speak such things in front of her children? Do you have no conscience? If it were up to me, you would be the one to blame for this mess. What is going on? What happened? Sun Shujin entered and was taken aback to find the village head present and his wife in utter disarray. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He knew it must be his wife who had instigated the trouble. Uncle, what is happening? Zhao Fuqian shot him a fierce glare. Manage your own wife. She speaks without thinking, and her words are hurtful. It's disgraceful to bully widows and orphans. What did I say wrong? I merely saw her at Zhou Keizi's house. Who doesn't he know he offers 20 yuan to marry off his son? I suspect she's after that 20 yuan. Shen Ning was unyielding. And I saw you sneaking into the cornfield with Feng Laolu. So you're after him now, aren't you? The moment she said this, Sun Shu Jin's expression darkened. What man would tolerate being cuckolded? With a swift motion, he slapped Lu Chunhua, knocking her head askew, exacerbating her already swollen face. Well done, Sun Shu Jin. How dare you strike me? I will not let this go. Lu Chunhua redirected her fury toward her husband. You think I am unaware of your affair with that widow? You dare to hit me, and now I have nothing left to lose. The couple erupted into chaos again, and the crowd scrambled to intervene and mediate. The scene grew increasingly chaotic. Ultimately, it was the village head's authority that compelled both parties to step back, suppressing the conflict. This matter ends here. No one is to mention it again. He warned Lu Chunhua to manage her own tongue. Shen Ning, triumphant as a victorious rooster, held her head high and let out a satisfied huff before approaching the three children. Ding! Li Jianguo's favorability increased by 5. Ding! Li Jianjun's favorability increased by 5. Ding! Li Xiaohua's favorability increased by 10. My goodness! Favorability skyrocketed to 20. All thanks to my wonderful children. As she marveled internally, the three children looked at her with wide eyes, filled with astonishment and admiration. Yes, indeed, admiration. Who would have thought that this woman would stand up for them in a fight? Xiao Hua timidly stepped forward, her big eyes brimming with hope. Auntie, you really won to sell me, will you? The child had lost her mother at a young age, and now faced the loss of her father, left only with a woman who had once been harsh. Shen Ning understood their need for security. She immediately knelt down and embraced the child tightly, gently patting her back. The gentle voice soothed Xiao Hua, assuring her that she would not be sold, nor would her two brothers. They were all her children, and she would raise them with care. This heartfelt declaration deeply moved those present, even softening the heart of little Li Jianguo. Just as their family departed, others could not restrain themselves from gossiping. The third daughter-in-law truly was formidable. Indeed, when it came to fighting, she was utterly fearless. Just look at how badly Lu Chunhua was beaten today. TSK. If you ask me, she brought it upon herself, always running her mouth without restraint. Say, do you think that third daughter-in-law will really take care of three dependents? Who knows? Let us just wait and see. As for the matter between Lu Chunhua and Feng Laolu, who can say if it's true? Why not go watch the cornfield then? Haha. Chapter 15. Li Dui is still alive. You three, come here. I have something wonderful for you. Shen Ning's mysterious demeanor heightened the children's anticipation, and they instinctively drew closer. With a swift motion, she revealed several colorful candies from her pocket. Today, I went to town and bought these fruit candies for you, one for each of you. The children's eyes widened in delight, visibly astonished. Li Jianjun could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Wow, fruit candies." Li Jianguo cautiously inquired, "Are you really giving these to us?" Silly goose. Shen Ning ruffled their hair, placing a candy in each of their hands. Of course it's for you. How could it not be? As they unwrapped the colorful wrappers, the round candies melted in their mouths, filling them with sweetness and joy, causing them to squint with happiness. Especially Xiao Hua, who envied the village's little chubby boy, whose grandmother always treated him to white sugar and raved about its sweetness. She had never tasted white sugar herself. In her grandmother's house, treats were always locked away, never to be shared, except for once when she found a stray granule that quickly melted away, leaving her with no taste of it. To her surprise, Nai had bought them fruit candies, far more delicious than the white sugar the little chubby boy enjoyed, and the wrappers were so beautiful. Ding! Li Xiaohua's affection level, 10. Shen Ning's eyes sparkled as she marveled at how well-behaved her daughter was. With a gentle smile, she asked, "Is it delicious?" "Yes, it's so good." Xiao Hua was the first to respond enthusiastically, while the other two nodded in agreement. "You three play with your sister for a bit. I need to prepare lunch." After several meals of noodles, this southern girl could no longer bear it. She needed rice. The old rice was somewhat yellowed, certainly not the pearl rice sold in the points market. Long grain rice was delicious, but she needed to earn more points. After rinsing the rice twice, she poured it into a large pot to cook. Now, with 30 points at her disposal, she exchanged them for 3 eggs in the points market, intending to make an egg custard. The custard made with rice broth was the most tender, spending 3 points. She also exchanged for a large bottle of soy sauce, totaling 7 points, leaving her with 23 points remaining. She needed to plan carefully how to use them. Cracking the eggs into a bowl, she added a pinch of salt and a dash of lard, whisking until the mixture was smooth. She set it aside. She peeled the loofah, slicing it into thick pieces, while cutting the fatty meat into slices and the lean meat into shreds. With the vegetables prepared, the rice in the pot had softened. She drained it, reserving the rice broth in a large basin. This rice broth was a precious commodity. In these times of scarcity, everything was valuable. Heating oil in a pan, she sauteed the fatty meat until it released some grease, then added the shredded lean meat, stir-frying until just cooked through before adding the sliced loofah. Seasoning with soy sauce and salt, she cooked it thoroughly before removing it from the heat. Scooping a ladle of water into a pot, she placed a steaming rack inside and poured in the drained rice, needing to steam it a bit longer to ensure it was fully cooked. She combined the rice broth with the eggs, mixing well before placing it beside the rice to steam together. After all her efforts, the three little friends leaning against the doorframe were practically drooling. Suddenly, the sweetness of the fruit candies paled in comparison. This was meat. Would they really get to eat meat for lunch today? Are you hungry? It will be ready soon. First, let's wash our hands. Shen Ning could not help but smile at the sight of these little gluttons. She filled a basin with clean water, taking a piece of soap and placing it under the eaves. The three children hesitated, unsure. Soap was such a precious item. Were they really going to use it? Hurry up, Jangwo, you're the eldest. Help your siblings wash their hands. Each child received a generous bowl of plain white rice. Nothing added, no sweet potatoes, no pumpkins, just plain rice. Yet their eyes were fixated on the large plate of stir-fried loofah and meat on the table. It was filled with meat, not mincemeat, not diced meat, but shredded meat. It's coming, be careful, it's hot. Shen Ning carefully wrapped the bowl with a cloth and placed it on the table. The steaming, tender egg custard resembled pudding. She sliced it into pieces, drizzling soy sauce and sprinkling green onions, nearly intoxicating the children with its aroma. Here, try the egg custard I made. She served each of them a generous spoonful in their bowls, urging them to eat, but to blow on it first. She also placed some meat in their bowls, noticing their cautious movements were almost too careful, evoking a slight pang of sorrow. Ding. Li Xiaohua's affection level, 10. Ding. Li Jianjun's affection level, 5. Oh, the little foodie's affection is easy to gain. Eat up. Ding. Li Jiangguo's affection level, 2. Shen Ning was quite surprised to see Li Jiangguo, who was focused on eating. He appeared expressionless, yet there was something remarkable beneath the surface. Amidst the shattered, desolate ruins, a group of soldiers clad in green uniforms was tirelessly searching for something. There are still people. A sudden exclamation sent most of the soldiers rushing over with various tools. They dug and lifted, desperately trying to clear the debris. Be careful. I could see a hand, as another large stone slab was raised. They hoped to rescue the trapped individual, but the next moment, with a thunderous crash, the entire structure collapsed again. Quick, bring in machines. Soon, someone arrived with a jack, and after much effort, hope dwindled as they feared the person trapped below might not survive. To their astonishment, after clearing the rubble, a miracle occurred. There was a large pit, and a stone pillar had fortuitously shielded most of the individual from harm. The person was still alive, though a wooden stick had pierced his abdomen, blood seeping into the surrounding mud. It's Li Dui. Quick, save him. Medical team members rushed over with a stretcher, quickly assessing the situation and carefully placing him onto it. Hurry, get him to the hospital. Chapter 16. Who can resist the sweet temptation? Commander, the wounds of the injured have been treated. Fortunately, the wooden stick did not damage any vital organs in the abdomen, so it is not severe. The more serious concern is that we found evidence of a heavy blow to the back of the head. After the lead doctor finished speaking, the expressions of the group turned grave. The fear was that there might be internal injuries. Externally, only bruising was visible from the impact, and they could only hope he would survive the night. The middle-aged man, referred to as the commander, furrowed his brow tightly, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. What to say? If they could endure through tonight and awaken in the morning, that would be best. If not, the worst must be anticipated. Healing must be pursued with utmost vigor. Lying in the room, Shen Ning felt utterly exhausted, her mind racing incessantly. She had accumulated 40 points. She truly felt wealthy. Naturally, she intended to indulge in some shopping. The foremost item on her list was to purchase undergarments. Who would understand the plight of her family? Day after day, she wore the oversized shorts made by the original owner, which had become loose and saggy over time, leaving her feeling quite exposed. It was utterly embarrassing. Moreover, she had no suitable clothing for the 3 children either. There simply were no conditions to be choosy. Women's underwear cost 3 points each, while children's garments cost 2 points apiece. She quickly spent 9 points. Her fingers glided over the clothes that had emerged. The garments worn by the children were evidently resized adult clothes, washed numerous times until the fabric had become quite stiff. Fortunately, it was summer, and, thankfully, children's clothing was not overly expensive, 5 points per piece, which she could still afford. The 2 boys each received a military green outfit, a color favored by most children in this era, ensuring their new clothes would not stand out too much. She truly was the best stepmother in the universe. As for the little girl, she naturally selected a lovely pink hue. This was not for the sake of the children, but purely to earn their affection. Indeed, she also needed to buy herself a piece of lingerie, costing 10 points. It pained her greatly. With a sigh, she realized she had only 6 points left. After purchasing 2 pounds of rice, a lighter, and a large cabbage, she was back to being broke. With a creak, the gate to the yard made a sound. Upon stepping outside, she saw the 2 boys in front, laboriously lifting a bucket of water with wooden sticks, while the little girl, Xiao Hua, cradled a large earthen jar in her arms. It was obvious that it too was filled with water. "Ah, did you go fetch water?" Shen Ning was genuinely astonished. "Who sent you? The well and river are so dangerous. Didn't I expressly tell you not to go?" She could hardly believe it. If they accidentally fell in, the consequences would be dire. The 3 children had not anticipated such a strong reaction from her, nor the severity of her expression. Had they done something wrong? Xiao Hua's fear was evident on her face. Sighing deeply, Shen Ning bent down and lifted the bucket of water they were carrying. As she walked, she softened her tone, explaining, "The well is so deep and the surrounding area is slippery. If you fall in, you won't be able to climb out on your own. And what if you fall into the river? Is your life not worth saving?" She shot a glare at one of the boys, who immediately wilted under her gaze. Pouring the water into the tank, she did not miss the indignant expression on Li Jiangwo's face behind her. Sitting on a bench, she gathered the children before her to discuss the importance of safety. "I understand your intentions are to help me and contribute to the family, right?" Her gaze fell on the eldest. He pursed his lips, but nodded. The 2nd and 3rd boys followed suit and nodded as well. "Your desire to assist is commendable. However, both the well and the river pose great dangers. I do not want any of you to get hurt. Please remember, your safety must always come first in any endeavor." She reached out to ruffle Jianjun's little head. "Never think that just because you can swim, you are invincible. As the saying goes, even those who can swim can drown." After speaking, she gently patted Li Jiangwo's shoulder. "Jiangwo, as the older brother, you must look after your siblings and lead by example. Avoid dangerous places, do you understand?" Since their father brought them to this village, no one had spoken such caring words to them. The children were taken aback by their stepmother's unexpected concern. "Yes, I understand," Jiangwo replied. Shen Ning smiled, pleased with their compliance. "Now, as a reward for helping me fetch water today, I have something for you." They were bewildered. She had just scolded them, yet now there was a reward. She beckoned them to follow her into the house. "Here, this is for Jiangwo, and this is for Jianjun." The 2 boys' eyes sparkled with delight as they held their brand new military green shirts. "Is this really our new clothes?" Jiangwo exclaimed, his small eyes wide with wonder as he touched the fabric, utterly enamored. The new clothes were truly beautiful. Indeed, one for each of you. Try them on and see if they fit." Xiao Hua gazed longingly, envious of her brothers. It was normal for her not to have anything. When her brothers outgrew their clothes, they would be saved for her. This was how things were in this era. The younger ones always wore the hand-me-downs of the older. Dang. Xiao Hua, look, what is this? A lovely pink garment fluttered before her eyes, igniting a spark of joy. Wow, how beautiful. Ding. Li Xiao Hua's affection level 10. She knew it. Xiao Hua was the most obedient. "Of course, I haven't forgotten about you, Xiao Hua. Doesn't it look lovely? You'll wear it beautifully. Don't you like it?" "Yes, I like it. It's a beautiful dress." Ding. Li Xiao Hua's affection level 10. Oh my. She had just earned 20 points. And there were also the little undergarments, one for each of them to wear after their baths tonight. Ding. Li Jiangwo's affection level 5. Ding. Li Jianjun's affection level 10. A total of 35 points. Shen Ning felt as if she were about to burst with excitement. She had truly hit the jackpot. Sweetening the deal with children was the most effective approach. To celebrate, she promised to prepare a delicious meal for them that evening. Chapter 17. The reward for the young man dinner was simply a large pot of white rice. The midday rice had not been particularly enjoyable, but having added pearl rice purchased from the marketplace, it appeared far more appetizing once steamed. Even the rice water had thickened significantly, emanating an enticing aroma. Heating the oil in a cold pan, she added the chopped cabbage, seasoning it with soy sauce and salt. The children's digestive systems were delicate. Having enjoyed a hearty meal with meat and eggs at noon, they could not indulge in such sustenance at every meal, as it might upset their stomachs. They needed to be nurtured gradually. Especially in the evening, a lighter meal was essential. When the three children saw the stir-fried cabbage on the table, they did not display any disappointment. Who could afford to have meat and eggs at every meal? A bowl of white rice was already a blessing. I'll prepare something tasty for you tomorrow morning. Tonight, let us keep it simple. Li Jianjun quickly shook his head, grinning widely with his bright white teeth. It's white rice. It smells so good. He inhaled deeply, as if what lay before him was not mere rice, but some exquisite delicacy. Even Li Jianguo softly murmured in agreement. The plain white rice, devoid of any embellishments, seemed even more delectable than at noon. It was soft and delightful. This was a luxury they had never dared to imagine, even at their grandmother's house, where simply dipping white rice in sweet potato was considered a treat. However, witnessing this scene, Shen Ning felt a pang of heartbreak. These children were so easy to please. Then eat up, there is more rice in the pot. Xiao Hua stuffed her mouth full, her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster. Jiao jiao jiao, nyang nyang, will we still be able to eat rice tomorrow? She smiled as she lightly tapped her finger on her nose. Of course, tomorrow Nyang Nyang will prepare delicious food for you. After the meal, the task of washing the dishes was handed over to the two little ones, while Shen Ning took the opportunity to fetch water for Xiaohua's bath. The fragrant soap lathered into foam, cleansing her from head to toe until she was spotless. Only then did she take out the little panties and pink short-sleeve shirt bought today to dress her. At such a tender age, Li Xiaohua did not quite understand the reason behind it, but Shen Ning's serious demeanor led her to instinctively recognize the gravity of the situation. She nodded obediently, yes. Nyang Yang, I remember, I must not touch the little pants. With a freshly washed face, her cheeks were tender and pale, and her big, dark eyes sparkled with cuteness. Muma, unable to resist, she planted a kiss on Xiaohua's cheek. The little girl was taken aback, but soon brightened up, her eyes crinkling with joy at the affectionate gesture. Our Xiaohua is truly well-behaved. When the two little boys finished their baths, it was finally Shen Ning's turn to freshen up. Outside, the sky had turned completely dark, and in the dim light of the oil lamp, the night enveloped her with a sense of security. She carried a large bucket of hot water to a small shelter set up in the yard. It was an old pigsty that had been slightly modified, serving as a decent makeshift bathing area. Just as she prepared to undress, a rustling sound caught her attention. It came from outside the yard, like someone stepping on a broken branch. Her senses were sharp. In an instant, she called out, Jiangua, bring me a scoop of cold water. This water is too hot. As she spoke, she lifted the curtain and stepped outside, coming face to face with Li Jiangua, who had just emerged from the kitchen, holding a gourd ladle filled to the brim with water. Shen Ning continued her complaints, seemingly oblivious to his presence. However, her gestures spoke differently as she pointed to the shoulder pole leaning against the wall and then indicated towards the yard outside. Li Jiangwu instantly understood, placed down the ladle, and promptly retrieved a sturdy wooden stick from the pile of firewood. I'm here. Why are you so particular? You ungrateful brat. I provide you with food and comfort, and this is the attitude you give me? You can't even fetch a scoop of water, truly. After muttering a few complaints, the sounds in the yard quieted down. It seemed she had managed to scoop the water and was about to come in a bathe. Outside, a shadow crept forward, tiptoeing and peeking through the gaps in the wooden boards. With a loud bang, a wooden stick struck the man on the head. Ouch! You're done for. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The blows rained down as Shen Ning struck with all her might, not caring who it was. Anyone daring to climb the wall would face her wrath. Another thick wooden stick joined in, landing blow after blow on the man. Ouch, ouch! The man, beaten and retreating, could only whimper in despair, hastily fleeing into the darkness. Go away. If you dare to scale my wall again, I'll gouge out your eyeballs and crush them. You shameless cur. In the dim light, his expression was hard to discern, but it was evident that he stiffened, seemingly unaccustomed to such intimate contact. Nyang Nyang. Shen Ning was taken aback. This was the first time Li Jianghua had called her that since she arrived in this world. From the beginning, he had been like a prickly little beast, but now, the mountain of prejudice was gradually melting away, filling her with a sense of accomplishment. His voice carried a hint of anticipation. What's wrong? I'll guard outside. Nyang Nyang, you go wash up. A flicker of warmth filled her heart. She raised an eyebrow at the little boy. Aren't you afraid out here in the dark? He firmly shook his head, puffing out his chest, unafraid. Knowing someone was watching over her eased her worries a bit. Fine, I'll prop the door. Just call me if anything happens. With her hand in her pocket, she discreetly retrieved a piece of fruit candy from the point shop. Here, open your hand. Li Jianghua, puzzled, obediently opened his palm. A red, candy-wrapped treat landed in his hand. This is a reward for our brave young man. Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered, keep it a secret. Don't let air and sand see, or they LL cry. Despite the darkness surrounding them, with only a few faint stars twinkling overhead, she would always remember her Nyang Nyang-esque smile, which radiated warmth like a glowing presence. Ding! Li Jianghua's affection level. 50. Chapter 18. Encountering a beggar. You can redeem points. 85. Welcome to purchase items. With such a bounty of points, I've struck it rich. Who knew that the little fellow, Li Jianghua, would be so prideful? On the surface, he appears cool and aloof, yet inside, he is a warm-hearted boy. Just a small piece of fruit candy thrilled him so much. Alas, what pitiful children they all are. For breakfast, I bought a bag of frozen red bean buns from the shop, costing 6 points for a dozen. They're not very large, about the size of half a palm, but filled with sweet red bean paste. Children can hardly resist sweets. 3 for each child is just right. I scooped a large ladle of water into the pot, placed the steaming rack inside, and set the red bean buns on top, covering it with a lid before sitting down at the stove. Yesterday, I exchanged for a lighter, which is far superior to matches. I'm grateful for the point shop. Otherwise, I can't imagine how inconvenient it would be in this era. Nyang Nyang. Let me light the fire. Just a wall away from the kitchen, the sound she made roused Li Jianghua from his sleep. Jianghua, why are you up so early? Looking out, it was still dark. It must be just past 5. Children shouldn't wake up so early. Lack of sleep stunts their growth, making them short. Li Jianghua's little body stiffened. His eyes flickered, and a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. Boys are indeed sensitive about their height, even at a young age. Shen Ning chuckled softly, teasing him. All right, I was just joking. You should wake up so early. Children should sleep a bit longer. The original owner never took a break, expecting 3 children to do many things. If she woke up before them, she would be met with a barrage of scolding. Yet, she herself was also quite lazy, so she didn't know where she got the face to complain. Ding! Li Jianghua's affection level. 10. A busy morning also earned her 4 points. What a bargain. To express her gratitude to the children, she decided to buy another bag of red bean buns. If they were to eat, they might as well eat well. I'll take a short nap. Breakfast is on the stove. When you wake up, remember to help your younger siblings wash their faces and hands before eating. You look puzzled. Nyang Nyang, what about you? Oh, I'm heading to the town to do some small business. We have to make a living, so don't listen to those gossiping mouths. Li Jianghua nodded, his heart churning with emotions. Yesterday, they shouldn't have treated Nyang Nyang that way. He paused, turning to look at the person behind the stove, who revealed only half of her face, illuminated by the warm orange light. Nyang Nyang, I'm sorry for yesterday. After saying this, he quickly turned and dashed into the room, his ears flushed red. Shen Ning was momentarily stunned. When she looked up, the door had already closed. She couldn't help but smile, finding him both adorable and awkward. Rising, she opened another bag of red bean buns and placed them into the steamer. Purchased soap for 4 pieces, costing 12 points, remaining 71 points. The soap went in the basket, and she held 5 steamed red bean buns wrapped in paper, eating one as she walked. The dough was soft, and the filling was both sandy and sweet, even better than what she had bought at the supermarket before. The goods from this point shop are truly remarkable. Mother, how fragrant. I too yearn for Bowsy. The sky is a lovely azure. And even though the sun has yet to fully rise, the path and the pedestrians are clearly visible. The sight of Shen Ning enjoying her food is particularly enticing, especially the plump, white Bowsy, which is strikingly vivid. It is enough to make the children walking nearby drool with envy. A woman, troubled by her child's clamoring, approaches Shen Ning with a smile. Sister, where did you buy these Bowsy? They smell absolutely delightful. Most of the food one encounters on the road is homemade, and her inquiry is merely a customary conversation starter. Under normal circumstances, anyone would feel compelled to offer something upon hearing such a ruckus from a child. Now, they await her response to continue the dialogue. However, Shen Ning remains silent, turning her head to glance at the woman. It seems that fate has intertwined their paths once more. Living in the same village has its inconveniences, as one often encounters familiar faces, especially those connected to the Li family. It turns out it is the sister-in-law of the third brother. The woman inquiring is Wei Shulan, the wife of Li Song, the second brother of the Li family, and the child she is holding is their beloved son, Li Jinxing. Wei Shulan is taken aback to find that it is indeed the wife of the third brother, feeling as though she has stepped into a pile of cow dung. Her gaze lingers on the white baozi in Shen Ning's hands, and she grits her teeth in frustration. Wasn't he it said that they were so poor they could scarcely afford a meal? Yet here she is, indulging in white baozi, and the sweet aroma wafts tantalizingly close. It is evident that these are fine delicacies, far superior to what is sold on the streets. Clearly, the third sister-in-law is not as simple as she appears. She must be hiding her wealth. How fortunate the third brother must be to have such means. Jealousy festers within her, but then she thinks, what good is wealth now when a man is gone? Furthermore, with this kind of spending and 3 more mouths to feed at home, how long can it last? Just wait. Her days of hardship are yet to come. Mom, I want baozi. I want baozi. Upon seeing Shen Ning with baozi, the little tyrant Li Jinxing begins to throw a tantrum, insisting he must have baozi. Whatever delicious food is available at home is always prioritized for him. So naturally, he desires the same from his third uncle and aunt. A smile dances on Wei Shulan's lips. If it were anyone else, it might be a different story. But since they're family, what harm is there in giving her nephew a baozi? Sister-in-law, my little one is growing, and he just had something to eat before we left the house. Yet he is already claiming to be hungry. He truly is a half-grown boy draining his mother's resources. Can Shen Ning not decipher the underlying motives of this exchange? Her gaze sweeps over the 9-year-old Li Jinxing, who is stout and plump, clearly well fed by his family. In contrast, 7-year-old Li Jianguo, only 2 years his junior, is a stark contrast in physique. Why is there such a disparity in treatment among the grandchildren? The thought of this biased family infuriates her. And now, they want to eat her baozi? Does she resemble a baozi? Hungry? If so, they should hasten. There is plenty to eat in town. Chapter 19. Caught selling goods, Wei Shulan's expression darkens at Shen Ning's retort, who continues to savor her baozi, each bite more tantalizing than the last, leaving Li Jinxing casting envious glances. Mommy, I want baozi. I just want baozi. The child wails and whines, causing Wei Shulan's agitation to mount. You call your third aunt. Surely she wouldn't deny you a baozi. At the mention of his third aunt, Li Jinxing instinctively retreats behind his mother. This reaction is a testament to the original owner's selfish nature. Since marrying into the Li family, everything became hers. In the early days of their marriage, Li Jinxing had come over, knowing there would be good food, but he had been caught by the original owner. She did not care about his status as a golden child or a treasure. She scolded him severely and even struck his hand with a thin strip. The uproar that ensued was quite the spectacle. Thus, it is no wonder that now, Li Jinxing instinctively wishes to hide from his third aunt. So, you want to eat baozi? You should have said so sooner. Wei Shulan rolls her eyes in exasperation. How foolish of her son not to understand simple conversation and to blame others. Fortunately, she realizes what he wants just as she is about to respond. But her joyful expression falters. Wei Shulan looks at the open palm in front of her, bewildered. What does this mean? You want money? If you want baozi, you must pay. What? You want money? You wanted to pay for feeding my nephew a baozi? Shen Ning gives her a grand eye roll. And what do you expect? Flour doesn't come free, nor do red beans or sugar. Your husband has hands and feet. How can he not support you both? Coming to a widow with a dead husband to beg for food. Do you not have any shame? You. Wei Shulan is rendered speechless, her face turning a deep shade of anger. What woman would openly flaunt her status as a widow? Has she no regard for her reputation? Unfortunately, she has yet to grasp the truth that those without shame are unconquerable. I have 3 children at home, and my youngest is always claiming to be hungry. Yet I have not seen you being generous. The commotion between the two draws the attention of several passers-by. People are inherently drawn to commotion, and Wei Shulan feels increasingly uncomfortable as more eyes fall upon her, relieved that the daylight is dim enough for them to not see her face clearly. What? Not buying? Shen Ning's eyes glimmer with mischief. She holds the last baozi in her hand, but she has no intention of selling it to them. She lifts the tender white baozi, and in front of Li Zhenxing's eager gaze, she devours it in one bite, leaving nothing behind. Sorry, it's all gone. Even if you want to buy, I can't sell it to you now. After finishing her meal, she claps her hands together, feeling quite pleased as she walks away. Li Zhenxing bursts into tears. Wah, I want baozi. Wah, I just want baozi. My baozi. His cries are heart-wrenching, drawing even more curious glances from onlookers, which only adds to Wei Shulan's embarrassment. She raises her hand and delivers a firm smack to Li Zhenxing's backside, causing him to wail even louder. All you do is eat. Have you never had baozi before? Are you a starving ghost come back to life? Do I look like a baozi? Shut your mouth and stop crying. The ruckus behind her lifts Shen Ning's spirits further, and her steps become lighter. According to her previous agreement, Shen Ning heads toward the supply and marketing cooperative, weaving through the familiar alley. She thought she had arrived early. But to her surprise, as soon as she appeared, the woman from last time joyfully called out to her. Sister, big sister, you have finally come. Oh, you are quite early. I was just about to come by something, so I arrived a bit earlier. She smiles brightly, her gaze sweeping over the basket on Shen Ning's back, the implication unmistakable. Sister, do you have goods? Of course. As I promised, I shall fulfill my commitment. With a smile, she retrieves a thick piece of fragrant soap from her basket and hands it over. Sister, take a look. The woman examines it thoroughly, then tentatively asks, May I cut it? Of course. If you wish to buy, I will cut it for you. As long as you pay, I can cut it however you want, even into tiny bits. The woman immediately agrees. All right, cut it in half for me. She retrieves a knife from her basket. I just bought a knife. Dealing with people nowadays truly requires a great deal of patience. Fine. With a swift motion, the knife fell, cleaving the fragrant soap into two halves. The woman eagerly paid her 4 yuan, smiling as she remarked, Sister, your hands are truly skillful. I shall return to purchase from you next time. Of course. Come again when you find it useful. As soon as the woman departed, Shen Ning retrieved another piece of soap, placing it in her basket and displaying it prominently before her. Those coming to the market could easily discern what she was selling. The soap, a scarce commodity, instantly captivated many passers-by. The delightful aroma was so enticing that even dogs passing by paused to take notice. Before long, her second customer arrived. A man clad in a deep blue worker's outfit approached, his demeanor refined, and a pair of somewhat heavy glasses perched upon his nose, clearly indicating he was an educated individual. Upon seeing the soap, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. How much do you sell this soap for, boss? Shen Ning smiled as she held up the soap. For yuan each, no tickets required. Just look at its weight. 1 piece is equivalent to 2 bars of regular soap, suitable for both laundry and bathing, and the fragrance is exquisite. You won't regret your purchase. Although 4 yuan was a tad pricey compared to a single bar of soap, it was indeed a bargain when compared to 2 bars. Most importantly, the scent was genuinely delightful, surpassing anything he had encountered in the provincial capital's supply cooperative, reminiscent of fine perfumes. Could you lower the price a bit? How about 3 yuan and 80 cents? Shen Ning's expression shifted, and she shook her head vigorously. No, that won't work. At that price, I would incur a loss. Please don't press the issue. This is already my lowest offer. After a heartfelt plea, the discerning man gritted his teeth and decided to purchase a bar. If it proves useful, I shall return. The cheerful, sweet voice of Shen Ning rang clearly through the bustling streets, catching the attention of Wei Shulan. She caught sight of Shen Ning selling something and watched as the customer counted out a stack of bills for her. The third brother's wife is actually in business. Shen Ning had not anticipated selling all 4 bars of soap. She merely hoped to sell one. Yet, the results exceeded her expectations. Although most people were generally poor, the demand for soap remained strong. Perhaps it was due to the large quantity and pleasant scent of her soap that attracted customers who would have otherwise gone to the supply cooperative. Today, she earned 16 yuan, a small fortune, just as she shouldered her basket. She was called out, Comrade. Comrade, wait up. Almost half the crowd turned their attention to the speaker. Shen Ning was no exception, as she indeed identified as a comrade. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the bespectacled man who had just purchased soap from her, clearly seeking her out. He was accompanied by a woman in blue work attire, sporting a neat haircut, unmistakably another intellectual. "Comrade, is something the matter?" Shen Ning's mind raced as she contemplated her response. Refunds were absolutely out of the question. The bespectacled man pointed in her direction, exclaiming loudly, "Lu Jia, it's her." Panic surged within her. Was he here to cause trouble? Her mind raced with thoughts of escape, although there was no strict crackdown on such matters. What if someone envious sought to create issues for her? Being apprehended could lead to significant complications. "Do you still have any soap for sale?" The woman spoke first, her anxious demeanor momentarily bewildering Shen Ning. Was she here to buy? "I have sold out for today. Are you looking to purchase soap?" Upon hearing this, the woman's face fell, and she tentatively inquired, "Will you have more tomorrow? Are you in a hurry?" Upon hearing this, the woman's expression brightened. "Not particularly urgent. I just learned that Comrade Xiao Huang bought soap from you, and I liked it too. I hurried over, but I see I was too late." Relief washed over Shen Ning. She had been frightened for no reason. How could buying soap feel like a covert operation? "I will return the day after tomorrow to sell more. I will reserve a piece for you. Please come by." All right. The woman smiled satisfactorily. "Rest assured, comrade. I will certainly promote your soap well in the compound." It appeared to be a promising business opportunity. "Thank you very much, elder sister." In Shaohe village, Wei Shulan had initially gone to the town to sell vegetables, but after failing to sell anything, she ended up buying 2 sweet buns for her unruly son, wasting money in the process. She could not shake the memory of the scene she had witnessed outside the supply cooperative, where the third brother's wife had received a stack of bills from someone. What business could she possibly be conducting? A simmering anger brewed within her as she pushed against her simpleton son's head. "You, day in and day out, all you think about is eating. I want to eat. I want to eat." At that moment, a mischievous thought crossed her mind. "When you see your grandmother, remember to tell her how your third aunt treated you today, refusing to share even a bun with you." Leaning closer, she whispered with ill intent, "Your grandmother will surely help you seek justice." The child, hearing of support, puffed out his round belly. "I will tell grandmother." He dashed toward his grandmother's home. Though the 3 brothers of the Li family had divided their households, the old residence was not far. At this hour, Granny Li was still at home, not yet in the fields. Grandmother, someone is bullying me." Li Jinxing burst into the courtyard, crying as he typically did whenever he encountered displeasure. His grandmother would always indulge him. "Oh, my dear grandson, what is the matter? Who dares to bully you? Tell grandmother, and I shall handle it." Seeing her precious grandson in distress tugged at Granny Li's heartstrings, and she wished to shield him in a golden basket. It was the third aunt. She ate buns without sharing with me. She even demanded money from me. "But grandmother, you said I could eat anything. Why wouldn't she let me?" "Grandmother, you deceived me. I just want to eat that bun. Just moments ago." He had not thought much of it, but now, as he cried, memories of the morning flooded back. His third aunt's soft, white buns, filled to the brim with a dark, sweet filling that smelled divine. Just the thought made him salivate. The more he thought about it, the more he craved that bun. "Grandmother, I want that bun. I want it. Granny Li's brow furrowed deeply. Though perplexed, her primary concern was to soothe her beloved grandson. All right, my dear grandson, do not cry. I will ensure she makes you buns to eat. My precious grandson can have anything he desires. How dare she deny you?" Behind them, Wei Shulan secretly smirked, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. With a grandmother's intervention, the third brother's wife would surely face dire consequences. Having gleaned bits and pieces of the situation from the child, Granny Li turned her gaze toward her second daughter-in-law, fully aware of the third brother's wife's character. She could easily squander money. Her own mouth barely supported her, let alone 3 additional mouths to feed. Could they truly afford buns? "Mother, it's true." Wei Shulan fumed at the thought that the buns looked to be made from pure white flour. Leaning closer to her mother-in-law, she initiated her scheme. "Mother, do you know what I saw today while selling vegetables in town?" The murky, drooping eyes of old Madame Li cast a sharp gaze upon her, sending a shiver down her spine. When she first married into the family, she endured her fair share of trials at the hands of this woman. "If you have something to say, then say it." Wei Shulan forced a laugh, realizing that nothing could escape her mother's keen observation. "I happened to pass by the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative and saw the third son's wife selling something in that alley. I couldn't quite tell what it was, but she collected quite a hefty sum of money." "What?" Old Madame Li's eyes widened in disbelief. "She in business? What could she possibly sell?" "I saw it with my own eyes. You can ask Jinxing. He saw it too. I wonder what she's selling that so valuable. A thought crossed her mind, and she mused, could it be that the third son sent her some good stuff? Ever since this woman married into the family, not only did she receive most of the third son's allowance, but she also secretly received good gifts. What a nuisance. She would never let her off the hook. Chapter 21. The good ones turned to thieves early in the morning. Li Xiaohua rose, donning the new pink dress her grandmother had purchased for her, her eyes gleaming with joy. This was her new attire. Little sister, come for breakfast. We have something delicious today. Li Jianjun's voice boomed from the kitchen, resonating throughout the entire hall. I'm coming. She swiftly jumped out of bed and scampered into the kitchen. Just in time, she witnessed her elder brother bringing breakfast from a pot. Her eyes widened in surprise. Steamed buns. Li Jianguo pointed to the second brother, who was scooping water nearby. Wash your face and hands before you eat. As she took the first bite of the bun, the sweet and soft red bean paste burst forth, leaving the three siblings in awe. Brother, it's actually a bun filled with red bean paste. Li Jianguo nodded, unable to suppress a chuckle, his chewing quickening. It's so delicious. Li Xiaohua savored the sweet red bean paste with immense satisfaction, beaming with delight. It's so good. Grandmother is wonderful. Although their grandmother used to be fierce, scolding and hitting them, she was now kind, preparing delicious food, buying them new clothes, and making red bean buns. Grandmother is truly wonderful. Ding. Li Xiaohua's favorability level, 20. Ding. Li Jianguo's favorability level, 10. Ding. Li Jianjun's favorability level, 15. Your redeemable points, 151. While walking halfway, Shen Ning received an announcement from the system mall, her steps becoming much lighter. She guessed that they had woken up and were enjoying the buns. Gluttons were simply too adorable. Meanwhile, the three children sat around the table, taking bites of the sweet buns. When only two remained on the plate, Li Xiaohua quickly shielded it with her hands. Brother, leave some for grandmother. It's all right. There are more in the pot. Grandmother made plenty, and I took some out. The eldest divided one bun for each of them. Go ahead and eat. Li Jianjun quickly accepted his share, splitting it with his brother. Brother, let us eat together. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed from the courtyard gate. Just as they were about to open the door, they heard a commotion. Third wife, open the door. Open up. Third son's wife, hurry up. They were all too familiar with that voice. It was their grandmother. The expressions of the three little ones stiffened, fear creeping into their faces, revealing the psychological shadow this grandmother had cast upon them. Brother, it's grandmother. Li Xiaohua pouted, on the verge of tears. Li Jianguo's expression darkened, a sense of urgency overcoming him. With their grandmother absent, he was the oldest in the house and had to protect his younger siblings. Scanning the pot of buns, he made a quick decision, pouring the buns into an enamel basin, covering it with a lid, and hiding in the stove. Jianjun, take Xiaohua and hide in the room. Don't come out. Li Jianjun felt uneasy. Brother, I'll stay with you. Let sister hide well. That one do. You both hide well, don't open the door. I can run fast. With that, he pushed the two siblings into the room and reminded them to secure the door. Only then did he walk toward the courtyard gate, the knocking continuing relentlessly, as if they were about to break down the door. Open the door. Hurry up. I can hear your movements. I'm sorry, my grandmother is not home. She went to town. After knocking for a long time, old Madame Li was parched and furious. She knew those little rascals were at home. They had grown so bold as to pretend to be dead. Li Jianguo, open the door. Can't I even enter your home? Hurry up. She knocked a couple more times, the door trembling under her force, as if it might collapse at any moment. If you don't open the door, I'll break it down. Hurry up. Eventually, after much internal conflict, he reluctantly opened the door. With a loud bang, the door swung open, and Li Jianguo stumbled back several steps, barely avoiding being knocked to the ground. However, old Madame Li did not spare him. Her beady eyes glared, and she swung a hand at him. What are you dawdling for? Li Jianguo sidestepped, and her hand missed his face, striking his shoulder instead, pushing him forcefully to the ground. His shoulder throbbed with pain. Swiftly getting back up, his eyes glinted with hatred for the intruders. Following behind old Madame Li was her precious grandson, Li Jinxing. He didn't spare a glance at the person on the ground, his eyes fixated on the kitchen, pulling his grandmother's hand toward that direction. Grandmother, I want to eat buns. I can smell them. In just a few words, Li Jianguo understood their purpose for coming. They knew they had buns for breakfast. What do you want? We don't have any buns. Bah! Old Madame Li spat contemptuously, her murky eyes filled with malice. resembling a venomous snake ready to strike. "You little bastard, get lost." With her golden grandson in tow, she swaggered into the kitchen. Scanning the area, her eyes fell upon the woodpile behind the stove, narrowing with greed. She had heard about the exchange of noodles for firewood and felt a surge of resentment. How dare that wretched woman waste good things? She lifted the pot lid, only to find it empty, with just a vacant steaming tray and an empty plate. "Where are the buns? Where are my buns?" "Les enching pota, visibly displacesa." The aroma of buns lingered in the kitchen. He could smell it. "Grandmother, I want buns. I just want buns." All right. Grandmother will find them. I promise to make you some buns." Reassured by his grandmother's promise, envisioning the delicious buns, Li Zhenxing finally ceased his cries. Old Madame Li's gaze darted to the door, locking onto Li Jiangguo, her expression darkening. "You little brat, hand over the flour." Chapter 22. Fists against the old Madame. "No, not even a single grain of flour, let alone a blade of grass, would I give you." Li Jiangguo raturta defiantly. "Our home has nothing. I don't know what you're talking about." Madame Li had never anticipated that this little wretch would dare to retort, and in her fury, she seized a wooden stick from the woodpile and raised it to strike Li Jiangguo. Instinctively, Li Jiangguo attempted to evade, but alas, his small stature and short legs rendered him unable to escape the confines of the cramped kitchen, resulting in a painful lash against his leg. The sharp sting caused him to grimace, tears welling up instantly. "You little wretch, dare you to run? I'll beat you to death." As she chased him out, Li Jiangguo dashed like a monkey to the courtyard gate, already on his way out. She certainly couldn't keep up with him, giving up halfway through the pursuit. After all, the more important matters lay in the kitchen. When is it ever wrong to discipline child? "Grandma, I want bowsy." In an instant, Madame Li discarded the stick, her once acidic visage transforming into one of affection. "All right, my dear grandson, wait a moment. Grandma will fetch you some flour to make it." Regrettably, after searching the kitchen thoroughly, the only valuable item she could find was a pot of oil. She hoisted the pot onto the stove and turned to scour the house, determined not to overlook a single corner. Surely that wretched girl had hidden the good stuff away. Recalling Wei Shulan's words about the stack of cash she had earned, she speculated that there must be a significant sum stashed away at home. It was all provided by the third son, after all, and wasn't he that rightfully hers? After combing through the house with no success, her gaze fell upon the easternmost room, the door tightly shut, which immediately struck her as suspicious. With a knowing smile, she felt certain that something valuable was concealed within. A loud thud echoed as she pounded on the door, shaking off a layer of dust from above. It's bolted. There must be someone inside, Madame Li realized, understanding why she hadn't seen the other two little wretches. They were hiding in that room. "Open the door. Hurry up. I know you're in there. Open the door." Inside, Li Jianjun shielded his sister behind him, though he too was terrified, repeatedly whispering reassurances. "Don't be afraid, Xiaohua. I'm here. I will protect you." Li Xiaohua, trembling with fear, clutched her brother's clothing tightly, biting her lip to stifle her fear. Madame Li could hardly believe that these two little wretches had become so audacious. "Oh, I see you've grown wings, unable to distinguish between the big and small kings. Do you really think having a stepmother gives you a stronghold?" With a series of furious knocks on the door, her voice seethed with rage. "Open the door. Hurry up. Just wait until I get in. You'll wish you hadn't tea. I'll beat you little ingrates to a pulp." The door appeared fragile under her relentless assault, as if it might collapse at any moment. "Brother, I'm scared." Li Jianjun gently patted her back, though his own hands trembled from fear. "Don't be afraid." He pulled her beneath the bed. "Stay hidden and silent. It'll be all right." Xiaohua clung to his hand, her eyes brimming with tears. "Brother, don't go." The door continued to shake under the pounding, each strike resonating in their hearts. They both knew that once the door was breached, a severe beating awaited them. They could only hope the door would hold firm a little longer. Meanwhile, Shen Ning hurriedly entered the village, her forehead slick with sweat, contemplating what delightful meal to prepare for the three little ones. Upon raising her eyes, she spotted Li Jiangguo sprinting frantically. What could have happened? "Jiangguo, where are you going?" Li Jiangguo had never thought that his stepmother's voice could sound so sweet. He turned and ran toward her. Shen Ning was momentarily taken aback upon seeing his face, which was streaked with tears, portraying a pitiful sight. "What's wrong? Who bullied you?" The little boy, crossing his arms and wiping his tears, exclaimed in a panic. "Grandma wants to kill us." Jianjun and Xiaohua are still at home. What? The old crone from the Li family, known for her ruthless nature, had come after them. Go summon the village chief. Tell him that someone's life is in danger. After instructing Zhang Wo, she rushed toward their home without a moment's hesitation. Outside the courtyard, she could already hear the sound of banging on the door, mixed with Madame Li's sharp and acerbic curses. You insolent little wretches, refuse to open the door? Just wait until I pry it open. I'll make you wish you hadn't tea. Shen Ning, her teeth clenched in anger, grabbed the bean pole resting against the door, tossed aside her basket, and charged inside to confront the chaos. With a resounding thud, the pole struck Madame Li, who was absorbed in her relentless banging, causing her to yelp in pain. Shen Ning showed no mercy, delivering blow after blow with all her strength. Yet she was careful not to strike her head or any dangerous areas. After all, she had no desire to end up in prison. You wicked thief, breaking into my home. I want to let you off the hook. I'll end you. The siblings inside heard the commotion outside, and the familiar voice of their grandmother finally dispelled their fears. Sister, stay hidden. I'm going out to help Grandma. Xiaohua, understanding her own limitations, nodded obediently and remained beneath the bed. As Li Jianjun opened the door, he saw Shen Ning fiercely wielding the pole, overpowering Madame Li, who was sent sprawling into the courtyard. Madame Li attempted to flee, but Shen Ning's relentless strikes left her with no escape. In desperation, Madame Li lunged to seize the pole while simultaneously trying to strike Shen Ning. Shen Ning, quick-witted, released the pole, causing Madame Li to stumble, then seized her hair to force her head back. With a raised hand, she aimed a slap at her face. Undeterred, Madame Li twisted her neck and retaliated with her fists. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, but ultimately, Shen Ning's youth and strength allowed her to subdue the old woman beneath her. When Zhao Fuchuan arrived, he was met with the sight of two women, akin to wild beasts, in a fierce brawl in the courtyard. Stop! Stop! Someone pull them apart. A group of villagers who had gathered to witness hurriedly stepped in. Using great effort to separate the two, Shen Ning emerged with her hair disheveled, clothes muddied, and a bloodied scratch on her cheek. In stark contrast, Madame Li suffered even more. Her hair was yanked out in clumps, her face swollen, and her limbs trembling. With a wail, she began to cry out in despair. Oh, you've taken my life. You're going to kill me. I can't go on. Chapter 23. She has no way to defend herself. Shen Ning felt fortunate that rural conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law were so common. Otherwise, the blow she had dealt today could have led to serious repercussions for her. The courtyard echoed with the old woman's wailing, as if the louder one cried, the more justified they were. The crying child gets candy. She too could cry. I can't survive. Third son, why did you leave me? Why didn't you take me with you? Leaving us orphans to be bullied. Third son, if you're watching from above, open your eyes and see. You cannot let these people go. Her cries resonated loudly, overpowering Madame Li's lamentations. Each word clear enough for everyone present to hear. Though there had been a crackdown previously, the belief in spirits lingered through the years. The less educated tended to believe even more fervently. Upon hearing the mention of her deceased third son, Madame Li's drooping gaze flickered for a moment. Her cries diminished significantly, revealing her underlying guilt. Let me go. What is the point of my existence? Just let me die. I want to ask Li Lao Sen why he has such a heart of stone. He has departed swiftly, leaving me and the 3 children to suffer humiliation. Perhaps we should all hang ourselves together. Woo-woo. While crying, she struggled to throw herself against the wall. Nai, please don't. Li Jianjun, who had just been unable to help, was held back by his brother. Upon hearing Nai's words, he could no longer hold back his tears and clung to Shen Ning's leg, terrified that she might truly collide with the wall and lose her life. Before Shen Ning had a chance to react, another leg was wrapped around hers, belonging to little Li Jianguo. Nai, I don't want you to die. It was rare to see him express such emotions, and his sorrowful appearance was truly moving. It was impossible not to feel touched. She squatted down and embraced the 2 children in her arms, gently stroking their heads to soothe their distress. Nai. Xiaohua, covered in dust and dirt, crawled out from beneath the bed, crying as she ran towards the 3 of them. Her tears fell like beads from a broken string. Nai, don't leave me. Nai, are we going to find Daddy? The innocent words of the child made one's heart ache, and several aunts had tears in their eyes, quietly wiping them away. Zhao Fuchuan, witnessing this scene, felt a headache coming on. Why did trouble always find him? Shen Ning did not give Li Laotai a chance to speak and interjected fiercely. It was her. She broke into my home to steal and even threatened to kill the children. She is utterly inhumane. What nonsense are you spouting? When did I steal from your home? Clean up your mouth. Li Laotai spat in Shen Ning's direction. You are not even human. You want to drive us to death. Old witch. Li Laotai could not bear being insulted like this. Her face flushed with anger as she pointed at Shen Ning, ready to pounce. I will tear your mouth apart. Let us keep it down. We are all family. Yes, yes, Aunt, don't be angry. Let us resolve this misunderstanding peacefully. Don't make a scene. Everyone chimed in to persuade, but Shen Ning would not allow for any such opportunity. I will call the police. This old hag barged into my home, rummaged around, and who knows, she might have stolen my hidden money. Once money was involved, the situation escalated. The onlookers directed unfriendly gazes toward Li Laotai. Though they said nothing, their expressions seemed to nail her to a pillar of shame. It was truly embarrassing. What nonsense are you spouting? Which eye of yours saw me steal your money? Speak again, and I'll tear your mouth. Oh, how laughable. Since I married Li Lao San and separated, when have you ever come to my place? You must think that now that Li Lao San is gone, we are easy to bully, so you come to steal money when I'm not home. You. Before she could retort, Shen Ning, hands on her hips, glared at her fiercely. Let me tell you, this matter will not end here. Zhao Fuchuan's expression also darkened significantly. Typically, he would turn a blind eye to minor disputes, as every family has its conflicts. However, theft was a different matter, reflecting poorly on one's character. If word got out that a thief emerged from Xiaoa village, his reputation as village chief would be tarnished. Zhu Dalong, is this true? Did you come to steal money from Lao San's wife? Upon hearing the village chief call her by her full name, she instinctively looked towards him, his face grim. And a surge of fear washed over her. Uncle Fuchuan, I didn't steal her money. I swear. Then what were you doing here? To say she was here to find food from the widow of a deceased man would not sound good either. Seeing her hesitation, Zhao Fuchuan felt a lump in his throat and sternly demanded, Speak. What were you here for? Under his intimidating presence, Li Mu was frightened into confessing. My dear grandson wanted to eat the buns his aunt made, so I just came to ask her to make some for him. I didn't steal her money. Shen Ning was a bit surprised. She never expected today's commotion to stem from a desire for buns. Li Jinxing was truly remarkable. His mother couldn't get the buns and sent his grandmother to ask for them. How precious he must be to the Li family. Ha, she scoffed. You Li family are truly bold. I, a widow with 3 children, without land or means, do not ask anything from your family. Yet merely picking up fallen branches incurs your scorn. How dare you come to my home asking for buns? Crouching down again, she embraced the 3 children, her tear-filled eyes gazing towards the village chief. Hear ye, how can we possibly provide any buns? She claims she didn't come to steal money. But this excuse is utterly ridiculous. Li Jianguo stood up, his little face filled with fury. Our home has no buns, nothing at all. They came in and ransacked our place, found nothing, yet forced me to hand something over and even hit me. He rolled up his pant leg, revealing a long red mark on his calf, proof of the force used, with skin turning purple. Shen Ning's eyes narrowed, her heart filled with resentment. She had been too lenient earlier. Zhao Fuchuan looked at Zhu Dalong with disappointment. What more do you have to say? Zhu Dalong was dumbfounded. She truly hadn't found even a half bun, not even flour, leaving her utterly speechless. Chapter 24. Wanted to live in the town, oh my heavens. I truly didn't steal her money. This is so unfair. Suddenly recalling something, she hurriedly rummaged through her pockets. I didn't steal her money. I don't have a single cent on me. Did she think this would prove her innocence? She underestimated Shen Ning. The onlookers' gazes grew even more peculiar. It seemed Zhu Dalong would not escape the accusation of theft. Stop your nonsense. I didn't take your money. I swear. Mom, what are you causing a scene for? Li Bai squeezed in from outside, having been working when someone told him that his mother was fighting with Lao San's wife. So he rushed over with a hoe in hand. He had just heard that his mother was accused of stealing money from Lao San's wife. Reflecting on it, he realized his mother was indeed capable of such antics. Instantly, he felt his face burn with shame. He hurried in to prevent her from embarrassing herself further. Bai, you arrived just in time. Your mother cannot endure this. This wretched woman is pouring dirt on my head. I might as well be dead. Shen Ning wouldn't let it go. Pouring dirt? You shouldn't have come to smash my door, rummaging around. You're not stealing, you're robbing. Zhu Daolong held Li Bai's hand, her breath coming in short gasps from anger. Bai, kill her. Tear her mouth apart for me. This is driving your mother mad. Enough. Zhao Fuchuan's roar quelled the chaotic scene. His cold gaze swept over Li Bai and his mother. Control your mother. How much longer do you want to make scene? Do you want to end up in the police station? Hearing police station and labor camp, everyone was frightened. Li Bai's expression darkened as well. Mom, please say less. Do you want to go to the labor camp? Zhu Daolong's mouth twitched, but ultimately, she said nothing further. Meanwhile, Zhao Fuchuan began to calm Shen Ning. Lao San's wife, don't be angry. Thankfully, there have been no losses, right? Everyone belongs to the same village, and moreover, she is your mother-in-law. It would not be appropriate for us to create a scene that is too embarrassing, would it? I will have a word with your father-in-law to properly address the situation with your mother-in-law. She is aware that the village chief is attempting to mediate. If you still acknowledge me as your second elder, then heed my advice. Let's all take a step back. You have fought and exchanged harsh words. Let's simply let this matter pass. Shen Ning did not insist further, but lowered her head to wipe her eyes, appearing pitiful, as if she were not the one who had just assaulted Zhu Daring. Second elder, what more can I argue with them? Their family is intent on targeting us. The widowed and orphaned. It is a miracle if they do not extinguish us. She sobbed and feigned humility, lamenting her fate for marrying a man of such short lifespan. More tears followed, enough to evoke sorrow in those who heard her. Zhao Fuchuan felt the weight of his own troubles. These individuals never seemed to have a moment's peace. Why provoke her unnecessarily? Rest assured, third sister-in-law, the second elder oversees this village. Your husband sacrificed himself for the country. He is a hero, a commendable man. I dare anyone to bully the widow of a martyr. Indeed, third sister-in-law, your husband is a hero. Take heart. Life must go on. The chorus of comfort enveloped Shen Ning, who tactfully gauged the sentiment and refrained from prolonged lamentation, skillfully eliciting sympathy from those around her. Thank you, dear uncles and aunts. No matter what, I must raise the 3 children left behind by the third elder. It is good if you could be more open-minded, third sister-in-law. After Zhao Fuchuan spoke, he turned his serious gaze toward Li Bai. Li Bai, speak to your mother. As a grandmother, she should know what is appropriate and what is not. How embarrassing. Li Bai dared not retort and merely nodded in agreement, assuring that such incidents would not occur again. Thus, this farce came to an end. As the crowd dispersed, Shen Ning caught a glimpse of the fierce look in Li Bai's eyes as he glanced at her. The animosity between them had already been established. Reconciliation was impossible. She harbored her own plans. Jianjun Xiao, are you both hurt? Li Jianjun shook his head. No, my brother told me to take Xiaowan into the house. She did not open the door. The fact that the 2 children were unharmed relieved her. That old woman possessed remarkable strength, and she had caught her off guard, gaining the upper hand, yet she had still suffered losses. The consequences would have been unimaginable had the children been involved. Jiangua, go sit under the eaves and wait for me. Upon entering the room, Shen Ning found Yunnan Baiyao spray in the point store. With a click, she spent 10 points, feeling a slight pang of regret, yet she still had 141 points remaining. Roll up your pants. I will apply the medicine. Although she had changed significantly, treating them much better than before, her heart still warmed at the sight of the medicine. He responded with a muffled sound and rolled up his pants. Shen Ning contemplated purchasing several pairs of trousers for the children, as the ones they had were clearly adult-sized and made to last, given how quickly the children grew. The medicine, when sprayed on the bruised skin, felt cool, though its strong odor caused a frown. All right, I will spray it again tonight. After sealing the medicine bottle, without waiting for his thanks, Shen Ning's expression turned serious. You should not have opened the door for that old woman today. If the door is broken, so be it. Your safety is what matters most. Do you understand? I expect you to protect your younger siblings, but you must also safeguard yourself. Although her tone was somewhat stern, he understood it stemmed from concern. He lowered his head and acknowledged her without daring to meet her gaze. Shen Ning held back her words, reflecting on whether her tone had been too harsh. The notification chimed. Li Jiangwo's favorability increased by 20. Shen Ning exclaimed, "Oh, my dear son, how understanding you are. Nonetheless, you are all very brave today. Jiangwa, you protected your siblings, and Jianjun, you took care of your sister. You are both young men and should be proud." Her praise brought joy to the 2 boys, but she did not forget to caution them. When I said your grandmother stole money, it was a necessary measure to prevent things from escalating. They will continue to bully us if we do not address this. Both their bullying and my exaggeration of her actions were wrong. You should not emulate such behavior." The two boys nodded in confusion, while little Xiaohua, with her small head and big eyes, appeared equally bewildered. Shen Ning then revealed her decision. "Jiangua, Jianjun Xiaohua, I wish to take you to the town to live. Would you like to come with me?" Chapter 25. A Surge of Favorability. Mother. What made you think of visiting that woman today? Li Bai was filled with fury. The humiliation he suffered was immense, especially being reprimanded in front of so many people. Just thinking about it ignited a fire within him. It was all that little wretch's fault. Zhu Daring winced as she recalled the pain from her injuries, causing her to gasp. Once the anger subsided, the pain surfaced. She was so greedy that she did not even share a bun with Xinxing. When she went to inquire about buns for Xinxing, she found that the woman was not home, along with those 3 little brats. Just thinking about it made her even angrier. Those 3 ungrateful wretches. If I catch them, I will slap them senseless. Upon hearing that it was again because of Li Xinxing, Li Bai was thoroughly exasperated. Was it your second sister-in-law who sent you? Mother, can't you think for yourself? Whatever she instructs you to do, you follow blindly. Why not just do as she says and eat dirt? You have been used as a pawn, and look at you covered in injuries. What do you mean? Are you blaming your mother now? You are utterly unfilial. If I had known you would turn out this way, I might as well have drowned you in the chamber pot. Li Song worked as an apprentice in the town, coming and going daily, neglecting his wife and children, always inciting his mother, and when trouble arose, it fell upon him to clean up the mess. This has been a source of grievance for quite some time. Watching his mother throw a tantrum, he had lost all patience, grunting heavily, "Mother, you should think about what to say in front of father." This incident will surely be reported to him by the village chief. Even if he does not embellish it, it will be enough to ignite old man Li's fury. The usually silent patriarch of the family cared deeply about his reputation, and such a disgraceful affair frightened Zhu Daring, who swallowed hard. She immediately grasped her eldest son's sleeve. "Oh, you must help your mother. Your father has a terrible temper. Do not let him explode. It is all that little wretch's fault. How I wish he would just disappear. I have come to understand that this little wretch is a harbinger of misfortune since she arrived in our family. There has not been a single day of peace." A glint of malice crossed Li Bai's eyes. He would not let Shen Ning escape unscathed. It was time she learned a lesson. At noon, having promised to prepare a meal for a few children, Shen Ning was determined to keep her word. She spent 10 points to exchange for a bag of chicken wings, 2 points for a bottle of cola, 1 point for ginger, and 3 points for a bottle of cooking wine, totaling 16 points, leaving her with 145 points. She scored the chicken wings a few times, added water to a cold pot along with ginger slices and cooking wine, and brought it to a boil, skimming off the foam. After rinsing the chicken wings of blood, she drained them and heated a pan with cold oil, laying the wings in neatly, frying them slowly over low heat until both sides turned golden brown. She then poured in the cola and let it simmer. Finally, add a pinch of salt for seasoning and reduce the sauce until it thickens before serving. Fortunately, the cola from the store bore no labels, allowing the little girl, who had never encountered this beverage, to evade suspicion. A simple stir-fry of bok choy completed the midday meal. The enticing aroma of cola chicken wings captivated everyone as soon as they were placed on the table, causing mouths to water uncontrollably. "Come and serve yourselves." Li Jiangguo, Li Jianjun, and Li Xiaohua lined up to help themselves, and Shen Ning suddenly felt as though she was the cafeteria lady dishing out food. The scene was inexplicably amusing. "I promise to cook something delicious for you. Quickly taste this chicken wing and tell me if you like it." The sweet and salty chicken wings, paired with the thick sauce, were a perfect accompaniment to rice, especially suited to the children's palates, each of them eating with eyes squinting in delight. "Auntie, this chicken wing is so delicious. I love it." The first to express his delight was Li Jianjun, not only a little foodie, but also overflowing with compliments. "Auntie's cooking is the best in the world." Shen Ning couldn't help but feel delighted by his words. She picked up her chopsticks and offered him another wing, saying, "You have such a way with words. Here is a reward for you." Li Jianjun beamed with a wide smile. "Thank you, Annie, you're the best." He then took another wing and placed it into Li Jiangguo's bowl, rewarding the very brave little one today. Li Jiangguo smiled shyly. "Thank you, Annie." Finally, she served Li Xiaohua another, saying, "You must eat a bit more, Xiaohua, so you can grow up quickly." Xiaohua's eyes sparkled with joy. "Auntie is the best. I want to grow up quickly." After the meal, she announced. I will head to the town to look at some houses. If I find a suitable one, I'll rent it. Would you like to come with me? After the recent incident, she truly couldn't bear to leave the three children alone at home. She was not only their guardian, but also relied on them for a brighter future. Moreover, since she had decided to move to the town, it was imperative to act promptly rather than delay. This village was too complicated. They had no allies and had offended the Lee family deeply. As the village chief said, they would often encounter one another, so it was wise to avoid trouble. Being a widow living in such a secluded area made her vulnerable to those with ill intentions. Just as there are 1,000 days of thievery, there are not 1,000 days of vigilance. After some contemplation, she decided that a better environment was necessary. Furthermore, moving to the town would facilitate business and school for the three children. The decision to relocate to the town could not have been better. Auntie, we want to go with you. Li Jianguo expressed his apprehension, fearing that if Annie left, trouble would return. All right, let us eat quickly. After we finish, we shall set off. The sooner they reached the town, the sooner they could find a suitable house and move. Before heading to the town, she needed to equip the children anew. While the three kids washed the dishes, she dashed to her room and opened the points mall. She had initially intended to buy the children some items with her earnings from today, but upon entering the supply and marketing cooperative, she realized that the prices were far beyond her means. A pair of sandals cost 4 coins, and a pair of ordinary sports shoes cost 8. 3 children represented a significant expense, and she would have to sell a considerable amount of soap to afford it. Thus, she searched them all, where the prices were much more acceptable. A pair of sports shoes cost 20 points, and 3 pairs amounted to 60 points. She was now a points tycoon and purchased 3 pairs without hesitation. She also grabbed 3 pairs of socks at 2 points each, bringing her total back to a double-digit score of 79 points. Thankfully, this was still manageable. Are you done washing? Come over once you're finished. I have something nice for you. The 3 little ones walked hand in hand into the main room, their eyes immediately drawn to the 3 pairs of sports shoes placed on the bench. Ding! Li Jianguo's affection level, 50. Ding! Li Jianjun's affection level, 50. Ding! Li Xiaohua's affection level, 50. Shen Ning. A surge of affection? Chapter 26. Renting a house, Shen Ning walked with the 3 children for nearly an hour before reaching the town, trudging under the blazing sun. With a little girl on her back, sweat beading on her forehead, she felt as if she were about to burst into flames from head to toe. If only she had a bottle of ice-cold cola at that moment. She could not imagine how happy she would be. Fortunately, she had the points mall. Account points, 229. Who is this little rich lady with so many points? It's her. It's her. Scanning the product page of the points mall, she clicked on the beverage category, and an array of colorful drinks sprang up, dazzling her senses. A bottle of cola, Sprite, or Fanta for 2 points each. She had to buy. However, she couldn't purchase them in front of the children, for fear of leaving them with some shadow of suspicion. Are you thirsty? Li Jianjun wiped his forehead and gasped. Yes, it's so hot today. Li Jianguo coughed loudly beside him, casting a glance at his brother, attempting to convey a message with his eyes. Unfortunately, it seemed they had lost their previous rapport. Auntie, we're not thirsty. Shen Ning perceived his hesitation and feared it might cause trouble. She smiled gently, set down the little flower behind her, and the kids gathered under the shade of a large tree. She quickly crossed the street, turned into an alley, and once she was certain no one was around, she discreetly purchased a denim bag from the mall, spending 5 points. This large denim bag, slung across her body, provided the perfect cover for discreetly exchanging the soda. She was indeed clever. After redeeming 4 bottles of Fanta, she felt relieved. In this era, orange-flavored soda existed, and Fanta was also orange-flavored, making it less likely to raise suspicion. Account points, 216. While waiting in the shade, she spotted the little ones approaching from afar, her anxious heart finally settling. Annie! Xiaohua called from a distance, waving her little hand excitedly. Shen Ning hurried over, ruffling Xiaohua's hair. Good girl, come see what Annie has bought for you. The 3 glass bottles of orange soda, still glistening with droplets from the fridge, were a delightful sight. She had specifically chosen the chilled ones. It's soda. Wow, it's soda. Even Li Jianguo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Here, each of you take a bottle. It's still cool, so let us all have a taste. The icy liquid slid down their throats into their stomachs, seemingly whisking away all the heat from their bodies. The sweet and tangy orange flavor fizzing delightfully, evoking sighs of pleasure. So refreshing. The children were utterly captivated by the soda, sipping slowly and savoring every drop. Watching them drink like little hamsters was utterly adorable, prompting her to tease them. Is the soda delicious? Li Jianjun eagerly nodded. Yes, it's delicious. Soda is so good, Xiaohua echoed, cradling her soda bottle. Soda is so delicious. Even Li Jianguo, usually more stoic, displayed a childlike innocence, shedding his pretentious maturity. A playful smile graced her lips as she crouched down to meet their gaze. Do you still wish to drink soda in the future? The three little heads nodded vigorously, their large eyes brimming with anticipation. Now, each of you, tell me who your favorite person is. Her gaze immediately fell upon Xiaohua, who did not disappoint her, and promptly exclaimed, I like Grandma the most. Ding! Li Xiaohua's affection level, 10. She knew it. Xiaohua was the most obedient, and her affection level was the highest. Shen Ning was overjoyed, embracing Xiaohua and planting a kiss on her little cheek, which made the girl giggle with delight. The other two children looked on enviously. It seemed that Grandma truly adored Xiaohua. Li Jianjun said, Grandma, I also like you the most. Shen Ning found a slightly goofy second child utterly charming and ruffled his little head. Fear not, Grandma will buy you all soda to drink in the future. Her gaze then settled on Li Jianguo, who was staring at her with a look of expectation, silently waiting. Li Jianguo's little face flushed red, feeling awkward and shy. The goofy one beside him, noticing his silence, immediately tugged at his sleeve, urging, Brother, hurry and say it. You like Grandma too, right? Just say it. I'm worried if you don't say it quickly, Grandma will stop liking us and won't give us good food. He was quite anxious. I also like Grandma. Suddenly, he felt as though he were the big bad wolf, enticing the children with candy. She affectionately patted each child's head, her tone turning more serious. Well, I like you all too. Our lives will get better and better, and Grandma will buy you many delicious things and raise you well. Ding. Li Jianguo's affection level, 10. Ding. Li Jianjun's affection level, 10. Wow, they're all my good children. In the town, there were quite a few houses for rent, as many shops had closed down, and some had been vandalized, leaving many buildings empty after their occupants had vanished. Shen Ning went directly to the housing authority responsible for the town's properties. They were greeted by a middle-aged man, slightly graying, slender, and seemingly quite astute. Upon hearing she was looking to rent, he immediately broke into a smile. Comrade, there are plenty of houses in the town. I am certain we can find a suitable one for your family. What kind of place are you looking for? Please let me know, and I will help you find it. She was pleasantly surprised by his warm demeanor. It was a good era when everyone seemed to be infused with enthusiasm, unlike those who had worked for years, carrying an air of resentment that could revive 10 malevolent spirits. She wondered if there were any properties that could also serve as living spaces. The slender man's eyes suddenly sparkled with eagerness, as if she were a sumptuous feast before him. Indeed, comrade, you have come to the right place. There is just such a house in town, a 2-story building. Shall I take you to see it? Chapter 27. Time to move. The town had 2 streets. The upper street was smooth and wide, while the lower street was uneven and muddy, turning treacherous with rain. The man's surname was Huang, and he asked her to call him Uncle Huang. Miss, what do you think of this shop? Uncle Huang led her to the lower street corner, where the muddy road met. Before them lay a stretch marked by dried mud. The house was an old wooden 2-story structure, but appeared to have been uninhabited for a long time. Upon opening the door, a musty smell wafted out. Inside were broken tables and chairs in disarray, and the absence of windows rendered the entire room dark and uninviting. Shen Ning's first impression was one of distaste. This way, the second floor, though a bit low, is sufficient for a family. Take a look. Upon seeing the makeshift wooden stairs, Shen Ning felt a strong aversion. One misstep could lead to a serious fall. In response to Uncle Huang's enthusiastic invitation, Shen Ning politely declined, saying, No, we won't go up to see it. The children are still small, and I truly cannot bear the thought of them falling. Uncle Huang, perceptive, noted her dissatisfaction with the property. He then resorted to his persuasive tactics. Miss, despite its age, this house can be quite spacious once tidied up. It is suitable for any business, and the upper floor can accommodate residents. The best part is, the rent is only 5 yuan a month. He gazed at her expectantly, as if urging her to agree, declaring it a tremendous bargain. Shen Ning understood. Perhaps he saw her struggling with 3 children and no man to assist, so he was trying to help her find an affordable place. However, she wanted to say that such a low price was unnecessary, feeling somewhat helpless, yet maintaining her smile. She responded, "Thank you, Uncle Huang, for considering us, but this house is rather too dark, and with the stairs, I truly do not feel at ease. Do you have other shops available? A pricier option would also be acceptable." Uncle Huang, unwilling to give up, asked one last time, "Miss, are you really sure you don't want this place?" Shen Ning nodded again. "All right, there are a few empty shops on the upper street waiting to be rented out, but the rent will be a bit higher." "That's fine. I just want to take a look." They headed up the street, and this time Uncle Huang brought her to a shop situated a few spaces away from the supply and marketing cooperative. This building appeared to be newly constructed. A 3-story small building with residential quarters above and a large shop below, separated by wooden boards, with a small room in the back, a tiny bathroom, and a simple balcony for cooking. It was a bit cramped, but overall the environment was vastly superior to the old house they had just viewed. A new building felt bright and inviting, not at all intimidating. She was completely satisfied. The 3 children looked around the spacious area, their faces filled with joy. They could hardly imagine living in such a large, beautiful house. "Uncle Huang, how much is the rent for this house?" To her surprise, she truly liked this property. And Uncle Huang hesitated before responding, "This building is newly constructed, funded by a processing factory, so the price is a bit higher." After providing her with ample psychological preparation, he finally revealed the price, 15 yuan a month. 15 yuan was indeed quite expensive by current standards. However, it was within her means. "It is rather pricey, but if you prefer a cheaper option, there are still several shops on the lower street that are quite decent. I could take you to see them." "No need to see more." Uncle Huang's smile froze on his face, completely taken aback. Was she serious? "I will rent this one. Can we arrange to pay the rent monthly?" He was astonished that a woman dressed modestly and trailing 3 children would have such decisiveness to rent a 15 yuan a month property. "Of course. You truly wish to rent here?" he asked again, as if fearing she might change her mind. "Yes, I genuinely wish to rent this place." "Let's go and pay now." Uncle Huang's face lit up with joy. "Excellent. Let's head to the housing authority." After signing the agreement and paying, her housing situation was settled. Holding the key in an empty house, Shen Ning felt immense happiness. It symbolized her improving life since coming to this world. The previous owner had run off shortly after Li Shan's death, ultimately falling victim to deceit and financial loss. Now, she should have escaped the fate of the original owner, and the days ahead will only improve. As she pondered this, her arm was suddenly tugged. Looking down, she met the innocent, wide eyes of Xiaohua. "Nai, will we be living here from now on?" Shen Ning crouched down, amused, as she considered whether Xiaohua truly wished to reside here. The little face displayed a mix of eagerness, nodding then shaking her head. "Nai, is it very expensive here?" Upon hearing this, Shen Ning contemplated and then nodded solemnly, her youthful voice brimming with determination. This conversation elicited laughter from those around, prompting Shen Ning to exchange a packet of milk candies for some points in the mall, tearing it open to share 3 pieces with each of them. Adopting a frightful old cat persona, she playfully warned them that otherwise, the old hag might carry them away. Instead of being scared, they erupted into giggles. Nonetheless, they obediently accepted 2 more pieces each, promising to enjoy them at home, with Shen Ning assuring them that she would prepare a delightful meal for them that evening. Ding! Li Xiaohua's affection level, 10. Ding! Li Jianjun's affection level, 5. Ding! Li Jiangwo's affection level, 5. Account points, 261 points. This packet of milk candies was well worth it, earning points and making life increasingly promising. "What? Going together?" Shen Ning looked at the assertive Li Jiangguo and quickly grasped his little arm. "You stay here and help me watch over your younger siblings. This task is quite formidable. Can you manage?" Li Jiangguo nodded vigorously, even saluting, affirming, "I will accomplish the task." Shen Ning smiled with satisfaction, saying, "Young man, if you go, how will I utilize the space?" Chapter 28. Little Shun's flattery and truth. There was little to tidy up in the sparsely furnished house, not even a torn quilt. The only useful items were the cooking essentials she had gathered since arriving: rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, along with pots, bowls, and furniture. Although her points shop offered superior plastic stools and folding tables, it was regrettable that she could not take them out yet, as they would attract too much attention. Nevertheless, determined not to let these items go to waste, she thoroughly scavenged the house for anything usable, even a single green onion from the garden. Fortunately, with her spatial abilities, Everything could be easily stored away. However, moving was a significant matter, and she needed to inform the village chief to avoid any unforeseen complications. After exchanging 4 points for a packet of white sugar, she found its outer packaging transformed into a transparent plastic bag, revealing glistening granules of sugar inside. Before she could approach, the dog they kept began barking furiously. Startled, she called out, "Are you home?" The villagers, alerted by the barking, quickly emerged, restraining the dog and inviting her in. "Yes, we are home. Just come forward, the dog is tied up." As Shen Ning reached the front door, the first thing she saw was the large yellow dog, baring its teeth at her. She swiftly dodged inside. Upon recognizing her, Zhao Fuchuan, who was smoking under the eaves, instinctively frowned. Shen Ning pretended not to notice, smiling as she greeted them. "Adye, Anne." As the saying goes, one should not strike those who come bearing smiles. With her friendly demeanor, even if they had grievances, they could not chase her away. She then presented the white sugar to Ernai. "During these days, I am grateful for your care, so I bought a bag of sugar. Please do not disdain it. Ernai, please accept this small token of my appreciation. The children need something to eat. You wouldn't look down on my humble offerings, would you? No, this is specially for you, and Yi. Please do not refuse." Ernai's attitude softened further, although she still murmured, "Why are you so polite? It is only right. I remember all the kindness you and Yi have shown our family." Even Zhao Fuchuan's face brightened, losing the initial impatience. He knocked his smoking pipe and slowly spoke. "Third daughter-in-law, it is not easy for you to bring the children along. We are all kin here. Yi will help where he can." His words were both a comfort and a test, suggesting that her visit and gift might imply a request. However, Shen Ning completely ignored his insinuation and instead showered him with compliments. "Indeed, it is because of good village leaders like you, Yi, that Shaohe village continues to thrive. Everyone praises you when they mention our village." She gave him a thumbs up, declaring, "You are the best." Her flattery left Zhao Fuchuan beaming, his face crinkling with smiles. "Ha, you little girl, stop with the sweet talk. I'm not jesting. Everything I say is the truth. Yi is indeed a wonderful village leader." After sufficiently flattering him, she finally transitioned to the main topic. "Yi, I came today to discuss something. I plan to relocate to the town with the 3 children." This revelation startled both of her listeners. Ernai, having just placed the sugar down, was the first to inquire why the sudden decision to move to the town. "As you both know, we have no land in the village and cannot farm. With the passing of the 3rd child, we cannot simply live off the past. I am considering renting a shop in the town to run a small business and support the family. It is also convenient for Jiang Wo and Jianjun, who are school age." As she spoke with heartfelt emotion, she symbolically wiped away a tear. "I just want to raise the 3rd child as children well. It would be wonderful if they could succeed. I will rely on them in my old age." As a fellow woman, Ernai empathized deeply, her expression turning sorrowful as she patted Shen Ning's shoulder in comfort. "Do not worry. Things will get better. It is good that you think this way. The children are growing, and your kindness will be remembered. You can look forward to enjoying life later." Whether she would enjoy life in the future was uncertain, but she certainly felt blessed now. "That is true. I was too young before, easily swayed by rumors, and treated the children poorly. Now I have come to understand. Yi and Ernai, my shop is 3 doors to the left of the supply and marketing cooperative. If you come to the market, please feel free to visit." Ernai promised to come and see them when the time came. Shen Ning understood his intentions, but said little more, exchanging a few pleasantries before taking her leave. With an uncontrollable curiosity, Zhao Fuchuan remarked, "Old man, how did the 3rd daughter-in-law become so well off? She is renting a shop in the town. It couldn't all be from the 3rd child, could it? What nonsense are you babbling?" She teased. "She wouldn't have a special someone in the town, would she? You. Your words are becoming increasingly absurd. What does it matter? The 3rd child has passed. She is still young. What is wrong with remarrying? This is not the old days. Besides, the day she married the 3rd child, he left. She could very well still be a young maiden. We certainly cannot expect her to remain a widow forever." Zhao Fuchuan's old face flushed with embarrassment as he got up and retreated into the house. "What nonsense are you saying? I have no desire to listen to you." "What nonsense? Who in the village doesn't know? I suspect the 3rd daughter-in-law's haste to move to the town has something to do with the Oldley family." Chapter 29. A Frenzied Shopping Spree. Some matters truly cannot withstand scrutiny, and the Lee family, upon being discussed, indeed took action. In the dead of night, 3 shadowy figures approached a somewhat dilapidated earthen house. Armed with wooden sticks, a bright full moon cast a hazy light, rendering the house even more ominous and dark. A few individuals whispered softly among themselves. "Beige, should we charge in now? There hasn't been any noise. I reckon they must be fast asleep." The speaker was Li Bai, accompanied by 2 accomplices he had recruited. Thoughts of his mother wailing, his father's fury, and the turmoil at home ignited a seething anger within him. All of this chaos was instigated by that wretched Shen Ning, who truly believed they were afraid of her. She thought she had the support of the third brother. The humiliation he had suffered in recent days surged within him like a tempest. Spitting out a mouthful of saliva, his eyes glinted with fury concealed in the darkness. "Let us teach that little woman a lesson, but ensure we don't kill her." One of the men chuckled sinisterly. "Beige, your third sister-in-law is quite the looker." A sharp slap landed on his head. "What are you thinking? Just give her a good lesson, but avoid causing any further trouble." With that, he pushed open the courtyard gate, which surprisingly was not locked, raising suspicions. "Beige, why is it unlatched? Perhaps they forgot to lock it. Never mind, let's finish this quickly." Levi charged in, wielding a wooden stick, only to find the door inside, also ajar. He rushed into the room, ready to strike, but stopped short at the sight of the bare bed frame. Nothing was there. "Where is that damned little vixen?" At that moment, Shen Ning was deeply immersed in a sweet dream. The bed in the old house was merely wooden boards topped with straw, covered by a woven mat, quite rudimentary. After contemplating her future sleep quality, she decided to invest a significant sum in a folding bed, worth 20 points each, primarily for the 2 boys. The room was small. Shen Ning and Xiao Hua shared a space, while the 2 boys made do by sleeping in the shop area behind the counter. The excitement of the children about their new home and new beds filled their hearts with joy. Even the simple dinner of boiled eggs and instant noodles seemed trivial compared to their eagerness to shower and rest. Their dreams were sweet and carefree. The mechanical voice echoed in her mind, stirring the dreamers slightly before they returned to their slumber. The next morning, as dawn broke, Shen Ning rose early. She intended to redeem some items from the points store to sell in her shop, but upon checking her points balance, she was taken aback. "What is happening? I can't spend it all." She marveled at her substantial fortune. "Such a generous gift for my beloved children." She decided to treat her little benefactors to a hearty breakfast. Each child would receive a boiled egg, a bottle of milk, and a bag of salted custard buns, a nostalgic delight she had longed for. After redeeming her items, she still had 247 points left, so she decided to redeem more. She ordered 6 packs of various instant noodle flavors: chicken soup, tomato beef, sauerkraut beef, and spicy wild pepper, spending 48 points. Buying so many flavors was not just for herself. Instant noodles were a versatile staple that could be consumed internally if unsold. Next, she purchased 10 bars of soap at 2 points each, followed by 10 bars of 3-point scented soap. She could almost hear the cash register ringing as 50 points disappeared. She also bought 10 bags of salt at 1 point each and 10 bottles of soy sauce at 3 points each, realizing the necessity of stocking up on everyday essentials. After spending 30 more points, she had 119 points left and was not yet finished. Each child would receive a new set of clothes. 2 boys would don navy blue short sleeves, while Xiaohua would get a light purple one, suitable for her. If circumstances allowed, she would have bought every princess dress in the store for Xiaohua to wear daily. Regrettably, that would have to wait. She also remembered her intention to buy pants for the kids, which had slipped her mind amidst the chaos of moving. She purchased a pair of ordinary sports pants for each child, with the boys choosing black for durability and Xiaohua opting for gray for versatility. She added 4 pairs of socks, bringing her total to 10 points. After taking care of the children, she could not neglect herself. She chose a fitted cotton women S short sleeve for 15 points, black flared jeans for 20 points, and light-colored sneakers for 25 points. Lastly, she grabbed a light-colored undergarment for convenience. Suddenly, 2 urgent warning sounds echoed her mind, as if she had forgotten to remove the tags from her purchases at the supermarket. Your points balance is insufficient for payment. Account points, 1 point. Lost in her shopping spree, she realized too late that she had exhausted her points. The most painful thing in life is to possess a treasure trove, yet be unable to access it. There was no choice but to keep striving. Yesterday, she had tidied up the shop, and a large counter was now ready to display her goods. Inevitably, Her movements roused the sleeping children. Through the mosquito net, Li Jianguo stirred drowsily, catching a glimpse of a figure. Just as he was about to turn, he heard Shen Ning's familiar voice. "It's all right. I'm just placing some items down. You can continue sleeping." As the daylight gradually brightened the room, the warmth stirred them from their slumber. Shen Ning remained unaware that she was standing on the balcony, sighing in frustration. While she had enjoyed her shopping spree, she had forgotten to purchase the most crucial items, the stove and coal. Yesterday, she had borrowed a stove from the neighbor to prepare instant noodles. She couldn't possibly borrow again this early in the day. Could she? Annoyed, she felt like banging her head in disbelief at such an oversight. How could she forget something so vital? If only she had points now, she could buy it herself. Impulsive spending was not the way to go. Ding. Li Jianguo's favorability, 20. Ding. Li Jianjun's favorability, 20. Were these two children so considerate? Did they know she was out of points and hurried to bring her something? Nai. Li Jianjun shouted excitedly, rushing towards her with the black sports pants in hand, his eyes sparkling. Nai, is this for me? Chapter 30. New neighbors arrive, following closely behind. Li Jianguo also held a pair of pants, gazing at her with wide eyes. In that moment, they resembled two eager puppies, tails wagging, waiting for their owner's affection. Shen Ning's heart softened at the sight. Of course, they are for you. You'll need to wash your dirty clothes later, so wear these today. The two children leaped with joy. Wow, new pants. I have new pants now. Nai, you're the best. Thank you. Shen Ning felt a surge of happiness, knowing she could finally buy a stove from the store. Don't just think about yourselves. Go check if your sister is awake. As two exuberant children entered the room, she swiftly navigated to the marketplace and located the stove. A mere 25 points for a stove. Gritting her teeth, she made the purchase. She also desired a deeper frying pan, which would serve multiple purposes for both frying and stewing. However, the only pot she had brought from the earthen house was an oversized one, proving quite inconvenient on the cramped balcony. Yet, the frying pan required 30 points. After purchasing the stove, she found herself with a mere 16 points remaining, leaving her only able to buy coal. At 10 points for 20 pounds. It was quite a bargain. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding. Li Xiaohua's affection level, 50. Oh my goodness. If not for the fear of startling the children, she would have let out a joyous scream. How could such a delightful little girl exist? She had offered a pillow when she felt drowsy and brought warmth when she was cold. Adoring her, in a burst of excitement, she immediately ordered the frying pan, leaving her account with 26 points. She placed firewood in the stove, igniting it, and added the coal. To her surprise, the coal burned without producing any smoke. Indeed, the items from the points marketplace were extraordinary. She ladled water into the pan, added eggs, and set the steaming rack that came with the pan atop it, boiling the eggs while steaming buns above. Breakfast was effortlessly prepared. "Granny, the pants you bought for me look splendid," exclaimed one child. "Oh, Xiaohua looks so lovely in them. But they seem to be missing something." She reached into her pocket, her mind racing through the marketplace to order a pink hair tie adorned with a charming little bow, costing 2 points. Ding, ding, ding. What is this? A chorus of wow erupted. Shen Ning found herself both amused and bewildered. What are you boys so excited about? Li Jianguo scratched his head shyly. I've never seen such a beautiful hair tie. Li Jianjun eagerly nodded. Me too. This hair tie is far prettier than Sister Pan D's red one. Sister Pan D was the eldest child of the Li family, their only child at present, though her name revealed the couple's aspirations. Despite not being the son they had hoped for, she had everything she needed and lived quite well compared to others who favored sons. Of course, it's evident who made the purchase. She called to Xiaohua. "Come here. Let me style your hair beautifully." Xiaohua beamed with joy, despite her hair only being able to be styled into a single top knot. Her desire to be beautiful was undeniable, as she kept touching her hair. "All right, wash your hands. It's time for breakfast. I have things to tend to afterward." Each child received a boiled egg and fragrant buns, making for a sumptuous breakfast. However, they struggled with the plain milk, their little faces contorting at the taste. "This is still the small bottle. You must drink more. It will help you grow tall and strong." Upon hearing this, Li Jianguo immediately gulped down a large mouthful of milk, with Li Jianjun following suit. "I want to grow taller." Xiaohua, determined not to be left out, grabbed her bottle. But Shen Ning stopped her. "Don't imitate your brothers. Drinking milk isn't tea like taking medicine." Xiaohua complied. I will drink slowly. The two boys, now obedient, slowed their pace. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the back door, accompanied by an unfamiliar voice. Hello? Is anyone there? Yes, yes. As Shen Ning answered, she hurried to the back door. Upon opening it, she found a young woman with unfamiliar features. Her black hair was elegantly styled, revealing a smooth forehead and striking features. Her attire was neat and stylish, a white blouse tucked into black trousers, complemented by light-colored sandals. Meanwhile, Winning scrutinized the newcomer. Having learned yesterday that the shop below had been rented by a woman with 3 children, she had envisioned a middle-aged matron, managing a small business to support her family. The arrival of 3 children had caused her some discontent, as she preferred the tranquility of the area. However, last night, the aroma wafting from the lower floor had been irresistible, causing her to salivate and even dream of the delicious scent. Unable to resist her curiosity, she had come knocking early this morning. To her surprise, the woman at the door was not the matron she had imagined, but rather a young and lovely girl. Who are you? Winning inquired with a smile, introducing herself. I live on the 2nd floor, just above you. My name is Winning. Oh, no need to be so formal. Of course, I will be looking out for you. Are you planning to open a shop? She continued. I came to see if you needed any help. The enthusiasm of the new neighbor struck her as peculiar. Oh no, no need for that. I appreciate your kindness. My home is nearly set up, and I'm just opening a small grocery store with not much inventory. Hearing this, Shen Ning noticed the surprise on Wen Ying's face. Was it appropriate for her to be so pleased at being declined? A grocery store? That sounds wonderful. When will you open? Are you open today? Only then did she realize Shen Ning's curious gaze. She slapped her hand to her mouth. No wonder you look at me like that. I didn't know what you were cooking last night, but it smelled divine, enough to entice my friends. I had to come ask how you made it and what spices you used. Shen Ning realized she understood. Oh, we just finished tidying up last night and didn't have time to cook a proper dinner, so we merely boiled some instant noodles. What? Just noodles? Wen Ying exclaimed, incredulous. Everyone has eaten noodles, but I'm not particularly fond of them. They often seem bland. I've tried those that others rave about in town, but none compare to the aroma I smelled last night. The thought alone made her mouth water. Did you add some special seasoning to your noodles? I just want to know if you sell that seasoning. I'm hoping to buy some for a friend. Ah, I see, your friend likes it. Shen Ning stepmother. Granting her entrance. It's not a special seasoning. It's just instant noodles we sell, with several flavors. Would you like to come in and take a look? Wen Ying was eager to oblige. All right, then I'll intrude a bit. Following Shen Ning inside, the room felt somewhat smaller due to the partition, but their belongings were few, giving it a tidy appearance. With a creak, Shen Ning opened the door, sunlight flooding the room brightly. Only then did Wen Ying notice the products on the counter, her eyes widening in astonishment. In her mind, a grocery store was merely a disheveled rural shop filled with an array of random items. However, Shen Ning's grocery store truly captivated her. Despite the eclectic assortment, everything was neatly arranged and the packaging was visually appealing. Apart from the old wooden cabinets, the merchandise bore little difference from that found in the supply and marketing cooperatives or even in the provincial capital. This is Aunt Wen from upstairs. You should greet her. She was momentarily taken aback by the scene before her, which completely reshaped her perceptions. She had anticipated a weary, middle-aged woman from the countryside burdened with 3 children. But instead, she found 3 well-dressed children, their clothing devoid of any patches, clearly brand new. Each child sported a pair of pristine athletic shoes. Could it be that this family had come from the provincial capital? Hello, Aunt Wen. Hello. Wen Ying smiled warmly, engaging in conversation. Although she generally disliked children, it was the scruffy, dirty ones that bothered her. The ones whose clothes were so grimy they gleamed, their faces smeared with mucus, and their hands resembling those of coal miners. But clean, fragrant, and soft children, who could resist? Hello there. Her gaze fell upon the little bun adorning Xiaohua's head. Oh, what a lovely hair tie your sister has. Xiaohua beamed with joy at the compliment. Yes, it was given to me by my grandmother. She's the best. Grandmother? Shen Ning was candid about her situation, as she intended to reside here long-term, and by the time she married, the children were already grown, leaving no psychological scars on them. Yes, I'm their stepmother. She briefly touched upon the topic, placing several packets of instant noodles in front of her. Look, this is instant noodles. It contains the noodles and seasoning. You simply boil it until soft, or if you're pressed for time, you could just soak it in boiling water for 5 to 6 minutes. Is this noodle really so magical? Indeed, you should give it a try. It's just 50 cents a pack. The aroma she had caught last night made her swallow hard again. All right, I'll take a spicy one. I can handle spicy. Shen Ning handed her a packet of spicy noodles. Thank you for your patronage. Isn't this a wonderful start? Having a shop downstairs is indeed convenient for us. After paying, she noticed soap placed beside the cabinet, along with a fragrant lavender bar. Boss Shun, you sell soap too? Yes, I have various daily necessities. Feel free to come by any time. Winning tentatively inquired, how much is the soap? Do you need a ticket? Shen Ning shook her head with a smile. No tickets required. This soap is large. One piece is equivalent to 2, priced at 4 yuan for a sizable bar. The smaller soap is 2 yuan, suitable for washing, bathing, and laundry. Soap is generally more expensive than ordinary soap, and considering its size, this was indeed a bargain. She felt a twinge of regret. Had she known, she wouldn't have asked someone from the provincial capital to bring her soap. My supply at home isn't finished yet. I'll come back for more once it runs out. Shen Ning nodded. You're always welcome here. Even before the water had boiled, she had already opened the instant noodles. Upon first seeing the noodle cake, she was momentarily stunned. Is it really noodles? When the water boiled, and she added the noodle cake along with the seasoning, a rich aroma instantly filled the air. She was so excited she could hardly contain herself. Yes, this was the exact flavor. It was even more delightful than she had sensed from a floor above last night. After only a brief boiling, the noodles were ready. She ladled them into a bowl, steam rising as she took a bite, blowing on it slightly before savoring it. Her immediate reaction was that it was delicious, truly exquisite, unlike any noodle she had ever tasted before. The 50 cents spent was absolutely worth it. As she slurped the noodles, she resolved to buy another packet to take to work for lunch, to tantalize her colleagues and let them experience the same craving she had felt last night. Furthermore, she was determined to sample every flavor available from Shen Ning's shop. At the Military District General Hospital, several comrades in uniform hurriedly made their way towards an intensive care unit. Upon witnessing the man in the bed, who had been unconscious for days, finally open his eyes, the group of men were immediately moved to tears. Team Leader Lee, you have finally awoken. The man in the hospital bed, adorned with various monitoring devices and in 4 drip attached to his hand, turned his head with difficulty towards the entrance where the others stood. His rugged features, now pale with illness, softened the intimidating aura he usually exuded. His lips, devoid of color, were chapped and cracked, rendering him vulnerable. Seeing their arrival, he managed a faint smile. Why are you all crying? Why such a display of emotion? It seemed he had exerted himself too much, causing pain to his abdominal injury, which made him wince and draw in a sharp breath. Team Leader Lee, please be careful. Did you re-aggravate your wound? Fortunately, if he hadn't taken cover in a depression, he might not have survived the ordeal at Hongfeng Village. Li Shan's eyes flashed with confusion, and his brow furrowed deeper. Didn't I get injured while fighting in the southwest? The cheerful atmosphere among the men abruptly shifted. Team Leader Lee, do you not remember our mission in Hongfeng Village? Indeed, the southwest operation was last October. Realization dawned on everyone, and panic ensued. Don't be afraid. Don't be anxious. I'll go fetch the doctor. Quickly, quickly. The flustered group instinctively overlooked the call button at the head of the bed, rushing out to summon a physician. The doctor, hastily called, initially assumed there had been an emergency and, with a serious demeanor, conducted a thorough examination. Secretly relieved upon finding the patient stable. Given the severity of his injuries, aside from life-threatening concerns, everything else was manageable. The head trauma suggested possible intracranial bruising, which might have pressured the nerves, resulting in memory disruption or loss of certain recollections. A prescription of medication would help gradually dissipate the bruising. One round-faced soldier in uniform let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Team Leader Lee is indeed blessed. The man with the darkest complexion playfully choked him. Team Leader, you have no idea how much Xiao, who has been crying these past few days. His eyes are nearly swollen shut. Ha ha ha. Xiao, who elbowed him in jest. What nonsense. As if you weren't worried about the captain. Regardless, the captain should be promoted. After all, he has accomplished a great deed, almost sacrificing himself, which is what a captain deserves. Li Shan, however, was not particularly concerned about such matters, for during missions, none of them sought fame or fortune. Was the mission completed? Rest assured, Team Leader, the mission was successfully accomplished, and you saved several brothers and villagers. Everyone is immensely grateful to you. Several comrades are still in treatment. Otherwise, They would have come to see you. Hearing this, Shan smiled slightly. As long as the mission succeeded, that is enough. The men had no intention of leaving. They busied themselves with various tasks, fetching bowls, water jugs, and towels. Captain, we come specifically to take care of you today. Just relax and enjoy. Looking at his brothers, Shan felt moisture gather at the corners of his eyes. Life is truly wonderful. The flour processing factory was a coveted establishment within the town, sought after by everyone in the vicinity. Once inside, even as a factory worker, one would secure a stable livelihood. The pay was good, and long-term employees could even receive housing in the staff quarters. There was no better opportunity. Ning, having just graduated from university and benefiting from her uncle's connections, smoothly secured a position at this factory as an office clerk. Her life, naturally, was quite carefree. Her next goal was to find a suitable partner. However, today she has a matter of great importance to attend to. After enduring until noon, the time for lunch has finally arrived, and she is ready to commence her plan. Ning, shall we go to the cafeteria? Shally, I'm going too. I didn't tea bring my lunch today. Ning mysteriously shook her head. You all go ahead. I shall not join. I brought my own. Ning, you didn't bring food to steam, did you? Everyone in the office knew that Ning was the type who believed that as long as she was full, her family would not go hungry. Given the factory's generous pay, she was rather particular about her meals, leading to many colleagues quietly disapproving of her. They felt she was pretentious, spending money lavishly, and believed she fancied herself a city girl. What kind of good family would look upon her? A spendthrift with favor. They often regarded her as a false highbrow and a lazy woman. Typically, she would eat either at the cafeteria or outside, rarely cooking for herself. Today, however, she did not go to the cafeteria, but instead brought her own meal, which was as surprising as the sun rising from the west. I didn't cook, but I bought a super delicious noodle, she proudly announced, pulling out a pack of instant noodles and waving it triumphantly. Shally looked puzzled. Is that really noodles? Ning shot her a condescending glance, her eyes gleaming with pride. You wouldn't understand. This is called instant noodles. Just add boiling water and it's ready to eat. It will surely entice you all. Is it really just noodles in that pack? Others chimed in, incredulous. How can noodles cook with just boiling water? Ning, are you being deceived? Indeed, can boiling water really cook noodles? It must be half-cooked. I've never heard of such noodles before. In response to their mockery, Ning was determined to prove them wrong. Are you all so curious? I haven't tried it yet, but the noodle vendor assured me it works with boiling water. Why don't you join me to find out? With a swift motion, she opened the instant noodle package, poured in the seasoning, and filled it with boiling water. As the steaming water cascaded in, a rich and overpowering aroma wafted through the air. The onlookers barely had a moment to glance before Ning covered the lid. The vendor said to wait 3 to 5 minutes. Is that all it takes? Xiao Li's expression had already shifted, her throat instinctively swallowing. Ning, this noodle smells fantastic. It smells good already? We're still waiting. After a few light-hearted exchanges, the instant noodles were nearly ready. With the eager gazes of her colleagues upon her, Ning opened the container, and the fragrance intensified. As she stirred with chopsticks, the solid block transformed into a delightful bowl of curvy noodles, providing an unexpected lesson on this miraculous way of eating for those in the office. It smells so good. Xiaoli was the first to crack. Ning, where did you buy this noodle? Chapter 33. The uniquely fragrant delight. Early in the morning, after welcoming her first customer, Shen Ning began the preparations for opening her store. Given the current situation, she decided to forego the formalities. It wasn't that she couldn't afford firecrackers. Rather, it was the environmental pollution they caused. Her primary task was to label the prices of the products and place clear price tags on the counter, allowing customers to know the prices at a glance and avoiding any awkwardness. Fortunately, there were not many items, and she completed the task swiftly. Andy, you want a hair tie? Little Li Jianjun seemed to come with a complaint, puffing out his small chest. So, the little girl's name is Yuan. Her mother appeared somewhat embarrassed, explaining, your daughter's hair tie is lovely. My daughter saw it and liked it very much. So she wanted to ask where it was bought. What a coincidence. I have some right here. Wait a moment while I fetch them. She hurried into the room and ordered 10 hair ties adorned with different decorations, swiftly spending 20 points. Account points. For these points were indeed useful but hard to earn. Let us earn some money first. Take a look and see if there's anything you like. The 10 colorful hair ties featured adorable decorations like strawberries, grapes, flowers, butterflies, and bunnies, all of which appealed to young girls. Wow, I love them all. Yuan's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the hair ties, her delight evident. She knew she had made the right choice. Yuan's mother poked her daughter's little head with a finger, somewhat helpless. You want everything you see. Yet, even she couldn't help but admire the beautiful hair ties. Boss, how much is this hair tie? Shen Ning pondered for a moment before beaming. Since it's our grand opening today, we have discounts on all items. These hair ties, which are hard to find, are originally 50 cents each. But I can offer them to you for 40 cents. A hint of difficulty appeared on Yuan's mother's face. After all, a box of toothpaste only costs 30 cents. Making the hair tie seem rather expensive. Shen Ning continued, the decorations on this hair tie are unparalleled, not just in town, but even in the provincial capital. Yuan will surely stand out with this unique one, and the quality is excellent. Feel free to take a look. Her words successfully resonated with Yuan's mother. Her aunt had married into the provincial capital and had a daughter as well, and ever since the one-child policy, they had all become only children. With both having daughters, the comparison shifted. Her aunt often spoke with a hint of pride found only in city dwellers, subtly looking down upon her family, often remarking that living in the town meant not being able to provide good things for their children. She would say things like, of course, one daughter must be raised well. Thus, Yuan's mother typically had no desire to visit the provincial capital, not wanting to subject herself to unnecessary frustration. However, next week, her niece's birthday was approaching, and as an uncle and aunt, they couldn't just skip it. There was no avoiding it. So when she heard the phrase unique, Yuan's mother's eyes brightened. There truly aren't any like this in the provincial capital? What a thoughtful system. She replied earnestly to Yuan's mother, rest assured, my hair ties come from a special supplier, and you will not find another like it anywhere else. If you do, I'll refund your money. After hearing this, Yuan's mother felt much less apprehensive about the price. She picked up the hair tie to examine it closely. The sturdy band and the lovely decorations were well made and appeared quite expensive. It felt like the 40 cents was indeed worth it. Yuan, which color do you want? Yuan's eyes widened as she immediately spotted the light purple, grape pattern tie. Mom, I want this grape one. All right, let us buy this hair tie for Yuan. Yuan jumped up in delight, exclaiming, yay, Mommy is the best. I love Mommy the most. The sweet little girl's words melted her mother's heart, making her willingly hand over the money. She neatly stacked 4 1 bills and placed them in Shen Ning's hands, her gaze lingering on her. Boss, your clothes don't seem like they were bought in town. Shen Ning did not overlook the curiosity in her eyes. Curiosity breeds surprise, surprise fosters desire, and desire spurs consumption. She confidently stepped forward, twirled around in front of her, and said, indeed, not just the clothes, but also the pants. Yuan's mother was genuinely taken aback, so much so that she forgot everything else and instinctively reached out to touch the fabric. The moment her fingers grazed the material, she was filled with astonishment. The texture was entirely different. This is exquisite fabric. Do you sell this at your place too? Shen Ning felt a tinge of regret. Of course she wanted to sell it, but she had set the price rather high, and unfortunately, she lacked sufficient points to make it worthwhile. Not at the moment, as the stock hasn't arrived yet, but we do have some for the young lady here. She pulled over the curious Xiaohua. Take a look at the clothes and pants my daughter is wearing. It dawned on Yuan's mother that something was amiss. Previously, her attention had been fixated on the hair tie adorning Xiaohua's head, completely overlooking the fact that the girl was not only beautiful in her hair accessory, but also in her attire and footwear. There was hardly any difference between her and the children from the provincial capital. In fact, they might even be superior. Not to mention, it wasn't just the little sister. Both brothers were dressed similarly. Although the colors of their clothing were quite common, upon touching them, she found them remarkably soft, distinctly different from what she was accustomed to. The pants were equally soft and breathable, retaining their shape regardless of washing, both stylish and durable. She added that there were also patterned options suitable for young girls that were simply delightful. Yuan's mother was becoming increasingly intrigued, envisioning a complete outfit for Yuan to wear while visiting her aunt in the provincial city. May I see? Your daughter looks splendid in those clothes. My Yuan also needs new attire. Shen Ning hesitated, explaining that at present, she truly had none in stock. As you know, such fine goods are rare to find in the town, especially for someone discerning like you. So, I haven't stocked up. only buying for my own children. However, if you genuinely desire them, I can place an order for you. Yuan's mother was somewhat swayed. She raised the stakes, assuring Shen Ning that the clothes and pants from her source were customized and in stock, unavailable elsewhere. Very well, please order set for me. Chapter 34. Group purchase of instant noodles. Perhaps due to the shop being newly opened, patrons were not particularly aware of what it offered. And with it not being a market day, the flow of customers was rather sparse. Shen Ning pondered whether she should promote her business. In this era, the most direct form of advertisement would be through newspapers, but she felt that her shop was not yet at a stage deserving of such publicity. It seemed excessive. Alternatively, she could distribute flyers, but that felt premature. She even doubted the worthiness of her merchandise. She sighed silently, hoping that with time, familiarity would breed recognition of what she had to offer. Moreover, today was not entirely fruitless. She had sold 2 packs of instant noodles, earning 1 yuan, and a hair tie for 40 cents, along with a 5 yuan deposit. Her net income totaled 6 yuan and 50 cents. In comparison, she was far more concerned about how to swiftly enhance her popularity. She shifted her chin to rest on her hand, propping it against the counter, and sighed once more. Li Jianguo and Li Jianjun exchanged glances, both suspecting the cause of her distress. Don't be disheartened, Auntie. We've made friends with several children nearby, and told them our family is selling things. Once we get to know them better, we will surely bring their parents to buy from us. Shen Ning chuckled at Li Jianguo's words. You are quite resourceful, starting with the children. She retrieved 3 milk candies from a bag on the counter and handed 1 to each boy. This is a reward for you, but it's my duty to think about making money. You should focus on your studies and prepare for school. Really? Auntie, is that true? We can all go to school? Li Jianguo's eyes sparkled with excitement, tinged with disbelief. He recalled Auntie mentioning sending them to school, but he was well aware of their family situation. Their father had passed away, they had no land, no income, and Auntie had to support the 3 of them. Now that they had moved and started a business, how could there be any spare money? In truth, it would be fine for them to start school later. Yet, he felt a hint of disappointment. What do you mean? Really? Children your age must attend school. As soon as I have a bit more to spare, I will take you to enroll. Li Jianjun let out a joyful cheer, bouncing high with excitement. Yay, we're going to school. We're going to school. Ding. Li Jiangu's favorability 50. Ding. Li Jianjun's favorability 50. Watching the 2 boys leap with joy, Shen Ning blinked, wondering if something was amiss. Wasn't there supposed to be another sound indicating favorability? Her gaze shifted to the side, where she saw Xiao Hua watching her brothers bounce around, her large eyes reflecting a hint of envy. Had she misinterpreted something? Xiao Hua, are you not happy? You will begin the nurturing class soon, where you will meet many new friends, play games together, and it will be wonderful. The little girl appeared as though she had been struck by a wave of excitement. Really, Auntie? Can Xiao Hua also go to school? Of course. If both brothers are going to school, then our Xiao Hua must go too. Ding. Li Xiao was favorability sin. Wait a moment, dear daughter. Can favorability increase this way? Can it really go up by 100? Oh, how can she be so adorable? Auntie, you are the best. Xiao Hua likes you the most. In truth, she had not done much at all. She had merely offered to send the children to school. They were truly delightful, and she felt an overwhelming urge to weep at their cuteness. How unlike her own childhood, when the mere thought of going to school and the endless homework was a source of dread. Truly, they were blissfully unaware of their fortune. Annie loves you all too. Now, please watch the shop while I prepare dinner. If a customer arrives, just call for me. After delegating responsibilities, Shen Ning moved to the back, contemplating what delicious meal to prepare. With her newfound points, she could indulge a bit. First, she purchased the clothing and pants ordered by Yuan's mother. Given Yuan's slightly yellowish complexion, cool tones would complement her better. Shen Ning selected a light blue outfit and a pale purple one, both adorned with embroidered designs, daisies on the blue and a little rabbit on the purple. This ensured that if Yuan chose purple, she would not clash with Xiao Hua's attire. For pants, she picked 2 options, a light denim pair with white lace at the hem and a gray pair of sweatpants featuring small daisies along the legs. Though Shen Ning found these styles somewhat outdated after being bombarded by various aesthetics in the age of information, they were considered quite fashionable in the present context. They would surely captivate Yuan and her mother. Another advantage of the system shop was that if the clothing turned out to be too large, it could be exchanged for items of the same point value in different styles. This way, Whatever Yuan's mother did not choose could be redeemed for Xiaohua. What a wonderful stepmother she was. Next, she purchased a pair of sports shoes, deducting another 20 points, leaving her with a total of 46 points remaining in her account. Fortunately, she still had enough to manage. For lunch, she decided on a delightful spread: sweet and sour ribs, garlic sauteed vegetables, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Perfection. After buying a dozen eggs, a small portion of ribs, and vegetables, she had spent 50 points. Account points, 108. Next, she bought a cooking pot. Points, 30. Account points, 78. Points were truly a valuable currency. Just as she finished washing the rice and placed it on the stove to cook, she heard several children calling for her from the front. "Auntie, customers are here. Auntie, we have customers. Auntie." The urgency in their voices prompted her to skip removing her apron and hurriedly walk to the front. "They're here. They're here." As I approached the front, I was greeted by Wen Ning, the very same person I'd seen earlier that morning. However, she was not alone. Accompanying her were two female colleagues and one male colleague. Judging by their attire, they seemed to be quite affluent, likely co-workers. "Boss, I'm back. This time, I bring you new business." The allure of instant noodles must be quite potent. Shen Ning immediately brightened up with a warm smile. "Thank you, Wen Ning. What would you all like to purchase? Feel free to browse." Their collective gaze was fixed on the neatly packaged instant noodles. Their curiosity piqued. "Boss, we're here to buy instant noodles." "Yes, I want the pickle cabbage flavor. Are there any other flavors? Which one is the best?" In Chapter 35, wishing to see her in prison, they each bought 2 packages of instant noodles for a total of 4 yuan. Among them, a round-faced girl was not only attracted to the noodles, but also to the soap. Leaning in to sniff it, she was instantly captivated by its fragrance. "Boss, your soap smells divine." She pointed to the price tag on the soap on the counter and inquired, "Sister, is this soap sold for 4 yuan a whole bar?" Shen Ning noted. Little Li weighed her options in her mind, clearly enamored but hesitating. Shen Ning noticed her indecision. "We also sell regular soap for 2 yuan apiece. You might want to take a look." The ordinary yellow soap, with its typical soapy scent, was cheaper by 50 cents, yet she still preferred the fragrant soap. What is there to ponder? Just buy the fragrant soap. It's a large bar, perfect for your family, and considering it costs the same as 2 bars of regular soap, it's quite the bargain. "Oh, right." After Wen Ying's gentle persuasion, Little Li felt enlightened. Buying the fragrant soap seemed like a wise decision. "All right then, I'll purchase a bar of soap." Shen Ning's smile brightened further, and she looked at Wen Ning with affection, feeling fortunate to have such a wonderful neighbor. "Great, here you go, and do come again." 8 yuan was added to the cash register. "Hey boss, do you sell hair ties as well?" Another older woman spotted the hair ties hanging on a nail in the back. Shen Ning quickly took them down and laid them on the counter. "Indeed, these are all new styles. My daughter wears one just like this." Little Hua, obediently approaching, pointed to the little bun atop her head, showcasing it to them. Naturally, she garnered a multitude of compliments. "Oh my, whose child is this? So adorable. Indeed, how could she be so lovely?" The flattery from the aunties made Little Hua blush. Unbeknownst to them, her charm was heightened by her neat appearance and sweet fragrance, making her a delight to behold, melting the hearts of those around her. The woman interested in the hair ties promptly pulled out her money. "I have a daughter too. She would surely adore this hair tie." She quickly produced 40 cents. This clearly illustrated the significance of women having their own occupations and incomes, enabling them to purchase what they desired without hesitation. Shen Ning bid farewell to the group as they exited, expressing her hope to see them again. Once they had walked away, she took Wen Ying's hand and slipped a milk candy into her palm. "Here, have some candy. Thank you for bringing me business." "Oh, you're too kind." Although she said this, her face radiated happiness, sprinkled with a hint of pride. "If your noodles weren't so delicious, I wouldn't be able to promote your business." She waved the milk candy playfully. "But since you offer me candy, I shall not return the favor." Shen Ning nodded. "Yes, it's for you to enjoy." With her assistance, the children's education could finally be prioritized. While the scene unfolded in harmony, Zayaki village was not as tranquil beneath the surface. Li Bai had come up empty-handed and lost 2 meals in the process, blaming it all on Shen Ning. He seemed to believe that just because he intended to bully someone, they should remain stationary and wait for him to unleash his wrath. How could a widow with 3 children escape? After 3 visits at various times throughout the day, he found no one around. Not even a bird dared to venture near. By midnight, Li Bai's simple mind finally grasped something was amiss. That woman must have fled with her 3 children. A smile of delight crept onto his face. He had suspected that the wretched woman had ulterior motives for treating those children so well. It seemed she had plotted everything out, intending to ensnare the little ones and then sell them off. Her intentions are truly sinister. However, he was determined to ensure she faced the consequences. Imagining her in a labor camp, relishing the thought, he hurried home, and as he opened the door, Lu Yunjin, who had already turned in for the night, heard the commotion and quickly got out of bed. After a long day, Li Bai had little patience for her sarcasm. Feeling parched, he poured himself a large bowl of water and gulped it down, finally feeling relieved. Huh, what's the matter? Did that wild woman not even offer you water? What nonsense are you spouting? He poured another bowl of water. Is there anything to eat? I am starving. Oh, look at you, what are you talking about? I went to confront Shen Ning and discovered something incredible. Upon hearing Shen Ning's name, Lu Yunjin's expression changed immediately. What happened? Hurry and tell me. First, give me something to eat. I'm about to starve. Just wait, we have some porridge left for dinner. Once a large bowl of porridge filled his stomach, Li Bai gleefully began. That woman ran away with the 3 kids. Her house is empty, and I suspect she has fled. What? After the initial shock came confusion. Where could she take those 3 burdens? Is she foolish? Why not escape on her own? Li Bai was left speechless. You foolish woman, do you not understand? How could she run away without money? Taking 3 children surely means she must have exchanged them for travel expenses. Lu Yunjin was momentarily stunned, her mouth agape. Are you saying Shen Ning sold the 3 children from the Laosan family? What a wretched woman, though she voiced such disdain. A smile of satisfaction crept onto her lips. Now Shen Ning is finished. After all, she dared to strike me. I must take revenge. I heard from village officials that buying and selling children is illegal. They say it involves human trafficking, and those caught will end up in prison. The couple exchanged glances, laughing heartily. Chapter 36. Reporting to the police mom, something terrible has happened. Something terrible. Early in the morning, Zhu Dalong was nearly knocked over by Lu Yunjin's entrance, her displeased expression evident as she scowled. Early in the morning, you bring your bad luck and spout nonsense. Lu Yunjin rolled her eyes inwardly. That old hag, did she think I want to come here? I'm just venting my anger. May she suffer. Maintaining a smile, she insisted. Mom, I genuinely have something significant to tell you. Zhu Dalong, busy preparing vegetables, glanced at her sideways, irritated. Spit out already. Mom. Yesterday, Li Bai passed by the Laosan family, and guess what? The Laosan's wife ran away with her 3 children. Their house is completely empty. So what if she ran? Zhu Dalong's words trailed off, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. She ran away? With 3 children? Indeed. Not a single twig remains in the kitchen. Lu Yunjin leaned in closer, her words brimming with malicious speculation. Mother, why do you suppose she insists on fleeing with all 3 children? With the youngest gone, the monthly allowance has vanished as well. Where could she possibly run off to without a penny to her name? And if she takes those 3 children with her, where will the funds come from? Zhu Darong, not one to be easily deceived, could discern the underlying meaning in her words. They excelled at attributing the most sinister motives to every situation. That wretched woman surely lacks the means. Perhaps she has set her sights on the 3 little ones. With a mix of anger and helplessness, she sighed deeply, lamenting the fate of the youngest. Alas, who knows where the remains lie, while the 3 children are left to suffer under such treatment. I wonder where that despicable woman has sold them off to. Sensing that Zhu Darong had been swayed by her insinuations, a glimmer of triumph flickered in Lu Yunjin's eyes. She feigned sorrow, saying, Indeed, the youngest was unfortunate. I heard at the village committee meeting last time that trafficking children is against the law and punishable by imprisonment. Zhu Darong's slightly clouded eyes brightened with realization. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, disregarding the vegetables in her hands, filled with indignation. That cannot be. The 3 children belong to the youngest. They carry the least surname. We cannot allow that woman to mistreat them. Lu Yunjin's heart brimmed with uncontainable delight. Let's stir up. The louder, the better. Ideally, that vile Shen Ning should be apprehended and executed. Yes, regardless, they are the youngest children. One cannot write 2 Li characters with a single stroke. Mother, we cannot let this go. Zhu Darong paused, her expression darkening, not allowing the recent joy to cloud her judgment. Let us first find your father and discuss this matter with him. He taught her a harsh lesson last time. Lu Yunjin quickly agreed, Indeed, this is a significant issue that must be brought to Dad's attention. I will speak to Li Bai, with the second son absent. A man must take charge. Her words subtly reinforced the notion that despite their work in the town and the higher allowances for military service, when faced with a problem, it was still their eldest son who would have to decide. She always cherished the second son. But where was he when a crisis struck? Zhu Darong caught her insinuations, but merely cast her a sidelong glance. Very well, you go find the eldest. I will seek out your father. Upon receiving the news, old lady Li hurried to the fields to find Li Tiniu, who was diligently tending to the sweet potato vines. Upon seeing her approach, his brow furrowed. With his customary indifferent tone, he asked, "What brings you here?" Zhu Darong softened her stance, shedding the arrogance she had displayed towards Lu Yunjin. "Old man, I've just learned of a significant matter and rushed to inform you, hoping you might decide what to do." She exaggeratedly recounted Shen Ning's flight with the 3 children. "Old man, what should we do? Should we seek Zhao Fuchuan?" Li Tiniu pondered for a moment, his weathered face wrinkling further. "No." Zhu Darong, puzzled, inquired, "What is it?" His eyes narrowed. "You foolish woman, do you not understand Zhao Fuchuan's disposition? He will protect that woman. Who knows how he might respond? In my view, the loss of the youngest children is serious. We must report this to the authorities." "What? Are we going to report it directly?" The very mention of the authorities stirred a subconscious fear within Zhu Darong. After all, who hadn't been tormented after being detained in the past? Ordinary folk would avoid such trouble at all costs. Who would voluntarily provoke it? Are we really going to report this ourselves? Li Tiniu shot her a glance. "You're a foolish woman, still in disbelief. You're being played like a fool. Think about it. Trafficking children is a serious crime, especially since the youngest was a martyr. This is a significant matter. We must report it to the police and avoid wasting time arguing with Zhao Fuchuan." Zhu Darong, who had always regarded her husband as the ultimate authority, agreed to report it. After all, that little wretch would not escape unscathed. Such matters should be addressed promptly. And they hurriedly gathered the eldest and the second son, racing to the town to file a report. "Comrade, I need to report a crime. My child is missing." The police officer receiving the family immediately adopted a serious demeanor upon hearing their claim. This was Zhu Darong's moment to shine. With a thud on her thigh, she raised her hands and began to wail dramatically. "Officer, you must help us. My youngest has just disappeared, and that wretched woman has taken all 3 children. How will we face him in the afterlife?" Li Bai chimed in, "Indeed, officer, my 3rd brother sacrificed himself for the country, leaving behind these 3 children. We are all on the brink of despair." Wei Shulan scoffed. "What good stepmothers are there? From the very start, I suspected this woman was after the 3rd brother's benefits. He just passed away, and she can no longer maintain her facade. She is nothing but a restless spirit." The young police officer pieced together the information from the family's back-and-forth dialogue. It seemed the orphans of the martyr had gone missing and might have been sold by their stepmother, having spent years advocating for the law in rural areas. This was a case of lawlessness that demanded strict punishment. "Calm down, everyone. Let's discuss this matter in detail." Chapter 37. Marriage Application. "Captain, how are you feeling today?" Xiao, who had come again, carefully observing the man in the hospital bed, noting his significantly improved condition, which filled him with genuine joy. "Much better." Li Shan leaned against the headboard, having just stood with the nurse as assistants, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His voice still carried a hint of hoarseness. "What brings you here?" Xiao, who raised the file bag in his hand. "Captain, I have come specifically to deliver documents. It appears the report you submitted before your mission has been approved." Li Shan, who had suffered a head injury, had no recollection of this. He took the bag from Xiao, who, opening it to reveal the prominent words marriage application. It struck him like a bolt from the blue. He is getting married? He has a partner? "Captain, when did you get married?" Xiao, whose sharp eyes immediately caught the striking words, and he was just as astonished, calling out in surprise. Li Shan shot him a silent glance, and Xiao, who quickly covered his mouth, realizing he had spoken too loudly. "I can't recall." Their captain was known as the cold-faced Yama, training relentlessly and rarely cracking a smile, commanding an air of authority that instilled respect in the new recruits. It was hard to imagine how such a serious man would behave while courting someone, let alone what kind of woman could capture his heart. Li Shan shared the same confusion. He couldn't fathom why he would submit a marriage application. Would there truly be a woman willing to marry him despite the existence of those 3 children? Continuing to scan the document, he casually inquired of Xiao, who, "Are Jiang Wo and Jianjun still with me?" "Yes, Captain. Didn't you say you wanted their household registrations transferred to your name? No, I was just asking. As my gaze lowered, I finally glimpsed the details of his spouse in the female section. Upon seeing the name Shen Ning, my brow furrowed in concentration. I desperately racked my brain to conjure an image that could correspond to this name. Regrettably, I came up empty. Noticing the address listed as Shiqiao Village, I realized it was merely the neighboring village. Repeatedly mulling over the name Shen Ning, I ultimately unearthed the owner of that name from the depths of my memory. There were several households with the surname Shan in the adjacent village. I must have seen this Shen Ning during my childhood. It was difficult for me to imagine what that plump little girl had become and what circumstances had led to their marriage. Captain, do you have any recollection of your partner? You wouldn't have forgotten her entirely, would you? Xiao Hu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he observed my expression. Surely, Captain, you can't have no memory of your spouse at all? A wave of sympathy blossomed within him for the captain's partner. Li Shan shook his head, stating, I don't recall how he got married, but I do have some memories of her. A smile inexplicably graced his lips as he thought of that round-faced, chubby little girl, reminiscent of a wronged kitten. Xiao Hu, taken aback by this rare display of emotion on the usually stoic Captain's face, found himself overwhelmed with curiosity. He felt an irresistible urge to pry deeper. Captain, would you share with me what your wife is like? Li Shan's smile faded instantly as he shot him an icy glare. Are you quite idle? Not really. I was merely expressing concern for you, Captain. In the training ground, such a glare from the captain would have been intimidating, but in the hospital, clad in a patient's attire and resting on a bed, its impact diminished significantly. Moreover, Xiao Hu was well aware that beneath the captain's cold exterior lay a warm heart. Eventually, Li Shan, unable to withstand Xiao Hu's persistent inquiries, shared a few details. My recollections of her are from long ago. She was a chubby girl from the neighboring village, her face not particularly fair, often smeared with dirt when she cried, resembling a little kitten. The moment he reminisced, he found it somewhat endearing. To Xiao Hu's ears, however, it transformed into a tale of a chubby village girl. A round face fell in disappointment. Captain, was this a voluntary decision? If you're coerced, just blink. Throughout their interactions, he had never heard the captain express any intentions of marrying. His focus was solely on raising the 3 children well, not wishing to burden anyone. This was utterly perplexing, strikingly unlike the captain's usual demeanor. Additionally, being somewhat familiar with the captain's family matters, Xiao Hu knew they had not been particularly supportive. An arranged marriage, dictated by parental wishes, left one bound by the shackles of filial piety, lest one be deemed unfilial or rebellious. Especially for someone like the captain, his family had always been indifferent, only inquiring about his salary. The notion of them introducing a village girl for his lifelong commitment indicated a fear of him drifting away, beyond their control. After this analysis, Xiao Hu felt he had deduced the truth quite accurately. His gaze towards the person on the hospital bed was infused with sympathy, pity, resentment, helplessness, anger, and a deep sense of injustice. Enough of that look. Stop overthinking. While Li Shan might have forgotten the reasons behind his marriage, his character was such that no one could compel him to do what he did not desire. This marriage must have been something he consented to willingly. Chapitre 38. Ah, there's also the pension. Welcome, welcome. What would you like to purchase? As I wiped the counter, I offered my greeting before even lifting my gaze, only to sense a figure entering. When I finally looked up, I was met by a familiar short-haired woman, who also displayed a look of surprise upon recognizing me. Comrade, it's you, she exclaimed, and suddenly everything fell into place. This was the woman who had intended to buy soap during the market, but had left empty-handed. Her excitement upon seeing me was akin to that of a long-lost relative. I finally found you. So, you've opened a shop here. Feeling somewhat bashful in her presence, I forced a polite smile. I apologize, comrade. My family encountered some issues, and I eventually moved to town. Then, with the busyness of opening the shop, I completely lost track of time. The woman was understanding, remarking, of course, running a shop entails numerous responsibilities. I quickly fetched the soap and placed it before her. Here, comrade, this is the soap sold at my shop. She had come specifically for the soap, and naturally, she was pleased to find it at a reasonable price. When we go to school, Andy, a little girl, having finished her breakfast, looked up at me with wide, eager eyes. Has Xiao Hua finished her breakfast? I asked, to which she nodded obediently. She had eaten well and was determined to grow taller than her brothers. I was charmed by her cuteness and pinched her cheek, soothing her You've been very good today. We'll have to wait a bit longer for school. It's still early, and classes probably haven't started yet. I'll take you there shortly. Today was bustling due to the market, and while sales might be minimal, it was crucial for the community to know there was a shop here. Schools were not as strict back then, and many children enrolled midterm. Boss, is your little girl being sent to daycare? The woman inquired, prompting me to engage in conversation. Yes, she has 2 older brothers who are going to elementary school, and she wants to attend as well. Since I'm busy, I thought it best to take them all together. Do you have 3 children? I was accustomed to the surprised reactions due to my youthful appearance, which hardly suggested I was a mother of 3. They are my husband S. He is serving in the military. Alas, I bowed my head, wiping away tears. He has left, leaving me and these 3 children to fend for ourselves. The woman was taken aback by my revelation and felt a surge of compassion. In this era, the most respected figures were soldiers and their devoted spouses. Seeing me so distressed made the little girl's lips quiver, tears glistening in her eyes. Boss, how old are the other 2 children? She inquired. Although puzzled by her question, I was relieved when the 2 boys emerged, having finished their preparations. Here they are. The eldest is called Jiangwo, aged 7, and the younger is called Jianjun, aged 6. I beckoned them over, come greet Annie. My eyes widened in surprise as a wave of excitement washed over me. Annie, are you a teacher? Indeed, I teach at the local elementary school. If your children wish to enroll, I can assist with the admission process. That is very kind of you, but I must insist you not trouble yourself. You should focus on your business and your own sustenance. As she spoke, she produced a bundle of cash, totaling 4 yuan in various denominations. Count this, please. What is there to count? You can do that. However, the older sister was relentless, insisting that she must tally the amounts face to face, particularly when it comes to matters involving money, for conducting business is no easy feat. By the way, boss, was the children's father a martyr in the line of duty? Upon mentioning this, the smile vanished from Shen Ning's face. Indeed, we learned the news through telegrams sent to the village chief, who then informed us. I apologize for inadvertently bringing up your sorrowful matter. I merely thought you should be aware that children of soldiers are entitled to certain benefits, especially if they are orphans. With the appropriate documentation, they are eligible for numerous privileges, such as tuition waivers. Do you happen to have the necessary documents? Ah, how could she have forgotten such an important matter? In cases like Li Shan's, there should be a pension as well. How could she be so foolish? Teacher Zhang smiled and waved his hand, indicating it was not a significant issue. The documents had only recently been issued. However, if you're unclear about this matter, you could inquire at the police station. All right, I will go and ask shortly. She glanced at the 3 children and remembered having taken their candy, then inquired, would you like to accompany me to school? I can arrange for your enrollment, especially since your mother is busy. We can complete the paperwork later. Shen Ning was pleasantly surprised. Is that really possible? Suddenly, she felt that the lately Shan was not entirely useless. He still had something to contribute at a crucial moment. Nevertheless, she should first consider the children's opinions. Jiangua, Jianjun, Xiaohua, do you wish to attend school? Chapter 39. An unexpected capture, she clicked to order 3 simple cloth backpacks, each costing 15 points. And with a swift motion, 45 points vanished. 3 pencils and 3 erasers cost 6 points. 3 notebooks also cost 6 points. Account points, 21 points. Oh, how delightful. My points are about to be exhausted. She was so happy that she covered her mouth to prevent tears from falling. After some contemplation, for the sake of the 3 children, she decided to spend 18 points to buy each of them a plastic cup, costing 6 points. Whether they would learn anything was another matter, but they certainly could not suffer from thirst. Account points, 3 points. Today is the first day, so I shall prepare these essentials. Exiting the room with the items, she called out, Jinghua, Jianjun, these 2 backpacks are for you, and Xiaohua. This backpack is yours. The boys' backpacks were a military green, an impeccable color that was both practical and resistant to dirt, while Xiaohua's was a beautiful red, a heart as red as hers. Red is also the most favored color. Wait, let me fill your cups with water. Remember to drink if you're thirsty. The cups sold in the marketplace are truly excellent, devoid of any plastic odor, and they exude a sense of sophistication. The 3 children embraced their brand new backpacks and their individual pristine cups. The colors were splendid, blue, green, pink. They had never used such beautiful cups before. Each was moved to the point of tears, their eyes glistening. Ding. Li Jianguo's affection level, 100. Ding. Li Jianjun's affection level, 100. Ding. Li Xiaohua's affection level, 200. The melodious mechanical sound echoed in Shen Ning's mind, akin to celestial music. She had initially intended to commend the children, but upon turning, she saw their faces on the verge of tears. Her heart softened. Not wanting them to feel this way, she jested. It is too late to back out now. You are already on your way to school. Li Jianguan nodded vigorously, stating, we will go to school and study diligently. Li Jianjun echoed, yes, Annie, I will score 100. Li Xiaohua, unwilling to be outdone, proclaimed, I will also score 100. She replied with an affirmation. Then you must study well when you get to school. The school was not far. It was at the end of the street, around the corner, where it met the lower street. The entrance, constructed of red bricks, featured 2 large iron gates, wide open to welcome the arriving students. The principal, Shen Ning, was once again astonished. She had not anticipated that the client she sought would be the principal of the elementary school. I merely have a few additional tasks compared to other teachers. My primary role remains that of an educator. This principal was indeed quite unassuming, their hands clasped firmly, resembling a ceremonial handover. Teacher Zhang was also moved, stating, this is what we ought to do. The elementary school was in close proximity to the nurturing class, as kindergartens were not prevalent during this era. Thus, the few children attending kindergarten in town were managed by the elementary school. Watching the 3 little ones step into the school, Shen Ning felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. How long had they spent together? Why was she experiencing separation anxiety? Regardless, she needed to cast those emotions aside. She had more pressing matters to attend to. That is, the pension. She had specifically closed her shop to pursue this financial aid. Although she was not the original beneficiary or a direct family member, she had diligently cared for his 3 children, and this sum should serve as his educational fund. It absolutely must not fall into the hands of the Li family. Thus, she hurriedly made her way to the police station in town. The police station was situated at the entrance of the lower street, and she had to traverse a significant portion of the town, though there were not many people inside. She hoped the process would be swift. Comrade, what brings you here? Upon entering, a young male officer greeted her. Hello, comrade. I'm here to inquire about the pension for military families. The officer appeared puzzled, but patiently asked, has anyone contacted you regarding the pension? This matter does not fall under our department's purview. Oh, upon hearing that she was a martyr's family member, the officer's demeanor shifted to one of respect and sympathy, and he eagerly offered assistance. Do not worry. We can help you with inquiries. Please provide me with your information. She could not help but admire the officer's kindness. Thank you so much. My husband's name is Li Shan, though I'm not quite sure which unit he served in. My name is Shen Ning. Upon hearing her name, the officer's expression suddenly turned grave, his brows furrowing deeply. You say your name is Shen Ning? Do you reside in Shaohe village? Shen Ning was taken aback, pondering how the current police could be so astute as to recognize her village by name. How many names must one memorize? She nodded obediently, yes. My husband is from Shaohe village. I'm married into the village. And where do you reside now? Must they investigate her current address as well? Realizing they might need to maintain contact with her, she truthfully provided her address. You live in town? Shen Ning, is there a problem with living in town? What is this peculiar attitude? Why did the officer's tone seem somewhat odd? No, please come with me to the office for a moment. I will contact someone. Shen Ning, trusting the officer, followed him into the office, turning right as he led her inside. As soon as she stepped in, 2 individuals suddenly rushed out and forcefully restrained her arms behind her back, causing her pain and eliciting a cry from her. What is happening? Why are you doing this? It hurts. You know pain. You human trafficker, how dare you come seeking a pension? Tell me, where have you taken the 3 children? Shen Ning was utterly bewildered. What was going on? How had she become a human trafficker? Chapter 40. Reporting a false alarm. Oh dear. Shen Ning, you wicked one. Finally, I have caught you. No more running. Let's see how far you can escape. Shen Ning had yet to comprehend the situation when the wailing of Zhu Darong echoed from outside. Looking up, she beheld the Li family, all neatly assembled at the doorway. There was no need for further speculation. It was evident they were the ones orchestrating this affair. You wretched soul, where have you taken the 3 children? With the 3rd child missing, these 3 were all that remained in this world. You are endangering my very life. As the old saying goes, no stepmother is ever a good person. With their father absent, do you so carelessly mistreat them? I tell you, human trafficking is a crime. Prepare to face the law. Oh, It is clear that this was premeditated. They have come armed with legal threats. Truly, how they have labored. Officer, do you truly intend to take their word alone? To convict someone of such grave charges requires evidence and corroboration from both sides. The leading officer found the situation rather peculiar, particularly Shen Ning's demeanor. She did not exhibit the slightest semblance of guilt typical of one apprehended for a crime. On the contrary, her gaze towards them was one of bemused condescension, as if she were observing a troop of fools. Release her at once. Captain. The man addressed as Captain furrowed his brow. With so many of us present, do you truly fear she might flee? In the interrogation room, several officers occupied one side, the Li family on the other, while Shen Ning sat alone. It indeed bore the atmosphere of a triad confrontation. Shen Ning, the Li couple has reported you for abducting their 3 grandchildren, your husband's 3 children, your stepchildren. Do you plead guilty? This is a wrongful accusation. I have committed no such act. It is entirely their family's fabrication. The sound of a palm striking the table reverberated as Li Bai slammed his hand down, startling everyone present. You lie. Your home has been emptied. Everything is gone. And now the 3 children have vanished without a trace. And you still deny your involvement. Shen Ning raised an eyebrow. So, you conclude I sold the children based on this? How absurd. Wei Shulan rolled her eyes. Had you not sold the 3 children, how would you have the funds to adorn yourself so lavishly? Dressed to the nines, one can only suspect you are attempting to entice some rogue. Such bitterness in your tone. Why the sudden concern for the children? It appears you were always planning to sell them. You are utterly despicable. Zhu Darong, in a fit of rage, attempted to strike her with a chair, but was promptly restrained by nearby officers. After much back and forth, the consensus was that they had determined she had fled, selling the children for travel expenses. The reason for her remaining in town was presumed to be her belief that no one would discover her actions, living lavishly after selling the children. The new attire she wore served as proof of her supposed misdeeds. Shen Ning, confess honestly, where are the 3 children now? Shen Ning reclined comfortably in her chair, arms crossed, regarding them with an amused expression, as if observing a farcical play. Your family is truly laughable. You neglect the children entirely, yet when trouble arises, you resort to violence, and now feign concern as benevolent grandparents? It took you so long to notice their absence, and, instead of searching for them, your immediate impulse was to condemn me. Raising an eyebrow in sarcasm, your eagerness leads one to suspect that your intentions are to harm me. Then, turning to the officers, she inquired, Officers, are there penalties for filing a false report? Shen Ning scoffed. The current laws are still insufficiently rigorous, allowing such frivolous accusations to persist. They reported falsehoods while my children are safe and sound. What role do they expect to play as the big bad wolf? You are spouting nonsense. You now refuse to admit your guilt. If you did not abduct the children, where the 3rd child's offspring? Li Bai instinctively disbelieved her, feeling she was lying, while Shen Ning remained unperturbed. If your family had shown any care for the 3 children, we would not be here at the police station. With a helpless shake of her head, she gazed at the officers. The 3 children are happily living with me. In fact, I took them to school today before coming here to inquire about my husband's compensation. I had no inkling that the situation would take such a turn. I informed the village chief of my intent to move to town before leaving. Had you merely asked him, you would not believe I sold the children. So I asked, can you cease the charade? The officers, having listened to both sides, began to discern the truth, their inclination leaning toward Shen Ning. Is your account accurate? To verify, they even made a special trip to the elementary school, consulting with the teacher to summon the children. The children, following the teacher, appeared somewhat bewildered but broke into wide smiles upon seeing Shen Ning. However, upon spotting the Li family, they swiftly ran to shield Shen Ning, transforming into protective little warriors. Bristling with indignation, Li Jiangguo glared at them, his small face taut. What do you want? Are you here to bully your aunt again? You all leave. You are the villains, and you shall not harm her. Li Jianjun charged forward like a young calf, attempting to push them away, while Xiao Hua clung tightly to Shen Ning's leg. It was abundantly clear to any observer whom the children favored. Furthermore, their attire attested to the care Shen Ning afforded them. There was no evidence of a wicked stepmother mistreating her stepchildren. Shen Ning hastily called out to the little ones, fearing they might be inadvertently harmed. How could it be? Could she truly have taken the children to school? Li Bai could hardly believe it. He was not alone in his disbelief. The other members of the Lee family shared his incredulity. Has Shen Ning lost her senses? Officer, they reported falsehoods. Chapter 41. What? They're still alive? The officers delivered a stern reprimand to the Lee family, while it was challenging to critique them on moral grounds. Their act of filing a false report spoke volumes about their irresponsibility as self-proclaimed grandparents. It was akin to a resounding slap across their faces, particularly for Lee Teniu. As a traditionalist and proud patriarch, this was akin to publicly exposing his shortcomings. His hand raised in fury, he glared at Zhu Darong, ready to strike. What are you doing? An officer swiftly intervened, preventing any further violence. Good sir, is there not a better way to express your grievances? Lee Teniu cast a sheepish glance at the officer. It is this woman's fault. She manages the household poorly, always causing chaos. Zhu Darong instinctively stepped back. Though the threat of violence had not landed upon her face, fear still gripped her heart. Her gaze shifted, landing on Lu Yunjin, who was hiding behind Li De. She rushed forward, seizing Lu's arm, and began to berate her. You little wretch, spreading lies to deceive us. What are you plotting? I will make you pay. As she raised her hand to strike, the family's penchant for violence became evident. The young officer rushed to intervene, while Li Bai found himself caught in the middle. Unable to support one side without offending the other, Shen Ning crossed her arms and stood aside, observing the ruckus as they quarreled like dogs tearing at each other. How amusing it was. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. If this continues, I will have you all arrested. The police officer's furious shout finally brought a halt to their chaos, followed by yet another round of verbal admonitions. As they departed, the expressions of that family lingered in her memory, filled with a palpable rage that seemed to wish to tear her apart. Shen Ning raised her chin defiantly, arching an eyebrow at them, her eyes brimming with mockery. Comrade Shen Ning, should you encounter any danger, or if someone troubles you, feel free to seek our assistance. The young officer had sensed the underlying animosity stemming from the family's attitude toward both the child and her. He realized they would not easily relent. Thank you, officer. She tilted her head and blinked. How should I address you? My surname is Li, and you may call me Li Yong. Officer Li had a sun-kissed complexion, and his teeth were exceptionally white. When serious, his demeanor was somewhat stern, but when he smiled, he appeared rather endearing. Officer Li, could you assist me with the issue regarding my husband's pension? Li Yong patted his chest confidently. Of course, rest assured. The stepmother, who had lost her husband, was raising 3 children single-handedly, managing to provide for them well and send them to school. Who could remain indifferent to her plight? I will head to the Ministry of Civil Affairs to inquire. Shen Ning nodded. I shall accompany you. From a distance, Wei Shulan glanced back, and in that brief moment, she realized something crucial had been overlooked. Oh! Unable to contain her exclamation, she drew the ire of Zhu Darong, who turned sharply, glaring at her. What are you shouting about? Wei Shulan disregarded her surroundings, urgently speaking, Mother, we've forgotten the most important matter. The youngest still has his pension. Li Bai also recalled what Shen Ning had said earlier at the police station. Indeed, Mom and Dad, the youngest died in the line of duty. He must have a pension, and since you raised him, a portion of that pension rightfully belongs to you. Lu Yunjin discreetly pinched her husband's waist from behind, rolling her eyes in annoyance. How could she not discern Wei Shulan's intentions? Once the money reached the hands of the elderly couple, she would have to devise ways to extract it from them. Li Bai's excitement was futile. It was a thankless endeavor. The 2 elderly figures showed blatant favoritism, completely disregarding the couple's interests. However, the old couple from the Li family was indeed stirred by the prospect of money. Quickly, we must clarify this. The youngest pension cannot fall into that woman's hands. Li Teniu urged, and the family hurriedly reversed their steps, rushing back toward the police station. Meanwhile, at the Ministry of Civil Affairs, Officer Li Yong was anxiously awaiting alongside Shen Ning in the office. After a lengthy interval, he finally concluded his phone call. The woman's expression fluctuated as she cast a complex glance at Shen Ning. Li Yong stepped forward, visibly anxious. Comrade, what does this mean? The woman, at a loss for words, looked at Shen Ning. Comrade, I have contacted several departments, and their feedback is that Comrade Li Shan has not perished. What? Shen Ning was completely taken aback. Wasn't he had stated that he had sacrificed himself? How could he still be alive? She felt utterly bewildered, as if she had transitioned from a widow back to a wife, a transformation she found overwhelming. Wonderful news, Comrade Shen Ning. Your husband is alive, and soon your family will be reunited. With 3 children at home, having a man around was certainly better than her current solitary state. Observing Shen Ning's stunned expression, he mistakenly assumed she was overwhelmed with joy, sharing in her happiness. Shen Ning forced a smile, awkwardly responding, "Thank you. You're welcome. It's our duty. This is what we, as police officers, are meant to do. Serve the people." In the district hospital, the doctor inspected Li Shan's abdominal wounds, applying iodine and replacing the bandages. The healing process appeared promising. Li Shan smirked slightly, seemingly in good spirits. "Doctor, when may I be discharged? If there are no complications, you may be discharged by tomorrow morning, but you must continue to change the dressings regularly and attend follow-up appointments." His brow furrowed slightly. "Can I check out this afternoon? Are you in such a hurry?" "Important news. Captain, I have something significant to share." Chapter 42, Divorce. "This is possible. Captain, I just received news that you may find unbelievable." Xiao Hu's expression was shrouded in mystery, his eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. Li Shan adjusted his clothing, rising slowly. Although he felt a twinge of pain in his abdomen, he maintained an upright posture. His gaze was calm, laced with resignation. Speak plainly. He was aware of his captain's serious demeanor, often resembling a task-oriented machine, indifferent to anything beyond training and missions. However, it was precisely this stable mindset that allowed him to remain composed and provide optimal solutions in times of crisis. At times, he pondered how the captain's mind functioned, marveling at his capabilities. "Captain, this is indeed crucial and concerns you." Xiao Hu quickened his pace to keep up with the departing figure. "Captain, slow down. Be cautious of your wound. Listen to me. It's about your wife. When you went missing, she contacted your family, and they assumed you had perished. Now they're inquiring about the pension." Li Shan raised a hand to interrupt him. "No need. I can support 3 children on my own." "Captain," Xiao Hu exclaimed, "this isn't solely your responsibility." "Very well. I will be discharged this afternoon. Will you assist me with the paperwork?" Xiao Hu was swiftly diverted from the topic, his gaze fixated on Li Shan's abdomen. "What? You're being discharged this afternoon? You're not fully healed yet. Why the haste?" Li Shan remained silent, focused on gathering his belongings from the bedside table. Xiao Hu quickly interjected, "Captain, don't move. I'll handle it. I'll go to the train station." "Train station?" Xiao Hu blinked in surprise, looking at the person beside him, puzzled. "Brother, what are you going to the train station for? To pick someone up?" The passenger in the front seat leaned against his palm, the warm orange sunlight streaming through the window, casting a radiant outline on his profile. Yet the warmth failed to dissolve the air of detachment surrounding him. "Just go as I instructed. Why so many questions?" Xiao Hu zipped his lips, pressing the accelerator, and the car veered off course toward the train station. It wasn't until they entered to purchase train tickets that Xiao Hu understood the purpose of the trip. Before long, the family from the Li clan, who had not yet parted ways with Li Yong, swarmed around them. "Officer, we are Li Shan's parents. His pension cannot be awarded to that woman. Indeed, we raised Li Shan for so many years. His pension rightfully belongs to us." Wei Shulan, who had been lurking in the background, stepped forward with righteous indignation. "Officer, you are the police. How can you show favoritism? Are you interested in this widow?" Li Yong's expression darkened with anger. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Unfazed by his fury, Wei Shulan stood firm, defiantly puffing out her chest. "What's the matter? Are you going to hit me? Go ahead. Strike me." A crowd gathered in disarray as Shen Ning shouted, "Do not force me into marriage. Even though your son has passed, I refuse to wed another. You cannot compel me to marry an old man for a dowry. This is an infringement. You have stolen money. You have abducted children." Her words were an utter cacophony, and without shame, she unleashed her tirade. Today was market day, and many bystanders quickly encircled them, outraged by the apparent bullying of a young girl. Shen Ning tugged at Li Yong's sleeve, urging him to remain silent for the moment. "It is them. Capture them. Do not let them escape. Take them to the police station." The Li family was taken aback, bewildered by her sudden outburst, and could only stammer, "It is not us. She is speaking nonsense." Half an hour later, amidst the chaos, the Li family found themselves escorted into the police station, a rare occurrence for them to visit twice in a single day. The situation had escalated alarmingly, drawing the attention of the chief, who reprimanded them sternly. "Is there no other way to seek help? Our police officers have already informed you that Li Shan is not deceased. Do you presume we would deceive the public? If you have grievances, come to us directly. Complaints and investigations can be filed appropriately, but to defame us without evidence is a crime. Wei Shulan, however, was only concerned about ensuring the compensation did not reach Shen Ning. The Li couples, Li Tainyo and Li Bai, appeared deflated, as if struck by frost. The incident had even attracted the attention of officials. Would they truly face incarceration? Of course, Shen Ning also received a verbal reprimand for her outlandish claims, as the repercussions could escalate should someone be harmed. Ultimately, the Li family was bailed out by Li Song, who worked in town. It was Shen Ning's first encounter with Li Song, a tall and lean man dressed impeccably in black work attire, devoid of any wrinkles, presenting an air of false propriety. His narrow, single-lidded eyes exuded an inexplicable chill, making Shen Ning uncomfortable. "Wait, you little vixen. I will ensure Li Bai divorces you. You will be cast out. Let us see how proud you remain." Zhu Durong's voice dripped with malice, while Shen Ning shrugged nonchalantly, indifferent to the man, but resolute in keeping the children by her side. Chapter 43. Troubles abound at the widow's door, my dear girl. Do you run shop here? Several women nodded vigorously, engaging in animated chatter. Oh my, that must be quite impressive. The rent must be steep. You are quite capable. Shen Ning did not engage further, hastening inside to prepare a meal, anticipating the children would soon return from school. She diligently chopped ingredients to create a dish of minced pork with cowpeas, a staple that pairs well with rice. The remaining rations were exchanged for a small portion of meat, finely minced, enough to impart flavor. As she continued cooking, Shen Ning heard the booming voice of Jianjun as he emerged with a pot of food, just as the three children entered. "Quickly wash your hands. Dinner is ready. I made steamed egg custard today." Li Jianjun approached her, concern etched on his face. "Grandma, did they bully you?" He glanced at his tiny clenched fists, as if ready to confront anyone who dared to offend her. Touched, she knelt to ruffle his hair, recognizing the fierce love and straightforwardness of the child. "Do not worry. They cannot harm Grandma. I'm quite formidable. Just focus on your meals and studies. I will take care of everything." Ding. Li Jiangwo's affection level, 100. The child's affection was refreshingly straightforward. "Now go wash up." The three siblings obediently washed their hands and sat at the table, eagerly concentrating on their meal. Shen Ning suddenly found it difficult to eat, poking at the rice grains as she absently inquired, "Is it delicious?" Xiao Huan nodded vigorously. "Yes, Grandma's cooking is the best." The little girl always provided emotional validation. Jianjun and Li Jiangguo echoed her sentiments, declaring the food delicious. Shen Ning paused, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "So, hypothetically speaking, if your father were alive and not living with Grandma, would you choose to stay with him or remain with me?" At her words, the three children froze, confused by her question. Xiaohua, worried she had eaten too much, quickly interjected, "Grandma, I can eat less." Her brothers, hearing her, pushed their remaining rice away. Li Jiangguo proclaiming, "I'm the older brother. I can eat less, it's fine." Shen Ning observed their earnest expressions and chuckled lightly. "What are you doing? Even if you three ate a few more bowls, I could easily provide for you. Now eat." The siblings exchanged glances, uncertain. "I was just asking hypothetically. If your father were alive, would you still want to stay with me?" With that, Li Jiangguo breathed a sigh of relief. "I want to stay with Grandma. Grandma's cooking is delicious. She buys us new clothes, shoes, and backpacks, and lets us go to school." Ding. Li Jiangguo's affection level, 50. The eldest brother's affection was generously bestowed. Shen Ning beamed and served him a generous spoonful of egg custard. "You are such a good boy. Grandma likes you very much. Here, eat your custard." Xiaohua raised her hand eagerly. "Grandma, I also want to stay with you. The way you braid my hair is the prettiest." Today, Grandma had styled her hair into two cute buns, adorned with pink hair ties, one with a strawberry and the other with a cherry. They looked delightful, and even the teacher complimented her, making her the envy of her peers. She adored her current life with Grandma. "I want to stay too." Li Jianjun Kaimding, proudly showcasing his new pen and notebook, which were superior to those of his classmates. All of these gifts came from Grandma, and he cherished their life together. Ding. Li Xiaohua's affection level, 100. Ding. Li Jianjun's affection level, 50. To her surprise, the two children were refreshingly honest, directly expressing their affection. Shen Ning served each of them a generous spoonful of egg custard. "Excellent. You're all good children. Rest assured, as long as you do not leave Grandma, I will always take care of you." In contrast to the warm atmosphere of familial affection at her side, The mood within the Li household was considerably more tense. Li Song's impatient gaze swept over everyone, his jaw clenched in irritation. How did you end up at the police station? Do you have any idea how embarrassing it was for me when others informed me? Song, do not be angry. It is all Lu Yunjin's fault. She spends her days gossiping instead of attending to her duties. Had she not incited this, we would never have come to town. Facing her mother-in-law's disdainful glare, Lu Yunjin shuffled a step behind her husband, pinching his soft flesh. Li Bai winced at the pain, meeting his wife's furious eyes, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. Mother, should not the blame lie with Shen Ning, that wretched woman? We have been ensnared by her, and her actions are undoubtedly intentional. Recalling the ordeal we faced at the police station reignited the family's fury, successfully redirecting it. Zhu Darong spat in disdain, lamenting that we should never have permitted the third brother to marry such a woman. Li Song spoke in a low voice. Did they not claim that the third brother is still alive? Perfect. They have yet to finalize their marriage certificate. Let them part ways. Hasn't your sister always had feelings for him? Wei Shulan shook her head vigorously, insisting that it cannot be done. Shut your mouth. Li Song glared at her fiercely, instantly diminishing her bravado until she resembled a frightened quail. After being chastised, she felt guilty for having spoken up earlier. With that, she turned to leave, while Lu Yunjin, hiding behind Li Bai, rolled her eyes in exasperation. Acting like a temporary worker, she truly believed she was of great importance. Such arrogance. Everyone knows his ulterior motives. He is merely after the third brother's allowance, while our own family member is as dull as a post, incapable of asserting himself. And the eldest brother barely has a say. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she gave Li Bai a sharp pinch, shooting him a glare as she hastily walked home. Hey, wait for me. The couple from the Li family exchanged a round of curses as they watched them depart. The rent over there must not be cheap. Apart from the supply and marketing cooperative and the state-run restaurant, isn't she the only one on that street? I heard she is a widow with 3 little ones. Oh, that is quite a challenge. How can a woman possess so much money? I suspect that. Who knows? Several elderly women busily gossiped, but the subject of their gossip increasingly sounded familiar. Chapter 44. The Struggles of a Woman Boss Lady. Are you busy? A woman entered, greeting Shen Ning with a smile. Upon seeing her, Shen Ning realized it was Yuan's mother. Not busy at all. I was just about to look for you. Upon hearing this, Yuan's mother understood that her clothes had likely arrived, and her smile broadened. Are the clothes and pants I ordered here? Yes, just a moment. I will fetch them for you. When the clothes and pants were brought out, Yuan's mother immediately fixated on a purple rabbit pattern piece. Oh, this little rabbit is adorable. Let's have our Yuan and your little Hua wear matching outfits and look like sisters when they go out together. Shen Ning felt a surge of pride, silently giving a thumbs up to her classmate, Xiao Hua. Truly, the best spokesperson could only be her. What about the pants? Do you like them? Yuan's mother was quite torn, as both pairs of pants were lovely and to her liking. The gray daisies were charming, with soft fabric, while the blue pair was made of a material she had never seen before, appearing lighter in color than work pants and noticeably more comfortable. The delicate white lace at the pant hem was particularly attractive. Whether or not they were stain-resistant no longer mattered. Beauty was all that counted. Both pairs are beautiful. Oh dear, I cannot choose. She blinked at Shen Ning, seeking help. Both pairs would look splendid with this purple short-sleeve shirt. The light blue pair is denim. She leaned in closer and whispered, currently, there are none available, only those from the port area. Upon hearing that it was port merchandise, Yuan's mother was quite pleased. However, her expression darkened a moment later. Isn't this rather expensive? It is a bit pricier than usual. The cheapest is 12 yuan, while the gray pair is much cheaper at 6 yuan. 12 yuan? That's a lot. With that money, I could buy 2 pairs of the gray ones. Yet, the denim pants were undeniably beautiful, adorned with lovely lace, and were unique. The combined allure of these factors made Yuan's mother feel a guilty temptation despite the price. I genuinely love these denim pants. Boss, could you lower the price? If you do, I will purchase them. You see, I am sincerely here to buy and have already paid a deposit. Please give me a discount, and I will return to shop here again. Shen Ning's face reflected her dilemma, as if she were wrestling internally. After several seconds, she finally spoke. I will waive the shipping cost, and you can have them for the lowest price of 11 yuan. I assure you, I am not profiting from you. She sighed deeply. Otherwise, consider this gray pair. It is also quite lovely, and the daisies are beautifully embroidered. Sometimes, people possess a rebellious spirit. The more one tries to persuade them, the more they cling to what they value. The desire to purchase only intensified. Oh, I truly adore these pants. While the gray ones are nice, I feel like the color matches better with the purple top. Please give me a discount. How about this? Shen Ning retrieved a pair of cotton socks from beneath the counter. The white socks featured a lace trim that matched the lace on the denim pants perfectly. These socks were genuinely delightful, and they caught Yuan's mother's attention. After much contemplation, she hesitated, and Shen Ning remained silent, allowing her time to think. As this was not a trivial amount, Yuan's mother examined the pants repeatedly, perhaps reminded of her sister-in-law from the provincial capital, and finally made a decision. All right, I will buy them. Next time, you must give me a better deal. Shen Ning was naturally pleased, folding the clothes for her. Rest assured, I will offer you the best price. Yuan's mother pulled out a stack of cash from her pocket, counting it out, feeling quite pained. She had already given a 5 yuan deposit previously, and this time the total for the clothes and pants came to 16 yuan, meaning she needed to make up 11 yuan. It felt like a significant portion of her wages for the past half-month had just vanished. It was only natural to feel reluctant. I will collect 11 yuan from you. That's just right. She then reached into a side bag and pulled out 3 milk candies, placing them in Yuan's mother's hand. Thank you for supporting my business. Please enjoy these candies. Yuan's mother attempted to refuse, feeling it was inappropriate. What's the problem? Besides, my milk candies are delicious. You can enjoy them without worry. Yuan's mother's smile became genuinely warm. Then thank you. Though the items were quite expensive, the gesture of giving felt generous and worthwhile. This is akin to live streaming. It may appear that many gifts are given, but the products still generate profit. After bidding farewell to Yuan's mother, the afternoon was rather quiet, as the busiest time for business, with the most foot traffic, was during the morning market. Unfortunately, today the opportunity had slipped by. Nonetheless, she felt quite content, as she had earned enough for next month's rent. In her elation, she yearned for a treat, opening the Points Mall and scrolling through the options, pondering what delicious dish to prepare for dinner. Big pig trotters, braised pork, fried chicken, pizza, sour cabbage fish. Everything sounded so tempting. Alas, it was too complicated, and she could only indulge secretly on her own. You actually rented a storefront in town. A man's voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts, startling her. She looked up to find it was Li Song. Hadn't he left with the Li family? He had even tracked down her shop. What did he want? What's wrong? Is the boss not welcoming customers? Shen Ning's expression soured, as she held no fondness for any member of the Li family, especially after their recent disgraceful encounter at the police station. She couldn't believe he would come to her shop with any genuine intent to purchase. Li Song made a teasing remark and casually sat on the long bench in her shop, his eyes greedily surveying the merchandise on display. I am a boss. I will sell my goods to whomever I choose. You're not welcome here. Kindly leave. Li Song lazily stood up, slightly tilting his head and revealing a self-assured smirk, running his fingers through his hair, which he had not washed for several days, sticking to his scalp. May, it must be quite challenging to run your shop, right? With your feet clad in rubber shoes, leaning against the counter with your elbow, managing 3 children while operating a store as a woman is no small feat. You really need a man to help. As he prepared to advance further, Shen Ning's hand itched with the urge to strike him. Boss, we're back. A familiar group of customers poured in, prompting Li Song to immediately retract his previously annoying demeanor. Shen Ning arched an eyebrow and retorted mockingly, "Get lost. Dressed so pretentiously. Yet here you are begging. How shameless to bully us orphans and widows. What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Song was taken aback by her audacity, feeling as if she was trampling on his dignity. Angered, he clenched his fists and took a step forward, only to be surrounded by 2 imposing men from the recently arrived crowd, their fierce glares directed at him. His bravado instantly diminished. "You, just wait." He turned and fled, fearing that lingering too long would result in his capture. Wen Ning approached Shen Ning with concern. "Shen Ning, are you all right?" Shen Ning waved her hand dismissively. "I'm fine, really. Thanks to you all, or else this scoundrel would still be lingering." She pulled out some candy, distributing it among them. "Thank you. Here, have some candy." Initially, they hesitated, but Shen Ning's insistence prevailed. Wen Ning remained worried. "Are you sure you're okay? Should we call the police?" Shen Ning shook her head. "Li Song hasn't caused me any real harm. I have no evidence, and reporting him would be futile. We've already bothered the police several times today. It's as if we're treating the station like a market. Really, there's no need. I know who he is. If he dares to come again, I'll just take a knife to him. The group was momentarily stunned, then erupted into laughter at her boldness. Shen Ning, you're quite amusing. But if anything arises, please let us know. They say distant relatives are not as helpful as close neighbors. Since we live in the same building, we should look out for one another. Wen Ning's tone was imbued with genuine concern, which warmed Shen Ning's heart. All right, I understand. Thank you. She winked. Can you give me a discount when I buy noodles later? Ah, so that is why you're waiting for me. Wen Ning replied. To express my gratitude for your help, everything you buy today will be an 80 discount. The others were thrilled. Great. Boss, I want to buy instant noodles. Yes. Me too. I want some as well. My little brother can't stop thinking about them after he tried them. The seasoning is simply exquisite. Indeed, it's so delicious that I could pour the broth over rice. Who could resist the allure of instant noodles? All right, what flavors do you want? I'll go fetch them from the back. There's only a few packets left on the counter. Having exhausted her points, she hadn't had time to restock yet, so she needed to conceal that fact. Without hesitation, Wen Ning eagerly declared, I want 2 packs of sauerkraut beef flavor and 2 packs of wild mountain pepper spicy flavor. It seemed she had come prepared. Coincidentally, those 2 flavors were sold out. Okay, and what about you all? I want 2 packs of sauerkraut beef too. That flavor is unforgettable. I'll take 3 packs of old hen soup flavor. It's even tastier than chicken soup. I also want wild mountain pepper spicy flavor. 2 packs. No, 3 packs. Shen Ning sighed internally, regretting that no one recognized the deliciousness of tomato beef noodles. All right, just a moment, I'll go get the stock. She immediately placed an order in the Points Mall for 10 packs each of old hen soup, sauerkraut beef, and wild mountain pepper spicy flavors, costing 60 points. Account points, 240. Here are the flavors you requested. She handed Wen Ning her desired flavors. Yours is 1. 6 after the discount. Wen Ning's eyes lit up. Will you discount my other purchases too? Absolutely. Everything in the store is discounted for you today. Then I'd like a bar of soap and another pack of instant noodles. She had long coveted Shen Ning's soap, and upon hearing this, another round-faced girl who had also bought soap perked up. Boss, your soap is truly effective. It smells wonderful and cleans so well. My clothes smell delightful even after a day of wearing. Of course. How could anything from the mall be subpar? It's effective. Come again next time. The round-faced girl grinned. Definitely. Will there be a discount next time? Not a chance. Shen Ning maintained her gentle smile. But I'll give you a few more pieces of candy. The round-faced girl immediately agreed. Great. Where else can you buy things and get candy? It feels like a win. The group, having consumed a substantial portion of instant noodles, felt they had profited, even with the 20 discount. For Shen Ning, it was still a profitable endeavor. Jiang. Their excitement was infectious. You're back from school. I was going to pick you up, but I got caught up with customers. She waved them over. Come in and wash your faces. You're all sweaty from running. The water that had been sitting in the yard all day was now warm, perfect for washing the children's faces, saving her the trouble of boiling water for baths later. Did you enjoy school today? Yes. Xiao Hua raised her little hand, proudly displaying a red flower drawn with a pen. The teacher gave Xiao Hua a flower. Our Xiao Hua performed excellently today. The teacher praised you. Ding. Li Xiao Hua's favorability increased by 20. Yes, the teacher said, I was great. The little girl's eyes sparkled with joy, her face radiating pride, as if she had just tasted the sweetest candy. And me, Li Jianjun, eager not to be outdone, pulled out the new notebooks Shen Ning had bought for them, emblazoned with the large characters Li Jianjun. Shen Ning almost failed to recognize them, if not for the final character, Jun. Each stroke seemed to embody his own thoughts. Today the teacher asked us to write our names, and she said mine was quite good. Shen Ning felt a bit awkward, forcing a smile that struggled to convey genuine praise. It is good. Keep up the effort. Her gaze shifted to Li Jiangguo. What about you, Jiangguo? Let me see. He appeared shy, his cheeks slightly reddened, but obediently presented his notebook to her. Very well written. Jiangguo's handwriting is truly impressive. She added, you 3 did wonderfully today. Come, let me reward you. She pulled out a stack of bills from her pocket, handing each of them a dime. Here, as your pocket money. Ding. Li Jiangguo's favorability increased by 200. Ding. Li Jianjun's favorability increased by 200. Ding. Li Xiaohua's favorability increased by 100. These 2 little ones are such little money enthusiasts. Chapter 46. What can a country woman compete with? Knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon, and the supervisor behind the desk lifted his gaze from the documents before him, saying, "Come in." The door slowly swung open. "Report." To his surprise, it was Li Shan who entered. Tang Jinghao was taken aback. "When did you get discharged? Is your injury healed?" "Report." "Sir, my injury is not serious. I was discharged yesterday afternoon." He has witnessed his gradual growth into the individual he is today. This task is indeed perilous, and seeing him standing here, eyes glimmering with a hint of satisfaction, brings a sense of relief. Yet, his countenance remains stern. His wounds have yet to heal completely. What brings him here? Neglecting his recovery? "I'm not a doctor." Li Shan displays little emotion, seemingly unfazed by his superior's coarse language, as if he has grown accustomed to it. "Chief, I am here to request a leave of absence." Tang Jinghao lifted his teacup and took a sip, responding with a puzzled tone. "Didn't you already receive a medical leave? It's merely 2 weeks. It is insufficient." This unexpected statement from Li Shan astonished him. It was indeed absurd that a person so mechanical would come seeking additional leave due to insufficient time off. "I require an extra week of leave." "Do you have an issue?" Under the scrutinizing gaze of his superior, Li Shan clutched his abdomen and let out a feeble groan, initiating his performance. He slumped helplessly in the chair, biting his cheeks tightly, his brow furrowed, presenting a pitiful visage as though he had transformed into a different person. "My wound is quite painful, nearly affecting my organs, and my head is still throbbing with blood clots, causing bouts of dizziness." Tang Jinghao could hardly contain his amusement at the farce before him. "You rascal." He gently rubbed his abdomen, yet maintained his reclining position. "My wound is rather deep. I feel quite faint." The teacup was set down with a thud, creating a loud noise. "What on earth do you intend to do?" Li Shan adeptly seized the opportunity, straightening his posture. "Report, Chief. I wish to request a month of medical leave." The man behind the desk's expression darkened, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Do you realize the organization holds great expectations for you? There will be even more significant tasks assigned to you in the future. You cannot betray the trust placed in you." He immediately stood tall, saluting with a straight back. "Yes, I shall not disappoint the organization's trust in me." Li Shan pondered briefly, nodding slightly, preparing to turn and leave, only to be called back the next instant. "Wait." He turned, his expression laced with confusion, the indifferent look on his face devoid of any emotion. It felt as though the preceding events were mere illusions, discarded once utilized. "I heard from the approval department that you submitted a marriage application." "Ah, so was for this matter." He nodded in acknowledgement. The chief let out a long sigh, his face clouded with worry. It was rare to see him display such a countenance. Li Shan, thinking something significant had occurred, hesitated before inquiring, "Chief, is there a problem?" "Nothing of great concern. Merely that Director Huang mentioned he would introduce you to someone, yet I did not expect you to quietly file for marriage. As his superior, it was only fitting to show concern for his subordinates' personal lives." Li Shan was at a loss for words, pursing his lips. Tang Jinghao then recalled that he had indeed injured his head and waved him off. "All right, you may go, but remember to return to the team promptly." Upon entering the family compound, Tang Jinghao heard laughter emanating from the living room. The girl appeared noticeably more reserved, immediately rising to her feet. "Hello, Chief." Huang Ping swiftly pulled the girl beside her. "Do not be nervous, do not be nervous." She then turned to Tang Jinghao. "Old Tang, this is our department's Dr. Chiu. She is not one of your subordinates, so do not frighten her." What could Tang Jinghao say? He could not refute Director Huang's words. He forced a smile, attempting to appear amiable, unaware that his expression only heightened their fear. "Old Tang, I invited Dr. Chiu to come over for some fun and a meal. You also." "Director Huang, I need to find a document. I cannot recall where I placed it. Could you assist me?" Huang Ping furrowed her brow in confusion. Had he not always organized his own documents? Where would she go to find them? How could you be so careless? She complained, yet her body moved obediently. Beckoning the girl, "Dr. Chiu, please sit. I will help him find it. Honestly, this person," she sighed, "is this Dr. Chiu the one you were meant to introduce to Li Shan?" "Yes, I heard he was discharged, and since Dr. Chiu is also a doctor, I thought it would be good for them to meet. One is a patient and the other a physician. This creates an opportunity for them to interact." She was quite invested in their potential relationship. "You should abandon that notion. Li Shan already has someone." "What? Are you joking with me? The last time I asked, you said he was single." Huang Ping's brows knitted tightly. "Are you truly not deceiving me?" What would I gain from lying to you? I heard She-S from his hometown, so let us not discuss the introduction. Her expression soured significantly. Truly, I told you to speak with him in advance. Dr. Chiu has such a wonderful background. How could he have entered a relationship? He has no idea what he has missed. How should she explain this to them now? This rural girl cannot possibly compare to someone like Dr. Chiu, who has a respectable job, a bright future, and education. In the future, he will surely regret this. Chapter 47. Another scheme, he took a large gulp of cold water from the cup on the table, feeling much more at ease. Do not mention it. Today I inquired about some matters. Wei Shulan, puzzled, asked, what matters? It is not work-related, is it? There are no issues, right? Everyone knew her husband was working temporarily in town, and it was possible he could be promoted one day, making him an object of envy for many wives. Especially since he earned a decent salary each month. This job must not be lost. It is not work-related. It concerns something else. Upon hearing it was unrelated to work, Wei Shulan sighed in relief. Then what could it be? It is about Shen Ning. With a loud thud, she slammed her palm on the table, her face brimming with fury as she glared at him. She grabbed his ear, twisting it fiercely, causing him to yelp in pain. Ow, I'll let go. Please release me. He pinched her wrist, finally freeing his ear, which turned a bright red, stinging painfully. You vengeful woman, you are quite ruthless. Why do you not let me finish? She crossed her arms, still wearing an irritable expression. Well, I am listening. Speak, and let us see what you have to say. This vixen, does she truly need to seduce men to survive? Li Song's expression was grave. You know nothing. Shen Ning has rented a storefront in town and is engaged in business. Wei Shulan's anger transformed into disbelief. Impossible. Her? Running a business? Where'd she get the funds? She remembered how the third brother's money was barely enough for her. They had been on the brink of starvation. Upon second thought, a bold guess emerged, and she sprang to her feet. She cannot have stolen your mother's money. Can she? I must confront your mother. Li Song reprimanded her softly, halting her steps. Think about it. How could that be possible? With my mother's cunning nature. Even if you were to search openly, you might not find her money, let alone steal it. She would have caused a scene. That is true. Upon realizing the money was not stolen from Zhu Darong, Wei Shulan's anxious mood eased considerably. She valued her mother's money more than anything. And with no sons in the family, once the two elders passed away, all that wealth would belong to her son. He was their precious grandson. Moreover, her business was thriving. She sold a variety of goods, all of good quality. I estimate she earns at least $10 a day. What? Wei Shulan nearly screamed in disbelief, unable to fathom how Shen Ning could earn such a substantial sum in a single day. It was a stark contrast to her husband, who earned merely a handful of coins each month. Witnessing Shen Ning's success was more painful than her own losses. Why would I deceive you? She replied, her fingers gripping the teacup so tightly that they turned pale, veins prominently bulging. I waited outside her shop for a while and observed many customers emerging, laden with packages. Where was she acquiring all this wealth? Wei Shulan felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort and confusion. How could it be that in such a short span of time, she had transformed from a woman ridiculed behind her back into a small business owner? It was simply unacceptable. Li Song laughed maliciously, his eyes betraying unmasked malice. What do you think? Did you truly believe she was a widow? You must recall the circumstances surrounding the marriage of the third son. How could you still be unaware? Wei Shulan widened her eyes, a hint of schadenfreude creeping into her expression. Is that so? The third son is still alive, yet she's bold enough to act this way? Previously, she had no knowledge of the third son's survival. Otherwise, how could a single woman amass such wealth? Surely, there was someone backing her. I refuse to believe otherwise. Good heavens, this is quite alarming. Li Song scoffed, his gaze filled with possessiveness. Resolute in his desire to claim Shen Ning's shop and its merchandise, he beckoned her closer, whispering, Come here, I have something to say to you. As Wei Shulan listened, her smile grew more self-satisfied, as if she would soon don the mantle of the shop owner herself. Shen Ning, meanwhile, exchanged the sizes and colors of the short sleeves and pants she had purchased in the mall. She selected a pink short sleeve adorned with a little rabbit and a pair of denim pants with lace trim. If other children had them, then Xiaohua must have them too. Moreover, Shen Ning bought each of them a light blue shirt dress, a matching mother-daughter outfit, envisioning how they could wear sisterly attire as she grew older. Perfect. Little girls had their dresses, and little boys would not be left out either. Each received a pair of khaki cotton and linen suspenders, paired with a white short-sleeve shirt for comfort and style. For summer, she chose simple black sandal for the boys, designed with a few straps, but made of quality leather that exuded elegance. As for the women's sandals, Shen Ning opted for a closed-toe design that resembled small leather shoes, reminiscent of a vintage style. She simply could not bear the sight of pairing sandals with flesh-colored stockings. The little girl's stockings were far more colorful, creating a rather curious ensemble. The total expenditure amounted to 180 points. Account points, 580. Thankfully, the points were sufficient. Xiaohua, wake up. The sun is already shining on your backside. You're going to be late for school. Little Hua, cocooned in her blanket, slept soundly, letting out a soft whimper before rolling over to continue her slumber. Shen Ning playfully poked her little bottom with a finger and chuckled. Come on, get up and see the new clothes your aunt bought for you. Upon hearing about the new clothing, the little girl sprang up, her cherubic face flushed from sleep, eyes still drowsy. What's this? She exclaimed, spotting her aunt in a blue dress, and before she could utter a full wow, she noticed the matching little dress in her aunt's hands. Wow, what a beautiful dress. Just like Auntie's. Ding. Li Xiaohua's affection level. 200. Shen Ning's eyes gleamed with pride. She was adept at winning the hearts of children. And there's more. Look at this. Following her finger, Xiaohua immediately leaned over the edge of the bed, peering down to see a pair of white sandals neatly arranged below. Wow, so pretty. Yes, just like Auntie's. Are you happy? Ding. Li Xiaohua's affection level. 200. Account points. 980. Chapter 48. Spreading rumors. Look at us. Don't we look lovely? The two ladies, clad in light blue dresses, emerged to astonished gazes from the two little ones. Wow, Auntie's dress is just like my sister's. Li Jianjun clapped his hands in genuine admiration. You both look stunning. Li Jianguo nodded in agreement. Yes, Auntie looks beautiful, and so does my sister. Shen Ning smiled mysteriously. Thank you both for your compliments, but we are not the only ones looking good. She exchanged a knowing glance with Xiaohua, and they turned to head inside, each carrying clothes and shoes. Here are your new clothes and sandals. Try them on quickly. Although they were thrilled to receive new clothes and shoes, Li Jianguo wore a solemn expression befitting a little adult. Thank you, Auntie, but we already have clothes and shoes. You should sell these at the store. Annie was already undertaking the immense responsibility of raising the three children. They didn't want her to spend more on them. Yes, Auntie, my brother and I still have clothes to wear. You can take these to sell. Though their eyes lingered on the black sandals, their white sports shoes were undeniably comfortable. Shen Ning paused, quickly comprehending the children's sentiments. Their eyes revealed a suppressed fondness. Gently ruffling their hair, she reassured them, these were specifically bought in your sizes. No one else can wear them. Crouching slightly, she pulled them closer, placing the clothes and pants in their arms, whispering, don't worry. Annie has plenty of money and doesn't need to sell things. I promise to take good care of you. I can fulfill your material needs. Now, go change so I can see how you look. With Shen Ning's unwavering confidence, the two children found themselves lacking further arguments. As they touched the clothes in their arms, smiles radiated from their hearts. All right, I'll change right now, Li Jianjun exclaimed, joyfully carrying the clothes and shoes behind the counter. Li Jianguo followed suit, his smile brightening. Thank you, Auntie. We're wearing new clothes now. Ding. Li Jianguo's affection level. 50. Ding. Li Jianjun's affection level. 50. Account points. 1080. Congratulations. Points have surpassed 1,000, and you have received a system reward gift bag, which has been issued to the hostess backpack. Please check. Shen Ning. Is there such a thing? She felt a rush of excitement and curiosity. The product from this system were always top-notch, so this gift bag must be extraordinary. What could it be? Could it possibly be gold? If so, she would truly strike it rich. Wow. The two little boys emerged dressed in the suspenders and short sleeves Shen Ning had selected, and she couldn't help but admire her own taste. The casual, simple style suited them perfectly, embodying vibrant energy and optimism. Wow, look at our handsome boys. Who are those little cuties coming out? Oh, they're ours. Having never been complimented on their looks before, the two boys blushed deeply, their cheeks turning crimson. Shen Ning's heart bloomed with joy. These little ones were such delightful company. Now go wash your faces and brush your teeth. I'll prepare breakfast. Regarding personal hygiene products, she felt that she could also indulge in a few, though not excessively, as only a handful of young urbanites tend to pay much attention to such matters. A solitary egg boiled, a steamed bun filled with red bean paste, and a bottle of strawberry-flavored milk. Such a simple yet satisfying meal. A mere 15 points spent. After hastily finishing her breakfast, Shen Ning sent several children off to school. Today, there was no market day, and the town was devoid of early risers, allowing her a rare moment of leisure. Although there was no bustling market or vegetable stalls, nearby farmers would still bring their freshly picked produce to town daily, providing a convenient option. As she strolled over, she noticed a group of elderly women huddled together, murmuring amongst themselves, likely gossiping. In an era devoid of entertainment, discussing the trivial affairs of neighbors was the greatest pastime for these matrons. However, as soon as their eyes met hers, they abruptly dispersed, their expressions oddly unsettling, as if she were the subject of their discourse. How much are the green beans? One of the elderly women immediately plastered on a false smile, claiming, "This is all I have, just 20 cents will do." Shen Ning's delicate brows furrowed. Without even glancing at the produce, she retorted, "Are you out of your mind? How much could this little bit of green beans weigh? It would even fill a couple of pounds. I'd say 5 cents a pound is already generous. You're nothing but a swindler." The old woman, taken aback by Shen Ning's refusal and public rebuke, could no longer maintain her forced smile. Her lips twisted downwards, and her demeanor darkened. "Huh, what's wrong with that? I can sell my vegetables however I please. If you can't afford it, then look away. Our prices are set. And let me tell you, I sell them for a penny to others, but for you, it's 20 cents. If you don't want to buy, then just leave." Something felt amiss, very amiss. Shen Ning believed she had no prior connection with these women, yet their reactions made her feel as if she had committed a grave offense. With her hands on her hips and an air of disdain, she scoffed, "What nonsense! I would accept them, even if they were given to me for free. 20 cents? You must be joking. I hope your vegetables rot in the ground." With that, she rolled her eyes dramatically and walked away. The old woman, fuming, clenched her teeth, hindered by the low stool she was seated on, preventing her from rising quickly. Otherwise, she would have certainly confronted Shen Ning. "Huh, such rubbish, shameless woman. What are you pretending for?" The other two women seated nearby quickly grabbed her arms, attempting to calm her. Forget it. We know what kind of person she is. Who knows how many men support her behind the scenes. Huh, I'm not afraid of her. If she has the guts, let her bring her man here. I'm not scared of her calling her lover. Oh dear, there is no need to stoop to her level. Arguing with someone so shameless is pointless. Shen Ning walked further away, but was not deaf to the slanderous remarks of the elderly women. They were actually spreading rumors about her. Such intolerable behavior. With a resounding smack, Shen Ning kicked over the vegetable baskets of the old women, grabbing a nearby ladle to scoop bucketfuls of water, which she then splashed over them. The elderly women, stunned, found themselves retreating from the onslaught of water, unable to approach her. The water, infused with a foul odor and bits of blue cabbage, made them retch uncontrollably. No extraordinary concoction was required. Merely adding some brine from canned herring was sufficient to bestow upon them an unforgettable experience. She had even spent 10 points for this, truly a heartfelt endeavor. "You foul-mouthed gossips, daring to fabricate lies about me. Your breath stinks as if you've eaten excrement. Come, let me wash your mouths out." Another splash of water followed. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The force of her attack was undeniably fierce, rendering them speechless, their stomachs heaving as if they might expel their very insides. In that moment, it was impossible to discern whether the liquid on their faces was water or tears. With one hand still in the bucket, she hastily dumped the entire contents of the canned herring into the mix, withdrawing her hand in a hurry to avoid any contamination. She stirred the mixture quickly with the ladle. The stench was unbearable, nearly making her gag. This was nothing short of a biochemical weapon. Yet, she could not afford to succumb to nausea. She must endure, for a strong woman must possess unwavering willpower, never revealing weakness before her adversaries. With a series of splashes, she poured the foul concoction over the elderly women. Not only did they recoil, but even the onlookers who had come to mediate the dispute hastily backed away, fearful of being splashed by the noxious liquid. Those with weaker stomachs could barely withstand the stench and retreated to vomit. As for the three elderly women at the center of it all, they were left retching, unsure of what they were expelling. One of them was on the verge of collapsing. "Let me make myself clear. If anyone dares to malign me again, fabricating baseless accusations, I want to hesitate to wash your mouths out. Just say it if you're not afraid." Having delivered her fierce warning, Shen Ning could no longer bear the stench, her eyes watering as she turned to leave, hastening her steps, fearing that if she lingered even a moment longer, she might succumb to her own queasiness. Once home, she retched uncontrollably, followed by a thorough cleansing. She scrubbed with soap multiple times, her skin almost turning red from the scrubbing, until the foul odor dissipated, replaced by the pleasant scent of soap. Thankfully, she had the foresight to change into old clothes before her little escapade, preserving her new dress in pristine condition. As she emerged from the bath, she heard a knock at the door. She hadn't even started cooking yet. Approaching the door while drying her hair, she spoke gently. "Oh, who could be so early?" However, her words trailed off as she caught sight of the person standing at the door. "Comrade Leon, what brings you here?" He was still dressed in his police uniform, hat in place, and wore a serious expression, clearly not here for shopping. Leon hadn't anticipated arriving at such a moment, noting her appearance as if she had just emerged from a bath. Her dark, lustrous hair cascaded to one side, droplets of water clinging to the strands, creating a misty aura. A single droplet glided down her cheek, tracing a delicate path along her fair skin before disappearing into her collar. The light blue dress accentuated her figure, emphasizing her snowy complexion. The term fresh as a lotus from the water seemed to find embodiment in her presence. His throat suddenly felt dry, and his ears tingled. Unsure where to direct his gaze, he found himself torn between her clear, water-like eyes and the elegantly designed waist of her dress, which was slender and delicate. His gaze flickered, fists half-clenched, as he cleared his throat. Suppressing the inexplicable emotions surging within, he silently reminded himself that this was a comrade. A comrade, albeit one embroiled in a disturbance. While on patrol, I encountered several elderly women who had fainted from the stench. "Is this your doing?" His eyes narrowed, sharp and piercing, as if he could see through to her very soul. "Yes, it was I." Li Yong's emotions nearly unraveled at her unabashed admission. "Wait, you're just going to admit that? Do you even realize what you've done?" Those old women were overwhelmed by the smell. Shen Ning raised an eyebrow, her smile more sardonic than sincere. "Comrade Li Yong, did you bother to ask those elderly women what they had said about me? In front of me, they accused me of being promiscuous, claiming I enticed men while secretly relying on them to run this store." Li Yong furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "Is it truly that unpleasant?" "Humph, there are far worse things, but I shan't utter them. If you wish to know, let those elderly women tell you themselves. However, I suspect their mouths have been thoroughly cleansed, leaving them too fearful to spit out any slanderous filth." He had not anticipated the situation would unfold in this manner, yet his sense of duty compelled him to offer a few words of counsel. Indeed, it was those old women who had let their tongues wag too freely. Nonetheless, "Your approach is somewhat excessive. Do you comprehend the saying, 'Do not impose upon others what you yourself do not desire'? Surely, you understand the notion that one can speak boldly when the blade of words does not pierce their own flesh. I merely fear my actions may not have been severe enough to teach those gossiping souls a lesson, to remind them that I am a woman with 3 children and not to be trifled with. Should anyone dare to provoke me, I would not hesitate to retaliate fiercely." Shen Ning's emotions surged as she pointed toward the door, disregarding the identity of the person before her. "I apologize, but our establishment is not in operation today. We shall not be serving anyone. Please leave." With that, she reached for the door, effectively shutting Li Yong outside. He was left feeling quite vexed, as he found himself caught in a predicament with no favorable outcome. "Regardless, your actions today have been rather excessive, and I hope Comrade Shen can take a moment to reflect and calm herself." Enraged, he stormed off. Shen Ning rolled her eyes in silence, thinking that if there were to be a next time, she would make them regret it profoundly. Rumors, particularly those of scandalous nature, are the easiest means to undermine a woman, requiring almost no cost at all. She would absolutely not suffer in silence, especially in an era where the law had yet to become widespread, and in matters of slander, one must rise in defiance. Only by teaching them a lesson would they learn who is to be trifled with and who is not. Ding! The grand gift package has been distributed. The host may click to inquire. Shen Ning glanced at the virtual panel before her, where pulsating virtual characters appeared, and her discontent was momentarily cast aside. She had yet to see what the grand gift package contained. Chapter 50. The Super Surprise Gift Package. Congratulations on receiving the surprise gift package. One small loudspeaker, after use, can transmit messages within a 50-kilometer radius centered on the host, One black pill can be used on designated individuals. Please refer to the instructions. Note: reward items cannot be used on the host. Shen Ning's heart sank upon realizing the contents of the package. What on earth is this gift? What sort of nonsense is this? Utterly absurd. The small loudspeaker has some utility, but what is this black pill? Black pill can be used on designated individuals. May exacerbate underlying health conditions. Shen Ning was taken aback. Poison? Is it really that potent? She acknowledged that her voice had been somewhat raised moments ago. At that moment, a mischievous idea crossed her mind. Click to use the black pill. Immediately, a panel appeared before her. Target for use. Exacerbate underlying illness. Shen Ning's eyes gleamed with intent. The target shall be those who have been spreading rumors behind my back. System. You did say I could designate a target, and those who have slandered me surely qualify. It must be usable, right? If it isn't, that would truly be rather disappointing. After a brief surge of electrical sounds, the virtual panel displayed a few large characters. Usable. Excellent. Let these rumor-mongers suffer from sores in their mouths. Just the thought of it brings her joy. Black pill successfully used. Note: the more individuals targeted, the weaker the effect will be. No matter. Even if it only results in a few mouth ulcers for these gossipers, I will find satisfaction. However, she did not anticipate that it would not be as simple as mere ulcers. Shen Ning, where are you? Just as she was about to restock her supplies, a familiar voice called from outside. When she emerged with her goods, she spotted Ning, carrying a blue fabric bag. Ning, why are you off work so early today? Oh, I didn't work today. I went to the city to watch a movie. Shen Ning, arranging the newly arrived toothbrushes and toothpaste, smiled and asked, did you go on a date? Are you seeing someone? What? It's just an old classmate. Her gaze fell upon the toothbrush and toothpaste in her hands, revealing a hint of affection. She noticed that everything in Shen Ning's shop, regardless of type or color, captivated her, unlike anything she had seen elsewhere. New stock has arrived. This toothbrush is quite beautiful, and look, it even has a little flower on it. I really like this style. Not only is it pretty, but the bristles are exceptionally soft, making it gentle on the gums. She was utterly smitten. Is it expensive? Shen Ning, with a mischievous grin, whispered, if you buy it, I'll give you the best price. I sell it for 2 dimes to others, but for you, just 1 dime. Ning beamed. Really? Then I must buy one. She quickly selected a pink toothbrush adorned with flowers and paid, fearing that if she hesitated even for a moment, she might lose the chance. Her fingers brushed the toothbrush, and it truly was soft, dense, and gentle. Shen Ning's products were indeed excellent. Speaking of which, it makes me furious. You have no idea how foul-mouthed that group of old women is. They dare to slander me in front of my face, claiming that my shop is merely a front for soliciting men. Can you believe it? With a loud thud, Ning slammed her hand on the counter, the sound so forceful that Shen Ning felt a twinge of pain in her own hand. This is outrageous. How could these old hags gossip so incessantly? Her attitude pleased Shen Ning immensely, as she finally found someone who understood her anger. Indeed, how could I let them off the hook? Ning observed her expression, somewhat exasperated. You are far too soft-hearted. If it were me, I would have given them a slap across the face. Those old women deserve a good thrashing. Her little expression was utterly adorable. Forget it, my secret weapon. The invincible, stinky water could knock them out cold, and the police have already come to educate them. If I were to take action, it would only complicate matters further. Who? Which policeman is so bored as to meddle in women's affairs? If they have so much time on their hands, why not go after those old gossips instead? Ridiculous. Shen Ning's mind was screaming. Yes, sister, that is exactly how it should be. You should curse them more. It's absolutely infuriating. As she spoke, Shen Ning seized a handful of candy. All right. Shen Ning stuffed the candy into her pocket, bribing her with sweets, promising that next time she would help her out. Why are you doing this? Though she feigned reluctance, her smile was radiant. Fine, if I hear any more gossip, I'll make sure to deal with them. Whether she would follow through or not, at that moment, she had certainly provided ample emotional support. Yet, why did Jianguo appear somewhat displeased? Yan Yun, on the other hand, remained carefree, while Xiaohua was still too young to discern anything. Shen Ning waved at them. So how was school today? Li Xiaohua immediately raised her hand high. I had fun today. The teacher gave me a little red flower again. Wow, Xiaohua is so well behaved. Li Jianjun eagerly raised his hand as well. We learned new characters today, and we also did addition and subtraction within 10. Oh, that is wonderful. Shen Ning's gaze turned to Li Jinghua. And what about you? Did anything unusual happen today? Jiangua glanced up at her, the corners of his lips curling slightly. Shaking his head. No, it was the same as Jianjun. Jianjun appeared somewhat naive, obliviously nodding along to what was said without sensing any impropriety. Indeed, dear aunt. Have you forgotten? My brother and I are in the same class. We study the same material. How perplexing this situation was for her. All right then. Go play for a bit. I shall prepare dinner. Li Jianjun promptly retrieved a notebook from his backpack, exclaiming, Aunt, our teacher assigned homework today. His exuberance was palpable, and Shen Ning felt hesitant to dampen his spirits, knowing that the impending homework would surely overwhelm him. Very well, you both attend to your assignments. I will be in the kitchen. Feel free to come to me if you need anything. Her gaze briefly flickered over Jiangua. However, it seemed they did not grasp her intent. The train was nearing its destination, and the announcement echoed, We are approaching Donyang Station. Please be aware that our stop will be brief. Do not linger on the platform to avoid delays. The conductor's voice stirred those asleep in their berths. Blinking awake, confusion flickered in their eyes before they gradually sat up to gaze out at the passing scenery. Almost there. Chapter 51. You better wait for me. That evening, as Shen Ning mentioned bringing the dried clothes for the two children, she caught sight of Jiangwa diving under the covers, wrapping himself tightly in a thin blanket, clad only in his undergarments. Normally, one might assume he was simply shy, but an instinctive feeling told Shen Ning that something was amiss, deeply troubling. Oh, what is this? Are you feeling bashful? I brought you the clean clothes. You can wear them tomorrow. The two boys chorused their thanks. Thank you, Aunt. Now, off to bed with you. They're at school tomorrow. With that, she turned to walk into the inner room. Only when the door clicked shut did the child on the bed exhale a sigh of relief. Brother, are you certain your injury is all right? Li Jiangua glanced at the bruise on his abdomen, shaking his head. It's nothing. I just had a little mishap. Don't let Aunt know. We mustn't worry her. All right. Li Jianjun donned his clothes and nestled in a bed beside his brother, both drifting off into slumber. Leaning against the door, Shen Ning's eyes narrowed. Her instincts confirmed her suspicions. Something was indeed wrong with Jiangua. The following morning, the children awoke to the enticing aroma of breakfast. Upon opening their eyes, they beheld their aunt bringing out steaming buns. Awake already? Hurry up, breakfast is ready. The sight of food made their stomachs growl, prompting them to quickly get out of bed to wash up. The usual fare consisted of eggs, strawberry milk, and bread. Here, this is your pocket money from Aunt. 10 cents each, enough for a little treat after school. Li Jianjun scratched his head, eager for the money, yet feeling guilty, hesitating to accept. Aunt, we are always well fed. We don't need pocket money. The eldest declined first, prompting the second to follow suit. I don't want any either. Take it. Even if you don't spend it, you can save it for when you wish to buy something. She firmly pressed the coins into their pockets. You are all so well-behaved and helpful. This is your reward, something you rightly deserve. With her insistence, the children ceased their refusals. After breakfast, the children donned their backpacks and prepared to head to school when they were called back. Wait, I'll take you to school. At that moment, a look of mild surprise crossed Jiangwa's face, but he quickly turned away. Yet, throughout their journey to school, nothing felt amiss. All right, you all head in. I'll come to pick you up at noon. Although she said this, plans seldom survived encounters with reality. At noon, a familiar round-faced girl, a colleague of Winning who had previously purchased items from the store, arrived with her friends to shop. Initially, they sought soap, but soon became enamored with a pale, yellow chiffon dress worn by Winning. It was inevitable. The clothing in the Point Redemption store was simply too appealing. As they browsed, they found themselves ordering another dress for themselves and Xiaohua. After all, women ought to treat themselves well. Not only did they desire dresses, but the two girls were also captivated by the white leather sandals she wore. They engaged in lively bargaining, ultimately securing the dresses for 15 yuan each, while the sandals, being leather, cost 20. However, the designs were simply irresistible, leading them to decide. After putting down deposits, one chose a light blue dress, and the other a light purple, preferring understated colors. Concerned that their skin tones were not as fair as Shen Ning's, they feared that bolder colors would not suit them. Oh, it's almost noon. Why am I so hungry? One girl, adorned with a silver metal lady's watch on her wrist, displayed it carefully, clearly a rarity. Yet, all these details paled in comparison to the pressing reality of time. What? Is it nearly noon already? Oh dear, my children must be finishing school. I must go pick them up. Not wishing to delay further, she quickly bid farewell. Shen Ning locked the door and, set off towards the school, only to suddenly collide with a figure descending the nearby stairs. She had not noticed and failed to halt in time, crashing into him. The impact caused her nose to throb painfully, and tears sprang to her eyes. Shan, clutching his abdomen, stepped back in surprise. He had come to the supply and marketing cooperative for some items and had not anticipated such a reckless encounter. The collision aggravated his already tender wound. His tone was not particularly pleasant. His deep voice carried a hint of irritation, as he considered that had it been another woman, she might have been knocked over. With her hands pressed against her nose, she spoke through muffled tones. Their eyes met, and for a brief moment, both were taken aback, their voices softening inexplicably. The man before her was undeniably familiar, with distinct features, prominent brow bones, a sharp nose, and a slightly angular jawline, exuding an air of stern seriousness. The light behind him cast a shadow from his tousled hair, adding an aura of mystery and danger. This man, could it be anyone other than Shan? He was equally startled, unable to comprehend why she was crying after the accident. It was as if he were the wicked one in this scenario. The pale yellow dress accentuated her porcelain-like arms, amplifying her red eyes, appearing both wronged and pitiful. Indeed, the force of the collision had disheveled her hair, rendering her momentarily speechless. Shen Ning exclaimed, "Thank you. This is my meticulously styled lazy wave fringe." Rubbing her nose, she shot him an exasperated glance. "You better wait." She swiftly maneuvered around him, striding towards the school to pick up the children. Chapter 52. Are you happy? Sister-in-law, don't be upset. Women like this can't seem to live without men. Zhu Darong observed the neighboring woman, who was engaged in idle chatter, and winced in pain, somewhat taken aback as she inched closer. "What happened to your mouth? Is it also in disarray?" Upon hearing the word "also," the elder lady gasped in surprise, exclaiming, "Indeed. Oh dear, even my lips are throbbing with pain." She revealed her lower lip, which harbored 5 or 6 crimson yet pallid ulcers, a sight that evoked discomfort merely by looking at it. "Look at this, it's excruciating. I'm suffering too." In the next moment, Zhu Darong unveiled her own lips, disclosing not only several ulcers on the fleshy part of her lips, but also a multitude connected on her gums. The sensation of pain was nearly indescribable. In any case, she had already consumed several bowls of congee. "Oh, your family seems to have it worse. As for us, I'm the only one suffering," feeling this incessant ache day in and day out. The two continued their discussion on herbal remedies and folk prescriptions that might alleviate their discomfort when suddenly the gate to the courtyard was pushed open. Their gazes turned towards the entrance. A ghost! Oh my heavens, retreat! Retreat! The two women, startled beyond measure, tumbled from the bench onto the ground, shrieking as if they had encountered a specter. The neighboring woman hastily scrambled to her feet, yelling retreat while backing away. Shan, witnessing this scene, found it both amusing and perplexing. "Aunt Hu, it's me, Shan. I'm not dead." The two, still in shock, seemed momentarily dazed. But Zhu Darong was the first to regain her senses, noticing the shadow beneath Shan's feet. With a sigh of relief, she rushed forward, feigning tears. It was rare to see the usually assertive Zhu Darong in such a vulnerable state, appearing utterly victimized. However, Shan refrained from engaging with her theatrics, instead scrutinizing this self-staged performance. He had known her for quite some time. Although he had forgotten the woman he was supposed to marry, he was all too familiar with her character. "Indeed, you have no idea about your daughter-in-law. TSK, she has truly been an unmanageable nuisance, causing no small amount of distress for your parents. You should discipline her properly. It is simply unacceptable, considering how hard your parents worked to raise you." Upon mentioning the absence of his daughter-in-law, Aunt Hu's expression soured dramatically. "It's been half a year with no news whatsoever. Speaking of your wife, why are we discussing that shameless wretch? I hope I never cross paths with her again. If I do, I shall flay her alive." Shan's indifferent gaze swept over her, his deep brown eyes glinting with a cool detachment. His imposing demeanor and serious countenance instilled a sense of trepidation. Aunt Hu instinctively swallowed hard, remembering how Shan, the third son of the Li family, had always been reserved and honest as a child. Yet now, after years in the military, he had grown quite formidable. Aunt Hu, preoccupied with her own troubles, directed her ire towards Zhu Darong, sister-in-law. "Your family's threshold is now too high. We common folk dare not intrude." After delivering her sarcastic remarks, she stormed off, huffing loudly as she passed by Li Shan. Serves you right for wearing a green hat. Though her words were barely audible, Li Shan's keen hearing caught every syllable, including her muffled groans of pain thereafter. Zhu Darong frowned at his demeanor, expressing her discontent. Li Shan, you've truly become something else. You've grown wings and now look down on those from the village. Just look at your tone when you spoke. Faced with her reproach, Li Shan did not retort, his expression remaining unchanged as he responded with a light remark that silenced her. You seem rather unconcerned about my well-being. You didn't even invite me to sit and talk, did you, mother? The final word dripped with sarcasm. Zhu Darong's gaze faltered for a moment before she quickly shifted her demeanor, donning a congenial smile. Her attention finally fell upon the several bags he was carrying, from which candy and malted milk were faintly visible. These were indeed delightful treats, and her smile grew more benevolent. She reached out to grasp the bags, exclaiming how thoughtful he was. However, before her hand could make contact, Li Shan deftly evaded her grasp, leaving her empty-handed. I'm glad you're happy, but I must first check on the 3 children. What about Jiang Wo and Jianjun? His unexpected attitude caused her smile to freeze, realizing that his affections were reserved for those 3 little rascals. A flicker of resentment flashed in her eyes, quickly vanishing before he could see it. She then raised her sleeve to wipe her tears, lamenting, "Oh dear, I can no longer endure this life. My heart is heavy. Perhaps it would be better if I simply perished." Li Shan. Yet she did not find her 3 children waiting for her at the school gate. Would she miss them? Shen Ning turned swiftly down another path, hoping to catch up with them. Suddenly, she heard a cacophony of cries. Why did that voice sound so familiar? Following the sound, she discovered it emanating from a narrow alley obscured by a large banyan tree. While hidden from view, a sense of unease washed over her, prompting Shen Ning to furrow her brow and hasten towards the source of the commotion. Chapter 53. Come, let us settle the score step by step. I'll beat you to death. Aren't you all so mighty? Do you really think someone can protect you little brats? Enjoy your time with that worthless scoundrel. From now on, your sister will be a wretch too. Li Jiangguo, like an enraged bull, had reddened eyes, his face marred with a crimson mark, appearing both disheveled and defiant. It was permissible to scold, strike, or bully him, but never, under any circumstances, should anyone dare to bully his sister. At that moment, his resolve to confront the situation reached its zenith. Shut up! A resounding slap interrupted Li Jiangguo's reckless advance. Just moments ago, Li Zhenxing had exuded arrogance and superiority, but now he was sent sprawling against the wall before crashing heavily to the ground. 2 children who had followed him scampered away upon seeing an adult approach. The figure that appeared before them was one that the 3 little ones would remember for a lifetime. Even the usually resilient Li Jiangguo could not contain his tears, weeping profusely. Earlier, while outside, Shen Ning had recognized the cries, and as she drew closer, it became unmistakable that the one crying was Li Xiaohua. Just as she reached the mouth of the alley, she overheard Li Zhenxing's cruel words, igniting a furious blaze within her. Without a second thought, she charged in, ready to deliver a slap to the foul-mouthed child. From Li Jiangguo's behavior, she surmised that he had been bullied at school. However, she had not anticipated the presence of this hidden tyrant. He had undoubtedly been influenced by the adults at home, leveraging their indulgence to intimidate the 3 siblings. She had overlooked this lurking menace, failing to consider the implications. Do not cry, do not cry. Your aunt is here. No one shall bully you again. She first offered gentle words of comfort to the 3 children before swiftly seizing the leg of the fleeing miscreant. From her perspective, a vivid red mark could be seen connecting his neck to his cheek, a clear testament to the force of the slap he had just received. In that moment, Li Zhenxing no longer exuded his previous arrogance. His eyes were filled with terror, tears brimming in his eyes, too afraid to fall. You shameless wretch! How dare you strike me? My grandmother will not let you off so easily. Release me. I shall summon her to deal with you. The child who had once cowered in her presence now unleashed a cascade of vile language. It was evident that he had been influenced by his surroundings. As the saying goes, if one fails to educate their child, others will step in to teach them. Another resounding slap struck his mouth, causing his teeth to collide painfully with the ulcer within, forcing tears to escape his eyes. His mouth was numb, and he dared not utter a sound, large droplets of tears cascading down his cheeks like a broken string of pearls. At such a tender age, his speech was already foul, raised without guidance. Today, I shall teach you the proper way to speak. With a firm grip, she yanked his ear, dragging him up from the ground. Come along, we are going to school. I wish to hear if this is how your teacher instructs you. For a child like Li Jinxing, the excessive pampering at home had fostered a fearlessness towards family. But teachers were an entirely different matter. Almost all children held a deep-seated fear of their teachers. The moment he heard Shen Ning intended to take him to meet the teacher, he began to struggle. His face was a mess of snot and tears. I don't want to go. I don't want to see the teacher. Just moments ago, he had been brazenly defiant. How could a mere child withstand the strength of Shen Ning, an adult? The security guard, upon hearing of the child bullying others, wore an expression of indignation and even assisted in escorting Li Jinxing to meet the teacher. No matter how much he thrashed and protested, he found himself in the cafeteria, facing his homeroom teacher, who happened to be an acquaintance, a man who had previously sold her soap. He adjusted his thick glasses, confusion mingling with concern. What seems to be the problem with this student of mine? As a teacher, his instinct was to protect his students, and his demeanor turned serious. Let us discuss this calmly and refrain from violence. Shen Ning let out a cold laugh, releasing her grip on Li Jinxing's ear, pulling Li Jiangguo forward, and turning his face to reveal a distinct red mark. Jiangguo, tell your aunt if there are any other injuries. Do not be afraid. I am here. He met Shen Ning's encouraging gaze and nodded earnestly, lifting his shirt to reveal several bruises on his abdomen and multiple red marks on his arms. These children were physically smaller than Li Jinxing, and the teacher's demeanor shifted from protective to stern. Li Jinxing, is this your doing? Do you wield your size to bully the weaker? Typically, he feared this teacher, and now, with red-rimmed eyes, he was reduced to sobs. Why do you bully younger classmates? Shen Ning interjected. Oh, but it is not just that. When I arrived, his words were far more vulgar. Now, in front of your teacher, repeat what you just said. He dare not, tightly shutting his mouth. However, Shen Ning was relentless. Observing that the teacher's intervention was merely the first step, she gently patted Li Jiangguo's head. Jiangguo, why don't you recount how he insulted you? Repeat it for the teachers, so I can understand from where these vile words emanate. While Li Jiangguo hesitated, Li Jianjun, emboldened by the perceived support, declared, he called us little bastards, said our aunt has no idea how many men she has been with, and that we are unclean. All trash. He did not stop there. He insulted both their aunt and sister, saying they were all promiscuous. Li Jiangguo, overwhelmed with shame and anger, found it difficult to articulate, unwilling to associate such disgusting phrases with his aunt and sister. In short, he had said many abhorrent things. With a loud thump, Teacher Huang, a cultured man, found such language intolerable. His face flushed with anger as he slammed his hand on the table. Pointing a trembling finger at Li Jinxing, who was cowering like a quail, he demanded, where did you learn such foul language? When has school ever taught you these things? Speak up. Chapter 54. Why am I being treated as an outsider? Will you speak or not? Teacher Huang's face was a mask of fury, scanning the room before pulling out a pair of chopsticks, extending his hand. In this era, there was no concept of corporal punishment being forbidden. Strict discipline was expected. Hitting the palm was the most basic form of correction and was what children feared the most. The moment Li Jinxing perceived Teacher Huang's demeanor, his body instinctively trembled. His eyes filled with dread, hands clasped tightly behind his back. I will tell you, please don't strike my hands. I will say everything. It was my grandmother who said it, and my father and mother as well. I learned it from them. Please don't hit me. At that moment, while others were still processing Li Jinxing's words, Shen Ning let out a derisive laugh. So it is your family scoundrels. She pointed at the bewildered group, explaining, oh, I am his aunt, but since my husband passed, our family has been subjected to their bullying. In a world where orphans and widows faced immense hardship, especially with a stepmother and 3 stepchildren, she then seized Li Jinxing's ear, twisting it painfully. Ouch, ouch, my ear. Let us go. I must inquire how your family teaches you. She dragged him away, while Teacher Huang, wishing to say something, hesitated, realizing they were family. And such domestic matters were often beyond a teacher's jurisdiction. Hurry along. Ow, ow, Aunt, I'm sorry. In Xiaohe village, at the old Li residence, Zhu Dalong clutched his face, wailing with a hint of petulance. Alas, my life is so hard, burdened with such a daughter-in-law. Li Bai had also arrived, surprised that his younger brother was still alive, but more so joining his mother in criticizing Shen Ning. Your wife is quite something. Look how she has enraged our mother. You must deal with this woman. Li Shan sat quietly on a bench, despite the injury to his abdomen, maintaining an upright posture, listening silently as they vented their frustrations. In my opinion, a woman must be kept in line. 3 days without punishment and the roof will come down. Li Bai's furious demeanor suggested he would personally deal with Shen Ning if given the chance. Indeed, my elder brother speaks the truth. However, mother still believes you rushed into marriage. Shen Ning is not the kind of woman to be trusted. You could have found someone better. Listen to mother. Divorce her, and you would have countless suitable girls to choose from. The woman behind Li Bai nudged him, sharing a glance that conveyed her thoughts. Mother is correct. This woman has likely been with many men and runs such a large business. What need is there for such a daughter-in-law? Listen to your brother. There are plenty of fine girls in your sister-in-law's family. Any one of them would be better. Hey, I must disagree with your elder brother's sentiments. There are good girls in my family as well. They did not toil for the sake of the eldest couple. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yunjin immediately wilted. Why is she everywhere? It truly highlights her presence. Younger siblings, your sister is no longer a child. You ought to be stricter. Just yesterday, I saw her walking along the road with that mailman from the neighboring brigade, pushing a bicycle. Oh dear, so many eyes were upon them. I could hardly bear to mention it. After saying this, she chuckled softly, her sarcasm palpable. Wei Shulan was furious, nearly bursting with indignation. Nonsense. Those gossipy women, their minds filled with filth, can concoct a scandal from mere sight of a man and a woman together. I know that mailman. He is merely a classmate of my younger sister. Casting a sideways glance at Lu Yunjin, she admonished, sister-in-law, you should avoid mingling with those meddlesome busybodies. If you didn't know better, one might think you were joining them in their gossiping. The tension between the two women crackled in the air, as if sparks were about to ignite. Wei Shulan chose to ignore her, directing her gaze toward Li Shan. My younger sister has always held a special regard for you. My family used to think she was too young and wanted to keep her around a little longer. But fate has other plans. Lu Yunjin scoffed, raising an eyebrow. Second sister-in-law, do you not feel any shame in saying that? Your sister is still young? Weren't you vehemently opposed to her becoming a stepmother? Before she could retort, Lu Yunjin settled beside her husband, facing Li Shan with a beaming smile. Third brother, my Uncle S' daughter is of a suitable age for you. She is quite capable, adept at both domestic and external affairs, and she possesses a nurturing spirit, especially towards younger siblings. She extolled her Uncle S' daughter, as if wishing to thrust her directly into Li Shan's arms. Wei Shulan clicked her tongue in disdain. Sister-in-law, do you think so little of third brother? Is he some sort of charity case or a refuge? Your Uncle S' brood might just gnaw at third brother S' walls. What utter nonsense! More people constitute a blessing. Do you not understand? As the greats say, strength lies in numbers. She let out a cold laugh, dismissing Lu Yunjin. It would be a miracle if third brother were attracted to your niece. Third brother, do not heed sister-in-law's fabrications. You have met my sister before. Our families are well acquainted, and our bond is indeed strengthened. What do you mean by that? What are you implying? As the two women prepared to clash, tensions rising, Zhu Darong grew anxious, while Li Bai worriedly grasped his mother's arm, fearing for his wife's welfare. He shot a glare at his mother, signaling her to refrain from meddling. Suddenly, with a loud thud, the old wooden door of the courtyard was forcefully kicked open, the sound silencing the impending conflict between the two women. All eyes turned to the figure at the doorway. Li Shan followed suit, and upon recognizing the newcomer, her brows furrowed slightly. It was her. Oh, have you all assumed I have died? Why did you not consult me when seeking another woman for my husband? How presumptuous of you! Chapter 55, A True Spectacle. As Li Shan gazed at the figure adorned in a delicate yellow attire, her pupils quivered slightly. Is she Shen Ning, the chubby little girl reminiscent of a playful kitten from her memories? Her skin was alabaster, enhanced by the soft yellow dress, cinched at the waist, accentuating her slender form. Her cheeks were plump and round, suggesting youthfulness, and her large eyes sparkled as if veiled in a sheen of tears, brimming with emotion. Particularly, the way she glared at him, a mix of reproach and fury, seemed to harbor untold grievances. Was she blaming him? So, release him. You wretched creature. Do you dare lay hands on my son? Wei Shulan's focus shifted to the boy, Li Zhenxing, whom Shen Ning was holding, rushing towards her to confront Shen Ning. However, Shen Ning was quicker, pulling Li Zhenxing and pushing him forcefully towards Wei Shulan, the impact causing her to stagger backward several steps to regain her balance. Zhu Darong could hardly tolerate witnessing his beloved grandson being mistreated in such a manner. With a surge of indignation, he stood up and charged toward Shen Ning, raising his arm to strike. Before his arm could descend, it was seized, immobilizing him. Turning around, he found Li Shan's expression devoid of warmth. Shen Ning had strategized her retaliation, only to witness this man swiftly restrain her mother's hand. This was unexpected. She had not anticipated this man, seemingly difficult to approach. To be so quick in action. What are you doing? Zhu Darong questioned, perplexed. Li Shan's deep voice, devoid of any other emotion, commanded, speak civilly, no violence. Yet her words remained sharp. Third brother, did you not see? Look at how she has bullied Jinxing. Observe how his ear is red from her tugging. It pains my heart. Tears are welling in my eyes. This display of concern far surpasses the joy of learning he has returned from the dead. I shall not only strike him, I shall deal with all of you. After declaring this, she called out, Jianguo, come in. Upon hearing her call, Li Jianguo entered. But upon seeing Li Shan, his eyes lit up with delight. His exuberant shout prompted two children to dash in after him. Daddy, it's Daddy. Li Shan finally laid eyes on the three children, her expression softening significantly, though her gaze narrowed upon noticing the red mark on Li Jianguo's face. Alas, all the affection bestowed had seemingly been in vain. With a biological father present, he has forgotten his stepmother. An inexplicable sense of lament lingered in the air, which young Li Xiaohua perceptibly sensed as she reached for her hand. Granny, Daddy is protecting us. Shen Ning felt a softening sensation within her, as if something had struck a chord. She pinched the child's cheek affectionately. Very well, my love for her was not in vain. Jianguo, do not only revel in joy. You ought to tell your father how you acquired that injury on your face. Li Jianguo puffed out his chest, emboldened by his newfound support, pointing towards Li Jinxing. Daddy, it was him. He, along with a few others, cornered us in the alley, leveraging his age. His voice turned whiny, grateful that Granny arrived promptly, for they were all bullies. Shen Ning cast a cold glance at Zhu Darong, Wei Shulan, and Li Bai, her lips curling into a sardonic smile. Humph, not only shall I punish this foul-mouthed boy, but I shall also deal with all of you. At the mere thought of the torment she endured while being dragged by her aunt, Li Jinxing shrank back, hiding behind his mother. Do you dare? Do you think I am afraid of you? If you possess the ability, come at me. I wish to see just how formidable you truly are. Bah! Zhu Darong spat on the ground, rolling up her sleeves, ready for a confrontation. You insolent wretch, I spit on you. How dare you bully my son? I will fight you to the bitter end. As the two women prepared to charge at her, Shen Ning remained unfazed, her gaze drifting indifferently towards Li Shan. Your family has been spreading rumors about me, bullying children and uttering the foulest of words. I ask you, will you take responsibility? The tall man's brow furrowed, his eyes icy, yet he remained silent, turning to block Shen Ning's path. The two women, rushing toward her, halted abruptly at the sight of him. Third brother, step aside. Today, I must teach her a lesson. Third brother, did you hear? Our mother commands you to move. Li Shan clenched her fists, not budging an inch, clearly indicating her stance. Since I have married her, she is my wife. If you dare to act against her, then try it. Zhu Darong clutched his chest, as if he were on the verge of suffocation, and, striking his thigh, began to wail, Oh my heavens, this life is unbearable. How could I have raised such an ungrateful wolf? My life is truly hard. Oh God, I fear I shall be struck by lightning. Open your eyes and see. This unfilial child has forgotten his mother after acquiring a wife. With a bend of his knees, he collapsed onto the ground, throwing a tantrum as he rolled about. Li Bai immediately rushed to assist her, attempting to pull her up. Mom, please get up, the ground is dirty. We all know your life has been difficult. Our third brother has become quite arrogant, disregarding even his own parents. Alas, the two sisters-in-law, momentarily forgetting their earlier dispute, joined in the performance, seamlessly cooperating as if they were mourning for someone. Oh mother, you have had a hard life. How could you have raised such an ungrateful child? Shen Ning crossed her arms and watched the dramatic spectacle with cold detachment, curious to see how this man would choose between his mother and his wife. A timeless dilemma between mothers and daughters-in-law. Enough of this theatrics. Li Shan observed them, his rugged features etched with seriousness, though a hint of mockery lingered in his gaze. As if he had seen through their act, Zhu Darong, wailing on the ground, was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by that, third brother? Li Bai, unable to contain his temper, jumped up as if ready to confront him. Lu Yunjin, naturally echoing her husband, placed her hands on her hips and began to scold. Do you think we fear you just because you are a soldier? Look at how our mother is suffering. How can you speak of her like that? Are you even human? Indeed, Wei Shulan also took on a reproachful demeanor. Third brother, you are being utterly unreasonable. For the sake of a worthless woman. If you cause our mother any distress, do you still care about your own face? Oh, this is truly laughable. Shen Ning peered over their shoulders, observing the chaos with a sarcastic smile. Do you think my husband will help me? Am I expected to stand here and wait to be attacked by you? Do I appear foolish to you? A group of fools. Seizing the moment when they were caught off guard, Shen Ning turned and dashed outside, swiftly exchanging for a can of herring at the points market, costing her 10 points. Upon opening it, she instinctively retched. This could not continue. She needed to act quickly, or she would end up making herself sick. Jiangua, Jianjun, you two better move aside. Upon hearing her words, the clever duo immediately took hold of Xiaohua's hands and hurriedly stepped aside. Though Li Shan was unaware of their peculiar camaraderie, his keen instincts detected the foul stench wafting through the air. Reacting swiftly, he sidestepped. Just then, a loud crash echoed, and a wave of foul odor assaulted them. Run! The children were overwhelmed, their eyes watering as waves of nausea surged within them, rushing after Shen Ning as they fled outside. The potency of the herring was not to be underestimated, especially for the three who had been in close proximity to it. No matter how capable Li Shan was, he was still human and had not encountered such a horrific stench before. With an upset stomach, he grabbed his belongings and ran with the others. Inside, the false cries transformed into genuine sobs, accompanied by retching and tears streaming down their faces. Ugh! The entire family was caught off guard, unable to utter a word, nearly retching up yesterday's leftovers. Even Li Zhenxing, who had not been in contact with the herring can, was gagging incessantly. They had no time to curse. They could barely manage to keep from vomiting. Just listening to their agonizing retches was enough to convey the revolting scent inside. However, if she did not let others know of this, all her efforts would be in vain. She could not allow her 10 points to go to waste. Clutching Xiaohua, she hurried ahead, her thoughts still on the points market. Opening her backpack, she found a small loudspeaker. What a perfect timing to use it now. Clicking to use. The interface for the loudspeaker immediately appeared. Zhu Darong exerted himself too hard while relieving himself, causing the stone slab of the latrine to break, and Lu Yunjin, who was also using it, fell in as well. Wei Shulan tried to follow, but ended up in the same predicament, consuming an unimaginable amount of filth and nearly drowning. Li Laodao fell in too, covered in excrement, the smell so strong it could be detected from miles away. Please confirm the content. If correct, click send. Shen Ning clicked send, and everyone within a 10-mile radius received this message, their minds momentarily hazy, as if the scene unfolded before their very eyes. They only remembered someone had recounted this tale to them, who said it was of no importance. What mattered was the sheer absurdity of the gossip, which delighted their otherwise monotonous lives. Shen Ning, too, was amused. The thought of the three of them leaving, marked by an indelible stench, and being the subject of ridicule, made her lips curl into a smile. Hey! Though her laughter was low and breathy, it did not escape his notice. Let me hold Xiaohua. His sudden voice startled Shen Ning, causing her to glance at him, a hint of panic in her eyes. She was so overjoyed that she nearly forgot there was a man beside her. Looking at Xiaohua, she found a child gazing expectantly at Li Shan. Very well. Now her position as the stepmother had to yield to the resurrected biological father. She placed Xiaohua into his arms. Perfect, I relish the leisure. Pinching Xiaohua's cheek playfully, she teased, our Xiaohua truly thinks of her stepmother. Xiaohua wrapped her small arms around Li Shan's neck, giggling in delight. And even the two boys watched with smiles on their faces. A faint fragrance suddenly enveloped Li Shan, seizing his senses, his gaze fixed on the soft tufts of hair atop her head. However, before he could process it, she quickly pulled away, her braids swaying before him. Her eyelashes fluttered down, concealing her dark pupils. With one arm cradling Xiaohua, he extended his other hand, offering the bag he held to Shen Ning. Just as she reached to take it, he withdrew his hand. She tilted her head, puzzled. Li Shan felt a stirring within him at her inquisitive expression, softening slightly. A small smile crept onto his lips, dissipating some of the tension. making him appear less stern, prompting Shen Ning to steal a few more glances. I bought you peanut candy. Ah, so he wanted her to hold the candy. She reached in, retrieving 3 pieces, giving one each to Jiangua and Jianjun, and unwrapping another to feed to Xiaohua. Discarding the wrapper into the candy bag, Li Shan's gaze lingered on her hand's movements before settling back on her face. Silently observing, the intensity of his gaze was overwhelming, making it impossible for Shen Ning to ignore. Turning her head to look at him, she furrowed her brow in confusion. What are you staring at me for? At that moment, a trembling little girl felt as if she might shatter, appearing fiercely resilient on the surface while her heart raced with anxiety. What if he sensed something amiss about her? He was a soldier, undoubtedly skilled in observation, especially now that her demeanor had shifted drastically. The differences in her mannerisms were bound to reveal some inconsistencies. He has arrived, and he has spoken. Amidst a sense of trepidation, his deep voice resonated. Why aren't you eating? Chapter 57. Marinated to perfection. Shen Ning was fully prepared to endure the tempest. Yet he uttered this unexpected remark. For a fleeting moment, she was taken aback. What is it? Li Shan, noting her expression, was the first to inquire. Oh, I don't particularly enjoy sweets. It's all right, I bought plenty. After saying this, he cast a glance at the candy wrapper she had carelessly tossed into her bag, thinking she was reluctant to part with it, wanting to save the delectable treat for the child. Otherwise, why would she hesitate to discard even the wrapper? Were Shen Ning to perceive his thoughts, she would cry out in protest. After all, she had received 9 years of compulsory education and was a well-rounded young person, trained in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor education, unable to toss litter thoughtlessly without feeling a psychological burden. Thus, a misunderstanding ensued. Her delicate fingers twirled around her braided hair, offering an awkward yet polite smile. I don't really have a taste for it. Is that so? Li Shan discerned a hint of sincerity in her eyes, suggesting she genuinely did not enjoy sweets. He nodded in apology. I was unaware. Just as she intended to reassure him, she witnessed his lips compress, and he continued, I suffered a head injury during a mission, and the hematoma has pressed on my nerves, causing me to lose some of my memories. Shen Ning's expression turned to one of shock. When did you lose your memories? Her heart raced with an unspoken anticipation. Her excitement was palpable, and Li Shan, observing her eyes, seemed to sense her concern. He felt a surge of guilt. I regret to inform you that I have lost memories from these past few months. Oh, is there such a phenomenon as amnesia? Remarkable. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her mouth fell slightly agape. You haven't forgotten about me, have you? Noticing his evasive expression after she posed the question, she realized her suspicion was correct. She recalled their encounter in the town. Li Shan awkwardly touched the bridge of his nose, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. He had initially thought, how could this woman be so willful and formidable? She had collided with him and had the audacity to make him wait. It turned out she had indeed made him wait. My apologies. What is there to apologize for? It brings relief to Shen Ning. It is fortunate he does not remember. Otherwise, he might have noticed her unease. Li Shan's gaze flickered, contemplating something as he fixed his attention on her back. Hurry up. Do you not wish to attend class? Here they come, my dear. Father, please hurry. Only after hastily delivering the 3 children to school did she exhale a sigh of relief. Thank heavens we made it. Do you have to escort them every day? The man beside her suddenly spoke, and Shen Ning realized that only the 2 of them remained, creating an inexplicable sense of awkwardness. Li Shan could see the affection she held for the children reflected in her expression, a genuine fondness. Perhaps the reason he married her was also due to her heartfelt love for the children. Do you have any money on you? Uncertain of her intentions, he nonetheless nodded honestly, retrieving a simple wallet from his inner pocket and presenting it openly. See if this is sufficient. If not, I will find another way. Shen Ning raised an eyebrow slightly. He was quite straightforward, handing over the wallet with a hint of playful amusement. Upon examination, it was indeed bulging. Opening it revealed a neat arrangement of bills. 1, 2, 5, and 10 yuan, indicating a glimpse into his character, estimating there might be around 100 yuan. Truly a wealthy individual. That will suffice enough. Do I appear to be so fond of money? Her words elicited a chuckle from him, a wry smile playing on his lips as he shook his head in resignation. Let us proceed to pay the children's tuition fees. Ah, Shen boss, you have arrived. Is there anything we can assist you with? Oh, we are here to pay the tuition. We? Teacher Zhang only then noticed the imposing figure accompanying her. This man was tall and robust, with an upright posture and a handsome countenance, though his demeanor suggested he was not to be trifled with. How did Shen Boss come to be accompanied by such a formidable man? Upon reflection, it made sense. Those who were alone and vulnerable were often deemed easy targets. No matter how formidable Shen Ning was, she was still just a woman, and it was wise to have someone intimidating by her side to deter potential bullies. Yet, Shen Ning appeared rather delicate. Her gaze fell upon the man's large hands, and a flicker of pity arose within her. She feared her slight frame would not withstand even one of his punches. Teacher Zhang was genuinely astonished. He had gone missing during a mission, leading to misunderstandings. Now I understand. It is a relief everything is well. Your family is finally reunited. How wonderful. A husband, or rather, a father, is indeed preferable in its original form. Shen Ning smiled, but chose to divert from this topic, returning to their purpose for visiting. We are here to pay the tuition for the children. In Xiaohe village, beneath the grand banyan tree, there was a hub for information gathering. Have you heard? The Zhu family fell into the latrine. Not just that. I heard they fell into a pit of excrement and ingested several mouthfuls of it. When they were pulled out, they were unrecognizable. I heard it was during a bathroom break when the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law quarreled over a bamboo stick, causing the stone slab to collapse. They didn't even have time to pull up their pants, exposing their bare backsides. Haha, I heard that too. I wonder if it's true or not. Indeed, it is absolutely true. I even strolled by the Oldley family door to catch a whiff. You will not believe the stench. Just passing by their house made me feel nauseated. Chapter 58, Indebtedness. Please, make yourself comfortable. A few guests came in the morning and left in haste. I haven't had the time to tidy up. As Shen Ning spoke while arranging items on the counter, Li Shan quietly sat at a small dining table. His hands resting on his knees, his back straight. His posture was impeccable, and the aura he exuded was unmistakably that of a soldier. The army green outer garment accentuated his broad shoulders and sturdy physique. As her gaze drifted lower, she could faintly discern the contours of his abdomen through the exposed black tank top. He must possess abs. She wondered how many, and what it would feel like to touch them. The figure before her shifted, the front of the black tank top turning toward her, and suddenly his gaze met hers, causing her to cough as she choked on her own saliva. Ahem, are you thirsty? Let me fetch you a glass of water. She turned to the back room to retrieve the kettle, hoping to alleviate the awkwardness of their shared space, inadvertently missing the subtle curve of his lips as he smiled. Her hurried retreat softened his previously indifferent demeanor, rendering him quite charmed. Shen Ning, I have something amusing to share. Wen Ning burst into the room, her loud voice abruptly halting as she noticed the man sitting inside. Could someone please explain how it is that a man resembling a grim reaper suddenly appeared? The moment she cast her gaze upon him, she felt a chill run down her spine. Shen Ning, hearing Wen Ying's voice, emerged from the back while holding a teacup. Wen Ning, did you not work today? She placed the teacup beside Li Shan. Thank you. Li Shan's voice was actually quite pleasant, deep and slightly rugged, combined with a cold tone that made it easy for others to overlook his words, often instilling fear instead. She smiled politely in response, "You're welcome." As she turned, before she could approach, Wen Ying swiftly grasped her arm, leading her aside and whispering, "Who is this? Are they here to trouble you? Do not be afraid. I will fetch someone." It was then that Shen Ning noticed Wen Ying's slight unease, likely instigated by Li Shan's presence. Gently patting her hand for comfort, she reassured her, "It is all right. He is my man." It was the first time she uttered those words in the presence of the actual individual, and a hint of awkwardness inevitably accompanied it. "What? He's your man?" Wen Ying exclaimed in surprise, realizing her reaction was somewhat exaggerated, quickly covering her mouth. Their gazes drifted to the man sitting and sipping water, and upon seeing his lack of reaction, they lowered their voices. "Did you not say your man was gone? How has another man suddenly appeared?" Shen Ning felt a bit embarrassed. The earlier news had been a misunderstanding. He was indeed fine. "That is truly wonderful." Wen Ying expressed genuine happiness, tightening her grip on Shen Ning's arm and leaning closer to whisper, "But your man looks rather fierce." It seemed this man had an intimidating presence that overshadowed his handsome features. How could she explain that her husband was inherited? By the way, what were you about to tell me earlier? The topic shifted as Wen Ying excitedly clapped her hands. "Oh yes, I almost forgot. Let me tell you, I heard something amusing." "Ha ha ha. Before she could finish, she burst into laughter. I heard there's a family in Shaha village where someone fell into a latrine while trying to relieve themselves. They say someone went to use it and ended up being pulled in instead. Oh, unfortunata. What a massive latrine that must be. We couldn't stop laughing. She was genuinely amused, her eyes glistening with mirth. In truth, their office had exaggerated the tale even further, but out of respect for Shen Ning's man. She refrained from embellishing too much. Shen Ning smiled on the outside, while silently reveling in laughter. They deserved it. Let them taste the bitterness of their own rumors. Although she disdained using malicious gossip to target women, the spread of such rumors was widespread, and the Li family would likely suffer the consequences. Is that so? Being mindful of the man present, Shen Ning, the instigator, felt too ashamed to join the discussion, merely offering an awkward chuckle. Indeed, I believe it is Xia village. They share the same surname as your little Huahua, Li. What a coincidence. Of course, a coincidence, and they're even family. A peculiar sensation washed over her, as if a scrutinizing gaze swept over her. What are you looking at? Does my restraint invite conflict? Wei Ning, oblivious to her discomfort, reached for instant noodles, saying, I'll have a pack of instant noodles. I've recently developed a fondness for the spicy wild pepper flavor. Would you like some soda? We have new stock. Really? Wei Ning's eyes brightened with excitement. She adored soda and was pleasantly surprised that Shen Ning had some for sale. Yes, we have orange and lemon flavors. Just 20 cents a bottle. Which would you prefer? It was 5 cents cheaper than in the provincial city, where 2 bottles cost 50 cents, truly enticing Wei Ning. I'll take 2 bottles. I need to taste them to see which flavor is better. Shen Ning helplessly acquiesced, internally noting that promoting sales to this food-loving companion was undoubtedly effective. Wait for me. I'll fetch them. After spending 20 points to exchange for 10 bottles of soda, she placed them all in a water bucket, a common practice in an era without home refrigerators. When she retrieved 2 bottles, her gaze fell into the bucket. After some consideration, she took out another bottle. With 40 cents in hand, she bid farewell to Wei Ning and placed the extra orange soda bottle before Li Shan, who regarded her with a puzzled expression. I just remember we had soda at home, so you can have this one. It's refreshing. The heat of the weather was increasingly oppressive. He returned the bottle to her, saying, No need, I've already had water. While a few children might be easily deceived, Li Shan, being an adult, was not foolish. She felt it necessary to fabricate a story. Although this old classmate was a concoction, the original family indeed had a few members who drove trucks, spending most of the year away. Would he even know who her old classmate was? Verification would be challenging, especially since he had lost part of his memory. She was remarkably clever. Fortune favored her. The coolness of the water droplets on the bottle touched his fingertips, and without a word, he could guess how delightful it would be to take a sip in this sweltering heat. Yet, a tinge of bitterness lingered within him, recalling the disparaging remarks of his mother, 2 sisters-in-law, and elder brother about her. His gaze wandered around the modest shop, observing the neatly stacked small beds, the organized goods on the counter, the fabric bags hanging on the walls, and the little shoes on the corner rack, all reminders of their shared life, yet demonstrating her diligence in maintaining cleanliness, with even a fragrant scent permeating the air. She surpassed his expectations. I am sorry. He suddenly gazed deeply into her eyes, delivering a solemn apology. Shen Ning was taken aback. What? I have burdened you during my absence. Li Shan had never truly considered marriage, given his responsibility to 3 children. Which girl would willingly become a stepmother? And how many stepmothers genuinely cared for their stepchildren? Due to frequent tasks this past year, the children had remained home with him, necessitating the search for a partner who would be kind to them. Yet, he never anticipated that she would be so much better than he could have imagined. I made you endure much hardship. I am truly sorry. Shen Ning understood he was beginning to blame himself, taking the actions of his family upon his own shoulders. Did you instigate their rumors about me? Did you encourage them to insult and humiliate me? Faced with Shen Ning's probing questions, he immediately stood, his tone tinged with agitation. No. Sighing internally, he reflected on the age-old saying that even fingers vary in length. A parent's love is inherently unequal, and while the bias of the Li couple might not be overt, the absence of love was painfully evident. Their animosity extended to the 3 children as well. Children raised in such an imbalanced environment yearn for love deep within, often succumbing to internal conflict and a lack of self-confidence. No matter how well they perform, They instinctively dismiss their own worth. Though he appeared stern, exuding an air of aloofness and coldness, it was merely a protective shell he had constructed for himself. One cannot choose their birth or their family. Their actions only reflect their flawed character. They are nothing but rubbish. Do not punish yourself for the mistakes of others. As she accepted the soda from his hands, her soft fingertips brushed against his, causing a subtle shiver to course through her. She tightened and then released her grip. With a twist, the bottle cap popped open, releasing a burst of orange fragrance into the air. She presented it to him, saying, "Have a sip of something sweet. I am not the type to meddle in others' affairs." She playfully winked. A warmth seemed to rise within him. He gently bit his cheek, releasing a soft breath through his nose, his lips curling into a faint smile. The coldness in his stone-like eyes dissipated, reflecting the petite figure of Shen Ning, shining brightly. Wrapping his fingers around the soda bottle, his voice softened slightly. "Thank you." Shen Ning appreciated his gratitude. After all, beauty carries significant weight, making interactions all the more pleasant. "You're welcome." At least for now, they remain a nominal couple, the closest of companions, sharing the same bed. As she gazed, Shen Ning's eyes wandered uncontrollably over his abdomen, eventually settling on the pronounced Adam's apple as he tilted his head back to sip from soda. "Goodness, this is a bit excessive." He glanced at her sideways, the emotions in his eyes somewhat inscrutable. Fearing he might misconstrue her intentions, Shen Ning hastily waved her hand, merely inquiring how long he would be gone, lest the children fret over him daily. Internally, she mused, "I still prefer my solitary beauty." Yet, it seemed that someone had misconstrued her intentions. A pang of bitterness surged within her. His profession destined them for prolonged separations, and he had seemingly forgotten their past, forgotten her. How sorrowful must she be? He chose to defend his country, yet it meant she would bear the burden of his absence. If Shen Ning were privy to his current inner turmoil, she would surely exclaim, "You are overthinking it. I've been granted a month of leave." What? He intends to rest for an entire month? Surely he does not plan to stay here for that long. Nowadays, to Shen Ning, Shan was not just her husband, but also a stranger. The anxiety stemming from a somewhat unfamiliar male presence enveloped her, leaving her unable to articulate her feelings, her ears inexplicably warming. "It's not too serious. I'm almost recovered." Shen Ning furrowed her brow, her instincts whispering that something was amiss. Studying his face closely, she noticed a fine sheen of perspiration on his forehead, his lips devoid of color, ashen and lacking vitality. While they had walked under the blazing sun, he might have been holding on by sheer will. His condition appeared dire. "Please don't faint. I cannot support such a large man with my petite frame." "Were you injured?" "I'm fine." Before Shan could assert his stubbornness, Shen Ning stepped forward, resolutely pulling at his clothing, determined to verify for herself. As she tugged at his outer shirt, her wrist was suddenly grasped firmly, halting her movements. Though she had some flesh on her, her touch was soft, her frame delicate enough that he could easily break her with a little more force. His grip slackened slightly. "Truly, it's nothing." Shen Ning remained unconvinced, her almond-shaped eyes wide with reproach. "Do you wish to have children only to lose their father again?" His lips pressed tightly together, and he abruptly released her wrist, his palm empty. "Before you utter such words, perhaps you should consider your own complexion." "What? Do you wish to accuse me of attempting to murder my husband?" This playful banter lightened the atmosphere considerably. Shan lowered his gaze, contemplating, realizing he could not escape this confrontation. Yet he found himself strangely unopposed to the sensation of being cared for. Rather than allowing her to continue guessing, he decided to show her the truth. He lifted the hem of his black undershirt with one hand. Instead of the chiseled abs she expected, he revealed a torso wrapped in layers of gauze. The entirety of his abdomen was swathed in bandages, appearing quite severe, and it seemed he had not changed them for some time, the edges frayed. 2 days. As he spoke, he attempted to lower his shirt, but a delicate white hand intercepted him. Shen Ning's expression darkened, her face etched with concern. "How long has it been since you changed the dressings?" "Aye." His lips twitched, yet before he could respond, he met her inquisitive gaze. "You had better speak the truth." His Adam's apple bobbed, and the words he intended to utter were swallowed. For some reason, in the presence of this girl, he felt as though he was the one defeated. "I forgot on the train." "Forgot? Why not leave himself behind on the train, then? Did you bring any medicine?" He nodded, retrieving a small bag he carried. which contained nothing but a couple of changes of clothing and a small bottle of iodine in a plastic bag. Nothing else. Holding that small bottle made her feel an inexplicable sense of awkwardness emanating from this large man. I will change it shortly. You know about this? Shen Ning's eyes flickered momentarily. A sense of panic washed over her. She had spoken too hastily, forgetting that the original owner of this body was an illiterate rural woman. One who, when injured, would merely grab a handful of ash to staunch the bleeding. How could she comprehend the nuances of bacteria or disinfection? She had inadvertently revealed too much. It was all his fault. His presence had disrupted her life, proving quite bothersome. She cast a reproachful glance at him, her irritation evident yet lacking any real threat. Since I have married you, I must naturally keep pace with you, striving for improvement. These are lessons I gleaned from reading the newspapers. Shan felt as though something had struck his chest, a warm sensation bubbling forth. Had she truly embarked on this journey of learning for his sake? Was it because they frequently undertook missions that led to injuries? It turned out, in ways he could not see, she was also making an effort. He realized he knew far too little about her. Shen Ning found herself unable to decipher his thoughts, his deep-set eyes swirling with emotions, leading her to a rather absurd conjecture. Could it be that he was moved by the excuses she had fabricated? You are quite remarkable. Shan pressed his lips together, a gentle smile gracing his features. This compliment was sincere. The person in front of him froze at her words. The room within was clearly her resting place. Why are you standing there? Noticing his immobility, Shen Ning cast a puzzled glance at him and then at the nearby counter, which could hardly accommodate his size, especially since she still had business to attend to. If he were to rest poorly, it would be quite detrimental. Her gaze suddenly fell upon the tips of his ears, now tinged with crimson. Could it be that he was embarrassed? Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter, observing the fierce yet solemn man, who looked as though he could fell a bull with a single blow, now seemingly shy over such a trivial matter. This contrast was somewhat endearing. In a teasing tone, she assured him, "Rest assured, the mat is wiped every evening and the bedding was just changed yesterday. Everything is clean." Why didn't he think that? He expected to be misunderstood, hastily attempting to explain, only to find her eyes sparkling with mirth, realizing she was merely jesting, which made him chuckle as well. He pressed his tongue against the back of his teeth, revealing an unusually mischievous expression, before leaning in suddenly, startling her laughter into silence. Shen Ning had merely intended to tease this man, never anticipating that his handsome face would abruptly invade her personal space, catching her entirely off guard. The distance was alarmingly close, so much so that she could discern the fine hairs on his face. "Are you not afraid I might soil your bed? Is that how you intend to phrase it?" Shen Ning quickly realized he seemed to believe this would intimidate her. Had his ears not been so red, she might have actually believed his words. If this is how you wish to play, then she would indulge him. Tilting her head slightly, she masked her smile, her almond eyes reflecting curiosity, a fleeting glimmer of mischief darting through them, elusive and hard to capture. "Is that so?" Shan straightened, lowering his gaze, thinking that perhaps she might now be concerned, tempering her familiarity with him. However, the next moment, a faint fragrance wafted through the air as her soft hair brushed against his jaw. She unexpectedly drew closer, causing him to be the one startled this time. "Then let me take a whiff." Her nose twitched like a curious puppy, sniffing at his chest, shoulder, and neck. The warmth of her breath cascaded over his exposed skin, almost burning him through his clothing. His hands, which had been resting at his sides, instinctively clenched tightly. Meanwhile, the instigator of this moment, after taking a few sniffs, revealed a sweet smile, seemingly oblivious to the profound impact her actions had on him. Fortunately, it was not unpleasant. "You may rest, as the bedding will need washing anyway. And I do not mind." Shan was unsure how she had entered this room, but as she sat on the edge of the bed, enveloped by the familiar fragrance, her head felt increasingly heavy. The room was filled with her scent, subtle yet remarkably pleasant. The furnishings were quite simple: a bed, a small wardrobe, and a little wooden table against the wall. On the table rested a teacup and a small iron box, likely containing her trinkets. Despite the cleanliness and tidiness, the items were few and far between. Only the slightly disheveled floral blanket on the bed hinted at her carefree nature. In such an environment, he felt inexplicably relaxed. And once he let his guard down, the burning sensation from his abdominal wound became more pronounced. Waves of fatigue washed over him, and he succumbed to the urge to recline upon the pillow. Inhaling the fragrance, his mind grew increasingly foggy, and his eyelids slowly descended, before the drowsiness completely overtook him. A single thought crossed his mind. Thankfully, he had simply rinsed himself with cold water on the train. Otherwise, he would have surely been foul. She would have found him unbearable. However, after such a long journey, he must have grown unpleasant as well. It mattered not. He would rest for a while before rising to wash the bedding. His consciousness then sank into darkness. Chapter 61. Do not die in bed. Shan felt as though she had been transported to a vast, endless desert. The sun blazed mercilessly overhead, and the air shimmered with heat, distorting her surroundings. Tirelessly, she wandered, seeking an oasis. Water. She felt as if blades were concealed in her throat, scratching and making her voice nearly smoke. She was parched, desperately so. Yet, the oppressive heat enveloped her, leaving her disoriented. Was she in need of water? Who was speaking? That voice sounded so familiar, but where had she heard it before? Her throat was too parched to produce even a whisper. She longed for water. In the next instant, a cool liquid slid into her mouth, soothing her dry throat and bringing relief throughout her body. Shen Ning watched as the man on the bed drained nearly half of the water in the cup. His previously furrowed brow relaxed, as if some burden had been lifted, allowing him to sleep much more soundly. She reached out to feel his forehead. The temperature had dropped significantly compared to before, validating her decision to exchange 20 points for fever-reducing medicine. To prevent overheating his brain, she dampened a towel with cold water and placed it on his forehead. The sudden cold contact against his elevated temperature made his eyelashes flutter slightly. Shen Ning thought he might awaken, but after waiting a moment, she saw he remained peacefully asleep, showing no signs of stirring. The flush from his fever gradually faded. He appeared to be stabilizing, and she couldn't help but exhale in relief. Heaven knew how this man had endured throughout the journey. The redness and swelling of his abdominal wound indicated a serious injury. She had genuinely believed him to be made of steel, only to be shocked by the heat radiating from his skin when she attempted to change his dressings. His head was so hot it felt as if it could fry an egg. It became clear that he could no longer withstand the fever, likely caused by the inflammation of his wound. Fearing he might perish in her bed, she knew that should word get out, others would not care how he had died. They would embellish the tale to suit their narratives, and she would find herself unable to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. She promptly exchanged for fever-reducing and anti-inflammatory medications from the system store, treated his wound, and changed the bandage, yet he remained deeply asleep throughout the process. Consequently, that night, Xiaohua could only share a bed with her two brothers, while she kept vigil by the bedside, anxious about any sudden developments. Fortunately, the medications from the system were effective. After a night of fluctuating fever, it finally subsided. At last, she could close her eyes and rest, leaning against the small table and drifting into a deep slumber until dawn. With a soft creak, the door emitted a barely audible sound as it opened, and the man on the bed, with eyes tightly shut, instantly awoke, fixating his gaze on the doorway. He locked eyes with Li Jiangguo, who had entered stealthily. Li Jiangguo's eyes brightened, and a joyful expression lit his face. "Dad, you're awake." He hurried to the bedside, lowering his voice and steps as he noticed Shen Ning asleep on the small table. "Mom must have been very tired last night. Dad, are you feeling better? Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Li Shan pursed his slightly pale lips and shook his head. "Are you all hungry? I can prepare something for you." "No need, Dad. Mom made us some porridge and buns last night. We just need to heat them up. Please rest well and don't move around." After speaking, the little boy tiptoed out, closing the door behind him with care. Seeing such a sensible child warmed his heart as a father. Turning his head, he noticed the young woman sleeping by the bed, with a water jug, basin, and towel at her feet. It seemed he had run a fever last night. If he were to guess, it was likely she had been taking care of him, worrying about his well-being, hence her restless sleep by his side. With his hands propping up his head, perhaps feeling a bit overheated, a few beads of sweat trickled from his nose, causing his face to contort awkwardly as if lost in a dream. There was something oddly endearing about it, so charming that his heart raced. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Li Shan's affection level 50. Unfortunately, the sound failed to rouse the slumbering figure, who was far too exhausted. Her lips slightly parted as she muttered something before slipping back into her dreams. Li Shan moved quietly, replacing the pillow on his side. steadied himself on the edge of the bed, and then walked over to her. His fingers gently touched her shoulder, nudging her. Shen Ning, wake up, Shen Ning. Come sleep on the bed. His tender words fell upon the ears of the drowsy girl like a soothing lullaby. Shen Ning struggled to open her eyes, her mind clouded. Shan found her state amusing and continued to coax her. Come sleep on the bed. It won't be comfortable like this. Sleepy, Shen Ning murmured in response. Her mind hazy yet obediently rolling over to embrace the blanket, tucking it between her legs, and soon fell back into a deep slumber. He chuckled at her seamless routine, entertained by her playful nature. After all, she was still quite young. He stepped out of the room, closing the door gently behind him. As for the sleeping figure on the bed, she could finally stretch out comfortably and enjoy her rest. The deeper she slept, the more at ease she became. Time passed, and the person on the bed turned over, murmuring softly. Suddenly, she jolted awake, sitting up in alarm. Oh no, I'm late. I'm late. Without a second thought, she slipped on her shoes and dashed for the door, mumbling incessantly, Jiangwo, Jianjun Xiaohua, I'm late for school. Oh dear, I overslept. Why didn't you come awake me? The rest of her words caught in her throat as she collided with the man standing outside. You. She was still dazed from sleep, completely forgetting that this man had been running a high fever the previous night and that she had been caring for him. Wait, how did she end up in bed? Are you feeling better? Did you carry me to bed? Shan set down the cloth he had been using to clean the counter, having nearly finished wiping it down. Upon hearing her question, his brow furrowed slightly, a hint of intrigue flickering in his eyes as he turned to look at her. What do you think? Chapter 62. A new patron. Her gaze swept over him, finally resting on his abdomen, a region often prone to misinterpretation. Are you feeling well? He asked leisurely, approaching her until they were nearly face to face, halting just a step away. With one hand casually tucked in his pocket and a slight slouch, he lowered his head to meet her gaze. His dark brows arched playfully, carrying an air of mischief. Rest assured, my health is splendid and thoroughly capable of withstanding scrutiny. Wait a moment, she exclaimed, bewildered. What had she just said? Clearly still groggy, her words had slipped out without passing through her mind. She had intended to inquire about his wound, yet she had spoken of his body instead, and his response was equally peculiar. What sort of examination was he suggesting? She was not a physician. You're fine, that's good, she stammered, retreating half a step to establish a safer social distance, feeling a silent sigh of relief within. Her clever mind could now resume its functions. However, something felt amiss. His earlier demeanor was decidedly strange. Her eyes shifted to the impeccably clean counter, where items were neatly arranged and supplies had even been restocked. During his deep slumber the previous night, Shen Ning had taken the liberty of acquiring a multitude of goods, fearing she might expose some flaw later. He had been quite industrious, tidying everything up. She tapped her fingers on the counter, a hint of amusement dancing in her features, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her gaze, which sparkled with mischief. Ah, you did all this? You should be resting, considering your condition. There is no need for you to assist me with these tasks. She tilted her head, a sweet smile gracing her lips, her voice tinged with laughter. Shan, thank you. You truly are a wonderful person, but I'm not struggling at all. After all, this is what we initially agreed upon, isn't it? Her tone became somber. What do you mean? Shen Ning playfully blinked at him. Have you forgotten? Can you not recall anything at all? It seemed there was something deeper behind her words. Unfortunately, he truly could not remember a thing. His lips pressed together, brow furrowing in frustration as he shook his head. Huh? You can't recall anything? Shen Ning's face displayed a hint of distress as she sighed softly before continuing. Actually, there is a backstory to our marriage. From her earlier words, he had begun to surmise there was more to the tale. Yet, as she finished, his expression remained inscrutable. Please continue. I wish to know the details. Shen Ning felt a surge of pride for her cleverness. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, she began to recount the story of their relationship. Shan was taken aback by the complexities surrounding their marriage. However, it was indeed a method he could have conceived, simple yet effective. So, there are no feelings between us? He inquired, targeting the crux of the matter. Of course there are. Her unwavering assertion ignited a flicker of hidden anticipation within him. Shan, you are my savior. I am eternally grateful to you. Without you, I would have perished long ago, and my current life would not exist. My gratitude for you flows like an unending river. Gratitude is a form of emotion, is it not? Shan was momentarily speechless, nodding awkwardly. You've taken such good care of the children. I should be the one thanking you. The three children were indeed well cared for, their faces and bodies clean, dressed neatly in new clothes without a single patch. Each bore a healthy appearance, and she had even enrolled them in school. It was clear that she had diligently fulfilled their agreement, and he ought to express his thanks. Not at all. We are mutually beneficial partners, he replied, not fully understanding that those children were her means to a better life. Casting a glance at the points mall, she suddenly halted. I distinctly remember having only 660 points after yesterday's restock. How do I have 710 now? Who had contributed to her newfound points? She decided to check her records. The points consumption record revealed Shan's favorability, 50 total account points, 710. In Shan's line of sight, Shen Ning appeared momentarily dazed, then looked up at him with astonishment before glancing down and then back up again, as if she had spotted something extraordinary on his face. What's the matter? He queried, recalling that he had washed his face with the children that morning, and none had mentioned any issues. It's just that I'm a bit overwhelmed, she exclaimed. Another benefactor had emerged, and her points had increased. Life was looking increasingly promising. However, are you not tired? You must sit down and rest. You need to recover fully, and there is no need for you to worry about anything else. Shen Ning insisted, firmly guiding him to a chair, her smile tinged with a hint of flattery. Are you thirsty? Would you like some water? Or are you hungry? I can cook for you. Shan was taken aback by her sudden enthusiasm, suspicion clouding his eyes. Were you hiding from me? Chapter 63, TCH Men. Shen Ning was speechless. Did this man truly not perceive her fiery enthusiasm or her tender concern? Wasn't this the moment to earn some affection points? It felt as if she had committed a grave error. With the absence of affection points, her smile faded. I'm simply concerned for you. You've lost your memory and cannot recall anything. Now that you're aware of our cooperative relationship, what if you decide to divorce me? What then? Surprisingly, this was her concern. Shan recognized that he had indeed been somewhat aloof. Rest assured, our military marriage is protected by law. Since I chose to marry you, I will not seek a divorce. What? You mean we are to remain together for life? Heavens, that was unacceptable. She could not bind herself to a man in this manner. However, upon further reflection, given the current circumstances, it was paramount to focus on financial stability. Other matters could be addressed later. That is not quite accurate. While our situation is currently challenging, we must endure our marriage. Yet, we have no emotional foundation. If you encounter a woman you truly like in the future, you can tell me directly. I will willingly step aside without clinging to you. In a display of sincerity, she deliberately revealed an exceedingly genuine smile. However, Shan found her smile inexplicably irksome, and a sudden wave of pent-up frustration surged within him, leaving him with no outlet. Perhaps I cannot recall many things, yet my instincts tell me that when we wed, I must have vowed to remain faithful to our family and to our marriage. Such matters truly exist? Shen Ning rummaged through the memories left by the original owner. Indeed, there was such a moment. A man donned in a green military uniform, a flower crafted from red silk pinned to his chest, solemnly saluted as he declared his oath. I, Shan, pledge to remain eternally loyal to my country, to the army, to my family, and to my marriage. How unexpected. I had not foreseen the depth of this man's understanding of me. When he was serious, his sharply defined features exuded an intense pressure, and as he abruptly stood, towering at over 6 feet, he loomed like a small mountain, making it hard for anyone to breathe. He did not allow her the chance to continue speaking, for whatever she might utter would surely be unwelcome. He advanced toward her step by step. With each step he took closer, she retreated, until her heels met an obstruction, forcing her to halt. One hand pressed against the counter, effectively blocking her escape route, enveloping her partially and placing her firmly in his presence. In my eyes, you are my wife. Do you understand? The proximity was overwhelming. He could clearly see her fair skin gradually tinged with pink, reminiscent of a ripe peach on a branch, exuding an enchanting aura. Shen Ning had never engaged with someone of the opposite sex at such close quarters, especially not with one who was rather handsome. Their breaths intertwined, creating a tension that thickened in the increasingly warm room. His intensity resembled a fierce flame, threatening to consume everything in its vicinity, leaving her cheeks flushed and undeniably embarrassed. No, how could this be so mortifying? She hailed from the 21st century, seasoned by encounters with numerous charming suitors. Yet here she was, left utterly disarmed by mere words. Absolutely unacceptable. Her gaze shifted, as if she had noticed something, and before he could react, she suddenly raised her hand, her delicate fingers cool to the touch. Pinching his earlobe, she gently caressed it a few times. Inquisitively, she exclaimed, "Oh, there seems to be something unsightly here. Don't move. Let me take a look." Her face drew closer, the faint fragrance unique to her becoming more pronounced, and for a fleeting moment, her mind went blank, consumed by the sensation at his earlobe. Magnifying her awareness, a tingling sensation coursed through him, causing the blood to rush to his face, and in an instant he felt the heat rise. The one pinching his earlobe was most acutely aware of his rising temperature. It was surprising to discover that beneath his exterior strength lay a vulnerability, as he revealed his true self with just a light tease. "Ah, it turns out to be a mere mole. I thought it was something unsightly. My, what poor eyesight I have." Releasing his earlobe, her gaze returned to his face. Expecting her to retreat and create some distance, he was taken aback when, in the next moment, her softness pressed against his forehead. "Oh, why is your face so red? Are you burning up again? Let me see." His heart raced violently, as if it might leap from his chest. This could not continue, for he feared being discovered. He grasped her soft wrist, gently lowering it from his forehead. Meeting her gaze, he composedly stated, "It's simply warm here. I need to take some medicine." With that, he released her hand and hurriedly retreated to the back room. Shen Ning stifled a giggle behind her hand. Not so formidable after all. She had managed to turn the tables on him. She fanned her face. Indeed, it was getting a bit warm in here. A mechanical voice suddenly echoed in her mind, announcing, "Ding, Li Shan's favorability level, 50, account favorability, 760. Shen Ning was momentarily taken aback. She had done nothing, yet he had already increased his favorability towards her. Her previous attempts to please him had been in vain, evidently. He was quite susceptible to this kind of charm. TCH, man. Meanwhile, Shan gazed at the neatly arranged medications on the table, with clear instructions on how to take them and precautions. Holding 2 pill boxes, the heat and embarrassment that had enveloped him dissipated, leaving a warm afterglow that filled his heart with a sense of completeness. He seemed to catch a glimpse of her true self, a stubborn exterior concealing a tender heart. A rather endearing girl. This delightful girl is his wife. "Shen Ning, it turns out this is your domain." Voices echoed from outside, some of which sounded familiar. Shen Ning looked at Wei Shulan and her sister Wei Shufan, who were arm in arm, her brow furrowing with concern. This woman is indeed formidable, despite the rampant rumors. She dares to venture out. Is she truly unafraid, or does she possess an audacious spirit? Oh, a rare visitor. She greeted the 2 sisters with a half-smile, picking up a bar of soap and teasingly remarked, "Sister-in-law, did you wash up before coming out? Yet I still catch a whiff of something unpleasant. No matter. I have soap for sale here that will surely mask any odor." Chapter 64. Jealousy makes one ugly seriously. Shen Ning, are you out of your mind? With your state? You should not be running a business. It will surely fail. Wei Shufan was the first to lose her composure, launching a tirade against Shen Ning, her jealousy evident in her fiery gaze. She had thought that with Li Shan's death, marrying Sanggu would mean she had become his true wife, but it was merely a hollow title. She could still place the blame for Li Shan's death squarely on Shen Ning, venting her frustration on her. She had convinced herself to bury her feelings for Li Shan and prepare to accept another, to live her life. How could she endure this? Why did fate favor her? In an instant, Shen Ning's words ignited the flames of her wrath, provoking her to wish to silence Shen Ning once and for all. It had been a while since she last saw Wei Shufan, yet her presence was still akin to a volatile explosive. "I will sell my goods to whomever I choose. I never asked you to come in." Shen Ning leaned against the counter, one elbow propped up, her body slightly tilted as she regarded the 2 with a half-smile, her other hand playfully twirling a strand of hair that fell across her chest. It was then that they noticed Shen Ning was different. During their quarrel of the previous day, Wei Shulan had been too angry to notice just how much Shen Ning had changed. Clad in a light blue shirt dress, cinched at the waist with a matching belt, her figure appeared enticingly slender. She wore white shoes with exposed heels. Her hair cascaded down, devoid of any semblance of a proper woman, prompting Wei Shulan to disdain her internally. Simultaneously, Wei Shufan felt a mix of envy and resentment. All of this should have been hers. It was all her fault for intervening. Otherwise, she would have married Sanggu. Shen Ning keenly observed the emotions of the 2, thoroughly pleased with their reactions. They must think she is oblivious to their intentions in coming here to seek her out for torment. With nowhere else to shop, they forced themselves to come to her. She slowly straightened her posture, her eyes sparkling with clarity as though she could see through their innermost thoughts. Do you intend to come to my home and take things without compensation? To be honest, that appears to be their exact intention. Upon realizing this, Wei Shulan's expression stiffened momentarily, but she quickly deepened her smile, feigning an exceptionally amiable demeanor. Oh dear sister-in-law, what are you saying? You have opened a shop, and I, as your sister-in-law, have yet to congratulate you. I just happen to have some free time to come and take a look. We are family, and your happiness is our joy. Her words were indeed more melodious than a song. Wei Shufan felt a nudge at her side, and she pouted reluctantly. Her tone significantly softened compared to before. Yes, I came to see your shop, but it's not all that impressive. Before she could finish her sentence, she took a few steps back, adding, you, my dear, simply lack the gift of gab. Wei Shulan shot her a glare, aware of her own fault, and turned her head away with a murmur. Well, it is true. My sister has been spoiled by our family. Dear sister-in-law, let us not hold it against her. After all, you are quite capable. Shen Ning was nearly amused to the point of laughter by her words. A child? Over 200 months old and weighing about 100 gene? You certainly have a broad definition of child. Wei Shulan's lower eyelid twitched slightly. Shen Ning was becoming increasingly sharp-tongued. Boss Shen, we have arrived. At that moment, several young women entered from outside, including the round-faced girl and her two companions. Welcome, welcome. Please, come in and take a seat. At this moment, Shen Ning had no time to deal with the two sisters. Making money was of utmost importance. Comrade Xiao Wu, why are you here so early today? Aren't you supposed to be at work? Xiao Wu, the girl with the round face, playfully stuck out her tongue. Our factory head sent us to the neighboring county to learn about their advanced techniques, and we're heading out in the afternoon. We thought we'd come by to see if our ordered clothes had arrived. The girl beside her chimed in with a smile. Yes. We plan to wear our new outfits to the neighboring factory. We can't let others look down on us. Xiao Wu shot her a playful glare and explained. It's because we are brother factories, but our factory's performance has always been lacking, so we inevitably receive some jabs. Understood, workplace rules. At least we won't let others underestimate us with our attire. Shen Ning smiled knowingly. The clothes have indeed arrived. I was just wondering when you were going to pick them up. Really? Of course. Just wait a moment, and I will fetch them for you. As she turned to walk into the room, she nearly collided with Li Shan, who stepped aside to let her pass. You better not go out yet. We are all women here to avoid any awkwardness. Li Shan, hesitating about whether to leave, obediently nodded and sat quietly on a small stool. Shen Ning was quite relieved that there was a small wardrobe in the room, providing some cover while retrieving items from the points mall. Turning, she saw him seated on the stool, curled up as if trying to occupy less space, his long legs appearing to have nowhere to rest. It was quite a sight. You, haven't already slept in the bed, are still being particular about these things. Just rest well. Your wound has not healed. Don't exacerbate it. She bent down to pat his shoulder, their proximity so close that her almond-shaped eyes blinked playfully, her tone laced with teasing. I don't bite. And my bed doesn't bite either. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed his otherwise expressionless face. Shen Ning raised an eyebrow, a mischievous glimmer in her eyes, then strode out, hoping to avoid hearing someone else's defenses crumble. He stared at the closed door, and after a moment, he chuckled to himself. This girl, outside. Shen Ning's voice rang out as she greeted the guests. Comrade Xiao Wu, come take a look at the clothes and shoes you ordered. Try them on and see if they fit. Upon seeing Shen Ning present those items, the Wei sisters, who had been watching the scene unfold, could hardly contain their excitement. The two skirts were each more beautiful than the last, the fabric and prints clearly indicating their high quality. Each of them also had a pair of white leather shoes, which complemented the skirts beautifully, making them look just like those who came from the provincial capital. The most envy-inducing sight followed, as bills were exchanged, and Shen Ning's face was nearly splitting from her smile. Xiao Wu, you must come again next time. There will be more good items, and I'll give you a discount. Chapter 65. What are you looking at if you have no money? Sister, $50-some. 50-some. Wei Shufan was so excited that she could hardly contain herself. This wretched woman actually made that much. $50-some? Even the most respectable job now only earns $20 or $30 a month in the factory, and she casually sells 2 skirts for that much. It's simply outrageous. She immediately leaned towards Wei Shulan, and whispered indignantly. Wei Shulan shared similar sentiments. Her shop was so profitable, and if it were her family's, all of this would belong to her. What woman could resist beautiful skirts and shoes? Seeing Shen Ning send the two girls off, she quickly approached her sister-in-law. Your business is doing quite well. Feeling quite pleased after the recent earnings, Shen Ning found the two sisters less bothersome. Well, it's decent, I suppose. One can only say it's passable. You two have never run a business, so you wouldn't understand how challenging it is for us. Business is not easy these days. She propped up a box that had fallen from the counter and continued, I only managed to scrape by with this business. After all, as you know, we have no land or anyone to support us. If something goes wrong, others would be more than happy to trample us down. To survive, one must strive. She shot them a meaningful glance, her words implying their family, the Li family, who did not engage in human decency. I've come to understand that relying on mountains may lead to their collapse. Relying on people may cause them to flee. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. Shen Ning looked at the two of them with a half-smile, their faces nearly unable to maintain composure, which was quite entertaining. Just then, she grabbed a large bar of soap from the table, instantly attracting their attention. This is the best-selling soap in my family. Such a large piece, fragrant and effective. Since you've come, as your sister-in-law, I must express my gratitude. Do you like this? Of course we like it. We like it so much. Who wouldn't want a bargain? That is quite a hefty piece of soap. How much is that? Wei Shulan chuckled awkwardly. Oh dear sister-in-law, you are too kind. I can't accept this. As she reached out to take it, Shen Ning pulled the soap back, evading her grasp, her smile turning slightly mischievous, of course. Since you are Li Shan's sister-in-law, I usually sell it for $4, but for you, let us make it $3.90. She extended her other hand, gesturing for payment. Wei Shulan's smile completely froze, and Wei Shufan slammed her hand on the table, her voice low and furious. What do you mean? Are you playing us? Shen Ning was not one to be trifled with. After several instances, she had already given them face. Is it a competition of who can shout louder? Oomph. Her smile vanished, and her expression turned serious as she stared at the two of them, as if entering battle mode, ready to fight at any moment. What? You come to buy things without money? What do you intend to buy without money? Then she uttered the most classic line with a tone of disdain. What are you looking at if you have no money? Suddenly, she felt akin to a villainous character from a certain novel. This phrase, regardless of the context, always bore significant impact. The Wei sisters were seething with anger. How can you speak like that? Do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart? No matter what, my sister is still your sister-in-law. We are family. And you're talking about money? Do you have no shame? No longer restrained her younger sister, casting a disapproving glance at her. Sister-in-law, regardless of our differences, we are family. Is it truly necessary for you to treat us this way? Have you become so prosperous that you look down upon your poorer relatives? Couldn't help but laugh, shaking her head. I do not disdain the impoverished. Rather, I disdain you. She pointed a finger at, adding, and you. How dare you? A torrent of foul language spilled from her lips, ugly and harsh, revealing the fierce spirit of a woman in battle. Could no longer tolerate the cacophony. If you can speak, you can act, she retorted, raising her hand as if to strike them. Just then, the sound of a door creaking open echoed from within the room, and a tall figure emerged. The two women fell silent, particularly who was taken aback to see. Did he overhear everything they just said? Her face flushed crimson as she hurriedly hid behind her sister. Go on, why have you stopped? Strode over to, shielding her behind him. His gaze swept across the sisters, sharp as a blade, as if to inflict wounds upon them with his stare. His action was a clear show of support for. Let me hear what else you wish to say. Caught off guard by his presence, clenched her lips and gritted her teeth, attempting to assert her authority as the sister-in-law. She spat out a harsh remark and pulled to leave. Are you well? It's been so long since we last met. After being pinched by her sister, her voice escalated in pitch, still yearningly looking in his direction. Why aren't you leaving? Aren't you embarrassed? As their figures disappeared from view, pouted in displeasure. You emerged simply to let them go? All this for nothing. Surely you do not harbor some tender feelings for her? Her words dripped with a sarcasm she herself did not recognize. Was taken aback, feeling the sting of her words. Am I truly so unworthy of your trust? Do you genuinely wish to engage them in a physical confrontation? They have approached us willingly. Why should I not retaliate? He sighed deeply. You may not fully comprehend the nature of my second sister-in-law. His eyes scanned her petite form. She may appear frail, but when she first married, She worked tirelessly, even enduring the hardships of labor alongside others, losing teeth in the process. Turned to her, his meaning clear. What are your chances of victory? Was taken aback. Are you deceiving me? She had not perceived her second sister-in-law as such a fierce woman during their earlier encounters. I'm warning you to avoid direct confrontation. Those two sisters will not allow you to gain the upper hand. Realizing the wisdom in his words, acknowledged her earlier impulsiveness. Indeed, if a fight broke out, she could very well find herself at a disadvantage. Seeing fear flicker across her face, felt his efforts were not in vain. By the way, I have another matter to discuss with you. Wondered if he had suddenly lost his senses, suggesting reconciliation with his family. If that were the case, she would not hesitate to act decisively. I can apply for housing in the family compound. Would you consider moving there with the children? This revelation widens eyes in surprise. Living in the compound would undoubtedly offer better conditions, particularly for the children's education. Of course, if you prefer not to leave just yet, I won't pressure you. I merely wish to discuss this matter. Her fingers tapped rhythmically on the counter, revealing her agitation to those familiar with her. The thought of and all those relatives made his head ache. He sighed, wishing for distance from their troubles. Although it felt like fleeing, was more than willing to distance herself from such troublesome company. Why would I not want to leave? Who enjoys daily disturbances? It disrupts even my business. I'd assumed she would be reluctant to part with everything here. Hey, what does your shocked expression mean? Now that I am married to you, I shall stand by your side. What sort of couple lives apart? Clearing his throat, he responded, I appreciate that sentiment. Easily discerned his improved mood, her heart secretly questioning whether he felt that pleased. It made sense, as living together would allow him to see the children more often. What parent could bear to be separated from their children? Oh, and just so you know, we might not move to your place right away. The kids have only recently started school, is doing well in her nursery class, but are struggling compared to their peers. I think it's best they finish this semester, as it's only a couple of months left. What do you think? Yes, he replied, his eyes softening with a gentle smile, tinged with self-deprecation. You're quite thoughtful. I, as a father, feel remiss. Suddenly, he felt a light weight on his shoulder, a soft hand patting him. Don't overthink it. You have your responsibilities. In the children's eyes, you are their heroic protector. They will not blame you. Instead, they take pride in you. Life is such that one cannot carry children while laboring. Besides, you are a soldier. Rest assured, I will take care of the children. A warm, indescribable emotion surged through him, enveloping his heart like a gentle embrace, filling his chest with a sense of belonging. This was what it felt like to have someone behind him, offering support, a family, a wife. All you need to do is transfer the money to me each month. She winked playfully at him. Why did I only gain 10 points? In response to her inquiry, the system displayed a message explaining. The system tracks favorability in real time. The fluctuations are reflected as the most accurate data to the host. Thus, it seemed that prior to her comment, his affection had the potential to rise by 20 points, only to diminish to 10 after she spoke. Why is he so stingy? Can't he take a joke? Crossing her arms, she pouted, displeasure evident in her expression. What's wrong? Are you unwilling to contribute to the household? Was bewildered. What had transpired? He had said nothing to provoke her. No, I wouldn't mind. I already give you my allowance. With the haughtiness of a playful kitten, she raised her chin, casting a sidelong glance at him, her voice tinged with nasal defiance. His hands itched to ruffle her hair. Was you upset? Though he had not participated much in the evening discussions, he had been forced to overhear some of them. For instance, the women outside are like tigers, quick to turn their moods, often without any apparent reason. Attempting to placate them is a task more exhausting than bearing a 10-kilometer load. Thus, one should never provoke a woman. A woman is akin to a knife. Whoever dares to touch it shall surely be wounded. No, I am not angry, Shen Ning said with utmost seriousness, her expression remaining icy, showing him no warmth whatsoever. She claimed to be unperturbed, yet her frosty demeanor seemed to almost press against his face. What are you doing? I have eyes and can see that you are indeed angry. Shen Ning had not anticipated his probing inquiry. She could not very well tell him that her feelings towards him had shifted. Forget it, forget it. The moment of anger has passed. Clinging to it serves no purpose. With a sigh, her brows softened slightly as she added, No, truly, I am not angry. I was merely jesting with you. She wrenched her wrist free from his grasp, asserting again, I was just joking. He released a heavy sigh of relief, even managing to amuse Shen Ning with his expression. What was that look? Was she truly that terrifying? What is that expression? Am I truly that frightening? In the next instant, the man nodded earnestly, affirming with a simple a bit. What? Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed in mock anger. But before she could finish, he continued, as if fearing that a moment's hesitation would lead him into a deeper abyss. I fear I do not understand why you are upset. As we are to share our lives together, I hope that if any conflict arise, we could discuss them promptly and not remain silent. Shen Ning thought to herself, am I allowed to say this? Having perceived his sincerity, she ceased her playful demeanor and burst into laughter, akin to winter snow melting under the gentle caress of spring breezes. I see now that you possess not only eyes, but also the gift of speech. She playfully patted his arm and stated earnestly, very well, I shall remember your words. In the future, should any issues arise, I will communicate them to you at once, ensuring no grievances linger until the morrow. No vernastange. We shall address matters as they come. Indeed, Shan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the depths of his dark eyes, seriousness prevailed. You look most appealing when you smile. Shen Ning thought, what? Am I being flirted with? Chapter 67. A foolish desire in Shaoa village at the Li household. Mom, Dad, are you home? With these words, Wei Shulan and her husband entered the house, instantly spotting the elderly couple dining at the table. Zhu Darong glanced around, noticing the absence of her beloved grandson, Li Jinxing, and her face bore no smile, especially with the bruise on her left eye, rendering her quite fearsome. Where is Jinxing? Why did you not bring him along? Li Song, seated at the dining table, responded. He finished his meal and ran out to play. I have no idea where he is frolicking now. As Li Song paused in his peanut shelling, his tone slightly lifted cough. The factory has not been busy lately, and as a temporary worker, once I completed my tasks, I left early. Li Tiniu, who had been silently listening to their conversation, furrowed his brow into a deep crease. Temporary worker? If you were diligent, you could work harder, and if the leadership noticed, they might promote you sooner. Hearing yet another lecture from the family patriarch, Li Song merely nodded in response, saying nothing. Sensing the atmosphere grow tense, Wei Shulan quickly interjected, Mom and Dad, we have something important to discuss with you today. Zhu Darong winced at her words, feeling a twinge of anxiety, suspecting it had to do with the matter of their third son's wife. She had grown weary of it all. This woman was indeed troublesome. They could not best her in a fight, and the toll of her actions still lingered painfully on her body. She remained silent, continuing to pick at her meal. Old Li was not much of a talker either, leaving an awkward silence that made Wei Shulan uncomfortable. Stop prolonging the suspense, just say it. Fortunately, Li Song was there to keep the conversation flowing. Well, I was saying, today my younger sister and I went to the town to sell vegetables. Not far from the supply and marketing cooperative, we spotted a shop that was open, while others remained vacant. Out of curiosity, we took a glance, and guess what? That shop is actually run by the third son's wife. Zhu Darong scoffed coldly. She had anticipated that their visit would lead to more talk about the third son's wife. Having witnessed numerous prior incidents, she chose to remain silent and observe their intentions. We thought, being family, we should pretend we saw nothing and went and greeted her. The expression on her face shifted to one of mystery, and her voice lowered significantly. We happened to catch her selling goods, and you won't believe how much she earned. Just 2 skirts and 2 pairs of shoes. Once money was mentioned, both parties became intrigued, their gazes fixated on Wei Shulan. Sensing that she had piqued their interest, she leisurely extended her palm, fingers spread wide. Over 50. That stack of bills looked so thick. It was hard to count. What? Zhu Darong nearly leapt from her seat, her eyes wide in disbelief. Say that again. How much did she earn? Wei Shulan leaned in closer, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Over 50, and that was just for 2 skirts and 2 pairs of shoes. She has so many items in her shop, it's hard to say how much she could earn in a day. Her tone suggested that one might think she was the one who earned that money. Goodness gracious, has she somehow robbed a bank? How on earth can she make that much? Not only was Zhu Darong astonished, but Li Tiniu also shared in the shock. 50 a day translates to 1,500 a month. My heavens, that's a substantial income. In that year, she would earn over 10,000. A household of that stature is indeed rare in the village, or even the entire town. The glint of greed flickered in his murky old eyes. Some of the items do not seem to be from our area. They look more like those found in the provincial capital. Mom and Dad, where do you think the third son's wife obtained such fine goods? Li Song chimed in, providing support. Now that transportation has become so convenient, it's likely someone has brought them from afar. If she had no assistance, how could a woman manage a shop? His words garnered nods of agreement from the three. Indeed, with her laziness, idling around the village, there's no way she could manage a shop without help, not to mention the rent for the premises. Gritting her teeth in frustration, Zhu Darong's face was filled with anger. I suspect she's relying on the third son. Striking the nail on the head, Li Tiniu slammed his bowl onto the table with a thud, grunting heavily. That ungrateful wretch. After all these years of support, he has given everything to an outsider. As he spoke, he was suddenly nudged by an elbow, glancing sideways to see his wife casting a significant look in Wei Shulan's direction. The old man cleared his throat awkwardly. Shulan, don't take it to heart. The third son is different from the eldest and second. Wei Shulan internally scoffed but maintained a composed demeanor, nodding dutifully, I understand. Yes, Mom and Dad, you are indeed our parents. Whether it's a shop or even a strand of hair, it all comes from you. The third son has truly forgotten his roots, forsaking his own mother for a wife. What a true ingrate. As Wei Shulan finished her statement, the elderly couple exchanged a glance, their expressions momentarily stiffening before quickly resuming their natural countenance. Indeed, family members ought to support one another, and good fortune should be shared with the elders. Observing the two showing signs of wavering, Li Song pressed on with his argument. Mom and Dad, you should think of me and your eldest grandson. I'm still a temporary worker. If I had money and resources to curry favor with the leadership, securing a permanent position would be a certainty. At that time, we could even share the factory's dormitory, bringing you all to the town to live in apartments. Moreover, Jinxing would have a much shorter commute for school, and who knows, he might even have the opportunity to attend school in the provincial capital. Going to the provincial capital? Such a notion was beyond Wei Shulan's wildest dreams. Hearing the man speak in such a manner filled her eyes with disbelief and joy. Really? Our Jinxing could go to the provincial capital? Li Song, brimming with confidence, replied. Why not? As long as the money is right, I have connections. I could even become the deputy factory director. It seemed as though a grand vision unfolded before them, and the prospect delighted the three of them immensely. Li Song and his wife exchanged glances and smiled. It was settled. Chapter 68. A beautiful misunderstanding. The characters written today were significantly better than those of yesterday. Li Jiangguo, praised by Li Shan, sat up straight. His small chest puffed with pride, unable to conceal his happiness. Dad, what about mine? What about mine? Li Jianjun was also eager for his father's praise. Observing his writing, which resembled a chicken's claw, Li Shan frowned as he scanned it, barely able to decipher the characters. He didn't even know where to begin his praise. Well, your writing is slightly better than before. After finishing cooking, Shen Ning walked past them and glanced at the notebook in Li Shan's hand, mercilessly dispelling Jianjun's illusions. Your writing is such that even if you don't recognize it, neither does he. It's impressive that your father could find something to compliment. She tapped Jianjun's head. When you write, take your time. Write each stroke clearly. There's no need to rush. Build a solid foundation first. You can't expect to become proficient overnight. Jianjun glanced at his brother Zhang Wo's notebook and then at his own, realizing the stark difference. He sighed in frustration, but quickly regained his courage. I will practice diligently and catch up to my brother. Zhang Wo patted his head, encouragingly saying, Brother, let's work hard together. We will surely improve our writing. The two children motivated each other, inspiring one another, and even the little girl Xiaohua, who was folding paper nearby, immediately raised her hand. Xiaohua wants to write too. Xiaohua wants to write. Shen Ning was amused by their innocent enthusiasm. All right, but don't we need to fill our bellies first? The three children obediently lined up to wash their hands and gather bowls and chopsticks, displaying remarkable obedience. Watching them, Li Shan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Rural children typically weren't the cleanest, and he had thought it was simply the norm. Now he realized how inattentive his mother must have been. The saying marry wisely held profound significance. Marrying Shen Ning was indeed a blessing. Ding! Li Shan's favorability level, 100. Account points, 820. Shen Ning. What is this man suddenly up to? Noticing her gaze, Li Shan quickly said, I will wash my hands too. Forgetting the source of his favorability, she decided to overlook his previous stinginess. For dinner that evening, Shen Ning prepared a stir-fried vegetable dish and a chicken soup. The old hen was specially purchased from a nearby villager, intended to nourish someone. At 60 cents per pound, weighing just over 4 pounds. She spent $2.50, using Li Shan's money. Wow, it smells so good. Li Jianjun's eyes nearly fell into the chicken soup bowl, overwhelmed by the aroma. Little Xiaohua tiptoed to peek at the table, unable to suppress her saliva. The three children, already in awe of their father, looked as though they had just seen a light bulb illuminate. Thank you, Dad. You're the best, Dad. Thank you. Thank you. Being cherished and admired in such a manner filled Li Shan's heart with immense satisfaction. Ding. Li Shan's favorability level, 50. Shen Ning ladled a bowl of chicken soup for each child, with a chicken leg in Li Shan's bowl, and a chicken wing for each of the two boys, who insisted on calling them little chicken legs. Xiaohua received a whole, plump chicken wing. You eat too. There's another chicken leg. Li Shan attempted to pick up the chicken leg, but it seemed there was no trace of the other leg in the soup bowl. No need to look. I've chopped everything else into small pieces. It's not gone. I can still eat. Before Li Shan could finish speaking, his chopsticks moved to pick up the large chicken leg, attempting to transfer it to Shen Ning's bowl. Hey, don't give it to me. I don't like chicken legs. How can anyone not love chicken legs? Li Shan was incredulous. It must be that she wanted to keep the best for them. Grandma, let me give you my little chicken leg. I don't like it. Li Jiangguo, holding his bowl, was ready to offer it to her, knowing his father needed good nourishment to recover. Upon his movement, Li Jianjun could not contain himself either. Grandma, you take mine? It's bigger. I don't like it either. Not like it? When he said this, his eyes kept darting towards the chicken wing, swallowing saliva repeatedly. Truly, it was commendable of him. All right. Sit down and eat. I really don't like a whole one. Besides, there is plenty of meat left in the soup bowl, more than enough for everyone to enjoy. Seeing they remained unmoved, Shen Ning's expression turned stern, her apricot eyes feigning anger, glaring at them. Eat your own food, otherwise, none of you will eat. I don't want what's in your bowls. They've been contaminated with your saliva. Despite her words, they hadn't even touched their chopsticks yet. No one had eaten, so where was the saliva? In truth, she was simply reserving the best portions for them. The reality was not as they imagined. Shen Ning simply preferred larger pieces of chicken, especially in such a stewed chicken soup. The bigger the piece, the less flavorful it became. Smaller chunks were easier to eat. Moreover, she preferred vegetables over chicken. However, in this era, people cherished meat. Thus, a beautiful misunderstanding unfolded, and favorability points surged. Ding. Li Shan's favorability level, 100. Ding. Li Jiangguo's favorability level, 200. Ding. Li Jianjun's favorability level, 200. Ding. Xiaohua's favorability level, 100. Xiaohua, being too young, may not fully comprehend her brother's actions. In her understanding, there are always plenty of delicious foods to share with Grandma, and with so much meat in the bowl, why should they fuss over it? Yet, it did not diminish her affection for Grandma. Indeed, comparisons can be misleading. 100 points were significant, but in comparison to the children, it seemed insufficient. What could be better than the love of children? Li Shan inexplicably felt his ears warm, as if a chill surged behind him. Turning to glance at the closed door, he realized it was time for cleaning up after dinner, a task assigned to Li Shan, while Shen Ning tended to the stove to heat water for baths. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she had overlooked something very important. Chapter 69. Sharing a bed after Shen Ning finished her bath. She saw the father and daughter engaged in conversation on the bed. She did not know what Li Shan had said to amuse the little girl, but it made her giggle heartily. Under the brilliant light, Li Shan appeared remarkably tender. As the saying goes, a beauty appears more enchanting in the light. And men are no different. His features were striking and deep, with the shadows casting a softness over his half-illuminated profile. Grandma, it's time for bed. Xiaohua's loud voice drew the man's gaze. The sudden encounter with her eyes made Shen Ning's heart skip a beat. The allure of a handsome man was truly captivating. Originally, Shen Ning intended to spread a mat on the floor for herself or allow Li Shan and the two boys to sleep in the inner room while she and Xiaohua would rest outside. The rationale she presented was irrefutable. We are a legitimate couple, destined to live together for a lifetime. Should we perpetually sleep apart? Moreover, the children are growing up, becoming more understanding. Do you wish for them to perceive any discord between us? Rest assured, without your consent, I will not lay a finger on you. With a bitter smile, she gestured towards her abdomen, where her wounds had yet to heal. Even if she desired to act, she was rendered powerless. As Shen Ning pondered this, she observed him pressing closer, a casual yet mischievous smile adorning her lips. Or are you afraid? She paused, instinctively retorting. What is there for me to fear? Surely, you are not suggesting that he would prolong the last syllable of that word, akin to a hunter securing bait, waiting for the prey to bite, afraid that I might lose control. What absurd words is he uttering? Shen Ning was left blushing, flustered, and vehemently denying it. What nonsense are you spouting? Who is afraid of whom? It is merely sleeping together. What is there to fear? Huh! In her fluster, she hurried to usher the children to wash up, thus concluding this somewhat absurd conversation. Behold, the prey has taken the bait. Xiaohua, having played for so long, was already drowsy, her little eyes drooping as if sleep would soon overtake her. Shen Ning quickly settled her in the middle of the bed, grateful that it was spacious enough for three without feeling cramped. Xiaohua, are you happy sleeping between Annie and Daddy? The child was, of course, overjoyed. You should sleep inside. I'll take the outer side for convenience during the night. After speaking, she glanced in his direction, sensing a hint of a smile in his deep eyes. He offered no objection, obediently lying down in the inner side of the bed. After turning off the light, Shen Ning lay down, and soon she could hear Xiaohua's even breathing, just as she was about to close her eyes. A male voice resonated softly in the dark. Children do fall asleep quite swiftly. Indeed, ever since she arrived, the children have been sleeping remarkably well, free from nightmares. In the next moment, his voice echoed again, tinged with a hint of amusement. It is indeed safe in the middle. What does he mean by that? Is he implying that Xiaohua's presence in the middle protects him? Is he that narcissistic? Am I so desperate? His words should be cast aside. When silent, no one takes him for a mute. The initial impression of him being serious and solemn was merely a facade. Beneath it all, he was simply insufferable, so glib that he could talk himself to death. Wait, no. It seemed that the realization finally dawned on her. Turning to face the inner side of the bed, she asked through gritted teeth, Li Shan, did you set me up? Using such a blatantly simple provocation, she had actually fallen for it. Cunning. All that responded was the rhythmic sound of his breathing. Goodness, he has fallen asleep. Is this for real? Let him sleep. She would settle the score with him tomorrow. The following day, Shen Ning was startled awake by a knocking sound at the door. Upon opening her eyes, she found no one beside her, not even Xiaohua. She had thought she would sleep poorly last night and awaken early. Yet she was oblivious to when everyone had left. Furthermore, she had nearly taken up the entire bed. Subconsciously, she touched her lips, finding no traces of drool. Old Shan, open the door. Old Shan's wife. Hurry up and open the door. I know you are home. Just open up. One cannot forget their roots. Just because you've opened a shop and made money, you can't deny your parents, can you? Through several doors, Zhu Darong's voice still penetrated clearly, causing the newly awakened Shen Ning considerable irritation. Why must they seek trouble so early in the morning? What sort of breed are the Li family? As the saying goes, a son does not mind a mother's looks, nor does a dog disdain a poor home. Can't even let their own parents in the door? At this hour, many upstairs were off to work or school, and Zhu Darong's loud voice likely attracted onlookers. They're here. They're here, Shen Ning shouted, pulling on her shoes and heading outside. However, as she passed the counter, she remained cautious. With a flick of her hand, all the neatly arranged goods were stored in the system space, spotless and tidy, ensuring no one could take advantage. Upon opening the door, she found quite a number of people outside. Both elderly members of the Li family were present, along with Wei Shulan, who greeted her with a smile. Little sister, have you just risen? How lucky you are. At this time in the village, even the pigs would have been fed. With veiled sarcasm, Shen Ning scoffed. Yet before she could respond, Zhu Darong twisted her body and pushed her aside, entering the shop. Old Shan has opened such a large establishment. Are we not allowed to visit? After calling for so long, you should not be engaging in anything shameful inside, right? Truly, she was being given face. With arms crossed, watching the family enter her space, Shen Ning decided to swing both doors wide open, raising her voice. Huh, even someone crawling out of a dung pit can face people. What do I have to hide? She waved her hand dismissively, her expression revealing disdain, unafraid of the unpleasantness. You little wretch, what nonsense are you spouting? With a shift of her gaze, she spat out vehemently. Surely, you Haven tea spread rumors about me. Shen Ning smiled. Even if she had spread them, what could they do? Such a strong odor. Did she need to say anything? Others have noses and can smell it. Her voice was loud, and those outside who had gathered to watch erupted into laughter, whispering among themselves. Their expressions turned sour, especially Zhu Darong, who abruptly attempted to charge at her. "What are you doing?" Chapter 70. The signs written on your forehead, the loud voice shouted first, startling everyone in the room. Upon seeing him, Shen Ning inexplicably recalled the events of the previous night, her ears turning slightly warm. Considering the incessant troublemakers entering her abode, all from his family, her anger flared. She shot him a fierce glare and retreated to the table. Shan, for some reason, appeared somewhat guilty, awkwardly rubbing his nose. He quickly offered the items he was holding toward her, attempting to appease her. "Shen Ning, I bought you breakfast. It's still warm." Indeed, she was a bit hungry. One could not be at odds with their own stomach. Shen Ning gave him a look that indicated he was somewhat perceptive, proudly picking up a youtiao from the table and taking a bite. "Not bad. Have you all eaten?" "Yes, I had some while sending them to school." "Well, that does demonstrate the benefits of having a man around." However, someone found his submissive demeanor intolerable. Litiniu was nearly infuriated. Feeling this submissive act was a disgrace to manhood. Oomph. He slammed his palm heavily on the table, causing the soy milk to nearly spill. Shen Ning frowned, calculating that if he broke her table, she would certainly demand compensation. "Old San, look at you. What kind of man allows a woman to walk all over him?" His words were indeed unrefined, immediately causing discontent. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her shoulder, interrupting her brewing anger. Shan looked at her with gentle eyes, saying, "Finish your breakfast. Leave everything else to me." He turned his head towards Litiniu, retracting the smile from his lips, his expression becoming indifferent and detached. The few of them resembled not a family of father and son, but rather strangers. "Is it manly to strike your own wife, just like you?" His words made Zhu Darong instinctively shrink back, the bruise on her cheek seeming to throb with pain. Litiniu did not expect a rebuttal from him, his face turning a shade of green with anger as he pointed at Shan, stammering without managing to utter a complete sentence. "I married my wife to share a life together. She has the freedom to do as she pleases." The implication was clear. She could tread wherever she wished, and he was content with it. "You fool. How did I end up raising such a simpleton?" For an old-fashioned man like Litiniu, even seeing a woman's undergarment was considered distasteful, let alone lowering his voice to a woman. With a nudge of her elbow, Zhu Darong shot him a glance, imploring him to remain calm and patient. She continued, "Your father's just a bit hasty, but he means no harm. When we see you two living harmoniously, it puts our minds at ease." This maternal display was rather nauseating. Shan's expression remained unchanged. She had no desire to continue this exchange and spoke directly. "What brings you here today? State your purpose." The group exchanged glances, a glimmer of calculation flashing in their eyes. "Third brother, take a look at what you're saying. Are we not allowed to visit and see the shop you've opened? Look at how splendid it is. This shop isn't mine. It belongs to Shen Ning." Wei Shulan dismissed the remark, saying, Now, third brother, don't say that. It's yours by association. You two are one." Shen Ning took a sip of soy milk, swallowed her youtiao, and looked at Wei Shulan with a cold smile curling at her lips. "No. What belongs to Shan is hers alone. What is mine remains mine. This shop belongs solely to me, understand? It has nothing to do with Shan." Such a bold declaration was unprecedented in this era, a flagrant defiance, audacious in the extreme. "You're talking nonsense. Without third brother, where would you get the money to open a shop? This store should include a share for our third brother." Zhu Darong was infuriated, nearly jumping up in anger. How could it be solely hers? A woman couldn't possibly possess such capability. It was all dependent on men. The more they raged, the more Shen Ning found joy in their anger. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled as they settled on Shan, teasingly asking, "Darling, don't you think what's yours is also mine?" At the mention of those two words, he felt as if his feet had rooted to the ground, unable to move. A tingling sensation morphed into a rush of warmth, flooding his cheeks. With just a command, he would be willing to acquiesce to anything. Clearing his throat, suppressing his turbulent emotions, he replied, "What's mine is yours. Such a calamity. How did I end up with such a wasteful child?" Zhu Darong lamented, slapping her thigh, wailing as if someone had died. Wei Shulan quickly supported her. "Oh dear, what's wrong? Calm down, sit down and rest," while soothing her back to ease her breath. She urged, "Third brother, hurry and soften up to mother. You don't want to drive her to the brink of a breakdown, do you? Immediately state in facts." So, no one should harbor any intentions toward Shen Ning. When Wei Shulan met the cold gaze of her younger brother-in-law, she felt a twinge of fear. After years in the army, his aura had grown increasingly profound, leaving her baffled. At that moment, Li Tiniu intervened. "All right, everyone be quiet." His murky, scrutinizing eyes swept across them, finally resting on Li Shan. "We are, after all, family. Your shop is commendable, but it lacks manpower. A woman like you, managing 3 children, cannot possibly cope alone. Let your second brother and sister-in-law come help you." His tone was less of a suggestion and more akin to a command. This shop could earn considerable profits daily. She wouldn't simply relinquish it to the second couple. Shen Ning pursed her lips, recognizing the cunning intent behind their words. Aiming to exploit her, it was truly ruthless. Allowing them to manage the shop now would likely lead to them moving in altogether, effectively quelling any ambitions they harbored. Impossible. Li Shan felt her wrist being tugged, and before she could finish her sentence, she turned to see Shen Ning's mischievous gaze. "So, you wish to help me manage the shop? That's fine, but each family must contribute 100. 100? 100? Have you lost your mind over money?" Zhu Darong and Wei Shulan were nearly jumping up in protest. It wasn't just 100 apiece, but 100 per family, totaling 200. "Otherwise, didn't you come help me? I still need some capital for purchasing inventory. You only see my thriving business, but you haven't considered the goods I've procured from the south, along with the transportation costs. The expenses are substantial, and the profits are minimal. How can I make ends meet? Since you're coming, it would be splendid if you could support me a bit. In the future, when profits are made, we can share accordingly. 100? Don't even mention 100. Combined, we probably have less than 60. Shen Ning assessed their expressions, knowing they wouldn't comply. Her tone turning sharp. "What? Are you planning to contribute nothing and still share my profits? Your calculations are absurd." Wei Shulan echoed her mockery. "Third sister-in-law. You're saying all this, but aren't you benefiting from our parents' upbringing of third brother? Without them, where would you be today? We're all family, here to help each other prosper. Demanding 200 is clearly an attempt to make things difficult for us. If you don't want us here, just say so. This is a moral bind." Shen Ning approached the empty counter, saying, "Fine, since second sister-in-law insists. I won't refuse her, but you all must share the rent. Otherwise, are you just here to take advantage?" Her words were harsh. Yet, the group exchanged glances, considering the feasibility of this arrangement. "So, how much rent are we expected to cover?" She held up her hand, displaying 5 fingers. $5 per family. Not too much, right? I'm only charging for the entire shop." Li Shan stood by, perplexed, unsure of Shen Ning's intentions, yet hesitant to interrupt, watching her perform. As they scrutinized Shen Ning, she crossed her arms, staring intently at them, clearly indicating that if they didn't pay, they wouldn't be allowed to enter. "If we pay the rent, do we also get a share in the profits?" Shen Ning nodded, "Of course. If you're paying rent, the profits would certainly belong to you." Wei Shulan felt a stir of excitement, almost impatient, her hands reaching into her pockets. "Third sister-in-law is starting a business. Your mother should support you a bit." Li Tiniu exchanged a glance with Zhu Darong, who, gritting her teeth, also began searching her pocket, fearful of being outpaced. 2 hands extended a stack of bills to Shen Ning, who joyfully accepted them, counting them carefully. "All right, I've received the rent. The shop is now yours." Shen Ning clasped Li Shan's hand and raised an eyebrow. His curiosity about what she was up to grew increasingly intense. Just then, her parents arrived, prompting him to suggest that she purchase some vegetables and meat for a delightful lunch. Upon hearing the mention of delicious food, the shallow smiles on their faces widened even further. Zhu Darong even chimed in, reminding her, "Your father has been working tirelessly lately, so be sure to get some fatty pork. He needs the strength." Shen Ning, with a playful smirk, glanced at Li Shan and said, "Hurry up. Didn't your mother mention it? Remember to buy from Lao Wan's place. It's fresh." Li Shan furrowed her brow slightly, murmured a response, and strode out decisively. Shen Ning then turned to the others, inviting them to sit and get acquainted while she went to wash her face. After her light-hearted departure to the room, she cleverly stored her new clothes into the system, locked the door, and discreetly cleared out most of the items from the cabinet. Picking up a kettle, she called out, "I'm going to fetch some water." "Oh, you're quite clever," Li Shan remarked, her lips twitching. "How was I to know who Lao Wan is?" It was clear she didn't want him to buy the meat. With a snap of her fingers, she acknowledged his cleverness. Li Shan gazed at her, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "Do share your thoughts. How do you intend to proceed?" Shen Ning smiled mysteriously. "What if you end up assisting them? Those are your parents. What if you all band together to bully me, the outsider?" She raised her slender arms. Look at me. How could I possibly contend against you? Unable to resist, he playfully flicked her forehead, causing her to instinctively cover her head. What was that for? You heartless creature. Can't you tell I'm on your side? Besides, with their collective cunning, they could hardly outsmart her. The ones likely to suffer losses would be others. Although their acquaintance was brief, Shan sensed that Shen Ning was a clever girl through and through. Shen Ning beamed, her eyes twinkling in high spirits. Had it not been for his unwavering support, she would have dealt with him as well. Let us go. She raised the 10 yuan she had just received, exuberantly declaring, I'll treat you to an exciting shopping spree. She gave Jiang Wo 3 yuan, instructing him to take his siblings out for noodles at noon. It was not until Shen Ning and Shan reached the bus station that Jiang Wo finally registered what was happening. Are we taking a bus? Indeed. I've heard there is a cinema in the city that I've yet to visit. Come, let me treat you to a movie. They boarded the bus, purchased 2 tickets, and chose a window seat, beckoning him to sit beside her. She was quite curious about the bus from that era, looking around in wonder. This is my first time on a bus. Come on, take a seat. Shan soon realized that she was merely a young girl who probably hadn't ventured into the city or ridden a bus before. He felt a pang of guilt, reflecting on how he had never taken her to watch a movie. Well, let us enjoy ourselves today. Meanwhile, the 3 in the shop began to sense something amiss. Where was the person fetching water? Moreover, the shop was entirely empty save for a vacant cabinet. Have we been deceived? Chapter 72. Hand-holding practice Shan. They're showing Mumar Run. Shall we watch this? She had come across this story on a short video platform before. It was said to be a delightful love story from Chuanyu. Great, I'll buy the tickets. Cinemas in that era were quite down to earth, with a ticket booth right at the entrance and a large sign displaying the films being screened along with their prices. Numerous vendors outside sold peanuts, sunflower seeds, and even candy, cigarettes, and soft drinks. They seemed to be making a decent profit. I'll handle it. You just wait here, she said, waving a handful of cash. It's my treat. The movie tickets were 20 cents each, costing a total of 40 cents. She also bought a bag containing 2 bottles of soda. Although she had some as well, it felt inappropriate to take them out. So this was her way of contributing to the economy. Here, let us go in. Shan observed the soda bottles in her hands and silently noted her preferences. It seemed that children truly enjoyed soda. Watching her graceful figure filled him with delight. Hurry up, Shan. Why are you dawdling? Perhaps due to it not being a holiday, the cinema was not crowded. A few couples occupied the seats, making their presence feel somewhat awkward. It's starting. The lights dimmed, the projector whirred to life, and the screen lit up. Shen Ning nestled into her seat with her soda, focused entirely on the film, deliberately ignoring the very noticeable presence of the man beside her and the couples nearby. Old Sue, do you want a wife? You're a good person. A father is like a kite in a mother's hand, no matter how high it flies. The string remains in her grasp. Suddenly, a kind person entered my life, as if I had been waiting for this day for years. She trusted me completely, feeling no sense of unfamiliarity, as though she had been waiting for me for a long time. As the final scene played, and the words "thank you for watching" appeared, the movie concluded. The curtains on either side of the cinema were drawn back, letting in bright light. Shen Ning noticed several girls discreetly wiping away tears. Such innocent and beautiful love stories are always touching, regardless of the era. Especially in this time, when people had yet to be inundated with cynical perspectives on love. Marriage was simply about finding a partner to support and care for one another. Although the film's quality did not compare to later advancements, it possessed a unique ambience of the 1980s. This film is truly captivating. The relationship between the characters is so beautiful. We will experience that too. We will be even happier. Oh, don't say such things, it's annoying. As Shen Ning and Shan lagged a couple of steps behind, they witnessed a couple pass by, their shy exchanges evident. The young man boldly took the young woman's hand, both of them blushing and unable to meet each other's gaze, as they slowly made their way outside. Shen Ning couldn't help but reflect on how pure relationships were in this era. Simply holding hands seemed to ignite a fire within them. It seems love is meant for others to pursue. Shan noticed Shen Ning's gaze fixated intently on a certain spot, following her line of sight to see their interlocked hands. Could it be that she desired the same? His eyes fell upon her delicate hands resting on her lap, warmth creeping into his ears. His fingers itched to move. While feeling a bit bashful, he thought that if it was what she wanted, he was certainly willing to oblige. Ding! Shan's affection level 100, account points 1570. Before he could turn around, he felt a warm touch on his hand. His heart raced unexpectedly. Why had he suddenly taken her hand? You. She struggled to find words, but he was already rising from his seat. Let us go. We should head out. He tugged her hand firmly, pulling her up from the seat. She was momentarily stunned. This was not mere hand-holding, but rather a one-sided lift. It's nearly noon. Let us go eat. As he foolishly walked outside, he suddenly felt a tickle in his palm, a sensation that reached deep into his heart. The itch was so compelling that he halted in his tracks, his throat dry and scratchy. What was happening? After the initial flutter of excitement, Shen Ning's emotions had calmed considerably, allowing her to playfully tease this man. So, it turns out you wanted to hold my hand. A warm, fragrant breath grazed his jaw, enveloping his throat in a tingling sensation. Why didn't you say so earlier? However, that's not how you hold hands. Shen Ning lifted the hands clasped on her palm, using her other hand to pry his fingers apart forcefully, assertively intertwining her fingers with his. Their hands fit together perfectly, palms touching. She could sense that the owner of this arm had gone completely rigid. With a mischievous intent, she squeezed his fingers. Have you learned? Let us go grab a bite. After teasing him, her mood instantly brightened. The mechanical voice in her head chimed, ding. Shan's favorability, level 100. Account points, 1670. As Shen Ning walked ahead, she couldn't help but smile at the playful tone. She knew he was quite fond of this approach. Outside the cinema, there were small eateries, ranging from state-run to numerous private establishments. The number of entrepreneurs was on the rise, as the food industry was a lucrative field. However, only those who excelled in flavor managed to survive. Shan, what would you like to eat? Noodles or rice? She inquired while surveying the surrounding small restaurants. Feeling his hand tug slightly. Just as her fingers loosened a bit, they were tightened again. Glancing sideways, she noted that he had increased his grip, a slightly helpless smile playing on his lips as he leaned closer to her ear. No, it's just about practicing more. Wouldn't you agree, teacher? Shen Ning swore she hadn't meant it that way. She hadn't taught him like that. This was definitely improvised. And why did he lower his voice so much? Was she being teased again? During lunch, Shen Ning ordered 3 dishes, all meaty, considering that someone had an injury and needed to eat well. As soon as the dishes arrived, he placed several pieces of meat into her bowl. In this era, the quality of meat was judged by its fat content. The fatter, the better. Several pieces of fatty meat graced the dishes, and he even added a piece to her bowl. She was truly grateful. Quickly, she waved her hands, protesting, No, I don't want it. I don't like fatty meat. He placed it back onto his plate, visibly relieved. She simply couldn't enjoy it. Shan wore a stoic expression, his long black eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes, his lips pressed tightly together before releasing, his voice heavy. There's still more. Eat up. You need to take care of yourself. This misunderstanding was quite significant. No, it's not that. I genuinely don't like fatty meat. I prefer lean meat. Saying this, she helped herself to a piece of meat, chewing with satisfaction, her expression declaring, See, I wasn't lying. How can anyone not love fatty meat? Shan was perplexed. Why? Was she trying to keep all the good for him? It seemed her essence was that of a selfless giver. Shen Ning observed him, determined to get to the bottom of this, lowering her head to hide her mouth, speaking softly, Fatty meat is too greasy. It will make me gain weight. I really don't want to put on any more pounds. She even felt a little chubby at the moment, with a slight belly and some flesh on her arms and cheeks. She needed to slim down further for perfection. I would look even better if I were a bit thinner. It would be lovely to have the right curves in the right places. How much better would clothes look then? Nonsense. Shan was utterly baffled by her words, his features contorted in confusion. With your frame, how could you be fat? You should eat more and gain some weight. Indeed, a man's perspective often diverges from that of a woman regarding beauty. You don't understand. I want to wear pretty little dresses and absolutely do not want to gain weight. He truly didn't comprehend, yet his gaze fell upon her. The light blue dress accentuated her fair skin, bright eyes, and charming smile, making her exceptionally lovely. She indeed looked stunning in dresses, he thought. I should buy her more dresses in the future. Even if you eat fatty meat, it wouldn't make you look worse. It would only enhance your beauty. Using a tone as if comforting a child, he was truly exasperating. No, I genuinely dislike fatty meat. It's nothing personal. If you don't want to waste food, please don't urge me to eat it. Noticing her serious demeanor, Shan realized she truly didn't enjoy it and ceased his persuasion. Um, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Shen Ning found the attention quite novel, resting her chin on her hand, smiling silently, her gaze wandering. It swept over the individual beside her and landed on a young girl, a sly grin forming within her heart. Surely not, could it be? Is she here for Li Shan, this dog of a man? Although he was indeed handsome, dear sister, you are quite bold, are you not? Are you not intimidated by his aura? Do you prefer the challenge of an aloof iceberg? Everyone enjoys the thrill of conquest. She understood. Sister, where did you buy that dress? Could you tell me? I really like your dress. It's so beautiful. Shen Ning's eyes lit up instantly. Oh, so she was here for her, for the dress she wore. This was a client practically delivered to her doorstep. Little sister, you have a keen eye. You want to find this dress in the provincial capital? Shen Ning couldn't hide her pride as she spoke, for this dress was indeed mine. The girl initially felt a bit disappointed by her earlier words, but the latter part ignited her hope. Really? Am I supposed to deceive you? This dress and these shoes are all carefully selected by me. Do you like them? The young girl then noticed the small leather shoes she wore. She had never seen such shoes before. Although shoes are beautiful too, right? Right? I love them. They match perfectly with any outfit. The young girl's eyes sparkled with desire. I wonder where your shop is. Shen Ning, seizing the opportunity, replied, You continue eating. I'll chat with this little sister alone. Pulling the girl aside into a nearby alley, she whispered conspiratorially, Little sister, are you sure you want my dress? I have a few more at my friend's place. If you like it, wait here, and I'll fetch them right away. Hearing about the dresses naturally brought joy, but the girl hesitated before speaking. Sister, how much do you sell this dress for? This dress isn't expensive. If you want it, 30 will do. 30? She hesitated at the price. Shen Ning continued to persuade her. You can feel the fabric of this dress. It's incomparable to those cheap ones. The texture and pattern? Not to mention in the provincial capital, you'd have to travel far south to find something like this, and the price would be quite different. The girl, living in the provincial capital, was familiar with various supply and marketing cooperatives and had seen imported goods, including dresses. Their prices were not cheap, ranging from 50 to over 200, depending on the style, pattern, and fabric. It was not something an average person could afford. The girl indeed touched the fabric of Shen Ning's dress, finding it quite comfortable and more appealing than the imported dresses. It seemed that selling it for 30 was not unreasonable. However, bargaining was instinctive. Sister, could you lower the price a bit? I genuinely like your dress. If you lower it, I'll buy it from you. Shen Ning gritted her teeth, hesitating as she looked at the pleading expression on the young girl's face. With a sigh, she declared, The absolute minimum is 28 yuan. I cannot lower the price any further, or I will indeed incur a loss on my cost. You have no idea how much it costs to make connections and hire transportation. Upon hearing a potential discount of 2 yuan, the girl readily agreed and pointed to the shoes on Shen Ning's feet. Do you have those shoes, sister? How much do they cost? Yes, I have them. I want to haggle with you. These genuine leather shoes are 26 yuan a pair, but I currently have no stock. If you want them, I can bring them to you tomorrow. The young girl hesitated for a moment, then said, Sister, could you please give me the dress first? All right, wait here for me. Chapter 74. Shall we break in? Shen Ning meandered through several alleys, and once she found herself alone, she hurriedly purchased 5 dresses from the system mall. A white polka dot chiffon dress, an egg yellow waist-cinching dress, a blue shirt dress, a soft light pink long dress, and a rose red faux 2-piece long dress. All were exquisitely beautiful. To carry them, she exchanged for a large cloth bag. After taking a longer route and breaking into a sweat, she finally arrived, relieved to see the young girl still waiting in the alley. Upon her arrival, the girl's face lit up with a radiant smile. Sister, you're here. Her gaze was fixed on the large cloth bag Shen Ning carried. Does it contain dresses? Yes, it does. I initially planned to sell them in town, but I thought I'd come here to take a look. As Shen Ning opened the bag and revealed the dresses, the young girl's eyes sparkled with delight. Sister, your skin is fair. All these colors will look lovely on you. Do you see anything you like? What should I do? I like every single one. The girl was genuinely conflicted, glancing from one dress to another, unable to make a decision. Seeking help, she turned to Shen Ning. Sister, do you have any recommendations? Shen Ning scanned the girl and smiled. Sister, I recommend this yellow dress. Its flared hem beautifully accentuates the leg shape, and the cinched waist further enhances your figure. The girl had a lovely appearance, but her lower body appeared somewhat fuller, which was more pronounced in pants. Naturally, Dressing should flatter one's body. Then I'll listen to you, sister. I'll take this yellow dress. She pulled out a neatly stacked wad of cash and handed it to Shen Ning, clearly having prepared the money in advance. Thank you for your business. I'm off to eat now. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. With ease, 28 yuan was added to her earnings. Sorry for being late. Did you wait long? Li Shan glanced at her, frowning slightly, her eyes reflecting dissatisfaction. What's the rush? I want tea leave. Shen Ning was out of breath from running, her cheeks flushed, struggling to catch her breath. I was just worried you'd be anxious waiting. Fortunately, it was summer, and the food and tea cooled down after her errand. She quickly served a pair of chopsticks full of dishes. Eat up, eat up. Is everything arranged? Yes, it's all set. Let us eat quickly and then explore nearby. I heard there's a nice park. Strolling through the park together seemed like a splendid idea. However, just as they stepped out of the restaurant, Shen Ning heard a familiar voice calling her. Sister, sister, wait for me. Wait. It was a young girl who had bought the dress. Fortunately, she had not come wearing a new dress, or it would have been awkward. Shen Ning hurried forward, grasping the girl's hand with a smile. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Sister, I want to buy a pair of those little leather shoes you're wearing. I don't know where to get them. Shen Ning chuckled, realizing the girl had come to give her more business. It seemed she was in a hurry to find shoes that matched the dress she would wear. If you want them, I'll bring them tomorrow morning. We can meet at the bus station, all right? The girl beamed with joy, nodding eagerly. Okay. Sister, I'll be at the bus station waiting for you tomorrow morning. Shen Ning felt a new plan forming in her mind. Since she had leased the shop to the Li family, she could venture into new territory. Moreover, the clientele here had greater purchasing power. All right then, let us not miss each other. Do remember to bring enough money. Meanwhile, the Li family members in the town shop were becoming increasingly agitated. Damn that scheming woman. She has played us all. Wei Shulan's expression fell as she had also searched thoroughly, but found nothing. That wretched girl must have locked everything in her room. They had already searched everywhere, and the only room left was the one they couldn't open. Most of the goods were likely stored inside. Mom, what if we break into her room? To be honest, Zhu Dalong felt a surge of temptation, her eyes glinting with desire, but she hesitated, glancing at Li Tiniu, who was seated at a small table. Ultimately, the decision lay with the man of the house. Li Tiniu frowned, still unable to overcome his reservations. Yet, as time passed and the sun climbed higher, the temperature rose, and more people appeared on the streets. Impatience began to set in. Boss Shan, good morning. Suddenly, a girl rushed in. Her words abruptly cut off as she noticed the three unfamiliar faces in the room and failed to see Shen Ning. Thinking they were all customers, she called out, Boss Shan, I'm here. Wei Shulan's sharp eyes immediately recognized the well-dressed woman, who exuded affluence, and she hurriedly welcomed her with a smile. Oh, come in. Come in. What would you like to buy? The woman recoiled at Wei Shulan's sycophantic demeanor and was displeased with her overly familiar tone. Who are you? I'm looking for Boss Shen. Her tone was less than pleasant, causing Wei Shulan to feel somewhat offended. What is so great about her? Why act superior? I'm also a boss. If you want to buy something, just tell me. It's all the same. You're a boss? The woman's disbelief was evident as she scrutinized Wei Shulan, unable to fathom how she resembled a boss in any way. Crossing her arms, her eyes filled with derision. She retorted, what do you sell? Where's your merchandise? You claim to be a boss, yet there's nothing to sell. Don't tell me you're a thief. Wei Shulan felt awkward and glanced at Zhu Dalong and Li Tiniu for support. Who is a thief? Nonsense. I'm Shen Ning's mother. How can a young woman like you not open your eyes? Zhu Dalong's shrewish nature flared up, hands on her hips as she scolded the girl, who, angered, spat in retort and hurried off. Who would have thought the boss had such a fierce mother? Mom, we can't have no merchandise. What will we sell to customers? I believe Shen Ning is doing this on purpose to make us give up. We cannot let this slide. Let us open the door. We've paid for it, after all. Chapter 75. A big surprise awaited. The nearby park was quite spacious, with commendable greenery and a large lake. A row of simple boats docked at the water's edge, adorned with colorful awnings, epitomizing the charm of the era. However, it was not a holiday, and the park was nearly devoid of children, with only a few vendors selling toys and snacks. It was a tranquil place, perfect for a romantic rendezvous. Would you like some soda? Li Shan's gaze swept over the foam box on the bicycle seat nearby, which had a sign reading soda. She recalled that the little girl loved to drink it. As she approached, beads of sweat formed on her forehead due to the lingering warmth. I won't drink anymore. If I do, I'll gain weight. Quickly diverting his attention, she tugged at his arm and suggested, let's go over there. It's cool and looks pleasant. You must be tired after a day out. I wonder how your wound is holding up. Thankfully, my wound has healed significantly. What a fib. Shen Ning shot him a glance of disdain. If it weren't for his family of peculiar characters, she wouldn't have dragged him along. Who knew what might transpire if he stayed home? He was already injured, and given that those people were his family, if they appealed to his emotions, he might betray her. Thus, she had to make him endure a bit longer. This spot was perfectly shaded by a large tree, with a crooked branch in front, facing the lake, providing a refreshing atmosphere and splendid scenery, making it an ideal vantage point. Shen Ning's gaze drifted toward a small boat docked by the lakeside, and she mused, next time, when the children are on break, let's bring them to the park for a boat ride. They would surely enjoy it. Shan followed her gaze and nodded in agreement, acknowledging the beauty of the surroundings, which would undoubtedly delight the children. Suddenly, Shen Ning's eyes caught a glimpse of a somewhat familiar figure. Acting more swiftly than her thoughts, she grabbed the arm of the person beside her and moved aside, hiding behind the bushes like a thief. Shan was bewildered. What was happening? Was she up to something illicit? He shot her a puzzled glance as she pointed subtly in another direction and whispered, over there, look over there. At that moment, a red-caped boat slowly approached the shore, carrying a man and a woman engaged in light-hearted conversation, exuding a delightful atmosphere. The man's silhouette appeared particularly familiar. As he turned his face slightly, Shen Ning quickly seized the man beside her and lowered her head to avoid making eye contact. In that fleeting instant, they both recognized the man from the side profile. Who else could it be but Li Shan's second brother, Li Song, with his lecherous grin? However, with Wei Shulan currently in her shop, the woman accompanying him could not possibly be her. Wow, Shen Ning was indeed witnessing a juicy piece of gossip. This man was quite the toad, unsightly yet flamboyant. Watching the small boat glide to a halt, Li Song grinned like a sycophant, assisting the woman and carefully ensuring she disembarked. It seemed he was nearly cradling her in his hands. She had never seen him behave this way before. The woman he was fawning over was clearly fashionable and affluent, indicating the lengths to which he was going to impress her. Unexpectedly, Li Shan's second brother displayed such ambition. Shen Ning let out a cold snicker, her expression towards Li Shan filled with impatience, as if the unfaithful one were he. Although Wei Shulan was a cunning woman with a sharp tongue, that did not justify the man's infidelity. A man unfaithful to his marriage deserved severe consequences. Clearly, Li Shan's initial reaction to Li Song's actions was one of shock, followed swiftly by anger and resignation, as if gazing upon a pitiful sight. He had always been unscrupulous, often resorting to cunning schemes. He had thought it was merely a penchant for cleverness, but it seemed his character had long deteriorated. Evidently, his family had spoiled him. Who could say? After all, they all bore the surname Li, didn't they? Li Shan was taken aback that she could connect this affair to him, leaving him somewhat helpless. I'm not like him. Her heart was undoubtedly filled with worry and fear, lacking a sense of security. He instinctively placed his hand over hers, applying gentle pressure with his fingertips, eliciting a ticklish sensation, prompting her to glance at him with a knowing look. I am not like him. Our marriage is legally protected, steadfast against trials. I would never engage in acts of betrayal. He spoke earnestly, as if pledging an oath. It's all right. If you ever commit such vile acts, I would be the most agreeable. There is no divorce in my lexicon. How could she be so accommodating? Li Shan's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Only death. Very well. I understand. But he liked that. All right, I will remember this. Shen Ning peered in the direction of Li Song and his companion, but they had vanished, presumably off to another location. She straightened up, hesitating slightly. What do you think we should do about this situation? Go confront them. It's a thankless task. And as soon as you say something, they might reconcile. That would not be beneficial. Moreover, would Wei Shulan believe them? Unlikely. Li Shan's eyes narrowed as he turned to gaze out at the distant lake. Speaking softly, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Leave it to me. Shen Ning nodded in agreement. That would be best. After all, it was their family affair, and he would handle it better than she could. Zhu Darong seemingly had not learned her lesson, always approaching Shen Ning with hostility. Sigh. Those who enjoy inflicting violence on others often find themselves on the receiving end. With Li Shan by her side, Shen Ning felt no fear, her gaze sweeping over the open door. Ah, how dare you steal my belongings? Call the police. Immediately. Chapter 76. A dog-eat-dog situation. Comrade Li Yong's heart sank when he saw Shen Ning. Why her again? Upon seeing the two, his patience wore thin. What trouble were they stirring now? Shen Ning immediately began wailing, her voice loud enough for onlookers outside to hear. The scoundrels! I can't go on living. They broke into my house and stole my money. My money! Li Shan quickly wrapped an arm around her shoulders, allowing the distraught woman to lean on him. Unable to resist, giving her a gentle squeeze. Shen Ning, not one to let him off easily, poked him in the lower back, signaling him to play along with her act. You heartless fiend! You won't escape punishment. Who has taken your money? You are speaking nonsense. You shall face divine retribution. I will tear your mouth apart. Even more outrageous was that Li Shan, the ungrateful wretch, dared to obstruct her. Ultimately, that vile woman actually brought the police with her, launching into a tirade. If it wasn't you who stole, then who could it be? You were in my home today. My bedroom door was forcibly opened. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? The house is a mess, and you dare claim it wasn't you. Everything she said was based on evident facts, leaving no room for rebuttal. The place had been ransacked, yet they genuinely hadn't found a single cent. It was utterly unjust. She was not like this. Zhu Darong was frantic. You vile creature, I will rip your mouth apart. Wei Shulan was equally anxious, but more importantly, she needed to restrain Zhu Darong. Mom, calm down. Don't fall for this little vixen's tricks. She is lying. How could we have taken her money? This is absurd. Zhu Darong realized, yes. Where could I possibly have money on me? She began to pat down her clothes, revealing nothing. Shen Ning, unperturbed, continued her lament. Who knows where you put the money? Throughout this entire day, you were the only ones present, and now my money has vanished. If it wasn't you who took it, who else could it be? Those gathered outside, eager to witness the spectacle, could likely piece together the chain of events from your conversations. Who else could have stolen the money? There is no room for argument. It was just the two of them at home. Who else could have done it? Indeed, it is quite shameful to have brought one's wife along for such thievery. What a disgrace. They even dared to steal from a shop. I heard that the owner of this establishment is her daughter-in-law, who has been forced out. How could she even show her face here? I wonder why Boss Shen was absent today. Hush, don't say anything more, they might pin this on us. The murmurs around them were like sharp blades, slicing through their composure, making them feel utterly humiliated. All right, I have a grasp of this situation. You all must accompany me to the police station. Why do we have to go to the police station again? I refuse to go. I won't go even if it kills me. Zhu Darong is adamant about avoiding the police station. If her husband finds out, she is certain to receive a beating. It has been years since she has faced such frequent punishment. Her gaze shot daggers at Shen Ning, filled with a desire to end her. I would rather die here than go. Li Yong frowned, gestured to his colleagues, and they seized her. The two accompanying officers swiftly restrained her, causing them both to cry out in pain. What are you doing? You're hitting us. Police brutality. Let's go. Li Yong's voice was stern as he surveyed each of them, declaring them guilty of disturbing the peace, and they would be detained for a week. He then turned to Li Shan and her companion. You two come along as well. At the police station, each party recounted the events, yet their narratives diverged significantly. We gave her money. We are also business owners and can sell goods. She has no right to withhold merchandise from us. Shen Ning remained unperturbed, exuding calm confidence. I did receive your money, but that was for the rent of my shop, was it not? I inquired whether you require goods, and you declined. Now you dare to blame me? Do you expect to pay 10 yuan and receive hundreds of yuan worth of merchandise? How audacious! Wei Shulan was also incensed. Shen Ning, you did not say that before. You accepted our money and promised to sell us goods. Would I not say that? I stated that each family should contribute 100 yuan for the merchandise, but you deemed it excessive and sought to exploit me. 5 yuan for shop rental was all I charged. You should be grateful. Zhu Darong was livid, her eyes aflame with anger. It was evident that they had been deceived by this wretched girl. They earned nothing and lost 5 yuan in the process. It was utterly infuriating. You little wretch, I will make you pay for this. Just as she was about to strike, several police officers intervened to restrain her. Stop. Do you think this is a marketplace? This is the police station. The officer's commanding voice silenced the crowd, and the officers, serious and authoritative, surveyed everyone before speaking. We will not concern ourselves with your verbal agreements. We are here to determine whether you tampered with her door lock and stole her money. Theft is a crime. Confess, and you may receive leniency. Resist, and face severity. Speak truthfully. We truly did not do it. Zhu Darong felt utterly wronged. Shen Ning would not relent. My money box is empty. and the room is in disarray. Who else could have taken it if not you? What? An empty money box? Zhu Durong's mind seemed to spark with realization, and she glared fiercely at Wei Shulan. Did you take it? Wei Shulan was incensed by her mother's outrageous accusation. How could I have taken it? Mother, we have been together the entire time. How could I take her money? Really? Why does she not believe me? You liar. What did I ask your father to bring? You're spewing nonsense. They were close enough for her to raise her hand and strike Wei Shulan. But Wei Shulan was no pushover. She would just stand there to be hit. Immediately, they were entangled in a fierce struggle. Shen Ning could barely contain her amusement at the sight of the two women bickering like dogs. Chapter 77. Equivalent Exchange. Humph. You little wretch. Stop. A deep male voice interrupted their quarrel. Both women appeared disheveled, their hair in disarray and faces marked with scratches, looking utterly pathetic. They exchanged glances, huffed indignantly, and turned away from each other, muttering under their breaths. The sound of footsteps approached, and Li Tiniu and Li Song finally arrived, albeit tardily. Upon seeing Li Song, Shen Ning recalled his indiscretions and regarded him with disdain. However, they had no time to dwell on past grievances, focusing instead on the two woefully embarrassed women. They were back at the police station, and their reputations were in tatters. What? She also stole money from someone? Li Song clenched his fists in frustration. This wasteful woman, having taken the money, now found herself caught. What a fool. It was my mother who took it. I don't have a single cent. She is framing me. Upon hearing this, Li Tiniu fixed his gaze firmly on Zhu Darong, causing her to hastily wave her hands in denial. It was not me. I truly did not take it. You know I wouldn't. This wretched girl is lying. Both parties were now filled with suspicion towards one another, and the atmosphere grew tense. Regardless, my money is gone, and the door has been forced open. If it was not you, who else could it have been? Only you were in my home. No one else visited. You admitted to breaking the door. I had over 50 yuan, and now it is all gone. Li Yong was equally frustrated. Are these people truly so oblivious to the gravity of their situation? They had already been caught red-handed in the shop, yet remained obstinate, showing no sign of fear or awareness of the consequences. I advise you to be honest and clarify the situation, return the stolen money, or else you will face criminal charges and imprisonment. What? Wei Shulan shook her head vehemently. No, I refuse to go to jail. Mother, if you took it, just return the money. Zhu Darong, taken aback, was at a loss. What are you talking about? I didn't take anything. It must be this wretched girl who took it and is framing me. Li Song's not-so-bright mind finally began to comprehend the situation. He sensed something was amiss, his gaze drifting towards Shen Ning, who bore a faint, almost imperceptible smile and a hint of provocation in her eyes. This cannot be good. She has orchestrated all of this. They have all been ensnared by her. This wretched girl. It is unfortunate that the two women were so foolish, failing to see through her scheme and handing her the evidence. His eyes narrowed dangerously, like a predator fixating on its prey, radiating an aura of menace. He was filled with an overwhelming desire to tear Shen Ning and her husband apart. However, the resolution of this matter ultimately rested with them. Comrades, this is all a misunderstanding. We are family. He is my brother. Let us discuss this. The officer in charge of their case nodded, suggesting that if they could resolve the matter privately, it would be for the best, as they were family and misunderstandings could be cleared up. Li Song turned to them. Brother, sister-in-law, let's step outside to talk. Upon reaching the exterior of the police station, Li Song's previously amiable demeanor dissipated entirely, his expression darkening as he cast a disdainful glance at the couple. Enough with the pretense. This is all you're doing, isn't it? He shot a look at Li Shan, his third brother, and remarked, You truly possess a remarkable talent for indulging your wife's reckless behavior. Look at the state of our mother, being sent to the police station time and again. Do we not care for our family's reputation? With that, he scoffed derisively, his eyes narrowing slightly, the depths of his dark pupils glinting ominously. Here it comes again. From childhood to adulthood, Li Song had always loathed that particular expression on his third brother's face, as if he and the eldest brother were merely a pile of refuse in his eyes, never deserving of respect. What is it that you are so smug about? When you were rowing in the park, did you ever consider your dignity? Li Song's countenance altered dramatically, a hint of panic marring his features. You. He pointed at them, words stumbling from his lips. What did you see? Do not fabricate lies. They are merely colleagues from our factory. We were simply in the provincial city on business. Before Li Shan could utter a word, Li Song had already betrayed himself. Why is the second brother so guilty? Shen Ning crossed her arms, her eyes glinting coldly, her lips curving upward yet devoid of mirth. We haven't even mentioned how you and your female colleague were merrily enjoying a lakeside outing. You dare. His raised wrist was seized with a vice-like grip. The pressure so intense it felt as though his arm might be crushed. Pain, pain, pain. Li Shan's hand felt like an iron claw, utterly unyielding. Even when the other hand was employed, he could not budge an inch. If you prefer not to converse civilly, I am well-versed in martial arts myself. Very well. Let go, let go. We can discuss this amicably. Li Shan, the formidable presence, seemed even more fearsome now, his grip seemingly forged from some unyielding material. The moment he relented, the struggling individual was caught off guard by the sudden release, tumbling to the ground and landing painfully. I was just about to have a serious discussion with you. Shen Ning lowered her head, laying out her terms. I can settle this privately with you, but I have a few conditions. First, you must write an IOU for 50 yuan. I can forego repayment, but you must clearly state that you will cease your underhanded schemes against our family. Otherwise, mark my words. Each word was pronounced with deliberate weight. I will meticulously account for every cent. Li Song clenched his jaw, resentment flickering in his eyes. How could he possibly agree to such terms? Yet he had no choice. A mere glance from Li Shan conveyed the dire consequences of refusal. If Wei Shulan were to discover this, it would surely lead to unrest, perhaps even jeopardize his employment. Fine, I will speak to our parents. Chapter 78. Those with an uncle, our path is still long ahead. Let us see how it unfolds. This was the first statement made by Li Tainyo as he exited the police station with the other three. His gaze seemed ready to devour them whole. Is Shen Ning afraid? She waved the IOU with a charming smile. I eagerly await the day you repay me. You. Li Tainyo shot her a glare, then turned to Li Song, who merely shook his head in response, suppressing his anger. With a heavy grunt, he swung his arms and strode away. Bah, bah. The men had conceded, and the two women decided not to persist. Yet they still spat at Shen Ning in frustration. She relished the sight of their hatred mingled with their inability to harm her. Little brother, I have fulfilled my promise to you. I hope you keep your lips sealed. Before departing, Li Song made a final admonition. Li Shan's eyes darkened as he scrutinized his brother's face before nodding in agreement, allowing him to leave with a sense of relief. Internally, Shen Ning felt somewhat displeased. Such an unfaithful man had evaded punishment. How could this be? So, you wanted me to handle it in this manner? While still harboring resentment, it seemed the Li family had at least suffered some consequences, and for the time being, they should refrain from troubling her. Let us go. We must hurry. The children must be getting out of school. She walked briskly toward the shop, her gaze instinctively drifting towards Shaohe village. He had not forgotten the glance exchanged just before their departure. They had disdained him in the past, but how could they involve others? It seems they have forged a grudge. The Li family was not inclined to let them off easily. On the way back, the group harassed Shen Ning, hurling a slew of insults, each more vulgar than the last, none suitable for public consumption. Are we truly going to let this vile woman go unpunished? Wei Shulan was far from pleased, having suffered repeatedly at her hands, not to mention bearing significant losses. How could she swallow such a grievance? It is all your fault. Zhu Derong rolled her eyes in exasperation, utterly foolish. How could you not see she was deceiving us back then? She even tried to shift the blame onto me. Huh, mother? Your words imply you weren't the one to cast the first stone. Even you, so formidable, couldn't keep your daughter-in-law in check, yet you dare criticize others. You little wretch. You enough. Have you finished your bickering? Li Tainyo's piercing gaze swept over the two, his weathered face devoid of expression, emanating an aura of terror. Are we truly going to let that vile woman go unscathed? Wei Shulan looked at her husband, distressed that all their previous plans were unraveling before their eyes. Moreover, she could not bear to see Shan Ning living so well. Seeing them profit while they suffered losses was infuriating. What do you propose? Do you intend to repay 50 yuan? Li Song felt equally aggrieved. Did he not realize that this money was a trap laid by Shen Ning? However, he had to swallow his pride, regardless of his feelings. All right, since you wish to avoid prison and do not want to repay that 50 yuan, then refrain from provoking them. Zu Daong was utterly disheartened, having spent a lifetime scheming, only to be outsmarted in the end. Who could accept such a fate? None of us are satisfied. Li Song smirked, his eyes betraying a cunning plan. They agreed not to provoke them, but that did not prevent others from doing so. He turned to Zhuderong mother. I recall that Shen Ning's maternal family is from Chiao village. There must be someone there who can deal with her. In the evening, I plan to make some cold noodles. The weather is quite warm today, and after a day of labor, a hot meal might not be appetizing. Cold noodles are simple to prepare. After boiling water, add a spoonful of salt, cook until tender, then immediately rinse in cold water and drain to prevent sticking. Next, I will prepare the accompaniments. There is still some chicken soup left from yesterday. I will shred some chicken, julienne cucumbers, and blanched bean sprouts. I just lack some seaweed strips. Although they can be purchased at the Points Mall, they are not available in this small town, and bringing them out would be too conspicuous. Then, I will prepare the sauce, for the quality of the sauce directly affects the taste of the cold noodles. 1 spoonful of chili oil, 2 spoonfuls of red oil, 1 spoonful of pepper oil, minced garlic soy sauce, salt, sugar, vinegar, scallions, and a splash of cold boiled water. All mixed thoroughly. This sauce could make even Shu Sol's delectable. However, considering Li Shan's health, I will also prepare a lighter version of the noodles for him. Ah, what deliciousness shall I conjure? It smells delightful. Am I arriving just in time? The moment the sound reached her ears, it was evident that Wei Ning had arrived. Turning her head, she noticed the girl had come close, still clad in her blue work uniform, suggesting she had just finished her shift. Why are you dressed like this today? Did you go to the factory? She had always been one to cherish her appearance, even at work, ensuring she looked presentable. Typically, she would disdain such attire, yet now, her face was drawn, reflecting a deep-seated fatigue as she sighed heavily. You have no idea how exhausted we've been lately. Breathing in the aroma of food in the air, it seemed for a brief moment that all weariness had dissipated. It's because our factory is struggling this year, and they've sent us from the office to help at the factory to boost productivity. She couldn't help but grumble internally. Even if everyone went to the factory, productivity wouldn't improve if it wasn't meant to. She muttered, I suspect our factory might be facing layoffs soon. Shen Ning felt a stir of concern in her heart, pondering how to express that in this era, the closure of such factories was inevitable. Soon, there would be a wave of layoffs, leading many migrant workers to leave their homes in search of work. Observing her longtime customer, she felt a twinge of affection and asked, If your factory does lay off employees, what will you do? Wei Ning shrugged nonchalantly. It's fine, my uncle is in the procurement department. I want to be affected, so don't worry. Ah, so she has connections. With nothing more to say, Shen Ning handed her a bowl of noodles mixed with seasoning. Try this. It's my homemade cold noodles. Wei Ning's eyes lit up, and she swallowed nervously. I shouldn't. There is no need to feel shy. We're neighbors. It's just a bowl of noodles. Shen Ning had been craving the dish herself, and she was grateful for the unexpected treat. Thank you so much. I was just thinking of buying instant noodles, but now I don't have to. You should still buy some. I want to be home tomorrow, and the shop may not be open. Chapter 79. A closer proximity, I'll just grab a bag. Shen Ning nodded obediently and stepped off the vehicle first, initially intending to spare him the trouble, especially since his injuries had yet to heal and he should rest at home. However, he insisted on accompanying her, claiming that it would be safer for 2 people to go together, fearing she would be deceived. She made up an excuse about putting away the merchandise that had been cleared from the shop, not wanting to display it. Little did they know, as they departed, a man and a woman began to loiter outside the shop. Hey, do you think Shen Ning really opened a shop? He asked incredulously, unable to believe it. What kind of shop could that loss-making venture manage? How could she possibly have the means? He observed the area, noting the scarcity of open businesses. Is this really where it is? A middle-aged man beside him surveyed the surroundings, spitting disdainfully. What do you know? That girl's partner is wealthy. This shop must have been opened by him. The newcomers were Shen Ning's uncle and aunt. Shen Changyun, her uncle, brushed off the idea. Do you think that mother-in-law would come just to spill the beans? She likely wants us to teach that girl how to behave like a proper daughter-in-law. A glimmer of greed passed through his eyes. Since she had opened a shop, surely there was something to gain. They would expect their gratitude in return. Just outside the station, the area was bustling with pedestrians, far more lively than the town. Numerous vendors lined the streets, selling sesame cakes, soft drinks, and fruits, though there were none selling clothes yet. So she'll be the first. Where should we wait? Li Shan glanced around, noting the chaos and the absence of the girl from yesterday, unsure how the two had arranged their meeting. We need a more conspicuous spot. She winked at him and pointed to a location. Half an hour later, a stall was set up across from the station. with a long wooden pole supporting a clothes rack adorned with dresses of various colors and styles, alongside a display of several pairs of small leather shoes and sandals. It was eye-catching, drawing the gaze of passers-by. Shan marveled at Shen Ning's ingenuity, her mind brimming with ideas, both clever and charming. Are you hungry? I see a vendor selling sesame cakes over there. I'll grab a couple. No, I'm fine. Her words were cut short by an excited voice as the girl from yesterday rushed toward her, followed by several young women. Wow, you're here so early. I was just thinking of coming to wait for you, Shan exclaimed, but it seems you've already arrived. Of course. I promised you yesterday, and I never go back on my word. We pride ourselves on integrity in business. The younger girl nodded, her attention already fixated on the shoes before them. This time, not only did they have the white shoes, but also a basic black pair that would complement any outfit. Wow, these shoes are gorgeous. Both the white and black ones look fantastic. Shen Ning nodded, explaining, the white shoes pair well with light outfits, while the black ones match darker clothing. They're perfect for everyday wear. These dresses are beautiful too. Can we try them on? The girl shyly smiled, her eyes flickering with a hint of guilt. Boss, these are my good friends. They just wanted to check if you had more dresses available. What was there to feel guilty about? Shen Ning was elated, welcoming the new customers. I'm thrilled to have you. I brought plenty of dresses today, so you won't be making a wasted trip? This revelation delighted them. They had expected to wait another day for their dresses, but now they could take them home immediately. The young women, clearly from well-off families, donned trendy attire and hair accessories, embodying a pursuit of fashion. 3 dresses and 3 pairs of shoes sold themselves without much persuasion, as they handed over their money eagerly. Boss, we'll return for more beautiful clothes next time. Absolutely. I'll ensure to stock up on even more delightful items. Shen Ning thought to herself that if possible, she would love to display all the exquisite items from the reward store, certain they would dazzle her customers. Unfortunately, that wasn't feasible. By the way, how much are those shoes? Just as a group of young girls departed, a young woman approached the stall, drawn in by the small leather shoes. Our items are both high quality and affordable. You're welcome to try them on and purchase if you like. Indeed, the merchandise was quite good, stylish yet reasonably priced, appealing to those with discerning taste. Thus, her customers kept arriving in waves, and soon, her stock of dresses and shoes had been completely sold out. Thirsty? Have some water and take a break. As she finally sat down to rest, a bottle of orange soda was handed to her. Looking up at the man beside her, she noticed his sun-kissed cheeks reddened, a sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. While he lacked the flair for salesmanship that Shen Ning possessed, he quietly attended to interested customers or assisted her from behind, merely passing her items. You should take a moment to rest. Today has been arduous for you as well. Her gaze fell upon his empty hands, wondering why he hadn't treated himself to a bottle. Surely, it couldn't be that dire. She hadn't taken all his money, and their household expenses hadn't been excessively burdensome in recent days. He couldn't possibly be out of funds, could he? Shan pressed her lips together, revealing a subtle curve, her attention flitting momentarily from the soda bottle. The midday sun illuminated the earth brightly, and it seemed as though a glimmer flickered in his pupils, dispelling a hint of the aloofness that clung to him. In this moment, she felt as if she were touching the essence of his true self. I don't enjoy drinking, he stated. How could he possibly not enjoy it? Children raised in times of scarcity cherished even a grain of sugar. How could they detest the sweetness of soda, especially after enduring the heat? A sip of chilled soda was pure bliss. After he spoke, he merely turned his head, his gaze wandering uncertainly. Suddenly, she felt a tinge of solitude surrounding him beneath the shade of the tree, noting the worn edges of his army green shirt. Chapter 80. Hand in hand, taking a deep gulp of the orange soda, the icy liquid coursed down her throat, dispelling the summer heat and invigorating her spirit. She withdrew the straw and offered the bottle to him, saying, "Here for you." His gaze fell upon the delicate, fair hand that held the bottle, with nails hinting at a soft pink and a tiny crescent moon adorning them. He appeared momentarily surprised and perplexed. "Are you suggesting I finish this entire bottle on my own? I would surely burst," he exclaimed. "Nonsense," she replied, lightly furrowing her brow with a touch of sternness. "What nonsense is that?" "Well, I concede. My choice of words was misguided. You can finish the rest." Shan accepted the soda from her hand, tilting her head back to drink deeply, her Adam's apple moving conspicuously. Shen Ning turned away, resting her chin in her hand, her gaze falling upon the ants scurrying on the ground, softly saying, Li Shan, we are family. We support one another and share burdens. You need not shoulder everything alone. I am here for you too. A faint smile graced her lips, her eyes sparkling as if filled with stars, radiating warmth. So, take care of yourself as well. Suddenly, the fingers gripping the bottle tightened, turning pale at the tips, the veins on the back of his hand standing out. The slight furrow of his brow relaxed, giving way to a gentle smile as he turned his head, gazing into the distance. I am a man. It is my responsibility to provide for the family, he asserted. That is indeed true, she replied, her voice light and laced with playful mischief. However, I too can earn money now, and I'll earn a great deal. Who knows? One day, I might become a wealthy woman. He turned to look at her, her hair gathered at the back, revealing her delicate earlobes. A few rebellious strands framing her face, her lips curving upwards as if a grand vision lay before her. In that moment, she seemed to radiate light. What do you think? Don't you feel fortunate to have married such an exceptional wife? You've struck gold. With a sudden rush, it felt as if the entire world had pressed the pause button, leaving only the intense thrum of his heart reverberating in his chest. Ding! Li Shan's affection level, 200. Account points, 1695. Shen Ning scaze momentari di frose. How could she express that she merely wished to offer him comfort and encouragement? She had not anticipated it would enhance his affection for her. Nevertheless, having something was better than nothing. Her smile deepened as she found him increasingly appealing. When their eyes met, the depths of his gaze were rich and profound, brimming with complex emotions that made her heart race. Feeling a sudden warmth, she quickly averted her gaze and stood up, her steps faltering. The bus journey back was not long, but the return trip was crowded. She sat by the window, with Li Shan positioned outside, attempting to shield her from the throng. Despite the cacophony, she found his presence overwhelmingly comforting, enveloping her entirely, leaving her mind in a state of disarray. When a pole threatened to collide with them due to the driver's sudden braking, Shen Ning instinctively reached out to push it away before it reached her. Do you not have the decency to put that down? Is this how one behaves on public transport? What if someone gets hurt? This is dangerous. How old are you? Lacking any sense of safety. The elderly man holding the pole had yet to respond, but her words had already rained down like a tempest, and she had not once uttered a curse, merely stating the truth. Others around them chimed in, echoing her sentiments. Indeed, who would want that old pole? It's quite perilous. Exactly, it nearly struck someone. The old man, obstinate as he was, retorted, Why are you shouting? No one was hurt. You think you're justified? If something had happened, how would you compensate? You were in the wrong, yet you still have the audacity to argue. What if a child had been there? Your pole could have caused serious injury. Yes, the girl's quick thinking saved the day. Indeed, if someone had been hurt, how would you make amends? Even the ticket collector spoke up. Old man, it's you. We've told you to place that pole in the back, but you refuse to listen. What if something truly happens? The minor altercation subsided once the old man begrudgingly handed over the pole. After Shen Ning sat down, she realized everyone around her was staring intently. Shen Ning thought, Oh no, did I come off as a shrew? Her heart raced with anxiety. Her image was ruined. Frustrated, she bit her lip, conflicted. Ultimately, she decided to embrace the moment. After all, he had seen her in far worse situations. Why do you stare at me? I was standing up for you. Shen Ning. Thank you, he said, his sincerity cutting through the noise. Throughout their journey, he had learned to press on, teeth gritted, accustomed to facing everything alone. Yet, for the first time, he felt protected from behind. This sensation was unlike any other, as if his heart were bathed in warm, soothing water. His earnest expression made Shen Ning feel a bit awkward. She struggled to suppress a smile and cleared her throat. I was just concerned about your injury reopening. Don't read too much into it. Though her words were contrary to her feelings, they were sweet like honey. Li Shan responded with a cheerful hum, his hand half clenching near his lips, tilting his head, unable to contain his good mood. In the snug seats, their hands gradually inched closer, the warmth of their skin brushing against each other, creating an electric sensation that left them both blushing. With a sudden jolt, the bus braked sharply, followed by the sound of the driver honking. Everyone's bodies lurched forward, but Li Shan swiftly shielded her. Are you incapable of walking? If you want to die, don't do it on my bus. Amidst the surrounding clamor, it felt as though they occupied their own world. Li Shan's hand moved slightly, taking a deep breath as he held her hand securely. This felt safe. Chapter 81. Exemplary family members, be careful. The elderly man alighted from the vehicle with deliberate haste, inadvertently jostling Shen Ning, nearly causing her to stumble. Fortunately, Shan reacted swiftly, catching her before she could fall, as she found herself enveloped in his embrace. She quickly regained her composure and retreated from him, creating distance between them. "You old scoundrel," she thought, wishing to confront him, only to be restrained by Shan in the next moment. She relented, realizing that such a man harbored a wicked heart, and once embroiled, would not relent easily. Shen Ning clenched her teeth in silent agreement. Indeed, he was a detestable old man. I hope I never see him again. The earlier discomfort dissipated, leaving only the warmth of her flushed palms, which occupied her entire consciousness. It was as if she were a marionette, led along toward the shop by his guiding hand. At that moment, Shen Ning raised her gaze and spotted two familiar figures in the distance. In the memories of the original owner, these two individuals were indelibly etched in her mind. She would recognize them, even if they were reduced to ash. Who else could they be but her uncle and aunt? With a slight exertion, she freed her hand from Shan's grasp, donning a metaphorical armor, as if prepared for battle. According to her memories, these two were far from benevolent. Though the original owner did not possess a noble character either. Her parents had perished in conflicts, and her grandmother favored males. Neglecting her, she had grown up alongside her grandmother, a formidable woman known for her ruthlessness, with few in the village daring to provoke her. Many of the original owner's less admirable traits were inherited from her. Yet, even the most formidable individuals have their vulnerabilities, such as her uncle, Shen Ning, who had doted excessively on his son and married a woman who wielded her influence like a dagger cloaked in silk. She skillfully manipulated Shen Ning, rendering him utterly obedient to her whims. Her aunt had long harbored disdain for Shen Ning, viewing her as a burden, and had eagerly awaited the day she could marry her off for a handsome bride price. To her dismay, this audacious girl had boldly sought a man of her own choosing. The two of them had never been on good terms. Upon seeing their arrival, Shen Ning felt a cold disdain rise within her. It was unlikely that any good would come of this encounter. Shan's hand felt empty, his fingers twitching slightly, as if something had vanished, causing him to sag momentarily. Following her line of sight, he too beheld a middle-aged couple, engaged in conversation at the entrance of the shop. "Do you know them?" he inquired, as his memory was somewhat fragmented, leaving him with little recollection of Shen Ning's family. She nodded affirmatively. "Yes, my uncle and aunt." After a brief pause, she added, "They're not good people." "That much is evident," he replied, noting her demeanor upon their arrival. Their relationship was clearly strained. "Fear not, for I am here." Shen Ning turned to him, smiling. He proved reliable in critical moments, and she was grateful for his companionship. Shen Ning approached them with a jovial demeanor, as if they shared an intimate bond. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoyan, with a warm smile, advanced towards them, reaching out to grasp Shen Ning's hand, only to have her deftly evaded. "Isn't that your uncle and aunt?" she mused, her expression faltering for a moment before quickly regaining her composure, her smile growing more congenial. "It has been too long. Our Ning Ning is becoming increasingly charming." Her gaze fell upon Shan, and her discomfort deepened as she scrutinized him. "This girl has indeed found herself a good man," she thought disdainfully. "Oh, this is certainly the product of a good son-in-law. I always said he was a fine choice." Shen Ning, with calculated boldness, looped her arm through Shan's, leaning against him affectionately. "Indeed, I owe much to my aunt. If it weren't for you insisting I marry that Lumazai, I might not have found someone as splendid as Shan." As her words left her lips, Shan's eyes narrowed, a penetrating gaze directed at her aunt, his aura exuding an intensity that compelled those around him to instinctively shy away. "You." Sun Xiaoyan was taken aback by Shen Ning's audacity, her intent to retort thwarted by Shan's formidable presence. Let bygones be bygones. Seeing you both happy is what matters," Shen Ning interjected, attempting to placate her. "I hear you two have opened a shop in town. We came to offer our congratulations." After a lengthy preamble, they finally revealed their true intentions, which revolve around the shop Shen Ning had opened. Shen Ning could not suppress a cold laugh, her eyes reflecting a chill. "More cunning than a dog," she thought. "You ungrateful wretch." Shen Ning seethed with indignation, astonished that this ungrateful girl would show them no courtesy. Yet, someone would surely deal with her. He turned to Li Shan, jesting, "This young lady has been spoiled. She needs a good lesson. She won't listen otherwise." Such words from her uncle incensed her. She detested men who resorted to violence against their wives. Only the most inept of men would raise a hand to their spouse. Fortunately, Li Shan is not like my useless uncle. Her words infuriated Shen Ning. A younger generation daring to insult him was a profound humiliation. "You." His arm swung high, but before it could descend, it was seized by Li Shan. "Shen Ning is my wife. Regardless of your status as her uncle, you shall not strike her." With a forceful grunt, he cast Shen Ning's arm aside, causing him to stagger slightly. He pushed away Sun Xiaoyan, his eyes wide with fury. "I see you've grown wings, thinking you have someone to back you. Let me tell you, dear niece, do you think he can support you for a lifetime? Uncle, spare me your concern. My future will be smooth sailing, and I intend to live freely and joyfully. Perhaps you should focus on extending your own life, lest you miss the day when your precious son marries." Chapter 82. Confrontation. Shen Ning had 2 daughters, and after much anticipation, they finally welcomed a cherished son, naming him Shen Yaozu. However, this son arrived late in their lives, subjecting them to ridicule for their late life blessing. Many mocked that by the time he turned 20, they would be nearing 60. Thus, Shen Ning was particularly sensitive to such jests, making Shen Ning's words all the more cutting. Furious, he stepped forward, preparing to strike once more. Li Shan moved protectively in front of Shen Ning. "Are you planning to raise a hand?" His fists tightened, muscles rippling with tension. A formidable presence that dwarfed Shen Ning. The hand that had been raised did not descend, and his feet faltered. "You think I wouldn't dare to hit you? I simply cannot be bothered with you." Shen Ning spat, retreating with Sun Xiaoyan. Yet Li Shan's gaze remained fixed upon them, icy and unwavering. Their appearance had been far too coincidental. In Shaohe village, the Li family, as twilight descends and the day's toil begins to fade, the satisfaction of a warm bath after dinner envelopes one like a gentle embrace. Settling onto a stool in the courtyard, one sways a fan, relishing the remnants of daytime warmth gradually consumed by the encroaching night. Observing the sun's descent beyond the horizon, one savors the cool evening breeze. Groups of friends gather, exchanging light-hearted banter and gossip. From a distance, a tall figure strides against the light towards the village. It is Li Shan. The sight of him rekindles curiosity, and greetings are exchanged. However, Li Shan shows no inclination for pleasantries, making his way directly to the Li household. Zhu Darong's tone drips with amusement at the unfolding drama. "Of course, I came here to find you." His demeanor is somber, exuding an unsettling aura. Even as the couple meets his gaze, they instinctively recoil. Li taps his smoking pipe and speaks in a low voice. "Is this how you address your mother and father?" The weight of his words lands heavily upon them, akin to a hammer striking an anvil. Zhu Darong abruptly rises, her finger trembling as she points at him. "What nonsense are you spouting? After years of building this house, are you not happy living here?" The couple stands dumbfounded. How does he know? No, it cannot be. Ridiculous. This house is ours. After so many years, of course, we are very content. Zhu Darong shoots him a sidelong glance, spitting in disdain. "You ungrateful wretch. I raised you through thick and thin, and now you forget your roots? I should have drowned you in the chamber pot. Is that truly how you raised me?" Li Shan scrutinizes them, a cold smile gracing his lips, his eyes glinting with frost. "I have grown up, but I am not foolish. I remember everything clearly before I was 5. What? Even Li can no longer remain composed. You remember? Huh. He lowers his gaze, a sharp, cold smile curling his lips, and when he raises his eyes to meet theirs, a chilling indifference and ruthlessness emanate from him. It seems that at this moment, they finally comprehend the essence of their third son. "My father's money served you well, building you a house, marrying off your son, allowing your family to live in harmony. Are you content?" Li pauses, astonished that he recalls these matters. His hand trembles around the pipe. Zhu Darong is equally shocked. How can he remember? How can he remember? You speak nonsense. What, your father and mother? Your mother stands right before you. Have you lost your mind? Don't need to spell out for you? You really want to weep until you see the coffin. Must I lay everything bare? I will not spare you any dignity. The truth of my father's death, the loans you took from him, and how my mother perished. You are among the culprits. Zhu Darong visibly pales, her facade of strength crumbling. You have no right to speak of my mother's death. Do not slander us. You're just a child. What do you remember? She fell off the cliff and died. Realizing her blunder, she quickly covers her mouth. Is this not a facto admission? You two were among the informants, weren't you? I have known all along. It is etched in my heart. Out of respect for the kindness you once showed me. I endured your transgressions, yet you continually overstepped. He knows everything. He knows it all. Litiniu grips her arm, signaling her to remain calm. As long as they do not confess, and there are other informants, many of them, then the woman's death cannot be pinned on them. It does not concern them. Indeed, we are not your biological parents, but we raised you. We are family. How could we harm our own? Do not be swayed by the rumors outside. Huh. Li Shan suddenly bursts into laughter, doubling over, tears almost spilling from his eyes, a hint of madness in his mirth. I have seen enough of your grotesque facade. Each word drips with contempt for them. With that, Li Shan squints his eyes, ceasing further interaction, and turns to leave. Watching his retreating figure, the elderly couple of the Li family exchange glances, their expressions darkening. What shall we do, old man? He wouldn't dare threaten us, would he? This is outrageous. Oomph. I refuse to believe it. I have neither killed nor committed a crime. How could this brat intimidate me? Litiniu spits heavily. I am not afraid of him. Chapter 83. Assistance. A series of knocks disrupts the warmth within a certain unit's family apartment. The door opens, revealing a familiar face, followed by a cordial greeting. Squad leader. Long time no see. I hope you are well. Upon seeing Li Shan, Wu Yang's face brightens with a radiant smile. It's you, lad. His hand lands heavily on Li Shan's shoulder. When did you get a break? You actually remembered to visit me. Li Shan extends a gift box, indeed. I had to come see the squad leader. He jests. Can I come this time? You rascal. Hurry inside. Wu Yang ushers him in, calling for his wife and children. Dear, this is my comrade Li Shan, and this is your sister-in-law. Wu Yang's wife embodies the archetype of a diligent working woman, dressed practically, and welcomes him warmly. It is said they were married even before he enlisted. Xiao Jun, my son, greet uncle properly. The boy resembles his father remarkably. With similar small eyes and a prominent nose, no paternity test required. Uncle. Li Shan presents a red envelope, a token for the occasion. Comrade Li, you must not. Wu Yang's wife protests earnestly. Yet Wu Yang interjects. As the uncle, you must. This title is not given in vain. Xiao Jun should accept it. His wife sighs, you, in your ways. Xiao Jun takes the envelope with both hands, beaming. Thank you, uncle. Wu Yang waves his hand. Go to your homework. No. There is no need to trouble your sister-in-law. Wu Yang regards him, his expression turning serious. Let us eat and chat. Very well. He surmises that Li Shan's visit must stem from some pressing matter. Indeed, there is something to discuss. After raising a toast, Li Shan appears somewhat conflicted. Sighing, he begins to unburden his concerns. The matter is this. My parents passed away early, and when I was in the village, I tended to the land. Later, after I enlisted, my adoptive parents took over the plots of land, but my household registration has long since been transferred to the army. Thus, those lands should no longer belong to my family. I understand that you are currently in charge of this matter, and I have come to trouble you not only because it has been ages since we last met, but also to seek your assistance. After all this, it turns out to be this issue, catching him by surprise. Wu Yang thumps his chest. It's a small matter. The squad leader will certainly handle it for you. Li Shan smiles. Then thank you, squad leader. We are brothers, so why say such things? This is merely a trivial matter, a reflection of our department's negligence. As the conversation continued, he leaned closer and lowered his voice, asking, be honest with me. Did you come all this way for such a minor issue because you're getting a promotion? He merely smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. Yet Wu Yang could surmise the truth. He couldn't help but marvel at the promising future that lay ahead for this young man. Pouring another glass of wine, he said, All right, brother, let us drink. As he exited the residential compound, he caught sight of a somewhat familiar figure. Though he only glimpsed her for a moment, the woman's profile, her smile, and the curls of her hair were unmistakably familiar. Wasn't she the one who had accompanied his second brother on a boat ride? However, seeing her gently and somewhat flirtatiously gazing at the man beside her, entwined in his arm as they strolled, it was evident that they were likely a couple. They seemed oblivious to his presence as they made their way into the apartment building. It was quite easy to ascertain which unit they belonged to. This matter certainly warranted a more significant uproar. Li Shan averted his gaze and trudged towards home. With a creak, the door opened. Despite his efforts to tread lightly, He inadvertently startled her. Shen Ning yawned, sleepily looking at the person who had entered. Have you eaten? Are you hungry? There are some cold noodles at home. His physique was indeed robust. I had a bit to eat, but still feel somewhat hungry. In truth, he could either eat or not. Yet he suddenly didn't want to waste such a beautiful evening. Why don't you go take a shower first? I'll prepare the noodles for you. Shen Ning's noodles were delicious, and he devoured them eagerly, finishing a bowl in just a few bites. Slow down. There's more. Shan waved his hand, feeling full after drinking a lot of water earlier that evening. You had more to drink, didn't you? She expressed her frustration. Your injury isn't fully healed yet, and you dare to drink? You're quite bold. Sensing her irritation, Shan felt a bit anxious. As a squad leader, I said I wouldn't drink, but he insisted on persuading me. He's always looked out for me, so I couldn't refuse. I had a few drinks, but most of it was water. He raised a hand, somewhat sheepishly dropping a few fingers, admitting I had a few more drinks than I should have. I swear, if you tell me not to drink again, I absolutely won tea. Do you have a drinking problem? Shan shook his head. No, I simply couldn't tea refuse. I just had a few sips. She nodded slightly. All right, as long as you don't have a problem. But please take care of yourself. I can't carry you if you faint again. Her words of concern warmed him, and he quickly promised, I will. I won't make you worry again. Who is worried about you? Just brush your teeth and go to bed. As he watched her rise and head into the room, he called out to her, Shen Ning. I can't accompany you to the provincial city tomorrow. I have some matters to attend to. Chapter 84. The Li family's unfortunate times, my little treasure. I missed you dearly. The moment the office door closed, Li Song leaned forward, wrapping his arms around the woman at the desk, his lips descending towards her neck. Let me kiss you. His mouth had already found its way to the woman's neck, his hands restless yet restrained, not daring to overstep. Hey, what are you doing? She playfully pushed against the man behind her, the room filled only with her teasing voice. Don't do that. If someone comes in, it won't be good. Li Song loosened his grip slightly, but in the next moment, he was pulled tightly again. His eyes darkened as he saw the woman shift her feet, creating a gap beneath the desk where one could hide. If you hide in here, no one will see you. His expression stiffened, but quickly transformed into a wicked smile as he pinched her chin, desire flickering in his eyes. Is this what you want? I like it. He paused, adding, I truly wish to serve you, to make you feel completely at ease. However, I heard that the factory is planning to lay off a group of workers. As a temporary employee, I might not last long. As he spoke, he crouched beneath the desk, resting his hands on her knees. The woman gently ruffled his hair, as if petting a dog. This promotion was something Li Song had not anticipated, and he had certainly endured much to reach this point. Once a person's ambition is ignited, the goal of mere regularization becomes trivial. What is a clerk? He aspired to be a director, a deputy factory manager. Yet, all of this depended on the woman before him, and he flattered her, I must express my gratitude to you. Just as their interaction intensified, a sudden knock echoed at the door, and before the woman could concoct an excuse, the office door was kicked open. A middle-aged man, with a furious expression, unsure how long he had been eavesdropping, entered. The moment the woman saw him, she nearly slumped into her chair. In Shaohe village, Zhao Fuchuan gathered the villagers for a meeting to relay information from above. The primary focus was the land issues concerning the Li family. Instead of speaking calmly, he resorted to shouting. This isn't a matter of who has the louder voice. Zhao Fuchuan slammed his palm on the wooden table, startling everyone around him. Is this your land? What are you arguing about? This is a decision from above. If you have the means, go speak to them directly. Do you not remember who this land was allocated to? Despite this, Li Tiniu remained adamant. The land given to my brother is still part of the Li family. Besides, his wife is a capitalist. Why should she have land when we have helped them? Stop talking nonsense. Zhao Fuchuan was genuinely taken aback by Li Tiniu's audacity. What era are we in? And what capitalist? No matter what, this land belongs to Li Shan. It has nothing to do with you. His household registration has already been transferred to the military, so this land is to be confiscated. What? Confiscated? On what grounds? Li Tiniu retorted angrily. Li Shan is my son. His father is still alive. That land belongs to me. What are you thinking? I'm telling you. The higher-ups have already declared that this land will be confiscated from today onward. You are no longer allowed to cultivate it. Impossible. Li Tiniu refused to back down. If I say this land is mine, then it is mine. Zhao Fuchuan laughed in exasperation. All right, Li Tiniu, you think you can play the capitalist game, right? You say it's yours, so it is? I'll make it clear today. If you continue to cultivate, You should be prepared to face imprisonment. How ridiculous. I'm merely farming. How is that a crime? Let's see who dares to arrest me. He wore a defiant expression, determined to be obstinate. Fine, you got guts. Tomorrow, the higher-ups will come to inspect. You are illegally occupying state resources, undermining the nation. Let us see if anyone dares to arrest you. Zhao Fuchuan was clearly incensed. His fierce gaze swept over the crowd. I have relayed the notice from above. Whether you heed it is up to you. If you wish to court disaster, go ahead. His words left no room for dissent. Others hurriedly shook their heads, expressing their understanding. Zhao Fuchuan, uninterested in further discussion, dismissed the meeting. Li Tiniu, still aggrieved, stepped outside, muttering angrily. What power does Zhao Fuchuan think he has? He is just a village chief. Does he really think I'm afraid of him? Others urged him in hushed tones to lower his voice, reminding him that the village chief was not far away. Yet he stood defiantly. What's wrong with what I said? He heard it, didn't he? Inside, Zhao Fuchuan had heard everything, and despite slamming his palm on the table, he could not suppress his frustration. The village chief's wife was also incensed. I see he simply does not recognize good intentions. What a disgrace. Zhao Fuchuan cast a cold gaze towards the direction of the door, his lips tightly pressed together. Merely a village chief? I shall show him what a village chief truly signifies. His wife leaned closer, saying, Hey Lao Zhao, I have heard that their eldest is preparing to have another son. I am eager to see if they can manage that. Zhu Darong observed the disquiet on her face and cautiously inquired, What is the matter? Were you not supposed to attend a meeting? What was discussed? She had little desire to attend meetings, especially after the recent embarrassing incidents, and she loathed facing those women. Besides, the bruises around her eyes had yet to fade. Those plots of land could yield substantial grain, the terrain was excellent, and they were in close proximity. To suggest giving them away would be akin to taking their lives. Do you think I wish to part with them? That old man claims that refusing would be akin to undermining the state. Their authority is formidable. With such an accusation cast upon her, Zhu Durong's fury was quelled significantly. Thumping her chest and lamenting, Alas, why is my life so bitter? These wretched souls are not human. Worse was yet to come. At the village entrance, the youngest son of the Zhang family rushed in, nearly breathless. Second uncle, second aunt, hurry to town. Second brother is about to be beaten to death. Chapter 85. The Shen family faces misfortune. When Wei Shulan and her husband arrived at the hospital, they found Li Song accompanied by 2 policemen. His face a grotesque mask of bruises, barely recognizable. Oh dear, who on earth has done this to you? Wei Shulan exclaimed in panic, rushing to his side. Inspecting him from head to toe, her hands hesitant to touch him, fearful of causing him further pain. What are you doing here? He had only summoned his parents. And it was bewildering how this messenger had managed such a mess, not realizing the chaos that would ensue. My son, Zhu Darong rushed forward, her heart aching, inadvertently pressing too hard, causing him to cry out in pain. What does it hurt? Tell your mother, who inflicted this upon you. Speak, and I shall make them pay. Suddenly recalling something, she exclaimed, Is it that wretched Shen Ning? Is she the one responsible? Such slander drew disdainful looks from the 2 policemen standing guard. Do not speak nonsense. Are you not aware of what your son has done? If it were not for their duty, they would have scolded you for your ignorance. Li Tiniu sensed the shift in atmosphere, forcing a smile. Comrades, can you enlighten me on what trouble my son has found himself in? Your son has indeed committed a grave offense, one that has stirred up quite the uproar. If you truly wish to know, simply inquire outside, and you shall learn all. A commotion arose at the entrance, a mix of men and women, the most conspicuous being a man who was mercilessly assaulting a woman beside him. The woman was in disarray, her face swollen, tears and snot streaking her cheeks as she pleaded for mercy. He coerced me. I'm not at fault. With a resounding slap, the man's temper flared. Silence. I shall kill you. Do you dare to speak? The violence was severe, and even bystanders winced at the scene. Amidst the chaos, the man's eyes fell upon Li Song, and his fury intensified. You, the adulterer, dare to show your face? I shall end you. Adulterer? What adulterer? Before the Li family could comprehend, the man charged towards Li Song, plunging the scene into utter turmoil. News of Li Song's scandal had spread like wildfire throughout Xiao village. Have you heard? The second son of the Li family was caught fooling around, and his wife found out, nearly beating him to death. And it was rumored that the woman involved worked at their factory. No wonder that scoundrel managed to find work there. It seems neither of them are of good character. It takes two to tango. The tales of the brutal beating were confirmed by the son of the Zhang family, who reported that the elderly couple had gone to the scene, and even his wife had joined. No one knew the full extent of the situation. Meanwhile, Shen Ning was completely unaware of the uproar in the village, and even less aware that her maternal uncle's family had also arrived at the scene. The women's director from the family planning office, along with a group, marched towards Shen Chanyan's home, startling the entire family. The village chief of Shiqiao also came to greet them. Is this Shen Chanyan? You have 3 children, correct? Yes, indeed. They have 3 children, 2 daughters and 1 son. As their gaze shifted, they spotted Shen Yaozu playing in the yard. However, their eldest married off last year, and the second is working in town. Only the youngest remains at home. Thinking it might be related to the second child situation, they shot Shen Changyun and his wife a reproachful look. How can you let your second child go work at such a young age? He is only 15. You are aware that this is illegal, correct? Children must be in school. Otherwise, you will need to explain yourself to the police. What? Shen Changyun could hardly absorb anything but the words fine. What fine? A child cannot be denied life simply because they are in the womb. The women's director paid no heed to his arguments, flipping through her notebook until she found their family's information. Your youngest has yet to be registered. They are still considered an unregistered citizen. To register, you must first pay the fine. On what grounds? What will happen if I refuse to pay? My child is still my child, registered or not. You cannot try to rob me. Indeed, unless he willingly parted with his money, they had no means to extract it from him. However, the subsequent explanation from the women's director delivered a significant blow. The consequences of not registering are far more severe than you imagine. Without a household registration, your child cannot attend school, and you'll be unable to sign contracts or register for marriage. What of it? There are plenty of couples in the village who marry without registration. Why should I not be able to take a wife? Faced with such obstinacy, the final resort was invoked. Very well, if you refuse to register when you grow old and pass away, your house and land, all unregistered, will be inherited by your 2 daughters. You will see to it. This statement struck deep, resonating with Shen Changyun's inner beliefs, imparting a lesson he could not ignore. In the mind of a man who prioritized his son above all, even a broken pot must not be left to daughters. Everything was meant for his son. Shen Changyun's hands trembled. This cannot be. The house and land belong to my son. Confronted with such a patriarchal mindset, the women's director shook her head in disbelief, yet this method proved effective. Consider it carefully, and regarding your daughter, child labor is illegal. She must attend school, or you may find yourself at the police station explaining your actions. Chapter 86. A saleswoman early in the morning. LSH and managed to send the children out, only to be met with a knock at the back door. Upon opening it, she found WNYing, her face brimming with anticipation. At a glance, so early? There's no breakfast awaiting you at my home. Am I not allowed to come and make a purchase? Just then, her gaze flitted inside, and upon confirming that the strikingly handsome man was absent, she leaned closer and whispered, I know you must have stock available, right? Right? Those troublesome folks at his place are such a nuisance. How can you leave goods out for the likes of them to snatch away? I'm all too familiar with the boisterous women in this village, especially the gossiping ones. When they visit others, they de-strip the place bare if they could. With so many treasures in your shop, they must be concealed well. Or else they'll be back every few days, and who can withstand that? S.H. Inning regarded her with a sly smile. You are indeed the cleverest. What do you wish to purchase? I will fetch it for you. W.N. Ying replied. I knew it. She then pulled out a crumpled note from her pocket, revealing it to be filled with names and their desired items. Is this for stock? Boss SHN, I'm here to bring you business. Indeed, there were quite a number of items listed. Suddenly, an idea illuminated Ng's mind. You're here for stock, aren't you? But WNYing, with your generous assistance, I feel compelled to express my gratitude. WNYing was taken aback, quickly waving her hands. I'm just joking. Perhaps next time, when you make cold noodles, you could save me a bowl. Not joking at all. Wait a moment. SHN dashed into the room, placing orders in the Points Mall based on the list. 4 flavors of instant noodles, a total of 50 packets, 6 bars of soap, 4 bars of detergent, half a box of strawberry-flavored milk, totaling 12 cartons, 6 bottles of orange-flavored soda, 7 bottles of Sprite, 2 bags of salt, 2 hair ties, 1 bottle of soy sauce, and a reservation order for little leather shoes, flared jeans, and tops. She suspected most of these were for WNYing herself. Additionally, she intended to purchase a few dresses and shoes for herself in the mall. Remaining points, 896. This was quite a financial outlay. Here it is. Take a look. Shen Ning brought out the items. The familiar goods were met with indifference, but when she unveiled the newly purchased clothing, WNYing's eyes widened in awe. Wow! She cautiously reached out to touch each piece, marveling at their beauty. My is Shen. Your taste is impeccable. This one is lovely, and so is this dress. Why didn't you bring these shoes in earlier? This time, there are not only white leather shoes, but also black ones, as well as white and khaki lace-up sandals, all simple yet elegant. WNYing yearned for them all. Which one should I choose? They are all stunning. With your figure and fair skin, you would look splendid in any of these colors. Ultimately, she settled on a rose-red long skirt. If I buy it, you must give me a discount. Shen Ning snapped her fingers, her expression playful yet mysterious. Of course not, but she paused, making a sharp turn. Have you considered becoming my saleswoman? Saleswoman? WNYing was genuinely baffled. Isn't that akin to the people from our factory running around to other supply and marketing cooperatives? I still have my job. Where I find the time for that? Realizing her misunderstanding, Shen Ning clarified. Not at all. Being my saleswoman doesn't require you to run around selling to strangers. Simply assist your colleagues and friends who may need to buy things. I will give you a commission, 1 cent for every dollar sold. She gestured to the pile of goods, estimating their value at around 200 yuan. That could earn you 2 yuan. What do you think? While 2 yuan may not seem substantial, considering her monthly salary was only 28 yuan, it equated to 2 days' wages. Such an opportunity was too good to ignore. Shall we start today? Yes, my business thrives thanks to you. I'll calculate your commission shortly. Her wrist was grasped firmly as WNYing met her gaze, a glint of cunning in her eyes. Boss Shen, since we're discussing money, let us establish some ground rules. I still have my job and personal matters to tend to, so I want to always be available to sell for you, and I might not sell much. I thought that might be the case. This is just a part-time gig. You can help sell when someone wants to buy something. It won't take up much of your time, and I'm not solely relying on you for sales. Her gaze fell upon the beautiful garments, and WNYing sighed in relief, breaking into a smile. Then Boss Shen, I shall look to you for guidance in the future. Of course. She calculated the price and handed WNYing her commission of 2 yuan and 12 cents, bringing her immense joy. With a grin akin to that of a cat that has caught a mouse, she declared, I shall take my leave now, Boss Shen. Await my good news. The round-necked, waist-hugging dress accentuated her figure, the flared hem billowing out slightly, revealing slender calves, smooth as jade. On her feet were low-heeled leather shoes, making her look extraordinarily fashionable, akin to a leading lady from a film imported from Hong Kong or Taiwan. Truly stunning. She touched her braid, realizing her hairstyle was slightly amiss, feeling somewhat out of place. Loosening the braid allowed her hair to cascade in curls, dramatically enhancing her fashion sense. Beautiful, utterly breathtaking. Wow. WNYing, you look magnificent today. Where did you buy that dress? It's exquisite. Goodness, you are too lovely, like a heroine from the movies. Where did you purchase it? I want one too. Seeing the envy in her colleague's eyes, WNYing's mind sparked with a brilliant idea. Do you truly want one? Chapter 87. Delivering one by one, Shen Ning disembarked from the minibus, laden with bags, her hair disheveled and her body drenched in perspiration. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air outside made her feel revitalized. She needed to hurry to the stall from yesterday, hoping it hadn't been claimed. Hey, are you the one who sold clothes yesterday? Just as she reached the entrance, she was stopped by a young woman, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, as if she were a delectable feast waiting to be devoured. Yes, but I must set up my stall first. Please wait a moment. Fortunately, the tree from yesterday still stood unoccupied, and the wooden pole she had used to erect her stall lay beside the trunk. However, before she could set up, the young woman began helping to display the items, while also eyeing them for herself. This dress is beautiful. It suits me well, and these pants, wow denim. The young woman felt her eyes nearly glaze over, Every piece was stunning. Boss, how much for these pants? 30. This fabric is something you can truly feel. It is all fine merchandise sourced from the South. You cannot find such trousers anywhere else. I assure you, my prices are the most competitive for the best quality. The women are genuinely intrigued, though there's a flicker of hesitation in their eyes, primarily due to the price, which still seems relatively steep in this day and age. Oh dear, are these jeans? How much do they cost? Holding the trousers in hand, they undoubtedly attract the attention of passersby. What are you doing? I spotted them first. Have you purchased them? If not, why can't I inquire? As the two women are on the verge of an argument, Shen Ning hastily intervenes to mediate. Please, let's not quarrel. I still have more of these trousers. She quickly rummages through her denim bag and produces another pair to showcase. There are several sizes. Take a look. Initially, they might have been concerned about the price, but as competition arose, both women were anxious not to be outdone, and the act of handing over cash was exhilarating. 60 yuan in the register. When the beautiful skirts and shoes were displayed, they captivated the attention of passersby, particularly younger ladies, for who does not love beauty? In this era dominated by monochrome hues of black, white, blue, and green, such vibrant colors sparkled like candles illuminating the night sky, rendering them irresistible. Shen Ning was truly busy, engaging with customers, discussing prices, and chatting about shoes, while stacks of cash were tucked into her pockets. She was both bustling and joyful. However, some lurking individuals were seething with jealousy. I truly appreciate your help this time. Li Shan lifted the glass in front of her. I still bear wounds, and my family forbids me from drinking, so I shall toast you with water instead. Seated before her were Wu Yang and another man of similar age, a comrade from the same hometown. Both had retired due to injuries, but they were faring quite well now. Brother, you speak well. We are all family here, and it is indeed the negligence of our departments that led us to this. Indeed, Wu Yang raised his glass in agreement. Oli is right, and you should have told us you cannot drink. Plain water is perfectly fine. Oli perked up. What did you marry? It hasn't been long, has it? But the subsequent missions delayed everything, and then you got injured. After sipping the water, he paused and added, however, I still worry. You know my family situation. A bitter smile escaped him. His foster parents had always regarded him as a burden, and it was unlikely that matters at home would resolve easily. All of them had been soldiers together. During those years, they exchanged letters, phone calls, and gifts. But Li Shan received none. Those unaware might have thought he had no family at all, only to learn later that he had relatives who seemed to care little for him. Thus, everyone tended to look after him more closely. With Wu Yang's assurance, Oldly nodded, yes, brother, rest assured, trust in our comrades. We will ensure that the affairs here do not hinder your path ahead. They all shared a smile, quietly forming an unusual bond. At this moment, Shaohe village was quite lively. The last time they attempted to reclaim the land, the Li family was most unwilling. Staff had come several times, but they were stubborn, and eventually, they had to detain Old Li for a while. Even if they later agreed to return the land to the state, Old Li still had to face the consequences. It was said that the second son had been bedridden for days, neglected by his family. Now, the eldest had fallen into trouble as well. A large group arrived today, including the women as director and family planning officials, to register information on Li Bai. They had already had a daughter and were not permitted to have more. The males were to undergo sterilization, while the females were to have their IUDs inserted. Upon hearing the word sterilization, how could Li Bai possibly agree? That would mean the end of his lineage. No, I refuse. I want to go. Let me go. He struggled and resisted. But the family planning officials were not to be trifled with. They seized him and began to drag him away. Let go of my man. Release him. What are you doing? No, no. Lu Yunjin rushed forward, attempting to rescue Li Bai, but alas, one by one, they were captured. What is going on? What are you doing? Do not touch me. Chapter 88. The rescue. After a busy morning and afternoon, Shen Ning hardly felt hungry, completely absorbed in the joy of making money. Counting money is such a delightful experience. By the time she realized her hunger, it was well past mealtime. The sun had shifted, and the streets were nearly deserted. She turned to gather the unsold clothing and shoes when she sensed someone standing at her stall. A few men approached, their intentions clearly unfriendly. I'm sorry, but I don't sell men's clothing here. The men exchanged glances and sneered. They seemed to find something amusing. Their laughter was repulsive, and she felt an urge to punch them. We know what you're selling. We've been watching you for quite some time. This was troubling. Her enthusiastic business had drawn unwelcome attention. One thug, closer than the others, squatted in front of her, exuding an unpleasant odor, with a piece of grass hanging from his mouth. He fancied himself a character from a film. We just want to get to know you better. Make a friend. How about it, beautiful? We think you're quite lovely. Ugh, what a toad, daring to approach her. Shen Ning's expression turned cold, her tone indifferent. I'm sorry, but I'm married and do not make friends with strangers. Oh, what a pity. He spat out the grass, a regretful look on his uneven face. If we can't be friends, we can't just protect you for nothing, can we? Finally, they revealed their true purpose. They were here to demand protection money. You want to protect me? Huh, that essay laugh. I'd rather have the police protect me. With a sudden kick, the thug sent a small leather shoe flying from her stall. The stinky foot in liberation shoes ground against the remaining shoe. We found the seller. You're rejecting a kind offer. I'm still a gentleman. So consider this a chance, or else. I have plenty of strength. At this moment, Shen Ning was feverishly contemplating a solution. She could not let this loss go unpunished, nor could she overlook them. However, they had 3 men, and she was alone. It seemed she would be at a disadvantage, and with no one around, the nearest security office was across the street at the station. Who knew if they would assist her? If the other party consisted of an elderly man or something, they were not a match. The nearest police station was unknown, and confronting them directly would yield no favorable outcome. She had to find an opportunity to escape. As for her belongings, they would have to be sacrificed for now. But, hey, what else with that look? You're not afraid? One thug cracked his knuckles, twisting his neck, ready to brawl. Shen Ning maintained an air of composure, her peripheral vision sweeping across her unfamiliar surroundings. The terrain was foreign to her, and the sparse population only heightened her sense of unease. Yet, it was precisely the lack of people that allowed her to swiftly contemplate the items available in the points marketplace. In a critical moment, she resolved to procure a weapon. No matter how abrupt the action might appear, ensuring her own safety was paramount. A dagger was out of the question, its drawbacks glaringly apparent. With their greater strength and numbers, it would be all too easy for them to overpower her. The possibility of a fatal counterattack loomed large. The stakes were too high for something so trivial. A baseball bat? No, it was far too cumbersome. Its presence would be overtly conspicuous. The same reasoning applied. It would invite control over her. An electric baton, however, was perfect. This was the choice. The moment they dared to lay hands on her, she would unleash a jolt, enough to make them convulse. And if need be, she would shock herself too. 100 points, purchased. At that moment, the notion of points was irrelevant. She was consumed by a singular desire for their demise. With a weapon at her side, her confidence surged, and her gaze towards them was laced with derision. With a scoff and a spit, she remarked, "Look at you lot, each one more grotesque than the last. Even a toad would call you father. And if dinosaurs could see you, they would lament their extinction too. You dare to demand protection fees from me? Protect me? I reckon your homes lack mirrors and urinals. You resemble sentient broomsticks stuck in the ground, scaring away even the ghosts at night." Hands on hips, she continued her tirade, her words cutting yet devoid of vulgarity. Each insult delivered with a fierce intensity. "You're a bunch of idle brutes, kicking your way through life, seeking to intimidate me? Seek treatment for your ailments and leave me out of your troubles. I won't cure animals, especially not ones that have rotted for years, spewing filth from their mouths. How brazen you are, thinking you can collect fees like some kind of extortionist in this day and age. A bunch of societal parasites, degenerates." Shen Ning reveled in her verbal onslaught, while the 3 thugs before her seethed with rage, their faces turning a mottled shade of red and blue, fists clenched tightly, veins bulging ominously. "Say that again, and I'll make you regret it." One of them growled, his voice thick with fury. "Oh, how terrifying. You wish to end my life?" She tilted her head back, feigning disbelief. "What next? Cows flying in the sky? Ah, I see. It's merely the rabble on the ground blowing hot air." One thug, clad in shiny shoes, stepped forward, brimming with anger. "Women only listen when they're taught a lesson. You've got quite the mouth. I wonder if you'll scream louder when I'm done with you." He advanced menacingly, yet she stood her ground, ready to strike him down with her electric baton. In a sudden twist, with a fierce punch, a man appeared and sent the thug flying across the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. The 2 remaining thugs, taken aback by this unexpected intervention, could hardly contain their indignation. Did they dare to retaliate? Of course not. Shen Ning was momentarily stunned. Shan? How could he possibly be here? But there was no time for contemplation. She seized a wooden stick and charged forward, striking. "Officer, it was them. They demanded protection fees from me, and when I refused, they threatened me." Shen Ning feigned sorrow, her demeanor a perfect concoction of innocence and vulnerability as she wiped away imaginary tears, leaning against Li Shan for support. Li Shan pressed his lips tightly together, gripping her shoulder with increasing intensity, his heart pounding with fear. He could scarcely imagine what might have transpired had he arrived even a moment later. The thought filled him with regret, a desire to see those 3 thugs punished severely for their actions. "I told them I would call the police, but they were unafraid, claiming to be the local toughs. They insisted I pay, intending to teach me a lesson, demanding I scream louder." Li Shan stood, fists clenched tightly, ready to confront them. Fortunately, those around him restrained him, preventing a second assault on the thugs. "Don't act impulsively. Stay calm," he urged, his eyes aflame with fury. The 3 bruised men, once so arrogant, now cowered together, tears and snot streaming down their faces. "We didn't do anything. We're innocent," one pleaded. "Please don't say such things. Look at what your man has done to us." Though they had initially intended to intimidate her, they never expected such a formidable opponent would intervene. They were no match for him and found themselves pinned to the ground. If not for the bystanders who had alerted the authorities, they could only imagine the extent of their punishment. Hearing Shen Ning's accusations, they could hardly contain their panic. "Those fists are about to fly towards us." Shen Ning offered no chance for a rebuttal. "You dare claim you didn't say that? Didn't you demand I scream louder? How shameless." The thugs were stunned, their minds racing. "No, I didn't I won't allow you to bully my wife. I'll end you." Li Shan roared, but police officers quickly intervened. "Calm down. Stay composed. Yes, trust us. We will handle this situation appropriately." Shen Ning grew anxious. Her intention had merely been to strengthen the charges against the thugs, never wishing for Li Shan to become embroiled in this conflict. After all, while their earlier actions could be justified as self-defense, any violence in the police station would be a different matter entirely. Unexpectedly, she felt a gentle scratch on her palm, and in that instant, she understood. Everyone here was indeed a seasoned performer. As the officers took in the situation, their expressions turned grave. They had not anticipated that she was related to a soldier who had narrowly escaped harm, now bearing injuries while these men dared to bully his family. Their gazes shifted to the thugs like they were refused, teeth grinding in anger. "We truly didn't know. We were foolish and spoke without thinking. If we had 100 lives, we would not dare. But look at the state they're in. Clearly, they're worse off. They kicked my shoes away, ruining them. I can't even sell them anymore. How am I to live?" A nearby female officer quickly chimed in to comfort her. "Don't be upset. They're in the wrong for damaging your belongings. We will ensure they compensate you for this egregious act." Upon leaving the police station, not only did she receive the compensation owed to her, but the 3 thugs were also sentenced to 7 days of hard labor. As they turned a corner, Shen Ning reveled in her small victory, savoring the $25 she had acquired. Suddenly, a firm grip seized her wrist, pulling her into a warm, solid embrace. The faint scent of soap mingled with her own, blurring the lines of distinction between them. Li Shan wrapped one arm around her shoulder and the other around her waist, securing her in his embrace. His chin brushed against her hair, and the breeze danced through her strands, tickling her chin. He did not flinch, swallowing hard as his hand tightened around her waist. After a moment of silence, she heard him exhale softly, his voice low and heavy. "I'm sorry." Another apology. "But why?" Shen Ning gently patted his back, akin to soothing a child. "I owe you a great deal today. Your timely arrival has vanquished them completely." As she lifted her gaze, she was ensnared by the depths of the man's inky black eyes, locking onto hers in a moment of stillness. A smile suddenly blossomed on his face, radiating boundless joy under the vibrant orange sun, akin to a luminous pearl, dazzling in its brilliance. Her heart raced, as if a warm current surged through her chest, quickening its rhythm uncontrollably. Delicate fingers, seemingly fragile, brushed against his chest, feeling the solid muscle beneath a thin layer of fabric. "There's something substantial here," she remarked playfully. "Li Shan, you have just played the role of a hero rescuing the damsel in distress." Leaning closer, her breath like a fragrant orchid, she teased. "What reward do you desire?" Was she, perhaps, a reincarnated fairy? A surge of heat rose in his throat, igniting an itch between his teeth as he bit down on his cheek. striving to contain the tumult of emotions threatening to escape. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled her enchanting fragrance, tightening his embrace around her. His heart swelling with a touch of sorrow as he thought of the countless similar situations she must have faced alone. "Forgive me, I am not a good husband. And you have suffered," he lamented. The inexplicable guilt resurfaced, as if in his mind, Shen Ning's life had been filled with hardships. Although it was not ideal to perpetuate such misunderstandings, Shen Ning felt it better to preserve his illusions. "It's nothing truly. I rarely encounter such situations. And look at me, I'm perfectly fine. There's no need for apologies. You have more pressing matters to attend to, sacrificing the small for the greater good. I understand completely, so please don't overthink it." Her words moved Li Shan deeply, moistening his eyes as he tenderly caressed her hair. "With a wife like you, what more could a man desire? In this lifetime, I, Li Shan, shall not fail you." Chapter 90. Closeness. Opening the points mall, she clicked on men's clothing, having previously intended to purchase a couple of outfits for him, to dispel any rumors that he was the least attractive among the five of them. She did not want others to think that Li Shan's earnings were squandered on her whims. "All right, I confess," she admitted. "I am indeed seeking to earn favor and accumulate points. Yet, one could not confine their wardrobe to a few colors solely because of their profession. That would be a disservice to her own beauty. Her personal attire could still allow for some variation. A white shirt paired with jeans could enchant anyone. Though the jeans should be simple enough for him to accept, she chose a deep blue straight-cut pair, well-fitted. The selection of shirts was plentiful: short sleeves, long sleeves, black, white, light blue, and light gray, all aesthetically pleasing and versatile. As for the trousers, she prioritized well-fitted styles with a strong drape, opting for khaki, black, and navy trousers made from a slightly casual suit fabric, which would beautifully complement the shirts. Additionally, she chose 2 pairs of lightweight black and army green sweatpants, along with 2 short-sleeve shirts in black and white. The focus was primarily on ensuring he would be comfortable and not resistant to wearing anything else. For footwear, a pair of light-colored sneakers and a pair of dress shoes would suffice for both formal and casual occasions. Truly, she was an exceedingly thoughtful wife. Spent 550 points. Remaining points, 246. Was the man truly that extravagant with his points? Oh dear, it felt as though her heart were bleeding. Would she end up losing both the husband and the points? Gazing at the mound of clothing on the bed, she felt an urge to open her head and see if it were filled with water, wondering how she could have purchased so much. It seemed something was amiss. Socks and underwear were missing. How embarrassing. Remaining points, 206. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, followed by Li Shan's voice. "Shen Ning, may I enter?" "Come in." Li Shan had assumed she was asleep, but upon opening the door, he found her seated cross-legged amidst a pile of clothes, clad in a light blue floral pajama set, resting her chin on her hand, exuding an air of profound distress. A glimpse of her fair elbow and calf peeked out, glowing even in the dim light of the room. His throat tightened, and his voice came out slightly hoarse. "What's wrong?" As he looked up at him, a flash of impatience crossed Shen Ning's eyes. "Ah, the culprit has arrived," she thought, beckoning him closer. Following her gaze, Li Shan stood by the bed, observing the clothes, sensing something was amiss. "These are all outfits I bought for you. Try them on and see if they fit. If not, I can have someone exchange them." She unfolded the garments, explaining how to mix and match colors, which shirts paired best with which trousers and shoes to avoid any faux pas. However, she was uncertain how they would look on him. "Give it a try. I want to see how they look." Li Shan found it difficult to articulate his emotions at that moment. She had done so much for him, and it felt as though he had given her nothing in return. Ding! Li Shan's favorability has increased by 520. Remaining points, 726. Wow, what a good person. This was the most significant increase in favorability to date. Yet, something felt slightly off. The man before her moved swiftly, lifting his black short-sleeved shirt and effortlessly shedding it, revealing his sculpted upper body. At a height of over 6 feet, his muscular physique emanated masculinity. The chiseled lines of his body led down to the waistband of his pants, accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist, while a strip of gauze obscured much of his defined abs, rendering him even more alluring and tantalizing. Shen Ning was momentarily stunned, her entire being stiffening as her eyes widened in disbelief. Could this be a sight she was witnessing without spending a dime? He, you. Her reaction amused him, a devil-may-care smile gracing his lips as he leaned closer, his eyebrows raised in mischief, his dark eyes ignited with fiery desire. Which one should I try first? This one? Or perhaps this one? Each word dripped with seduction, his gaze tracing from his smooth shoulders to the pronounced collarbones, then to the rippling muscles, before finally trailing off. No, no, I cannot look any longer. She was unaware of how enticing she appeared in that moment. A blush blooming across her cheeks, reaching even the tips of her ears, resembling a peach radiating sweet fragrance. Shrinking back slightly, Shen Ning's eyes reflected her fluster. Avoiding his gaze, her fingers fumbled as she stammered, "You can choose any of these. I'll step outside for a moment." She slipped on her slippers, intending to exit, but the room's temperature seemed to rise dramatically, making it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, her arm was grasped tightly, pulled into a warm embrace. In an instinctual reaction, her fingers pressed against his chest for balance. The skin beneath her palm felt burning hot, as if it would melt her away. Alarmed, she recoiled her fingers. "What are you doing?" The word she intended to voice transformed into a gentle whisper, devoid of any aggression. He leaned closer to her ear, the rhythm of his heartbeat betraying his true emotions. This was a first for him as well. Beneath his calm facade lay a tangle of nerves and shyness. Yet, he yearned for her to feel the authenticity of his being. His voice, husky and gravelly, bore a hint of roughness. "Did I startle you?" Her ears tingled as his warm breath caressed her skin, igniting her cheeks once more, leaving her utterly unmoored, biting her lip as her hands and feet felt clumsy. She nodded slightly, then shook her head, just a little bit. He seemed to let out a faint sigh, and immediately she felt a weight on her shoulder as his chin gently rested against it. His long fingers caressed the soft flesh at the nape of her neck repeatedly, as if attempting to soothe her. "Do not be afraid, I will not harm you." The sound of his swallow echoed in her ears, amplifying her emotions, both anxious and hopeful. "But please do not reject my approach, if you would be so kind." With a sudden thud, her heart raced to its peak, only to be lightly nudged, plunging into a sea of tender warmth, enveloped by a fervent heat that quickened her breath, almost suffocating. Her crimson lips parted slightly, as if robbed of the ability to articulate. She gently pressed her warm cheek against his shoulder. Chapter 91. No past relationships before they even arrived. They heard Jianjun's booming voice, filled with excitement, suggesting that his day had been quite delightful. However, the two inside the room were startled into a hasty retreat by his voice. Shen Ning, flustered, stammered, I will step out first. You change your clothes." Only when the door was completely shut, sealing off the intimate atmosphere, did she manage to catch her breath. Her hands repeatedly pressed against her face, attempting to cool her flushed skin. "Granny? Granny? Are you home?" Following closely behind was Li Xiaohua, trotting into the room, accompanied by her elder brother, Li Jianguo. "Why the rush? You're sweating buckets. Sit and rest for a moment." Xiaohua shook her head. "Granny, we're not tired." "Where's Daddy?" He asked, changing in the room. "I'll go check on Daddy." Before Shen Ning could stop the little one, the door behind her creaked open. The man who stepped out left the children speechless. "Wow, Daddy looks so handsome in that. Daddy is so dapper. Daddy, you look great." The three little ones were becoming quite the chatterboxes, their words dripping with sweetness. She turned with a hint of annoyance, only to find herself entranced. Indeed, the saying "clothes make the man" held true. His white shirt was not fully buttoned, revealing a hint of collarbone that sparked the imagination. The hem of his shirt tucked into black trousers accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, presenting a figure that was both formal yet not overly rigid, exuding a mature charm. Simply put, he was strikingly handsome. His fingers casually fidgeted with the buttons on his chest, and his deep-set eyes sparkled as they met Shen Ning's gaze from afar, stirring ripples on the tranquil surface of her heart. "Do you find it appealing? Your granny bought it for me." Li Xiaohua, the most enthusiastic among them, dashed over, wrapping her arms around his leg, beaming, "Daddy, you look so handsome." He smiled, tenderly ruffling her hair. Turning to Shen Ning, he asked, "This button seems difficult to fasten. Could you assist me?" The collar of his shirt was quite stiff, and the top button proved to be a bit tricky, yet not impossible. Under his gaze, she felt her temperature rise, a sensation bordering on intoxicating. "Granny, please help Daddy." Li Jianjun, eager as ever, noticed her silence and prompted her. All right, you lot. With a father around, your minds and eyes are all on him, are they not?" She shot a disapproving glance at him, and stood up to assist him with the button. He tilted his head back slightly, his prominent Adam's apple moving up and down, inexplicably triggering thoughts of sensuality. Thank you, Shen Ning. She found this term of endearment quite pleasing, far more so than being called wife or mother. With a gentle pressure of her fingertips, she held the buttonhole with one hand while attempting to push the button through with the other, but it was rather stubborn and tight. Is it good looking? His warm breath brushed against her ear, igniting a tingling sensation. It is acceptable. She hesitated to praise his appearance, fearing it would inflate his ego. Her fingertips grazed the now heated tip of her ear, sending a shiver down her spine, yet she dared not withdraw, anxious that the children might notice something amiss, which would lead to an awkward situation. It seemed to be rather pleasant. What does he mean by that? Was he teasing her about her flushed ears? How infuriating. She released his collar, poking his chest with her fingertip. You can fasten it yourself. Shan merely chuckled, amused at how he had ruffled her feathers. Grasping the collar with one hand, he casually fastened the button with the other while lifting the little girl at his feet. Shen Ning ignored the others, focusing instead on the two boys at the table who were diligently completing their homework. Are you hungry? Shall I make you some pancakes? Li Jiangwo's eyes lit up. I want to eat. I want to eat. All right, I know, I want to forget you. Just focus on your homework. With that, she turned her back to Li Shan and strolled towards the semi-enclosed balcony that housed the kitchen, ready to prepare the ingredients. However, before her hand could reach for the apron hanging on the wall, another hand swiftly covered hers. Do you wish to hold hands? The other hand opened before her, eyebrows raised, eyes glinting with mischief. The meaning was clear. He wanted her to take that hand. Slightly exasperated, she slapped her palm against his. Stop being silly. I am cooking. Her strength was not insignificant. I'll take care of it. I bought plenty of groceries today, so let me handle dinner. She was surprised, having not expected him to cook. Did they usually eat at the cafeteria? Did he often cook for himself? Could he make something delicious? He had already donned the apron over his head, and she noticed that, at some point, he had changed back into the clothes he wore earlier. How could he change so quickly? Sometimes, being quick was not a flattering trait for a man. Rest assured, I am quite proficient in the kitchen. I want to serve you anything inedible. He emerged from the cupboard with a live fish, which left her pondering where he had procured it. I just thought, I haven't prepared a meal for you yet. Shen Ning was convinced that he was trying to win her over, or perhaps he was flirting. Leaning against the cupboard with her arms crossed, she smiled enigmatically. Were you just deceiving me, Li Shan? The knife in his hand hovered in midair, refusing to descend. Fish, can I not die already? Just give me a break. What did I deceive you? His confusion was palpable. You spoke of first times, yet your actions suggest a wealth of experience. I am not some naive girl. You are the father of 3 children. Can we not be honest with each other? It seems she had misunderstood. Shen Ning, did I not mention before? Mention what? With a sigh, he shifted his gaze to the interior of the house, where the faint sound of the children's chatter could be heard. They are not my biological children. Shen Ning. What is this? How come no one informed her of such an important matter? Turning her head away, he avoided her gaze, his ears turning red. I have never had a partner. Chapter 92. The background of the little ones never had a partner? His demeanor certainly contradicted that claim. He appeared quite adept at charming others. The words of a man are often deceptive. The 3 children are, in fact, the offspring of our comrade. Yet their father sacrificed his life to save me. Their mother had passed away long ago, and the sudden loss of their father led to the demise of their grandmother as well. With no other family left, we decided to take them in, and I have assumed the responsibility of caring for them. Their circumstances closely mirror his own childhood, both orphaned and bereft of kin. And to make matters worse, their father died in an attempt to save him. He feels indebted to them, believing that since he was the cause of their father's absence, he must step into the role of their father. Previously, his comrades suggested they collectively raise the 3 children, as the burden of caring for all 3 alone was indeed overwhelming. But whose household is devoid of pressure? What resources do any of them possess? After all, if he can fill his own stomach, the family will not go hungry. Tightening one's belt is a small price to pay for their upbringing. His own parents were not particularly kind to him, and had they known these 3 children were not his, they might have treated them even more harshly. It was unfortunate that at that time, he lacked the qualifications to apply for military housing, residing instead in a dormitory, and due to the demanding nature of his duties, He had no choice but to send the children to the countryside. He repeatedly assured them that he would be their father from now on and instructed them to declare this in front of others. Although Zhu Darong harbored doubts, she never questioned their paternity, often scolding them as wildlings and wondering where Li Shan had acquired them. My plan was to swiftly apply for family housing and take the children with me. However, I did not anticipate the sudden marriage. Upon reflection, it must be that Zhu Darong was too harsh with the 3 children. I had considered the possibility that they might not appreciate the presence of the 3 children. Yet despite my substantial financial contributions each month, they remained indifferent. How infuriating. So they're truly not your children? Shen Ning was utterly taken aback by this revelation, her mind nearly paralyzed with disbelief. Li Shan could not help but chuckle. He had never been in a romantic relationship. So how could one expect him to have fathered 3 children? Fearing that she might overthink it, he quickly added, "Our comrades are aware of this. In the future, I will take you and the 3 children to visit their parents." "Have you changed their surname?" she inquired. "With both parents gone, isn't it inappropriate?" "No. Their father's surname is Li, but once we arrived at the village, I told them they must now bear the surname Li. Fortunately, the pronunciations are quite similar. That is a relief. However, the 3 children are truly pitiable. Had I not arrived here, their fate could have been even more tragic. Goodness." The original owner was utterly heartless. Her expression was remarkably transparent, reflecting her inner feelings, revealing her compassion for the children without a hint of concealment. Observing her empathy, Li Shan felt a warmth wash over him once more. Tilting his head, his calm and collected gaze seemed to glimmer with the light of stars as he leaned closer. His voice tender and lingering. "Thankfully, they awaited your arrival." Shen Ning struggled to articulate her emotions in that moment. She understood the sentiment Li Shan wished to convey. Yet her identity as an outsider, one whose existence must remain concealed, felt validated in that instant. Suddenly, her eyes brimmed with tears. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming urge to cry, catching Li Shan off guard. However, his hands were still dirty from handling fish, the slimy texture not suitable for touching her delicate cheeks. "Please don't cry, he urged, his limbs slightly flustered as he scanned the surroundings, desperate to find something clean to wipe her tears. But to no avail. His mother had often said that when arguing with one's wife, if one provoked her to tears, regardless of the situation, one should first admit fault. Soothing one's spouse was paramount. "It's all my fault. Please stop crying, all right?" Yet, it seemed to have no effect, as her tears continued to flow even more abundantly. Human beings can be such peculiar creatures. One might not even wish to cry, but the moment someone offers comfort, it's as if the floodgates have opened and the tears flow uncontrollably. As her sobs intensified, Li Shan felt his heart ache in sympathy. He tilted his face closer and suggested, "How about you hit me twice to vent your frustrations?" Shen Ning burst into laughter at his somewhat mischievous suggestion. "What are you doing? Who wants to hit you?" She wiped away her tears, but her eyes remained red, resembling a pitiful little rabbit. "Then please, stop crying, all right? What are you crying for?" "I'm not crying. It's just the smoke that got to me." "Hurry and cook. I want sour fish." "Very well. As you wish. You go rest, and I shall prepare the meal." Turning to leave the balcony to collect her thoughts, she aimed to avoid worrying the children with her swollen eyes. Grateful for the good fortune she had encountered since arriving in this world. Largely due to the affection of the 3 children, she had not expected their backgrounds to be so tragic. Having assumed the original owner's body, she felt obligated to bear their burdens as well. She must treat those children with kindness. Just then, a bicycle passed by, its rear seat laden with a foam box marked with the words ice cream and soda. "Excuse me, sir, do you have any ice cream left?" "What a coincidence. We've sold out today. Come back tomorrow early." She had wished to taste the old-fashioned ice cream, but alas, it was not meant to be. Fortunately, she still had points in the rewards store. Purchasing 5 milk-flavored ice creams at 3 points each would leave her with 711 points remaining. "Now let's take a break. We must balance work and rest. As a reward for your good behavior lately, each of you shall receive an ice cream." "Wow, ice cream. Thank you, Aunt. Aunt is so kind." Ding. Li Jianguo's favorability, 50. Ding. Li Jianjun's favorability, 50. Ding. Li Xiaohua's favorability, 50. Account points, 861. The 3 little darlings were indeed adorable, quickly replenishing her points as they acknowledged her generosity. Enjoy your treats, my dear ones. Next time, Aunt will buy you more delicious food. Holding up the ice cream, she said, this one is from your father. Boss Shen, I'm here. Just as Shen Ning had yet to take her ice cream inside, she heard Winning's excited voice, which heightened her own enthusiasm. This could only mean one thing. Business was booming. Wow, ice cream. Chapter 93. A big business opportunity. Seeing the eager expression on her face as her eyes nearly fell on the ice cream, Shen Ning was not one to lack awareness. After all, this was her esteemed patron. Here, freshly bought for you. Well, I shall not be polite then. Unwrapping the packaging, the moment the ice cream touched her lips, a rich, milky flavor burst forth in her mouth, the icy sensation swiftly soothing the heat of summer. This is absolutely delicious. Winning was nearly brought to tears by the exquisite taste of the ice cream. She knew that anything she obtained from Shen Ning would be of superior quality. The ice cream I just encountered was exceptional. It seemed to have come from outside, with a different accent. I had no idea it would taste so good. I should have bought more. Winning exclaimed. Next time you come across it, remember to purchase extra for me. Quickly shifting the topic, she asked, by the way, what brings you here today? I have an important business opportunity for you. With a mysterious air, she pulled out a list from her pocket and handed it to her. Shen Ning was utterly astonished. What is this? It's not merely a shopping list. It resembles an order form, containing an array of items. So many things. Did you compile all these orders yourself? You're incredible. Certainly. How could one not recognize my identity? Wei Ning's expression radiated an air of pride, her eyes gleaming with self-assurance. However, the items above seem rather disarrayed and perhaps excessive. You decide how to manage it. Gather as much as you can. Shen Ning narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing her closely as she leaned in. Speak honestly, from where did this order originate? Such an abundance of items does not seem like something that could be ordered by the colleagues in their office. Hee. I employed a modicum of my charm to take charge of this procurement for our factory. You must ensure the quality of our goods. And if you are satisfied with the arrangements, I shall oversee future procurements. Wei Ning, a bit of charm and much persuasion. Wow, this is indeed a sustainable business opportunity. Unable to contain her admiration, she gave a thumbs up. You are truly remarkable. Naturally, I am to earn a good profit. By the way, can we gather all the items listed? If not, please inform me in advance so I can seek alternatives. Although the list comprises various fragmented items, most of which are necessary for the canteen, there remains no other place that can provide the complete assortment found in her points mall. Rest assured, I will likely be able to locate everything on your order. By the way, when do you need it? Wei Ning couldn't help but marvel at her. Indeed. Shen Ning is impressive. Can it be done within these few days? Sure. However, there is a pressing matter at hand. Wei Ning, do you know where I can rent a warehouse? If there are too many items, I will need to secure a space for delivery. You've asked the right person. Our factory has a warehouse available for rent. No, it doesn't need to be that large. A smaller space will suffice. Wei Ning frowned slightly, unsure, but reassured her. Leave it to me. I still have friends in town. I will inquire for you and ensure I provide you with news shortly. She truly is a whirlwind. Having spoken, she dashed off. Shen Ning shook her head helplessly, unwrapping the last ice cream in her hand, contemplating whether to share it with those busy in the kitchen. Here, this is what I just bought. Do not say I did not think of you. Shan turned her gaze to meet Shen Ning's, her eyes sweeping over, instantly recognizing the yearning in her depths. It appeared she hadn't bought anything for herself. She truly neglects her own well-being. Her heart is often slowly crushed, prompting her to reflect and feel guilt, wishing only to treat her better, even more so. Grasping the ice cream she offered, he nudged it back toward her. I won't have any. You should eat it. Really? Seeing her resemble a little hamster receiving food was utterly adorable. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curved into a smile. In the next moment, that ice cream was thrust into his mouth, the icy sensation melting within, the sweetness seemingly spreading to his very core. Delicious, right? Wei Ning just mentioned this ice cream is exceptionally tasty. If I encounter that vendor again, I shall buy more. With it already in his mouth, Shan had no choice but to hold the ice cream stick, taking a bite. Nevertheless, she still offered the base of the ice cream to her lips. Here is the clean part. You should try some too. The temptation was indeed overwhelming. Yet she managed to resist, knowing she could always indulge later. No need. I am waiting for the sauerkraut fish. I won't have any more ice cream. You should hurry and cook. Yes, It will be ready soon. You can wait inside. It's warm here. It certainly was quite warm, and having given him the ice cream, she decided to make her exit. Ultimately, she barely had a few bites of the sauerkraut fish. Wei Ning returned, bringing good news. She had secured a warehouse. With a man's cold gaze upon her, Wei Ning mustered her courage to speak. My friend has a small space available for rent. Though the location isn't ideal, I can offer you the lowest price. Such good fortune. All right, then leave me to see it. Li Shanesa bros furuba. Exuding an imposing presence that made others instinctively avert their eyes from him. In such a hurry? Not eating? Having said that, he grasped Wei Ning and, with his bag slung over his shoulder, swiftly exited. Wei Ning observed Shen Ning's profile, growing increasingly impressed. How could she utter refusals to such a stern face? Indeed, merely living with such a man requires immense courage. Truly, the strong are formidable in any arena. Why do you look at me like that? She shook her head, her eyes brimming with admiration. I simply find you remarkable. To think you can tame such a formidable man. One exemplar for our generation. The memory of her earlier serious tone made her unable to suppress a laugh. You aren't afraid of Lee, the father of the children, are you? Not at all. How could I be afraid? I merely find your man's perpetually stern visage quite serious. Yet you can coexist with him daily. Is that not impressive? Perpetually stern? Is it? Shen Ning felt a bit bewildered. She had not perceived Li Shan's demeanor as stern at all. Before her, he was anything but, with his casual tone, teasing glances and the occasional display of his abs. He was hardly serious, just play acting. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wei Ning observed the unbidden smile spreading across her face, feeling as though she had been fed a mouthful of dog food. I understand now. You both must have a harmonious relationship behind closed doors. Chapter 94. Borrowing some money, Shen Ning rented a shop for just 1 month as a warehouse, and since it was through a friend's referral, the price was exceedingly reasonable, only 4 yuan for the rental. While Wei Ning and her friend took a moment to eat, Shen Ning busily placed orders in the points mall. Essentials such as rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, pots, and bowls were all purchased according to the items on the list. Additionally, she received complimentary cardboard boxes, all packed away inside. The entire process was swift, taking less than 20 minutes. She efficiently secured the warehouse. Now, she awaited the arrival of the goods. Engrossed in her tasks, she worked until darkness enveloped the town, where streetlights were non-existent and flashlights were a rarity. The two exchanged glances, revealing a shared sense of helplessness. Wei Ning sighed, clutching Shen Ning's arm closely. But at least I have you with me. The two of us together makes it bearable. Shen Ning nodded, then urged, let's move quickly. Perfect, just right for burning off some energy. However, as they turned a corner, a beam of light illuminated their direction, and both women exchanged envious glances. Shen Ning felt a twinge of regret. Had she known, she would have redeemed a flashlight at the points mall. She had not planned thoroughly, realizing too late what she lacked. Wei Ning exclaimed in delight. That is wonderful. Once the goods arrive, I too shall buy one. All right, rest assured. You shall not miss out. Hearing this, Wei Ning tightened her grip on Shen Ning's arm, feeling fortunate to have Shen Ning as her neighbor. Ahem. Why does that cough sound so familiar? The owner of the light approached them, and in their moment of surprise, he spoke. It was Li Shan. Shen Ning felt genuine surprise, taking a few steps forward, drawing closer to his side. The man's warmth enveloped her, accompanied by a familiar subtle fragrance. She gazed up at him, his face silhouetted against the light, his deep-set eyelashes and prominent nose casting shadows. It was an uncontrollable heartbeat. What brings you here? I noticed it was getting dark, and the roads were treacherous, so I came to escort you. He grasped her wrist, pulling her closer with a gentle tug. Let us go. The flashlight shifted direction, illuminating the path ahead as they walked slowly, hand in hand. How do you know we are here? Although the town is not particularly large, there are several roads and numerous houses. They did not mention where they were going when they left. How long has he been searching? Yet he speaks in a flat tone, as if recounting an inconsequential matter, casually asking a few people before testing his luck. And to my surprise, my fortune seems to be rather favorable. Searching one by one, even if luck is not on my side, I must remain optimistic. Shen Ning raised her eyebrows at him, commenting on his surprising good fortune. Wei Ning curled her lips, casting a glance at the intertwined hands of the two, whispering confidentially as if no one else were present. For some reason, she felt even more filled, as if she had consumed a mouthful of dog food. It made her want to find a partner. Within 3 days, Shen Ning managed to relocate all the orders from Ying's factory. This substantial batch of goods has indeed brought her considerable profit. Now her personal little treasury has accumulated nearly 2,000, and with a bit more saving, she could directly purchase a house. She would surely be rolling in wealth in the future. Knock, knock, knock. Early in the morning, as several children headed off to school, Shen Ning, still unprepared to open her shop, heard a knock at the door. Who is it? It's us, Shan Ning, your uncle and aunt. These two elders had previously spoken with such bravado, and now, not long after, they were shamelessly seeking her out. Rolling her eyes, Shen Ning had no intention of acknowledging them, leaving them to wait outside. Yet the next moment, a somewhat aged female voice called out, Shen Ning, I am here. Open the door. This voice belonged to her grandmother, the one who raised her. Shen Ning frowned, realizing that today would once again be a challenging encounter. They had even brought her grandmother along. She wondered what schemes they might concoct. A glance around revealed that the counter was clear of any irrelevant items. Regardless, she would face whatever they had planned. With a creak, she opened the door and saw the couple supporting the elderly lady. Her grandmother appeared quite aged, hunched over with crooked feet and few teeth remaining, yet she still bore a semblance of affection when looking at her. However, how much of that affection would remain when directed at her beloved son? Grandmother, you have come. Have you eaten breakfast? Come in and sit. Her grandmother's cloudy eyes scanned the shop, seemingly lost in thought, before breaking into a smile. Though her legs trembled, she moved gracefully to sit on a stool. Oh my, your life seems to have improved greatly. It appears you married well, living quite prosperously, uncertain of their intentions. Shen Ning felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding upon hearing such words. When the topic turned to Li Shan's death, the family's gazes flickered evasively. It was evident they were hinting at something. Her grandmother's expression suddenly darkened, anxiousness clouding her features. I have no money to lend you. No, I don't have any. Chapter 95, Confrontation with Family. Stop spreading nonsense. How could you possibly have no money? Shin Changyun's voice rose in agitation, almost as if ready to confront her. To be honest, letting them in was out of respect for her grandmother, who had once nurtured the original owner. Otherwise, she would not have allowed them past the threshold. Aunt Sun Xiaoyan behind him pinched his arm, signaling him to calm down. She then turned to Shen Ning with a warm smile, placing the bamboo basket she held on the table. Xiao Ning, your Li Shan is quite capable. Your uncle and I are aware of that. Once he regains his health, your good fortune will follow. She nudged the bamboo basket forward. We specially brought these eggs we've saved for a long time, to cook for Li Shan, to nourish his health. Shen Ning could not accept their eggs, suspecting ill intentions. Thank you for your kindness, but I cannot accept these eggs. You should keep them for yourselves, or perhaps for grandmother and Yaozu to replenish their health. She displayed an air of indifference. The elderly lady narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Shen Ning with a hint of derision. Has she married a good man and become a phoenix? Now, looking down upon her family? She must think she is better than us poor relatives now that she is a lady of status. This tactic had been overused. They were attempting to manipulate her through morality. Regrettably, she was not the original owner, nor did she owe them anything. The elderly lady did not expect Shen Ning to be so impervious, as if her words passed through one ear and out the other. Coughing heavily, she began to theatrically beat her chest and weep, lamenting her misfortunes. Oh, my life is so hard. I raised a white-eyed wolf. And now that she has climbed the social ladder, she no longer recognizes her family. It was evident that they intended to extract benefits from her. Who raises pigs in such a manner? Shen Ning intended to see how long this elderly lady could wail, ignoring them as she awaited their next move. Observing the breakfast he had brought, it was clear he had gone out to buy it. Today's breakfast consisted of a steamer of dumplings, a bowl of porridge, and a small bag of homemade pickles. The room filled with the appetizing aroma of the pickled vegetables. He seemed oblivious to the presence of the others. Setting the meal before Shen Ning. Try these dumplings. The kids say they are quite good. Shen Ning watched as he dutifully arranged the bowls and chopsticks. Have you eaten? Yes, I had breakfast with the kids. At that moment, the elderly lady spoke up with a smile. Ah, this must be Li Shan. I haven't seen him in quite some time. He looks even sturdier. Li Shan did not acknowledge her, and first looked to Shen Ning for confirmation. She, aware he had forgotten much, explained, This is my grandmother, Shen Changyun's mother. How do you speak? I'm your uncle. You are quite disrespectful, he nearly shouted, but the rest of his words were cut short by a kick from his wife. However, his intent was clear to anyone with a discerning ear. Surprisingly, Shen Ning was not the angriest. Rather, Li Shan's jaw clenched in fury, his fists tightening. Didn't you have a mother to raise you? What do you get the audacity to criticize others? What did you say? Li Shan's finger tapped the table, his tone dark and mocking. Isn't Xiao Ning also raised by your mother? If she had no mother to teach her, you must have had even less guidance. With a loud thud, the elderly lady slammed her hand on the table, interrupting their dispute. Enough. If you cannot speak properly, then be silent. Her cold gaze swept over Li Shan and his wife, sneering. So, this is how Shan Ning dares to treat us. Someone must be instigating. Her murky eyes, resembling a venomous snake, fixated on Li Shan, as if eager to devour a piece of flesh. Following her declaration, the couple behind her wore expressions of smug satisfaction, seemingly believing they had cornered Shen Ning into submission. Yet, she remained unfazed. However, someone else appeared to be more anxious. Who dares? Li Shan cast a malevolent glance at them, his towering stature imposing an overwhelming presence that seemed to possess the power to extinguish life itself, instilling a primal urge to recoil and evade his sharp intensity. Yet, he was relentless, advancing step by step towards them. Xiao Ning and I share a military marriage, a union safeguarded by the laws of our nation. Can you bear the weight of the accusation of disrupting a military marriage? His mother, visibly agitated, trembled with rage, her hands quaking upon the table, unable to maintain composure. Xiao Ning, recalling their past camaraderie, had allowed them entry, but it was not an invitation for them to overstep their bounds. Do you truly think us easy to bully? If you wish to wreak havoc in my home, you ought to first seek my permission. The depths of his eyes glinted with a chilling coldness, sweeping over them without mercy, ultimately resting upon Shen Changyun. Do you intend to strike me? It seemed that as long as they lingered, he was poised to act. Shen Changyun, now somewhat intimidated, grasped his mother and began to shuffle towards the door. Lacking in decorum, unfilial descendants. Mother, let us depart. There will come a time when they will seek our favor. Yet, they remained rooted in place, despite being driven away. The plight of the old woman was pitiful. The once formidable presence now diminished, resembling a forlorn puppy, gazing pleadingly at Shen Ning. Do you blame me? Chapter 96. Seeking sources of goods, why should I blame you? It became evident that his earlier demeanor was a fade due to the recent incident. Tell me, if I were to engage with your mother in a conflict, would you support her or me? He maintained a composed expression. Of course, I would stand by you. Then would you hold it against me for striking your mother? Certainly not. Shen Ning, with her tender heart, understood her character well. She would not initiate trouble unless provoked. If she were to retaliate, it would certainly be due to someone else's instigation. He slightly lowered his head, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, a low chuckle escaping his throat, utterly unable to conceal his amusement. What are you laughing at? Are you mocking her? It seemed he had invited trouble upon himself. He curved his lips, tongue pressed against his cheek, with a hint of exasperation. Now everyone is wielding their demands. Is it a crime to be cultured? Who knew that speaking would reveal so much? Ahem, I learned this while conversing with him yesterday. Hastily, he stuffed a bowsy into his mouth, eager to check on one ing and the others. He fished out a savings book from his pocket and placed it in her palm. Shen Ning was taken aback. What is this? Upon opening it, she discovered that the account holder was Li Shan, and the balance contained several zeros. 2,300 yuan. Saving up private funds? Her teasing remark earned her a gentle tap on the forehead. After a pause, a hint of shyness crossed her face, having never seen him in such a light. Here, see if there is something you can use. She blinked, a faint dimple appearing at the corner of her lips. An inexplicable sweetness flowed into her heart. Are you truly giving this to me? Aren't you afraid I might spend it all? If it's given to you, then it's for spending. If you exhaust it, I will earn more. His nonchalance conveyed a sense of boldness, even a hint of masculine dominance, which she found appealing. This is your word. Don't come crying later. Why would I cry? I might even feel you shortchanged me. Shen Ning waved her hand. All right, I was merely jesting. Rest assured, I won't misuse it. After all, this is your hard-earned money. I will ensure it multiplies. You should leave now. I must be on my way too. Shen Ning arrived at the warehouse, replenishing the remaining goods and exchanging for several shirts and skirts, leaving her with only 246 points. Though her points had dwindled, her wallet was brimming. Who could comprehend the joy of making money? Shen Ning, are you there? Wen Ying's voice resonated from outside, likely having come to move the goods. Yes, yes, come in. Accompanying Wen Ying today was not only a male comrade, but also a woman who appeared to come from a well-off background. Wen Ying enthusiastically introduced Shen Ning. This is our factory manager's wife. The factory manager's wife wore a warm smile. That's merely their business. Just call me Li Jie. Hello, Li Jie. Come in quickly. Oh dear, my place is a bit of a mess, and I haven't prepared any chairs. Li Jie's gaze wandered around the room, her interest intensifying. She resembled a mouse entering a grain bin. Let us not dwell on that. I came to see for myself. I've heard about you for a while, but never had the chance to visit. Today you are even more impressive than I had heard. Though unaware of her intentions, seeing Wen Ying's approving expression led her to suspect a significant profit lay ahead. Li Jie, where's the impressive part? If you keep praising me, my tail will surely fly to the heavens. I'm merely trying to make a living with a small business. Li Jie shook her head. Don't be modest. I came specifically for you. Dressed for convenience today, she wore a black and white polka dot shirt with lace collars on the upper half, paired with light blue flared jeans and black Mary Jane vintage shoes. Her long black hair was tied back, adorned with a blue and white polka dot scarf in a bow, making her strikingly beautiful. Li Jie's eyes widened in admiration, her gaze fixated on Shen Ning. Absolutely stunning. Shen Ning could sense Li Jie's intentions. Tentatively, she inquired, do you sell these clothes, pants, and shoes? A significant business opportunity was at hand. Of course. I just brought a few lovely outfits. Li Jie, care to take a look? She retrieved neatly folded skirts and displayed them before Li Jie, showcasing various garments. Your fair complexion would suit these skirts beautifully. For pants, I recommend this light-colored fabric that drapes well, enhancing its quality. May I try them on? Certainly, though regrettably, I don't have a mirror. Li Jie waved her hand dismissively. No worries, I can use the glass window to check. As anticipated, Li Jie adored the garments Shen Ning selected for her, finding them unexpectedly flattering. Shen Ning smiled subtly, hiding her achievements. Of course, although Li Jie was fair-skinned, years of privilege had added some softness to her figure. Coupled with her larger frame, standard clothing made her appear robust. Shen Ning chose styles that accentuated her strengths while downplaying her weaknesses, such as a skirt with excellent drape that concealed any excess around her waist, and loose three-quarter sleeves that elegantly disguised her arms. The overall visual effect made her appear slimmer. When Li Jie caught sight of her reflection in the glass, she was overjoyed, immediately purchasing the other outfits Shen Ning had selected without even trying them on, thus adding to Shen Ning's little treasury. However, this could not continue. Her points were dwindling, and as her business expanded, her stock diminished. It was evident that she needed to seek a source for goods. Xiao Shen, I apologize for being abrupt today. Do visit my home next time. Chapter 97. Stirring the pot in a private room of a state-run restaurant. Several men sat around a table laden with hot and cold dishes, accompanied by 2 bottles of Erguo Tu. When Li Shan and Wu Yang arrived, the men stood to greet them. There is no need to be so formal. We're merely sharing a meal. There are no titles here. Let us all feel at ease. Wu Yang attempted to ease the atmosphere, yet they remained tense. While the leader spoke of ease, they did not dare to relax. This is my former comrade, Li Shan, who will soon be addressed as Li Tuan. No, just call me Li Shan. No need for such formality. You must address me as Li Dui, such a young captain. Indeed, those who find themselves alongside leaders are no ordinary individuals. Everyone exchanged greetings and intended to toast the 2 esteemed figures. Wu Yang covered his wine glass, saying, do not pour for him. He is still injured. You all drink freely. Today I shall treat you. Li Shan politely smiled. I apologize. Let us drink together next time. Of course. Li Dui's health is of utmost importance. Indeed, health is paramount. Li Dui must eat well. Right. Minister Wu, we toast to you. Wu Yang raised his glass, and everyone respectfully drank to him, marking the commencement of the gathering. Speaking of which, Li Dui is one of us. He hails from Xiao village, while his wife is from Shiqiao village. The crowd observed silently, intently watching Wu Yang, waiting for him to speak further, though their hearts were undoubtedly troubled. Recently, Minister Wu had conveyed the need to rectify the conduct of these 2 villages, and they had been taking bold actions. Could this be a blow struck at Li Dui's very home? Might they need to find a scapegoat among them? Oh no, they realized. This was a banquet reminiscent of the Hongmin feast. Today, I also wish to express my gratitude to everyone. You have all worked tirelessly on the reform of these villages, and I hope you will continue to strive hard and serve the community well. As he finished speaking, Li Shan raised his water cup towards everyone. I know that the work in these villages is exceedingly challenging, particularly with certain individuals exhibiting stubborn mindsets and selfish behaviors, causing considerable trouble for all. When mentioning this, he couldn't help but sigh, feeling somewhat embarrassed, especially regarding my foster parents. They are akin to my uncle and aunt. Unfortunately, their awareness is insufficient, and I must trouble you all to pay extra attention. My half-son's words are not often used. Unexpectedly, Li Shan, despite holding a significant position and appearing quite serious, was also burdened by family troubles. In an instant, a flurry of emotions arose among the crowd. Some felt balanced, others sighed, some expressed sympathy, while a few looked upon him with disdain. What good is a high-ranking official if his family drags him down? Otherwise, this meal would not have come to pass. Li Dui speaks true. This is merely our duty. We are not exhausted. It is only right. Yes, this is our responsibility. Everything is for the service of the people. Indeed, no matter how difficult the work or how stubborn the old guard, we can accomplish it. Wu Yang chuckled, patting Li Shan on the shoulder. Brother, I told you. My colleagues are incredibly diligent. These minor matters are not a challenge for them, right? In the next moment, he feigned seriousness. However, if I praise you now, do not become arrogant. You must approach your work with earnestness. Do not let these trivial matters affect Li Dui. Thus, it was confirmed. This was not a Hongmin feast, but rather a troublesome banquet. Yet, upon reflection, one could not allow family matters to influence the imminent promotion. It seemed his family had short-sightedness. Such a promising young man, with a bright future ahead, and they could not hold on to him. Instead, dragging him down, what a foolish bunch. Li Shan then expressed his gratitude to everyone for their hard work on behalf of the community, raising a cup of tea in lieu of wine to toast them all. Just then, passing by the state-run dining hall, he noticed a group of people emerging, their faces slightly flushed from drinking. Among them, the man with an arm draped over another's shoulder was none other than Li Shan. It turned out his matters revolved around drinking and dining with this group of men. Li Shan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, his keen intuition allowing him to accurately sense the gaze directed at him. When meeting Shen Ning's half-smiling, half-mocking eyes, he momentarily froze, then quickly revealed a gentle smile. Beside him, Wu Yang was puzzled by a sudden halt. What's wrong? Following his gaze, he spotted a strikingly beautiful girl standing across the street. Although his foggy mind prevented him from scrutinizing her features closely, her attire indicated she was no ordinary person. He couldn't help but nudge the arm of the person next to him. Li Shan, feeling somewhat helpless, replied with a hint of grievance. Seeing you all like this makes me want to kneel and scrub a washboard. Before he could say more, Li Shan had already departed, striding purposefully towards the beautiful girl. Hey, Shanzi. The next moment, he witnessed this young man leaning in to speak to the girl, exuding an aura of tenderness, as though he were an entirely different person. The pair seemed to exchange words, glancing back at their direction, and soon their hands intertwined as they approached them. Could it be that they? Wu Yang's muddled mind seemed to grasp something. Class leader, this is my wife, Shen Ning. Xiao Ning, this is my former class leader. Although he is no longer in the military, he is still quite remarkable. You may call him Wu De. Shen Ning had already been sizing up the group upon seeing Li Shan, discerning from their attire that they were likely intellectuals. Li Shan then introduced them, and she began to realize that they were indeed impressive individuals. Hello, Wu Dajie. Well, it truly is Li Shan's wife. Wu Yang grinned, nodding sister-in-law. How do you do? No wonder Li Shan cherishes you so. He mentioned treating us to a wedding banquet, yet there has been no news. You should really discipline him. Initially, Wu Yang had thought Li Shan's marriage was forced by family, yet he never expected him to marry such a celestial being. No, you quickly tell Xiao Ning. I haven't had a drop of alcohol today. Wu Yang chuckled. I didn't expect you to have someone who could keep you in check. The jovial atmosphere was soon noted by an observant individual. Isn't that Shin boss acquainted with Minister Wu? Chapter 98. Teacher Huang Li Jia, you arrived so early. Did you come to return something? Yet with that smile, it hardly seemed so. Oh, Xiao Shun, I came a bit early. I was worried I might miss you if something came up. She was dressed in the skirt purchased the day before, having specially curled her hair and applied lipstick, appearing quite grand. Li Jia, what are you saying? Whenever you come, I'm always free. Li Jia eagerly awaited this response. That's wonderful. Come on. I mentioned inviting you over for dinner yesterday. There's no time like the present. Let's south head to my place for a meal. Ah, so suddenly? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I haven't prepared anything. Li Jia shook her head disapprovingly. What do you need to prepare? It's just us women. Today we shall push the men and children aside. She leaned in with a smile. Come on, let's push for business. Is there such a good thing? If you keep declining, I shall truly be heartbroken. Shen Ning reluctantly nodded. Sister, please don't say that. You sincerely invited me. How can I not go? Just wait a moment. I will inform my family. It was Saturday, and the children had played late the previous night, still fast asleep. Upon entering the house, Shan had just finished changing his clothes and was sitting on the edge of the bed. Is someone here? He must have heard their conversation. Shen Ning did not hide it, saying, yes, a customer from yesterday, the wife of the factory director, invited me to her home for dinner today and mentioned introducing me to some business opportunities. It would be impolite to decline. She took a piece of cloth from the wardrobe and counted out 10 yuan for Li Shan. You are responsible for the meals of the little ones today. Just as his fingers were about to touch the banknotes, her hand retracted and the money slipped past him. Li Shan couldn't help but chuckle softly. All right, remember to treat them well. She slipped the money into his hand and murmured softly, it's fine if you use it all. Ding. Li Shan's favorability level, 100. Why has her favorability suddenly increased? Li Shan mused. She really has a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. She treats them well. Shen Ning glanced at him, puzzled. Never mind, as long as it increases her favorability. All right, the 3 children are entrusted to you. Please take good care of them. Sister Li's home was not far, located in a nearby residential building for factory staff, but this building appeared to be older. It seemed to be one of the less frequently renovated ones. However, the interior was spacious, featuring 3 large rooms and a wide living room, much larger than her small shop. Oh dear, our home is rather simple. Please, Xiao Shun, don't stand on ceremony. Make yourself comfortable. Hearing the commotion outside, a woman wearing an apron emerged from the kitchen, holding a teacup. Sixth sister. This is the Xiao Shan I mentioned to you. Xiao Shun, this is our sister who helps with the cooking. It was evident that her family was quite well off, even employing a maid. Sixth sister greeted her promptly. Xiao Shun, you are truly lovely. Please have some tea. After completing these formalities, she returned to the kitchen to continue her work. Sister Li invited her to sit and gestured towards the fruits, seeds, and candies on the table. Eat. Feel free to enjoy. Consider it your own home. Shen Ning smiled politely, but felt a twinge of confusion. Wasn't it mentioned that there would be other guests? Why am I the only one here? Sensing her bewilderment, Sister Li chuckled. Don't worry. They should be arriving soon. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. See, I told you. Here they come. She got up to open the door, and 5 or 6 women of similar age entered, greeting one another with a lively energy akin to a bustling market. It was clear that they were eager about this opportunity, all dressed neatly and cleanly, as if they had donned their finest attire. However, compared to the dress worn by Sister Li, their outfits seemed rather plain. Several of them glanced at Sister Li with awe and a hint of envy. My goodness, where did you buy that dress? It looks stunning. I knew you called us over for dinner just to show off your new dress. Hey, I think this sly woman has ulterior motives. Sister Li was quite pleased with their reactions, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Their teasing was far more enjoyable than when her husband became the factory director. Don't think I Haven Tea considered you all. I needed to set the stage. If I don't dress up a bit, how can you appreciate it? Leading them toward Shen Ning, she proclaimed, Come, I must introduce my esteemed guest, Shen Ning. After introductions, Shen Ning learned about the women's various positions, wives of deputy directors, heads of departments, and more, all respected individuals in the vicinity. It was true what they said. People of similar circles tend to associate closely. These seem to be her future clientele. By the way, this is my cousin, Huang, who is quite knowledgeable. She came to visit me, and I thought I'd bring her along. Wow, your cousin is an intellectual. I greatly admire those who excel in their studies. Please, have a seat. Cousin Huang appeared somewhat shy from Sister Li's enthusiastic introduction, smiling awkwardly. There's no need for such formality. I'm merely a teacher. If you don't mind, you can call me Teacher Huang. Hello, teacher. You're the best. They all engaged warmly, sharing tea made from freshly picked flowers. The conversation soon turned back to Shen Ning. So you sell clothing? Where's your shop? We must go take a look. We can't let sisterly be the only one looking beautiful. Yes, yes. We all want to share in the good things. Cousin Huang's sister nodded vigorously. Perfect timing. My cousin decided to visit last minute and didn't he bring enough clothes. I was planning to take her shopping. Shen Ning could almost envision a flurry of banknotes flying her way. All right, everyone must come and support my business tomorrow. Chapter 99. The shadows of the past. The following morning, Shen Ning boiled a few eggs before heading to the warehouse. She had arranged with the sisters yesterday that they would come to view the clothing today. She needed to prepare the dresses and shoes she had redeemed from the Points Mall. Account points, 46. The sisters were quite excited, arriving particularly early. She couldn't help but sigh in relief that she had come early as well. Sisters, please come in. My warehouse is a bit cluttered. At that moment, Shen Ning noticed that two of the expected guests were missing. Among them, she particularly remembered Teacher Huang. Although Huang appeared haggard and visibly tired, she exuded a unique grace, standing there with an air of scholarly charm. Even in her faded blue work clothes, her elegance shone through, reminiscent of the gentle beauty of Jiangnan in the misty rain of March. She truly admired Teacher Huang, but unfortunately, she is not here today. Why isn't Teacher Huang here? Her cousin quickly explained, Oh, my cousin is quite stubborn. She didn't want to trouble me, so she insisted on not coming. Seeing the others' concerned expressions, someone asked, What's wrong? Is there something troubling her? She shook her head sadly. My cousin has had a tough time. For years, she and her husband lived in the countryside, enduring hardships. Only in recent years has life improved, but my late brother-in-law didn't have the fortune to enjoy it. After suffering so long, just as things are getting better, he passed away. Oh dear, Teacher Huang has had a hard life. Indeed, it hasn't been easy for her. But things are better now, and they will continue to improve. So, she came here for a little respite? She nodded. Yes, everyone is worried she might be too downcast. After enduring so much, they just want her to relax and not dwell on her troubles. It was no wonder that Teacher Huang bore a subtle sadness in her eyes, her smiles not reaching her depths. Those years were difficult for everyone. Huang's cousin leaned in, smiling. Speaking of which, I was hoping Xiao Shun could help me with something. Huang's cousin, surnamed Bao, was nearly a decade older than Shen Ning, appearing quite capable and shrewd, a bit slimmer than Sister Li, and her eloquence revealed her education. Sister Bao, your accent doesn't sound local. Is your brother-in-law from around here? No, none of us are from here. To be honest, I'm not sure if that's a good or bad thing. Slowly recounted their experiences, noting the initial signs of unease. The couple had fortuitously found an opportunity to come to this remote town. After years of struggle, they finally secured a decent job. It meant being far from their homeland. Where's Baojia's hometown, I wonder? Speaking of her roots, she couldn't help but feel a longing. My hometown is Haisher. Haisher. To her surprise, it was indeed Haisher. No wonder Baojia spoke with such a distinct accent. Her astonishment elicited a chuckle from Baojia. Are you that surprised? After all these years here, I seem to have lost my accent. At that moment, a hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes. She recalled that the customer had just spent nearly 100 yuan with her. She couldn't suppress her emotions. After a brief moment of contemplation, Baojia nodded, seemingly reminiscing about her family back home. With a deep sigh, she lamented, Yes, my father was so fond of me. I never imagined I would not see him one last time. Come on, let's have dinner at my place today. Huang Laosher greeted them at the door. Her silver-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, seemingly absorbed in a book. Upon seeing Shen Ning, she expressed genuine surprise. Little Shen has come too. Please come in. The lace cloth draped over the cabinet, the vase on the coffee table filled with artificial flowers, and the curtain hanging at the door all spoke of their earnest approach to life. Look, cousin, this is the dress I bought today. What do you think? Baojia had purchased several elegant dresses in understated colors, each exuding a gracefulness that did not sacrifice modesty. Huang Laosher nodded in approval, affirming, very beautiful. Baojia's eyes lit up. Cousin, you think it looks good too, right? These two are for you. We can wear them together, and it will look splendid. Her cousin hesitated. No, you're young, and it suits you well. What would I do wearing these at my age? Cousin. Baojia felt utterly helpless in her attempt to persuade her, casting a pleading glance at Shen Ning, who had been invited for assistance that day. Shen Ning, with her fair and delicate features, appeared younger than them, her bright almond-shaped eyes sparkling with sincerity, making one feel as if they were the only person in her world. How could that be? I simply prefer tranquility. Shen Ning sensed Huang Laoshi's gentle nature. For some reason, she felt an instant fondness upon seeing her. Perhaps it was due to the challenging conditions they faced here. Having never had the opportunity to attend school, she held an innate respect for teachers. Reflecting on their circumstances, Huang Laoshi encouraged her, "You are still young. As long as you wish to learn, it is never too late." Yes, Huang Laoshi is right. However, I read a phrase in the newspaper that I would like to ask you about. WYW English BGN ZHLIZHKju. What does it mean? Huang Laoshi initially explained earnestly, but paused at the end, her gaze falling upon the two of them, their lips curling into smiles as they looked at her with boundless warmth. In that fleeting moment, an inexplicable emotion tugged at the corners of her eyes. Chapter 100, Deciding to head south. Little Shun, I must thank you today. It's the first time in a long while I've seen my cousin smile so freely. Shen Ning had indeed put in considerable effort to uplift Huang Laoshi's spirits, pairing her with a beautiful dress and gifting her a warm red nude lipstick. After applying it, Huang Laoshi appeared much more vibrant. Gazing into the mirror, she was momentarily taken aback, as if seeing a long-lost version of herself, awakening memories hidden in the past. The three of them then engaged in delightful gossip, enjoying a light and joyous atmosphere. As they prepared to leave, Huang Laoshi gifted Shen Ning a poetry collection suitable for beginners. Baojia insisted on accompanying them to the door. "What are you saying, Baojia? You all have supported my business. I couldn't be happier, and I genuinely enjoy chatting with you and Huang Laoshi." Regardless of her words, Baojia felt deeply moved. At that moment, she pulled out a red envelope from her pocket and pressed it into Shen Ning's hands. "Baojia, what is this for?" Shen Ning felt a wave of embarrassment. "This is just a small token of my appreciation." Baojia insisted, her strength undeniable. Take it. If you refuse, it will mean you look down on me, and I may not dare to patronize your business again." After some playful tugging, the envelope ultimately found its way into Shen Ning's pocket. "Little Shun, do come over to play again sometime." After bidding farewell to Baojia, Shen Ning hurried home, her heart racing with excitement as she clutched the envelope. She dashed into the shop, her cheeks flushed with a tender pink hue. Slow down. Why the hurry?" Li Shan, with great consideration, patted her back, while Jianguo poured her a glass of water. Jianjun and Xiaohua waved their small hands excitedly on either side. Shen Ning wore a slightly mischievous smile. Of course, something good has happened. She revealed the red envelope from Baojia and opened it to find 12 yuan inside. "Here, this is a reward from today as customer. I'll give each of you 1 yuan to buy something you like." "Thank you, Auntie. You are the best aunt in the world." I didn't realize this little one is not only sweet-talking, but also a little money grubber." "Thank you, Auntie, but there is no need to give me anything. You work hard for your money and are already so kind to us." Li Jianguo was still so sensible, a thoughtful little gentleman. However, Shen Ning gently patted his head. "Little one, don't think too much. You'll end up feeling old. What I give is for you to enjoy. Besides, your dad earns more than you spend." Li Shan found her words amusing and couldn't help but chuckle. "Yes, indeed, let us listen to Annie." The points for the three little ones increased. And seeing such a large boy standing there, it was only fitting to take advantage of the situation. She pulled out 5 yuan and handed it to Li Shan. Surprised, he pointed at himself with slender fingers. "For me?" "Yes, it's a reward for taking care of the little ones. There's a reward for both big friends and little friends." The novelty of being treated like a child spread a mix of surprise and delight across Li Shan's face. Her gaze resting on the money in front of her fingers, her slightly rosy nails looking cute and delicate. Her ears inexplicably felt warm. She took a bill from her hand, her usually deep voice softened. "Thank you, Shan Ning." To her astonishment, 5 yuan had exchanged for 500 points. An incredibly advantageous trade. Had she known, she would have given 10 yuan, which would have netted 1,000 points. The point system. Host, you might as well dream. In dreams, everything is possible. Nevertheless, her account balance had impressively reached 946 points. It was absolutely splendid. However, she resolved not to become complacent. Since she intended to continue her business, it was essential to procure more stock. What if one day her points ran out? One must not excessively rely on a single entity. As the saying goes, mountains may crumble, and one may find themselves deserted by others, making self-reliance the most dependable course of action. Now, with a portion of savings accumulated and the additional 2,000 yuan provided by LSHN, she felt a newfound confidence. By the way, There's a matter I wish to discuss with you all. SH and Ing rarely adopts such a serious tone when addressing them, directly indicating that something significant may be about to transpire. Her gaze settled on LSHN, cautiously probing. LSHN, you still have over half a month of vacation, don't you? He nodded earnestly in response. Then it settled. I intend to take a trip south. South? How far south? LSHN inquired, surprise mingled with concern prompting him to ask further. SHN Inning scratched her head, to places like SH. What, you're going all the way there? Alone? His heart raced at the thought. A young girl venturing so far alone was indeed worrisome. Not entirely alone, as there are more goods available there. Previously, I had someone assist me with transporting items, but the results were unsatisfactory. Thus, I wished to make the journey myself, ideally to establish a long-term partnership with a merchant. She blinked her sparkling eyes, casting a pleading look towards LSHN. I thought, since you have a vacation, you could help watch over the children, allowing me to focus on my work. No, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. If you truly must, I'll accompany you. No, if you come with me, who will look after the children? LSHN responded without hesitation. We can know, I cannot leave the children with someone else, nor can I abandon them here alone. I can't trust anyone else. You are their father, and it is your duty to care for them. Seeing the struggle in his eyes, Ing intensified her persuasion. Many people are traveling there now, and I'm old enough to manage on my own. Do not worry. You must trust our police comrades. After much discussion, LSHN reluctantly nodded in agreement, genuinely concerned for Ing, yet the three children were an undeniable source of anxiety. Choices must be made. Chapter 110. Farewell. The train station was located in the provincial capital, and they needed to take a bus to reach it. This time, LSHN brought the three children to bid farewell to Ing. The family arrived a day early in the provincial capital, fulfilling their earlier plan to take the children to the park for some fun. They purchased sweet and sour candied hawthorn, refreshing ice cream, and enjoyed rowing boats and sliding down the slides in the children's area. The three children were elated. That evening, they dined at a nearby restaurant. After the little ones were thoroughly exhausted and washed up, they fell asleep as soon as their heads hit the pillows, even snoring softly. Ing found it amusing, realizing they were truly worn out from the day's activities. She gently pulled a corner of a thin blanket over the little girl's stomach, concerned she might catch a chill at night. And LSHN had specifically paid extra for a room with an electric fan. Suddenly, a warm touch brushed against her cheek as a strand of hair was tucked behind her ear. It felt as though her chest had been touched, startling her to look up, only to meet LSHN's dark eyes. Having just finished a shower, his hair was still damp, and a droplet of water fell from the tip of his hair, darkening the fabric of his light short-sleeved shirt. The mingling steam and warmth enveloped her, almost suffocating. His deep-set eyes appeared darker than the night itself, rich like ink. In the dim light, his voice carried a hint of hoarseness. You must be tired today as well. Go wash up. A wave of heat surged from her heart to her ears, and Ing felt as if she were a shrimp about to be boiled, ready to be served and devoured. Oh, all right, I'll go wash up. After ensuring she was thoroughly clean and taking her time drying her hair, she quietly tiptoed back into the room. The lights were dim, and the three children on one bed had already shifted positions in their sleep, while the man on the other bed lay with his back to her, breathing steadily, seemingly deep in slumber. This brought her some relief. Glancing at the children and seeing they were fine, she turned off the light and carefully climbed onto the other bed. Just as she settled on the edge, a strong arm encircled her waist, pulling her into a warm and solid chest. The proximity was overwhelming, and the scent of soap mixed with his essence filled her nostrils. This intimacy left Ing feeling somewhat flustered, her palm pressed against his chest, her voice stuttering. Why you still awake? Leaning slightly back to create distance, she asked, Did I wake you with my movements? She felt soft flesh at the nape of her neck being gently squeezed, sending a tingling sensation throughout her body, leaving her completely frozen. A soft sound escaped her throat, almost like a whimper, sending shivers down her spine. I'm waiting for a little turtle to see how long it takes to climb on my bed. His playful words were too much. How could he liken her to a turtle? Unable to suppress herself, she pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Ouch! He inhaled sharply, followed by a low chuckle in the darkness. Are you plotting to murder your husband? In the next moment, He pushed her back into his embrace, their skin touching, radiating an overwhelming heat. As she shifted slightly, his arm firmly held her in place. "Don't move." She dare not stir. His deep voice was laced with desire, struggling to control the beast within him. "Let me hold you for a moment." His hand gently caressed her back as if soothing a child. After a sigh, he continued, "You must be cautious while out alone. You know the passbook password. If you happen to lose it, it can be replaced. Remember my phone number. If you encounter any trouble, call me for help." He rambled on, repeating many things, each word revealing his worry and reluctance, wishing he could accompany her. Unfortunately, 3 children tethered him. If only I could take the 3 children with me. Just then, as if disturbed from a sweet dream, Shen Ning unconsciously waved her hand, inadvertently striking his jaw, nearly delivering a slap. Finally, she managed to shoo away the buzzing fly, found a comfortable position in his embrace, and resumed her slumber. Shen took several seconds to finally curve his lips into a resigned smile. He lifted a finger to tuck the stray hair covering her face behind her ear, affectionately resigned. "You little ungrateful one." The following morning, before the sun had risen, the sky was still cloaked in a shade of blue. The streets were devoid of pedestrians, yet the train station was bustling with activity. Perhaps having arrived at this juncture made the atmosphere of departure heavy. The 3 children had tears glistening in their eyes. "Oh dear, why is our little Hu crying?" "Don't cry, what is the matter?" Little Hu threw her arms around her, filled with reluctance. "And please don't go. I don't want you to leave." Thankfully, after spending so much time together, she still exhibited a semblance of conscience. Little Li Jianguo, deep in thought, voiced his concern with a furrowed brow. "How is that possible? You still need to stay with us. There is so much affection to be shared." He appeared to be deep in thought, as if having made a resolute decision, raising his arms to embrace Shen Ning, burying his head into her shoulder. "Nai, I will miss you." It was rare to see such a vulnerable side of him, and Shen Ning felt an indescribable sensation in her heart as she gently patted his back, soothingly assuring him, "Nai will miss you all too." Li Jianjun also joined in the embrace, along with Xiaohua. They all spoke together. "Nyang, we will miss you." Shen Ning had initially thought she was merely going to procure some goods, but with their heartfelt gestures, she began to feel a pang of reluctance. Before she could utter a word, a shadow loomed over them. An enormous embrace enveloped them. Raising her eyes, she met Li Shan's gaze, filled with emotions. "I will miss you too. Rest assured, I will take good care of them, and you must take care of yourself as well." Chapter 111. Train companions. "Hey, young lady, are you alone?" As Shen Ning settled into her seat, the older sister across from her initiated conversation. It seemed that from the moment she boarded the train, the older sister had been observing her, and once the train commenced its journey, she could no longer contain her curiosity upon realizing that Shen Ning had no companions. This caused Shen Ning to furrow her brows slightly. However, the older sister appeared oblivious to any discomfort, her expression growing increasingly warm, as if they were long-lost friends. "You are headed south too, right? I wonder which city you are going to. Perhaps we could keep each other company. Those who are overly familiar can indeed be quite burdensome. What about you, elder sister? It seems you boarded the train before me. Where's your hometown? Your accent doesn't sound local." The smile on the older sister's face twitched slightly at the unexpected turn of inquiry directed at her. "Oh, I see." Shen Ning maintained a polite smile, her tone layered with meaning. She had anticipated more from the older sister's response, but it abruptly halted, leaving her staring out the window, resting her chin on her hand, seemingly unwilling to speak. Yet, the older sister remained undeterred, continuing their conversation. "You know, the weather here is far better than in the south. Back home, it's unbearably hot and stuffy. This place is much nicer." "I'm not sure," Shen Ning replied, uninterested in engaging further, but a man sitting beside her chimed in. "Is that so? Which southern city are you from, elder sister?" "I'm also heading south. Perhaps we could travel together." What a coincidence, 2 chatterboxes finding each other. The man and the older sister hit it off, discussing everything from local customs to trivial matters from home. Shen Ning glanced at the man beside her, who appeared to be in his 30s, looking quite youthful. Dressed in black work attire with neatly combed hair, he exuded a cultured air, especially when engaged in conversation. His smile was gentle and approachable. "Miss, are you also going to Nanshang?" Before Shen Ning could respond, the older sister interjected, "The young lady seems a bit shy and doesn't talk much. Perhaps she is introverted." She further explained, Yes, Shen Ning replied. My hometown is nearby. My husband is stationed in the south, and I'm accompanying him. The mention of the military drew a glimmer of respect in the older sister's eyes. Being a military wife is not easy. You are truly impressive. No wonder you have such a remarkable aura. Flattered by the compliments, Shen Ning maintained her composure. You flatter me. It is he who is remarkable. The older sister dismissed this, stating, You are all family. Just as she was about to say more, the man beside her added a few compliments, but soon shifted the topic back to matters concerning Nanchang. A long sigh escaped him, resonating with several others around them, evoking a sense of sympathy. Don't worry, brother. Although it's hot in the summer in Nanchang, it's not cold in autumn and winter, plus there's plenty to eat. You'll be just fine there. I appreciate your kind words. Venturing into unfamiliar territory inevitably stirs anxiety. His manner of speaking was somewhat pedantic, paired with a gentle appearance that easily elicited sympathy. Oh, that's nothing. If you encounter difficulties, just seek me out. We are all friends when traveling. You are truly kind. The two conversed animatedly, developing a sense of camaraderie in just a day's time, even sharing food together. Shen Ning silently shook her head, shouldering her denim backpack as she made her way toward the center of the carriage. Under the cover of her bag, she retrieved a cup of instant noodles from the Points Mall. Instant noodles are the perfect companion for train journeys. Adding a sausage, 2 crispy chicken feet, and a marinated egg made it utterly delectable. Wow, it smells so good. What are you eating, little sister? Just as she had covered the instant noodles, she was caught by the man who had just exited the restroom, the very man seated beside her. It's a bit hot. Would you like me to help you with that? The aisle is too crowded. Let me assist you. Your hands are so delicate. What if you get burned? In the next moment, he halted, and so did the man behind her. Shen Ning turned her head, her expression devoid of warmth, her tone frosty. You're a bit bothersome. Could you please be quiet? The man seemed momentarily stunned by her icy demeanor, clearly taken aback by her lack of courtesy. In her mind, Shen Ning thought, Who do you think you are? She settled at the table, patiently awaiting her meal, when suddenly someone took the empty seat beside her. The young lady's demeanor is rather cold. I merely asked what she was eating, and she didn't respond, yet she tells me to be quiet. How rude. He wished to say something even harsher, implying a lack of upbringing. But recalling that they were merely strangers passing by, it was only natural for her to ignore him. Still, he felt a twinge of grievance, his tone unavoidably laced with resentment. Perhaps the young lady is just like that. She might not be used to conversing with unfamiliar people, so don't take it to heart. Shen Ning paid no mind to them, opening the lid of her instant noodles, releasing an irresistible aroma that tantalized their appetites. The older sister's eyes nearly bulged in desire, practically longing to dive into her cup of noodles. What are you eating? It smells amazing. It seemed like a business opportunity was presenting itself. Elder sister, would you like some? Chapter 113. Young people have good sleep. To her surprise, the seemingly honest and simple migrant worker uncle and the man were actually in cahoots. Indeed, a man only appears docile when he is hanging on the wall. Throughout the journey, she had suspected that the eloquent man had ulterior motives, yet she never imagined that these two disparate individuals were allies. Moreover, the uncle seldom spoke, often appearing bashful, embodying a wholesome demeanor. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. The older sister, evidently shocked, widened her eyes in terror, nearly shouting, What the hell? The older sister's outburst left the migrant worker uncle looking humiliated, his face a picture of indignation and innocence. How could you speak to me like that? I offered you kind advice, and you don't appreciate it. You are simply barking up the wrong tree. His demeanor clearly earned the trust of the onlookers. This uncle seemed incredibly deceptive. His honest appearance made it hard to believe he could lie. Observing the large bag slung over his shoulder, it was evident he had just disembarked from the train, adding to the credibility of the situation. Oh dear, do not be upset, sister. He means well. Indeed, indeed. The gentleman offers his sincere counsel. Why do you not listen? Dear lady, couples quarrel at the head of the bed, but reconcile at the foot. If each of you would utter a fewer words, surely life must go on. Is that not so? As the public sentiment leaned overwhelmingly in one direction, the man's smile deepened. Thank you for your concern. We shall indeed get along well. Please disperse. Do not disrupt others' journeys. The sister continued to sob and struggle, while the man held her tightly, speaking as they moved toward the exit. I am not his wife. I am not. The woman's fierce resistance sparked a cold glint in the man's eyes as he raised his hand and struck her face, leaving it askew. Wretched woman, is reason beyond your grasp? With the groundwork laid by previous events, the onlookers seemed to turn a blind eye to the man's aggression. In this era, domestic violence was not widely recognized. The act of striking one's wife was almost commonplace, something the public had grown accustomed to. Moreover, they were predisposed to think the lady was being overly unreasonable and fiery. If I do not strike you, will you truly tear down the house? You refuse to listen, do you? With another slap, Shen Ning quickened her pace toward the woman, but the crowd was dense, making her progress difficult. This man is truly despicable. Just as his hand was raised to strike again, she finally reached their side, swiftly activating her stun baton to its maximum power and thrusting it toward the man. A sharp zapping sound filled the air as the man had no time to react before his body convulsed from the electric shock. What are you doing? A furious voice boomed. It was a construction worker. Perhaps he had not anticipated this sudden intervention, nor had the girl seated with them. The opportunity seemed ripe for success, and there could be no unforeseen complications. His companions also needed rescuing. They rushed forward. As Shen Ning withdrew the baton from the man's body, he appeared utterly drained of strength, collapsing limply to the ground. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Ah, a death! Another crackle echoed as the rushing worker, before even reaching Shen Ning, had a close encounter with the stun baton. He too began to convulse, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness like the man before him. Help! Help! Someone! There's been a death. Is someone dead? Now, the onlookers, speechless, retreated in horror. Shen Ning paid them no mind and approached the woman with the swollen face, who was now in a pitiful state, tears streaming down her face. Trembling as she saw Shen Ning approach. "Oh, I am not his wife. I'm not." Shen Ning endeavored to soothe her in a calming tone. "Do not be afraid. I have incapacitated both of them. It is all right. Let's call the police. These two are in cahoots, having premeditated these actions." The woman finally noticed the two men lying on the ground. Anger surged within her as she rushed forward and slapped the man hard across the face. "Scoundrel! How dare you strike me? How dare you slander me? I will make you pay." She struck him several times, releasing her pent-up frustration until Shen Ning stepped in to restrain her. "All right, sister. If you continue, it may lead to trouble. Let's call the police first. These men are likely traffickers, organized and scheming to abduct women." "Yes, yes, yes. Call the police." Immediately, she clung to Shen Ning's arm as if she had found a lifeline. "Sister, will you accompany me to the police station? Please, I am scared." At the police station beside the Nanchang train station, Shen Ning ultimately decided against continuing her journey to the deep city. Instead, she alighted at Nanchang and escorted the two culprits to the station alongside the officers. The sister tearfully recounted the entire sequence of events. "I am filled with dread. Had it not been for this young lady's assistance, I do not know where I would be now. Oh, my fate is so unfortunate." Shen Ning could only silently offer her a tissue, thinking to herself, "You are not unfortunate. You are simply unprepared. Why act like a naive child?" After understanding the full situation, the police officers were somewhat at a loss for words, sighing softly and advising, "Sister, one must be cautious when venturing out. Maintain a healthy skepticism toward strangers." How was I to know? He seemed so young, like my younger brother, and I thought to extend a helping hand in this unfamiliar place. Who could have imagined they were traffickers? She truly could not comprehend. At my age, what could they possibly want from me? Shen Ning replied, "ISNT, it's simply because you are naive and trusting." The officer's expression turned serious. "We still need to investigate further. Preliminary inquiries suggest possible dealings with foreign entities. But rest assured, we will provide you with a resolution." Suddenly, hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed as the office door swung open, revealing a man and a woman, followed by a young girl. "Wife, sister, mother, are you all right?"